create diverse characters, and experience a splendid life. The journey commences as I traverse into the body of a fictional mascot emperor, where I navigate through the pages of the Book of 100 Lives, experiencing varied existences, and earning rewards upon the completion of tasks. To restore the glory of the imperial lineage is our unyielding duty. Within the Book of 100 Lives, I become the holy son of the 10,000 Paths sect and engage in a discourse with the holy maiden Miao Yin, resulting in her heart's resolve shattering, giving rise to countless strands of azure silk. I transform into a downcast scholar. Rescuing a white serpent, I assist her in successfully transcending tribulations to become the last true dragon in the realm. Yet she vows never to release me across lifetimes. That I assume the role of an elder in the Long Sword Sect, taking on a disciple whom I nurture to become the world's foremost Sword Immortal. Yet she harbors a deep-seated hatred toward me that at long last. The day arrives when I reclaim authority with trepidation. I believe I have reached the other shore. Yet, above the imperial capital, the sky darkens suddenly as a colossal white dragon's head emerges from the clouds, gazing intently upon me. Wasn't this supposed to be an exploration of life? How has it all turned so real? Chapter 1. My life is a fragile balance, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. A voice resembling that of a duck reverberates in Xiao Mo's ears. As Xiao Mo slowly opens his eyes, the first sight that greets him is that of a eunuch clad in traditional garb. Surveying the vast chamber, memories flood into Xiao Mo's mind. In his previous life, Xiao Mo was an orphan, working diligently to fund his education, eventually gaining admission to a university and securing employment upon graduation. Just as life began to improve, Xiao Mo was struck down by a large vehicle while walking along a national highway. He then finds himself in the body of an emperor also named Xiao Mo. However, the circumstances of his predecessor were far from favorable. The late emperor had no heirs, thus Xiao Mo was adopted. Upon the death of the previous emperor, Xiao Mo was entrusted to 4 ministers. Yet Yin Shan'eo gradually usurped power, forming factions, and even committing the heinous act of murdering Su Su, another minister. Moreover, the current Empress Dowager is the sister of Yin Shan'eo. This duo, one within and one without, renders the emperor nothing more than a mere figurehead. Your Majesty, it is time for your medicine. Wei Sun announces, holding a bowl of medicine, serving at Xiao Mo's side. Wei Sun is Xiao Mo's personal eunuch, having once served the late emperor. Although he appears to be subservient to Yin Shan'eo, Xiao Mo is well aware of Wei Sun's loyalty to him. After swallowing the bitter medicine, a maid enters, reporting, Your Majesty, the Prime Minister has heard of your recent ailment and has come to pay his respects. Quickly, let the Prime Minister in. Xiao Mo responds hastily, preparing to rise to greet him. Despite his dissatisfaction with Yin Shan'eo, he must maintain the facade. Feigning innocence allows him to keep his adversary complacent. Eventually, an imposing middle-aged man clad with a long sword strides in, bows, and proclaims loudly, I pay my respects to your Majesty. Upon seeing Yin Shan'eo's appearance, Xiao Mo's gaze turns distant. The sword in the palace reveals how little respect the man has for the emperor. There is no need for such formalities, my respected father. Xiao Mo quickly approaches to assist Yin Shan'eo to his feet. What brings you here? I have heard of your ailment, and I came to inquire about your health. Yin Shan'eo replies, surveying the chamber's maids. Seize these maids and execute them. If they cannot care for your Majesty, what use are they? Spare us, Prime Minister. The maids, frightened, immediately kneel and plead for mercy. Several eunuchs enter to drag the maids away. Xiao Mo understands that Yin Shan'eo's intention is to intimidate him by executing these maids. Not long ago, Wang Can, the deputy censor-in-chief, secretly entered the palace to consult with Xiao Mo's predecessor regarding the matter of removing the traitor. However, Yin Shan'eo learned of this. Yet, as the deputy censor-in-chief, Wang Can is a high-ranking official, and even the emperor cannot easily execute him. Thus, Yin Shan'eo concocted a charge against Wang Can, exiling him from the capital. By executing these maids, Yin Shan'eo aims to signify, Your Majesty, do not entertain any other thoughts. Everything around you is under my control. Respected father, the late emperor always taught me to have a benevolent heart. These maids do not deserve death. Let them leave the palace instead. Xiao Mo speaks slowly. Yin Shanao gazes at Xiao Mo for a moment before replying. Since Her Majesty insists, let them receive 10 strikes and be sent out of the palace. Yin Shanao waves his hand, instructing the eunuchs to escort the maids away. Your Majesty must take care of your health. I shall personally select several maids to attend to you. I appreciate your concern, respected father. Xiao Mo responds with a sincere smile. Then, Your Majesty, rest well. I shall take my leave. Respected father, travel safely. Wei Gong, see him off. Yes, Your Majesty. As Xiao Mo contemplates the situation, a book materializes in his mind. The cover bears the words, Book of 100 Lives. At his behest, the scroll opens autonomously, and words begin to manifest. Book of 100 Lives. By utilizing this tome, the host can create characters and experience different lives. Would you like to proceed? Xiao Mo decisively selects yes. Please inscribe the name of the character you wish to create. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Mo decides to use his original name for a more immersive experience. The character Xiao Mo has been successfully created. The Book of 100 Lives releases an immense gravitational pull. In an instant, Xiao Mo's consciousness is drawn into it. Shortly thereafter, as his awareness returns, Xiao Mo finds himself standing before a wooden cabin atop a mountain. The Book of 100 Lives reappears in his mind. The host has established a new character named Xiao Mo. The time flow within the Book of 100 Lives is 100 times faster than that of the outside world. When the host's consciousness departs the book, time within it will pause. Character background. You are the son of the Jing Wang of the Liang Kingdom, Xiao Jing, possessing only average talent. However, your father despises mediocrity. At the age of 8, your father knocked you unconscious and transplanted the innate sword bone of a young girl into your body, deceiving you into believing it was an acquired awakening. You thus ascended as a swordsmanship prodigy, and by the tender age of 18, you have become a Yuan-Ing realm sword cultivator. However, your righteous nature suffers a significant blow upon discovering your sword bone's origins, knowing it belonged to a girl who became a cripple due to its forcible extraction. You have a fierce argument with your family, leaving home to join the Longquan Sword Sect, where you become an idle elder while tirelessly seeking the whereabouts of that girl. Wishing to use all you have to compensate her. Mission issued. The girl you seek is named Jiang Qingyi, and she will appear on Xuanwu Street in Heifeng City. The book will continuously locate Jiang Qingyi until you find her. You are to bring her to the mountain and teach her sword techniques. The mission duration is 50 years. Upon completion, the higher her realm, the greater the rewards you shall receive. 50 years. Fortunately, time within the book is 100 times faster, or I would never complete this task in my lifetime. This character bears an uncanny resemblance to my former self. This is quite advantageous, enhancing my immersion. Grasping the long sword upon the table, Xiao Mo descends the mountain. Freshly steamed buns. Hot and ready buns. On Xuanwu Street in Heifeng City, the owner of a bun shop shouts energetically. A small beggar, clad in tattered hemp clothing, frail in build, and covered in dirt, stealthily approaches. Taking advantage of the owner's distraction, the small beggar wraps a few buns in a filthy cloth and makes a run for it. You thief, the owner realizes and grabs a rolling pin, chasing after him. Stop right there. This time, I will break your legs. Chapter 2. From this day forth, I shall be your master. In a deadened alley, the proprietor of the Baozi shop, panting heavily, leaned on his knees and glared at the small beggar before him. Run. Aren't you skilled at running? Keep running. The young beggar knew she could run no longer. She unfurled her tattered cloth and ravenously devoured the Baozi. A morsel was better than none. You still wish to eat? Huh? Just wait until I break your legs. The shop owner strode forward, his anger palpable. As he approached, the beggar hastened her consumption. Gripping a rolling pin, the shopkeeper aimed a forceful blow at her head. The beggar squeezed her eyes shut, curling her small frame. However, to her astonishment, the expected pain did not arrive. When she opened her eyes, she beheld a well-dressed young man gripping the shopkeeper's hand. Xiao Mo looked at the trembling, frail beggar and asked, "What is the matter with her? Who are you? Why meddle in my affairs? She has stolen my Baozi more than once. I intend to teach her a lesson." The shopkeeper retorted angrily. Xiao Mo released the shopkeeper's hand and tossed a handful of silver coins into his arms. Is this sufficient? The shopkeeper, momentarily stunned, nodded vigorously. Quite enough indeed. You little rascal, consider yourself lucky. He cursed a few times before departing the alley. The beggar gazed at the young man standing before her, swallowing hard, her small hands clasped tightly over her heart. Xiao Mo crouched down, smiling gently. Do not be afraid, I will not harm you. What is your name? It is a good name. Would you like to come with me? Come with you? Indeed. I wish to take on an apprentice, and I believe you possess potential. If you join me, you shall have enough to eat every day. What do you say? The girl stared at the half-eaten baozi in her hand, seemingly contemplating. Ultimately, she lifted her head, looking earnestly at Xiao Mo. I will go with you, excellent. Xiao Mo nodded with a smile. I am Xiao Mo, and from this day forth, I shall be your master. Call me that, Master Dudum. After bringing Jiang Qingyi up the mountain, Xiao Mo provided her with a disciple token and the female attire of the Longquan Sword Sect. Upon returning to his peak, he instructed Jiang Qingyi to bathe and change into clean clothes. When she stood before him again, Xiao Mo's eyes brightened. Previously, Jiang Qingyi resembled a tomboy. Her short hair and dirt-covered body were unkempt. Yet, once clean and clad in a gown, she bore a semblance of grace. Xiao Mo tossed a wooden sword to Jiang Qingyi. From this day forth, you will learn the art of the sword. The technique I will teach you is called Chao Zi Jianju. Mastery of the sword requires both technique and form. Practice your forms by day, and at night, I will instruct you in reading and memorizing the sword techniques. Do not be negligent, understand? The Chao Zi Jianju is a swordplay cultivated by Fenshun Xiao Mo. Each movement etched in Xiao Mo's mind. He even contemplated whether he could practice the Chao Zi Jianju in the real world once he departed. Jiang Qingyi clutched the wooden sword tightly. Yes, master, learn from me, first form. For the subsequent half-month, Xiao Mo taught Jiang Qingyi the sword techniques each morning as dawn broke. Jiang Qingyi was earnest and diligent in her studies. However, due to her lack of innate sword bones, her progress was agonizingly slow. Her aptitude could only be described as poor. Another half-month passed, yet Jiang Qingyi had still not mastered the first form of the Chao Zi Jianju. Master, am I terribly foolish? One day, she lamented, cradling her wooden sword. Who has called you foolish? Xiao Mo sat in the courtyard, sipping tea. Jiang Qingyi hastily shook her head. No one has said that to me. Xiao Mo regarded her intently and softly said, Come here. Jiang Qingyi swallowed hard and approached her master slowly. Qingyi, you are not foolish at all. Xiao Mo gently patted her head. There is a saying, the beginning of all things is difficult. We need not rush, take your time. Focus solely on your own tasks, understood? Jiang Qingyi nodded. Encouraged by her master, the girl regained some confidence. In the following days, Xiao Mo frequently procured the blood and flesh of spirit beasts for Jiang Qingyi to consume. Yet her progress remained frustratingly slow. After a month and a half, she had not even reached the threshold of Qi refinement first layer. One day, as Xiao Mo descended the mountain to purchase wine, he overheard several outer disciples conversing. Elder Zhao's apprentice has no real talent. I cannot fathom why he took her on. It has been a month and a half, and she seems yet to enter Qi refinement first layer. Goodness, is my talent not superior to Jiang Qingyi's? I haven't become a disciple of the elder. Ha ha ha. Xiao Mo usually looks down on others. I am eager to see how that girl fares in the new blood competition of Longquan Sword Sect a year from now. As the group continued their drunken banter, Xiao Mo approached them. It is nothing, I merely find your remarks about my disciple distasteful. With that, Xiao Mo delivered a swift kick to their midsections, sending the burly man flying 10 meters away. Beneath the moonlight, a young girl practiced her swordplay. Her movements were clumsy yet filled with determination. Qingyi, Xiao Mo softly called her name. Master. Jiang Qingyi sheathed her wooden sword and rushed toward him. Are you still awake? Xiao Mo patted her head. Master, Qingyi cannot sleep. I wish to practice a little longer, she replied softly. Xiao Mo smiled. Diligence is commendable, but one must also balance work and rest. Jiang Qingyi vigorously shook her head. I'm fine, master, I'm not tired. Observing her, Xiao Mo's eyes reflected a complex emotion, yet he did not deter her. Very well, practice for 1 incense stick's worth of time. Then you shall retire for the night. Understood? Understood, master. You must rest well, too. Jiang Qingyi nodded. As she watched her master's retreating figure, she bit her lip, her small hands tightly gripping her sword. Just as her master was about to enter, Jiang Qingyi softly called out, "Master." Xiao Imo turned back. Under the moonlight, the girl's eyes shimmered like rippling clear springs, gentle and pure. "In the new blood competition of the sect, I will not let you down." Xiao Imo paused for a moment. Then a smile crept upon his lips as he nodded. "Good." Chapter 3. Qingyi will certainly become an extraordinary Sword Immortal at the break of dawn the following day. Xiao Imo ventured to the library of the Longquan Sword Sect, seeking ways to ameliorate Jiang Qingyi's physical condition. If this continued, one could hardly speculate on the level she might attain in 50 years. In fact, it was conceivable that before long, Jiang Qingyi might lose heart and abandon her cultivation altogether. Within the library, Xiao Imo indeed stumbled upon a tome titled Shu Tianju, which narrated the journey of an individual whose innate roots were shattered and how one might reconstruct oneself thereafter. Jiang Qingyi's sword bone had been extracted, categorizing her condition as a form of destroyed roots. However, the Shu Tianju came at a steep price, exorbitant for the vast majority. Yet, Xiao Imo deemed it inconsequential. After all, he had only experienced life for a mere 50 years. The higher Jiang Qingyi's realm, the more substantial the rewards he would reap. In the courtyard, the 14-year-old girl persistently practiced the sword technique imparted by her master. "Qingyi," Xiao Imo called out. "Master." Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Qingyi halted her movements and dashed to Xiao Imo, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Xiao Imo affectionately ruffled her hair. "Qingyi, today I discovered a book in the library. Later, I shall prepare a medicinal concoction for you based on its methods and assist you in unblocking your meridians, which will benefit your cultivation." "Really? Thank you, master," Jiang Qingyi replied, her joy palpable. Xiao Imo chuckled. "You may continue your practice for now, and I will summon you shortly." "Yes, master," Jiang Qingyi responded, resuming her training with the wooden sword. After preparing the medicine, Xiao Imo called her over to drink it. As she took her first sip, the girl grimaced, nearly retching, clutching her collar tightly. "Is it bitter?" Xiao Imo dipped a chopstick into the concoction and tasted it. "Indeed, it is exceedingly bitter." Just a small amount made his tongue tingle. "It's all right, master. I can manage," Jiang Qingyi asserted, taking the bowl from his hands and gulping it down. Despite several near-vomit episodes, she persevered, forcing herself to swallow every last drop. "Master, I've finished," Jiang Qingyi announced, wiping her mouth and revealing a radiant smile. The bowl now completely empty. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Xiao Imo felt a pang of heartache. Though merely 14, she displayed remarkable resilience. Little did she know, had he not transplanted her sword bone, she would likely be a revered saintess of a sect, a renowned female sword immortal admired by countless souls. Xiao Imo gently patted her head. "Qingyi, sit cross-legged. I will help you refine your spiritual veins." "Yes, master," Jiang Qingyi nodded obediently, taking her place before him. Xiao Imo silently recited incantations, channeling spiritual energy into her body. Jiang Qingyi straightened her back, feeling warmth enveloping her. The flow of his spiritual energy surged within her, as if something was on the brink of being unblocked. Beads of perspiration formed on her forehead. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo's complexion paled, his life essence gradually depleting, a toll exacted by the Shu Tianju to assist Jiang Qingyi in her rebirth. After an hour, Xiao Imo concluded his efforts, his back soaked in sweat. "Master, Jiang Qingyi gradually opened her eyes, acutely aware of the circulating spiritual energy within her, and her body felt considerably lighter. "Congratulations, you have entered the first layer of qi cultivation," Xiao Imo remarked with a smile. "Thank you, master," Jiang Qingyi exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. However, her smile soon faded, replaced by concern. "Master, you look unwell." "It's nothing," Xiao Imo replied, shaking his head, merely a bit fatigued. "Come, let us step outside. You can practice the sword technique I taught you." "Yes, master." Stepping out of the room, the girl picked up her wooden sword and practiced the Caozi sword technique. Though she had just entered the first layer of qi cultivation, each movement she executed began to exude a fierce sword intent. The moment she grasped the sword, her clear, resolute eyes shone with determination. In truth, she possessed remarkable talent. as she executed the final thrust of the first move of the Caozi sword technique. A falling leaf was cleaved in two, and a nearby tree bore a small gash, bark splintering away. Excellent. Xiao Mo approached, gently patting her head. You have not disappointed me. Jiang Qingyi, cradling her wooden sword, looked up at Xiao Mo. It is because of you, master, that Qingyi can cultivate. I will not let your efforts go to waste. Just as Xiao Mo was about to offer further encouragement, a cascade of meteors streaked across the night sky. Jiang Qingyi followed his gaze, her eyes sparkling at the brilliant display. Master, what is that? It's so beautiful. Those are shooting stars. Xiao Mo placed his hand on her head. Qingyi, make a wish. A wish? Jiang Qingyi tilted her head in confusion. Yes, Xiao Mo continued, in my homeland. There's a saying that if one makes a wish upon a shooting star, it will come true. Really? Then I must make a wish. The girl quickly clasped her hands together, silently formulating her desire. Minutes later, she slowly opened her eyes and turned to her master. Master, did you make a wish too? I did. What was your wish, master? What is your wish, Qingyi? Xiao Munta Countat. I hope your wish comes true, master. Xiao Mo paused, then smiled. I wish for you, Qingyi, to become a formidable Sword Immortal in 50 years. Jiang Qingyi blinked in astonishment. Master, she gently tugged at Xiao Mo's garment. Qingyi will work hard. I will definitely become an exceptional Sword Immortal. Wandao Sect. A woman stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the vast expanse of the starry sky. While her unparalleled beauty captivated the world, it was her identity as the sect leader of Wanjian and the foremost Sword Immortal that left an indelible impression on all. Master, it is late. A maid approached the woman. Shia, the woman remarked, her gaze still fixed on the meteors streaking across the sky. I have heard that making a wish upon a shooting star can make it come true. Do you believe in this? Chapter 4. Cultivating to move like a crane. When Xiao Mo's consciousness detached from the 100 Worlds book, it was already 6 o'clock the next morning. He had spent nearly 2 months within the tome. Although time flowed 100 times faster in the 100 Worlds book, its protective mechanisms allowed Xiao Mo to swiftly acclimate to the real-world pace. Moreover, while experiencing life within the book, his physical vitality had also been rejuvenated. However, a frown creased Xiao Mo's brow. Despite having been a Yuaning-level sword cultivator and mastering the Caozi sword technique within the book, he awoke with no recollection of these skills. Xiao Mo had intended to practice the Caozi sword technique in reality, but that now seemed impossible. After a light breakfast, he continued to rest in bed, as he had yet to fully recover from his illness, and was thus excused from visiting the Empress Dowager or attending the morning court session. In truth, Xiao Mo considered the morning court pointless, as it was predominantly filled with the followers of Yin Shan'eo, now 18 years of age. The Empress Dowager still held the reins of power, a truly unbecoming situation. Following Wang Can's exile from the capital, no one dared to confront Yin Shan'eo's wrath. Wei Sun, Xiao Mo called out. Your Majesty, Wei Gonggong hurried to his side. Your Majesty, what is the matter? Xiao Mo rose, clasping his hands behind him as he strolled within his chamber. The body should move like a crane, amidst 1,000 pines, with 2 volumes of classics. I come to inquire of Dao Wuyu, clouds in the azure sky, water in the bottle. Xiao Mo paused, turning to Wei Sun. From today onwards, I shall pursue immortality, practicing until one's form resembles that of a crane. Beneath 1,000 pines lie 2 volumes of scriptures. I come to inquire about the Tao, yet there is no extraneous discourse. The clouds linger in the azure sky, and water rests in the bottle. Yin Shan'eo contemplated the verses crafted by Xiao Mo, nodding in approval. Indeed, your Majesty possesses remarkable literary talent. Wei Sun lowered his head, hesitant to speak. Just moments ago, he had entered Lingxin Palace to convey the Emperor's intentions. The Empress Dowager, seated upon her elevated throne, calmly sipped her tea, as if all matters were of no concern to her. Despite being over 40, her beauty had not waned. Rather, it exuded a mature charm, with her every gesture not only reflecting the dignity of the Empress Dowager, but also an innate allure. Yin Shan'eo turned to Wei Sun. Did His Majesty truly express such sentiments? Historically, emperors have been influenced by the fortunes of mountains and rivers. How could one devoted to the pursuit of immortality achieve success? Those who seek the Tao often meet with poor outcomes. Yin Shao Sigit. I shall advise His Majesty to pay more attention to state affairs. As he listened to Yin Shan'eo's words, Wei Sun's brow furrowed, pondering how this individual could display greater shamelessness than himself, a mere eunuch. Did he truly wish for the emperor to focus on governance? Surely, he preferred that His Majesty immerse himself in the quest for immortality, ignoring court matters. Nevertheless, the poem was indeed commendable. Wei Sun, disseminate this poem among the ministers so they may appreciate His Majesty's literary prowess. Rising from his seat, Yin Shan'ao approached Wei Sun and patted his shoulder. Should anything arise with His Majesty, inform me promptly. You shall not be overlooked. However, should you harbor ulterior motives, you know the consequences. Rest assured, Prime Minister. Wei Sun hastily knelt, affirming his loyalty to both the Prime Minister and the Empress Dowager. Yin Shan'ao waved his hand. Go now. Shortly, several palace maids will be sent in. Deliver them to His Majesty. Yes, Prime Minister. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Wei Sun trembled as he exited Lingxin Palace. Once he departed, Yin Shan'ao turned to his sister with delight. Sister, now that His Majesty is wholly devoted to seeking immortality, what is your perspective? Practicing until one's form resembles that of a crane. Beneath 1,000 pines lie 2 volumes of scriptures. I come to inquire about the Tao. Yet there is no extraneous discourse. The clouds linger in the azure sky, and water rests in the bottle. The Empress Dowager coldly laughed. Our emperor has never harbored ambition and has always been timid. Otherwise, we would not have chosen him as a successor. The last time Wang Can sought him, you dismissed Wang Can. Surely His Majesty was terrified, or else he would not have succumbed to illness. It appears he has completely abandoned the prospect of governance. The Empress Dowager raised her gaze to her brother. You did well to have Wei Sun disclose this poem. It serves us well. In the court, there are few who still have their hearts aligned with the Shao family. With His Majesty focused solely on immortality, what reason do they have to persist? A glint of ferocity shone in Yin Shan'ao's eyes. He had ascended to his current position solely through our efforts. How could he have dared to meet Wang Can? Should he continue to be unsteady and ungrateful, we could always select another emperor. The Empress Dowager cast a glance at Wei Sun. It's better to avoid complications. Find a means to eliminate Wang Can, but do so discreetly, leaving no trace. Do you understand? The censors are like dogs. They excel at biting. Reclining upon the soft couch, the Empress Dowager's maid approached, gently kneading the Dowager's legs and massaging her shoulders. By the way, how are matters with the Wandao Sect? Elder Huang from the Wandao Sect will arrive in our imperial capital in 3 months. I have already discerned his preferences. I previously corresponded with Elder Huang. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we should be able to establish a connection with the Wandao Sect as our ally. The Empress Dowager nodded, confident in her brother's capabilities. If we could ally with the Wandao Sect, all matters would become considerably easier. Whatever demands they might have, we shall endeavor to meet. Additionally, ensure that Elder Huang is shown around our Yin family. I am aware that the Wandao Sect is stringent in selecting disciples. Yet, if some disciples catch Elder Huang's eye, it would greatly benefit our Yin family. Ha ha ha! Should a descendant of our Yin family become a disciple of Jiang Qingyi, the entire Zhou kingdom would be at our command, and those old fogies would not dare to speak ill of us behind our backs. In such a case, sister, you might even become the first empress of the Zhou kingdom. The Empress Dowager cast a languid glance at her brother. Jiang Jianxian has achieved fame without accepting a single disciple. Do not dwell on such fantasies. Focus on your own affairs. Moreover, it is time to select a few young women from the Yin family to enter the palace. The future crown prince must belong to our Yin lineage. Yin Shan'ao bowed respectfully. Yes, sister. Chapter 5. Qingyi will never abandon it. After Shao Mo publicly declared his intent to seek immortality, even if he recovered from his illness, he could continue to live as a reclusive homebody without any qualms. Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, Shao Mo, under the guise of cultivating immortality, directed his consciousness into the 100 Generations book. Every 5 days, he would use the Su Tianju to assist Jiang Qingyi in nurturing her vitality and clearing her spiritual veins. Moreover, Shao Mo utilized his contribution points to procure various precious herbs, personally concocting medicine for Jiang Qingyi to consume according to the prescriptions outlined in the Su Tianju. As for Shao Mo's lifespan, he was indifferent. The cost of the Su Tianju was his own lifespan. What concern was that of Shao Mo? After all, he had only 50 years of life experience to savor. Given his current physical condition, he could persist for at least 70 years. Time was ample. Under Xiao Mo's meticulous care, Jiang Qingyi made remarkable progress. In just 1 month, she advanced from the first to the second level of qi training. While some prodigies could leap from the first to the fourth or even fifth levels within a month, compared to these talents, Jiang Qingyi's aptitude seemed lacking. Yet, Xiao Mo was content. The fact that Jiang Qingyi could cultivate was already commendable. Unbeknownst to him, several days slipped by in the real world. Xiao Mo remained engrossed in his pursuit of immortality, neglecting state affairs, presenting an air of indifference, and disregarding the advice of his ministers. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 months had passed within the 100 Generations book. During this nearly year-long period, Jiang Qingyi experienced rapid growth. At just 15 years of age, she was nearly 1.6 meters tall. This was to be expected, as since arriving at the Longquan Sword Sect, her needs were met. She enjoyed ample meals, with meat at every meal, and her nutrition steadily improved, leading to her accelerated growth. At this moment, Jiang Qingyi resembled a willow sapling sprouting, embodying the essence of a young woman blossoming into maturity. 10 more days passed. On that morning, as Jiang Qingyi retracted her sword intent, the aura emanating from her elevated once more. Excellent, Xiao Mo commended the young girl. His disciple had now reached the 7th level of qi training. Upon hearing her master's voice, Jiang Qingyi turned and joyfully approached. Master, you are awake. The sun is already high. How could I remain in bed? Xiao Mo smiled gently, patting Jiang Qingyi's head. Qingyi, your cultivation speed is increasing. It seems your efforts have not been in vain. It is all due to your excellent teaching. It is the result of your diligence. Xiao Mo suddenly broke into a violent cough. Master, are you all right? Jiang Qingyi looked at her master with concern. Is it true? She asked anxiously, as this was the first time she had seen her master unwell. Of course it is, Xiao Mo diverted the subject. There are less than 3 months until the new blood competition. Are you prepared? Just give it your all and leave no regrets. As he spoke, Xiao Mo retrieved a sword box from his storage bag and handed it to Jiang Qingyi. Master, what is this? Jiang Qingyi inquired curiously. This is a gift for you. Open it and see. Jiang Qingyi opened the box to reveal a beautiful long sword within. What a stunning sword, she exclaimed. The long sword is sculpted from frost. Its blade, translucent, adorned with intricate lotus patterns. This sword, named Xian Shuang, is a 4th-grade magical artifact, not exceedingly rare, yet undeniably beautiful and well-suited for you. What do you think? Do you like it? Yes, I like it. Jiang Qingyi nodded vigorously, expressing her gratitude to her master, promising to take good care of this sword. Xiao Mo chuckled softly, remarking that it was merely a 4th-grade magical artifact, aesthetically pleasing but not particularly valuable. He suggested that she would eventually discard it once her cultivation improved. Not all, master. Qingyi tightly embraced the sword's case and shook her head resolutely, promising to cherish it for a lifetime. Wan Jianzong, as the foremost sword sect in the realm of myriad laws, admits disciples of considerable talent. Even an outer disciple of Wan Jianzong possesses the potential of an inner disciple in other sections. Today marks the grand event of the New Blood Tournament, where all newly admitted disciples will compete. The New Blood Tournament, originating from the now extinct Longquan Sword Sect, follows the same rules as its predecessor, employing a lottery system for matches. The top 3 contenders will receive generous rewards, including but not limited to cultivation techniques and magical artifacts. Furthermore, the champion of each New Blood Tournament is gifted a treasure from the sect's leader. This time, the leader has offered a 1st-grade magical artifact as a prize, motivating all disciples. Early this morning, all participants in the New Blood Tournament, along with various elders and peak masters, gathered on a small plain. Each year, the leader of Wan Jianzong graces the first day of the tournament with their presence to declare its commencement, causing every young disciple to eagerly anticipate their arrival. The leader of Wan Jianzong is a legendary figure, revered among sword cultivators as a divine being, rarely seen even by the sect's high-ranking members. This occasion represents one of the few opportunities for many to witness the leader in their lifetime. As the hour of Chun approached, a shadow of a sword swept through the air, landing gracefully at the forefront of the plain. A woman stood upon a high platform, her long skirt billowing in the gentle breeze. At her waist hung a white, translucent sword, seemingly forged from mysterious ice. Is it the celestial sword by Xia of our Wan Jianzong? A female disciple inquired of her companion. No, the leader seldom wields by Xia. This sword is called Xian Shuang, merely a fourth-grade magical artifact, her friend explained. A fourth-grade magical artifact? What makes this sword special? How can it possibly suit the leader status? The disciple asked, momentarily taken aback. I cannot say, her friend replied. Perhaps this fourth-grade magical artifact holds some unique significance for the leader. Chapter 6. Master, I cannot do it. Come, come, the new blood tournament has commenced. Elder Chun Hai's newly accepted disciple, Zhuge Long, has reached the third layer of qi refining in just 1 month of cultivation, and now, after a year, he has progressed to the half-step foundation establishment stage. Zhuo Fenghua, the cherished disciple of the peak master of Ni Chong Peak, has mastered the Ni Chong sword technique to perfection, achieving the 9th layer of qi refining, making her a strong contender for the championship. Xiao Yan, the direct disciple of the head of Yunhai Hall, acquired an ancient fire sword technique during an excursion, gaining strength with each new fire absorbed, and has reached the 7th layer of qi refining in just 6 months, possessing the capability to defeat enemies beyond his level. Nanwen, the son of the peak master of Yunlong Peak, has achieved mastery of the thunder fire sword technique. As the new blood tournament approached, various gambling houses in Longquan Town began their promotions, enticing disciples of Longquan Sword Sect to place their bets. When betting, these establishments would also provide information about the contestants, instilling confidence in bettors, leading them to believe they were the ones in control. Little did they know, the information they possessed was common knowledge among others. They were merely pawns in the game. On this day, Xiao Mo entered the largest casino in Longquan Sword Sect. The casino featured a designated area for the new blood tournament, where the names of participants were displayed on boards, accompanied by odds that updated every hour, facilitating easy betting for the disciples. Xiao Mo searched diligently, but could not find the name he sought. Excuse me, could you tell me why the name I am looking for is not here? Xiao Mo asked a nearby staff member. Oh, fellow cultivator, you must be a newcomer, right? If your desired name is not on the wall, it indicates that the individual you seek is not a favorite to win, replied Su Xan, the attendant. Which name are you looking for? I can check for you. Ling Qianfeng Jiang Qingyi, Xiao Mo replied slowly. Ah, Jiang Qingyi from Ling Qianfeng. Let me take a look, Su Xian said, retrieving a box and probing within. Found it. Jiang Qingyi, qi refining 7th layer, initially struggled to progress, but seems to have encountered some fortuitous opportunity, achieving the 7th layer in a year. Her strength is decent, and she has a chance to place in the top 50, but to claim victory, she still has quite a way to go. What are the odds? Xiao Montag in Kvilet nonchalantly. The odds for placing in the top 50 are 1 to 2. The top 32 are 1 to 3. The top 16 are 1 to 10, and the top 8. Just tell me the odds for winning, Xiao Mo interrupted. Ha ha, fellow cultivator. No one is betting on Jiang Qingyi to win. Let me explain our gambling house's rules. We have several pools, one of which is the championship pool, which only accepts bets on the winner and must be placed before the tournament begins. If you bet on Jiang Qingyi and no one else does, our house takes a 1-point fee, and the entire pool of spirit stones belongs to you. However, you must understand that each bet starts at a minimum of 5 high-grade spirit stones, which is not an insignificant amount. I know you wish to support your friend, but business is business. No one wants to lose money. Xiao Mo regarded the attendant with indifference, dismissing further conversation, and tossed a bag of high-grade spirit stones, a total of 50 high-grade spirit stones, all on Jiang Qingyi for the win. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiao Mo encountered Jiang Qingyi, who was just leaving the kitchen with a meal. Since Jiang Qingyi arrived at Ling Qianfeng, she has been the one to clean Xiao Mo's courtyard and prepare his meals. Initially, her culinary skills were lacking, but she learned quickly, and over time, her cooking has improved significantly. Nearly a year has passed, and her skills now rival those of some chefs in the inns of Longquan Town. Good. Xiao Mo nodded as he sat on a stone bench. The dishes on the table were made from ingredients far superior to ordinary fare, consisting of the flesh and blood of spiritual beasts, along with vegetables rich in spiritual energy, beneficial for cultivation. Jiang Qingyi finally presented a dish of water spinach and served Xiao Mo a generous bowl of rice. The master and disciple sat across from each other, enjoying their meal. Shortly thereafter, a crow arrived at the summit of Ling Qianfeng, cawing as it flew. Elder Xiao, you have a letter. With that, The crow dropped a letter from the sky. After receiving it, Xiao Mo opened it, then tucked it away. Master, what does the letter say? Jiang Qingyi asked. Nothing of importance, merely a confirmation of my bet. A bet? A confirmation? Jiang Qingyi blinked, suddenly realizing it was about the betting for the new blood competition. It seemed many people were placing bets recently. Master, who do you think will win the championship? Xiao Mo smiled, gazing fondly at his disciple. What do you think? Jiang Qingyi was taken aback. No, master. How can you bet on me? I'm not capable. She hurriedly waved her hands. Although she promised to perform well in the new blood competition for her master, she truly lacked confidence in winning the championship. You are my disciple. If I do not bet on you, whom shall I bet on? Xiao Montak chuckled. Then how much did you bet? Jiang Qingyi looked at her master anxiously. Not much. Xiao Mo lifted his bowl and took a bite. That's good. Only 50 high-grade spirit stones. Jiang Qingyi gasped, standing up abruptly. Master, your monthly salary is only 20 high-grade spirit stones. That is true, Xiao Mo smiled at Jiang Qingyi. But how can my disciple go without any bets? But master, that's too much. Jiang Qingyi had already begun to exhibit some managerial traits. Do not worry. Xiao Mo gently patted her head. In 10 days, my salary will come in. We will not starve. However, by then, I shall have to bet another half a month as salary to support my disciple. Master, Jiang Qingyi's voice echoed through the mountains. You really cannot bet anymore. A few days later, when Xiao Mo's salary was distributed, Jiang Qingyi clung tightly to it, unwilling to return it to her master. Although she felt delighted that her master had bet on her, the idea of winning was incredibly daunting. She could not allow her master to waste money any further. As for the money her master wagered, Jiang Qingyi had made up her mind. Soon, the day of the new blood competition arrived. That morning, Xiao Mo led Jiang Qingyi down the mountain to the competition venue. The new blood competition took place on a small plain, segmented into various areas by arrays. Each array served as a competition stage. Jiang Qingyi drew lots and was placed in Group A. Her first opponent was an inner sect disciple from Jianfeng, at the 6th level of Qi refinement. As a 7th level Qi refinement practitioner, Jiang Qingyi found it relatively easy to handle. Indeed, in the first round, Jiang Qingyi won effortlessly. Xiao Mo was not surprised by her victory. Although all new entrants could participate in the new blood competition, most were merely participants. The first round served to filter out practitioners below the 5th level of Qi refinement, resulting in most high-level participants easily defeating their lower-level counterparts. The real competition began in the second round. This year, 300 disciples entered the second round. Jiang Qingyi faced an inner sect disciple from the Sword Array Hall, both at the 7th level of Qi refinement. As the name suggests, disciples from a Sword Array Hall excelled in using sword formations. One sword alone could not form a sword array, so they typically carried large sword cases containing several swords. This match was not easy for Jiang Qingyi. Ultimately, she narrowly defeated her opponent, but sustained some injuries. Medical practitioners were present to tend to her wounds immediately. The new blood competition lasted 4 days. On the second day, the competition adopted a format of 3 participants per match, eliminating 2 and advancing 1. By the end of the second day, Jiang Qingyi had entered the top 100 of the new blood competition. However, as she observed her disciple struggling, Xiao Mo thought it unlikely that Jiang Qingyi could win more than 1 more match. The following day would feature draws for pairings, arena battles, and 3-person contests. The schedule was quite tight, aiming to select the top 16. Those who reached the third day were not to be underestimated. Xiao Mo was already contemplating how to comfort Jiang Qingyi. Do not worry, Qingyi, you have performed admirably. Being among the top 100 is commendable. No, master. Jiang Qingyi clasped her hands in front of her. You have wagered so many spirit stones. I must do my best. Otherwise, all your spirit stones will be wasted. Xiao Mo wanted to say something more, but upon seeing his disciple's resolute expression, he simply smiled gently and ruffled her hair. It will not be wasted. This is support for you. Master, you really... Jiang Qingyi sighed. Although she appeared to lament her master's extravagance, she felt warmth in her heart. In the first match of the third day, Jiang Qingyi faced an inner sect disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement. To everyone's eyes, Jiang Qingyi was undoubtedly destined to lose. Initially, she was indeed pressured by her opponent, with little hope of victory in sight. Watching from the sidelines, Xiao Mo was ready to raise a white flag in surrender for Jiang Qingyi. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Jiang Qingyi managed to break through to the 8th level of qi refinement. Seizing the opportunity as her opponent hesitated, she unleashed the burning grass style of her Saozi sword technique. The long sword in her hand cleaved through the flames, turning the tide of battle. Yet, Jiang Qingyi had no time to revel in her victory, as she had to prepare for the next round. To Xiao Mo's astonishment, by the end of the third day's matches, Jiang Qingyi had advanced to the top 16. Master, I made it to the top 16. Jiang Qingyi rushed to her master. Brimming with joy, she stood on tiptoe, raising her chin, eagerly awaiting her master's praise. Very impressive, as expected of my disciple. Xiao Mo extended his hand to gently wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. However, Qingyi, let us forfeit. Jiang Qingyi stared blankly at her master. You have barely won your matches today, and your injuries are too severe. Xiao Mo patted the girl's head. You've already proven yourself. I am very satisfied. In Xiao Mo's view, Qingyi had reached her limit. Although others in the top 16 were also injured, her wounds were more severe. Given that the intensity would increase the following day, any mishap could be detrimental. Jiang Qingyi lowered her head, her small hands tightly clutching her skirt, appearing very conflicted. However, in the end, she lifted her head, her eyes resolutely fixed on Xiao Mo master. I am not afraid. I wish to continue competing. In the realm of myriad laws, at the Wandao Sect, the maid Xiao Yi approached the sect master's residence. Sect master, here is the list for the second round of a new blood competition for your review. The sect master of Wandao Sect cast a faint glance at Xiao Yi. No need. I trust you to handle matters. Yes, sect master. Xiao Yi tucked away the list. Sect master, a disciple from Tianji City, sent a letter, stating that the city lord has done his utmost, and this is the limit. As soon as Xiao Yi finished speaking, the sect master of Wandao Sect abruptly turned to stare at her. Under the sect master's gaze, Xiao Yi felt her throat constrict, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as if a great weight pressed upon her. Letter. The sect master of Wandao Sect uttered a single word. Quickly, Xiao Yi retrieved a letter from her bosom. She had never seen the sect master in such a state. The sect master beckoned with a finger, and the letter flew into her hand. In the Zhou Kingdom, the imperial capital, half a stick of incense later, the sect master of Wandao Sect's eyes flickered as he exhaled deeply, raising the letter gently. The white paper instantly transformed into countless fragments, scattering with the wind. At last, I shall find you. The master of the Wandao Sect gazed upon the myriad stars, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was the first time in 3 millennia that a woman had revealed such joy. I had foretold that you could not escape, he remarked. Master. Chapter 8. The funds wagered by the master have been repaid by the disciple. This Jiang Qingyi is indeed formidable. I heard that when she was first brought to the Longquan Sword Sect by Elder Xiao, she could not even enter the qi cultivation realm for months. Yet, who would have known that she would suddenly achieve such enlightenment, advancing at an astonishing pace? Elder Xiao truly possesses remarkable insight. On the observation platform, those beside Xiao Mo engaged in animated discussions about Jiang Qingyi. Xiao Mo, observing Qingyi as she recuperated, found himself in a daze. He could hardly fathom that Qingyi had truly made it to the finals. It felt akin to a narrative where, just as the protagonist is on the verge of defeat, they grasp an epiphany or experience a sudden breakthrough. For instance, during the semifinals, Jiang Qingyi, in a dire moment, refused to concede and ultimately transcended to the 9th layer of qi cultivation. If that were indeed the case, Xiao Mo felt reassured. After all, Qingyi bore the aura of a protagonist, which would render her less susceptible to misfortune. Finals. Lingqian Peak. Jiang Qingyi versus Xiao Yan of Yunhating. A steward proclaimed loudly. Rising, Jiang Qingyi strode towards the grandest array in the center of the plain. Upon entering the formation, she turned her head to glance in Xiao Mo's direction, offering a radiant smile. Xiao Mo furrowed his brow, silently mouthing the words, "Do not be reckless." Before the finals, a master could concede on behalf of their disciple. However, in the finals, only the disciple themselves could surrender. Yet, those who reached the finals were all proud and talented individuals. They would not yield unless utterly incapacitated. There had even been instances in past new blood competitions where fatalities occurred. Jiang Qingyi, seemingly oblivious to her master's caution, stepped into the formation. As the contest commenced, Xiao Yan, hailed as a favorite to win, showcased his prowess as a potential prodigy of the new generation. Having absorbed 3 kinds of extraordinary flames, he stood at the threshold of foundation establishment, his realm's quality exceedingly remarkable. Each type of flame he wielded bore distinct properties, augmenting the might of his sword strikes. Jiang Qingyi found herself with no opportunity to counterattack, forced to evade continuously while seeking an opening. Is running all you can do? Xiaoyan sneered, raising his sword high. The blade, imbued with the chilling power of Bone's spirit fire, descended upon her. Caught off guard, Jiang Qingyi hastily blocked it with her Xian Shuang sword, but was sent flying 20 meters away. The sword embedded itself in the ground as she coughed, blood seeping from her lips. Xiaoyan showed no mercy, launching another strike aimed directly at her brow. Jiang Qingyi parried with a flick of her sword, executing the second move of the grass character's sword technique. The brush moves like a dragon. Her swordplay, akin to wild cursive calligraphy, was unpredictable yet flowed with an innate elegance. Her sword chi left in its wake ink-like afterimages in the air. Although lacking in sheer strength, her agility was unparalleled. She adeptly combined footwork with her sword moves, each angle of attack cunningly devised. Even as she advanced, fleeting shadows lingered in the air, subtly disorienting her opponent and briefly constraining their movements. Some spectators believed Jiang Qingyi had turned defense into offense, perhaps even gaining the upper hand. But in truth, Xiao Mo and the elders present understood that Jiang Qingyi's responses to Xiao Yan's onslaught were limited and that he was preparing to unleash a decisive blow. Interesting, but regrettably insufficient. The first place in the new blood competition shall be mine. After distancing himself, Xiao Yan felt ready. He stepped forward, and blossoms of sword lotuses erupted from the ground. The searing flames tousled Jiang Qingyi's hair. As a fellow disciple, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Surrender. Otherwise, with this strike, you shall perish. Flames surged around Xiao Yan, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a deity. Jiang Qingyi took a deep breath, rising to her feet and drawing her long sword. Come forth if you dare. Xiao Yan bellowed, and countless sword lotuses bloomed at his feet. Each lotus bore cracks, and in the next moment, they detonated. Qingyi, surrender, Xiao Mo shouted. Although he understood this was merely an experience of life, he knew that everything in the 100 Realms book was but an illusion. Yet, after spending so much time together, how could he lack feelings for Qingyi? It was akin to watching a drama, feeling sorrow when a beloved character faced dire straits. Xiao Yan's sword, qi, spiritual energy, and extraordinary flames intertwined. With each lotus that shattered, ripples of residual force surged towards Jiang Qingyi. After 9 sword lotuses burst, blood streamed from her 7 orifices, and she knelt, unable to stand. Yet she refused to surrender. The last lotus, the mightiest of all, was about to shatter. Gazing at it, Jiang Qingyi recalled the harrowing memories of bandits invading her home, her parents hiding her in a cupboard while she helplessly witnessed their demise. She remembered being taken by the bandits to a lavish mansion, where they spoke of extracting her bones. She remembered awakening to find herself abandoned on a hillside, surrounded by corpses. She recalled begging on the streets, living day by day. Finally, she remembered stealing buns and nearly facing the wrath of the shopkeeper when her master appeared before her. It was because of her master that she was able to survive. It was her master who enabled her to cultivate. I cannot let my master down. My master is my everything. Taking a deep breath, the young girl stood tall, her Xian Shuang long sword emanating waves of sword intent. 9 in total. This was the 4th move of the grass character's sword technique, 9-leaf sword. With a thunderous sound, as the final sword lotus erupted, the girl thrust her sword forward. A tremendous noise resonated from the formation, dust swirling high into the air. Xiao Mo leaped down from the observation platform, rushing towards the array. With a grand gesture, he dispelled the dust, revealing Qingyi standing resolutely in place. On the opposite side of the formation, Xiao Yan lay motionless, entirely unconscious. Qingyi, Xiao Mo called out. Hearing his voice, Jiang Qingyi turned, offering a faint smile before collapsing forward. Xiao Mo hurriedly rushed to catch her. Master, Jiang Qingyi vispiret vikli in xi I omos embrace. Chapter 9. The master is more than just Qingyi's teacher. Qingyi, take your medicine. Master, I can manage by myself. Look at your current state. How can you drink your medicine alone? Open your mouth quickly. Thank you, master. Atop Lingxian Peak, in the courtyard, Jiang Qingyi lay in bed, her small mouth agape as Xiao Mo gradually fed her the herbal concoction. Though she had secured first place in the new blood competition, her injuries were severe. Had she not comprehended the ninth leaf sword at the critical moment, she might have perished. You must refrain from being so reckless in the future, Xiao Mo sighed. After administering the medicine, he placed the bowl aside and handed her a storage pouch. Master, what is this? Jiang Qingyi inquired with curiosity. This is the spiritual stones you earned for winning first place in the new blood competition, including the ones I wagered, as well as the rewards from the Longquan Sword Sect, all contained within. Master, I do not need these. You should keep them. Jiang Qingyi attempted to return the pouch to Xiao Mo. How can you not need them? Xiao Mo smiled and said, in the future, you will need to establish your foundation. After that, there are various realms such as the Dongfu realm and Longmen realm, all of which require spirit stones. However, Master also needs them. He gently patted Jiang Qingyi's head and added, as for my own realm, I believe I have reached my limit. Impossible. Master, you are only 20 years old. There is still ample time ahead. I have heard many elders say that you are the youngest Yuanying realm cultivator to date and will surely attain the Xianren realm in the future, Jiang Qingyi exclaimed excitedly. In truth, Xiao Mo was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Had he not utilized the Su Tianju to assist Jiang Qingyi in reshaping her roots and unblocking her spiritual veins, he felt that with the enhancement of his sword bone, he could have attained the Xianren realm. However, a year had passed, and while his sword bone remained intact, his foundation had suffered damage. Moreover, he realized that he had limited years left to live. Xiao Mo said, if you want to keep it, then keep it. If I need it, I will ask you for it. All right, I will help Master take care of the little wallet. If you need anything, you must come to me. Everything I have belongs to you, Master. Good, Xiao Mo replied with a smile. 2 months passed, and Jiang Qingyi's injuries had nearly healed. Xiao Mo continued to aid her in reshaping her roots. Since Jiang Qingyi was missing a sword bone, Xiao Mo effectively forced the construction of a false bone for her. This bone was formed from Xiao Mo's spiritual power, necessitating regular maintenance from him. Once Jiang Qingyi reached the Jindan realm, that false bone would solidify. Another 6 months went by, and Jiang Qingyi had perfected her qi training at the 9th level, ready to challenge the foundation establishment realm. Xiao Mo personally protected her during the process. After consuming a foundation establishment pill, Jiang Qingyi broke through. In an instant, thunder roared across the sky, and bolts of lightning descended upon her. Typically, when one transcends the foundation establishment tribulation, only 3 bolts of lightning strike. Yet, Jiang Qingyi faced a staggering 9. Had it not been for Xiao Mo's meticulous preparations, utilizing various treasures and pills for the tribulation, her fate would have been dire. After entering the foundation establishment realm, Jiang Qingyi's cultivation speed surged even further. This was indeed a positive development, for the faster she cultivated, the higher her realm would be 50 years hence. However, Xiao Mo found himself employing the Su Tianju with increasing frequency on Jiang Qingyi. If this continued, he feared his remaining lifespan might dwindle to just 40 years. One day, the Longquan Sword Sect assigned Jiang Qingyi a mission. Disciples in the Foundation Establishment realm were required to undertake such tasks, and Jiang Qingyi was no exception. Xiao Mo stealthily followed her as her protector. Nevertheless, unless it was a life-or-death moment, he would not intervene. This was not only a rule of the Longquan Sword Sect, but also a necessary experience for cultivators to grow through life and death. Jiang Qingyi never provided Xiao Mo with an opportunity to intervene. She completed each task exceptionally well, showcasing her formidable strength and even a degree of leadership. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Qingyi had become a representative of the new generation of disciples within the Longquan Sword Sect, and her reputation gradually spread across the land. In her 17th year, Jiang Qingyi ascended to the Dongfu realm. She had remarkably achieved a new realm every year and a half, leaving her contemporaries far behind. On the day she turned 18, Xiao Mo concocted an excuse for her to go to Longquan town to buy wine. Seizing the opportunity while she was away, he hurriedly prepared in the courtyard. After more than half an hour, Jiang Qingyi returned to the mountain with the wine her master requested, only to see him standing in the moonlight, smiling in her direction. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she ran over, holding up the jar of wine. Master, here is the wine you wanted, 20-year-old osmanthus wine from Aunt Wang's house. Just 1 jar left. Thank you, Xiao Mo replied, taking the jar and handing her a piece of black cloth. What is this, master? Jiang Qingyi asked curiously. Cover your eyes, he instructed. She blinked, then took the cloth and covered her eyes, trusting her master completely. No peeking now, Xiao Mo said, gently taking her hand and leading her forward. All right, you can uncover your eyes now. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiao Mo spoke. When she removed the cloth, Jiang Qingyi's eyes fell upon a large osmanthus cake adorned with a slender candle that read Happy Birthday. Qingyi, Master, what is this? She asked, her eyes widening. This is a custom from my hometown. We eat cake on birthdays. In previous years, either you or I were on missions during your birthday. This year, we are both here, and it is your 18th birthday. Originally, I intended to use a cake, but the chef in Longquan town cannot make cakes. So I substituted with osmanthus cake, Xiao Mo explained. Make a wish, then blow out the candle, and your wish will come true. Okay, Jiang Qingyi replied, closing her eyes and clasping her hands together to make a wish. 3 breaths later, she opened her eyes and blew out the candle. Master, do you want to know what my wish is? She asked, turning around with a playful glint in her eyes. Let me guess. You wish to reach the Jindan realm as soon as possible? No. Is it that you want to eat the grilled fish from Zhuai, Xian, Lu every day? Not that either. Then what is it? It's a secret that I want to tell you. Master, she teased, turning back to gaze lovingly at her birthday cake. One day, Master will know that I wish for you to be more than just my teacher. Chapter 10. If Jiang Qingyi were to learn the truth, how would she feel? In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed in the 100 Lives book. Initially, Jiang Qingyi was a cultivator who could not even step into the Qi training realm. Yet now, she had reached the Jindan realm. It took her merely 14 years to ascend from Qi training to Jindan, a talent that stood unparalleled across the land. Jiang Qingyi had become a deacon of the Longquan Sword Sect. Once she reached the Yuanying realm, she could become an elder of the sect. The Longquan Sword Sect was a major sect. Otherwise, in the vast world, a Yuanying realm cultivator could establish their own sect. Cough, cough, cough. On the bed, Xiao Monta coughed incessantly. His complexion was pale, and he appeared gravely ill, as if his life were drawing to a close. After Jiang Qingyi entered the Jindan realm, Xiao Mo no longer needed to use his lifespan to employ the Su Tianju on her. However, over the past decade, each use of the Su Tianju had taken a significant toll on him. As Jiang Qingyi's realm grew higher, Xiao Mo found himself using the Su Tianju even more frequently, each time diminishing his lifespan further. Now, he estimated that he might have less than 30 years left to live. Even if he lived for 30 more years, combined with the previous 14, he would not surpass 45 years. He would not reach the 50 years stipulated by the 100 Lives book. But did Xiao Mo feel regret? Absolutely not. Given the chance to choose again, he would make the same decision. Without the Su Tianju, Jiang Qingyi would not only have become a top-tier swordsmanship genius, but she might not have been able to tread the path of cultivation at all. Xiao Mo was relieved that after each training session, he used spells to conceal his poor complexion. Furthermore, he occasionally went on missions. Otherwise, if Jiang Qingyi were to discover the truth, it would be unthinkable. She would never allow him to use the Su Tianju on her again, even if it meant her death. She would be consumed by guilt, ultimately affecting her Dao Heart, leading to the complete collapse of their efforts. Now, Xiao Mo had only one final task left to accomplish. At present, my physical condition still possesses a modicum of combat capability. After all, the Yuanying realm is firmly established, allowing me to continue safeguarding Jiang Qingyi. Once Qingyi ascends to the Yuanying realm, I shall be able to fulfill my final task. I can only hope that, by then, Qingyi will not hold it against me. Xiao Mo leaned against the bed, murmuring to himself. Yet, immediately after speaking, he could not help but chuckle and shake his head. By that time, even if Qingyi were to blame me, what of it? This was merely an experience of life. Qingyi, after all, is but a figment of existence. Upon my departure from Bai Shu, this world shall irrevocably cease to exist. Contemplating this, Xiao Mo felt a pang of reluctance. The time spent within Bai Shu was undeniably tangible. Over the span of more than a decade, my bond with Qingyi had grown as intimate as that of family. Alas, I have become too deeply enmeshed in this narrative. Coughing persistently, Xiao Mo found himself increasingly distressed. He hastily grasped a handkerchief from the bedside, covering his mouth, only to reveal the vivid crimson of blood upon it. Master, Jiang Qingyi entered with medicine in hand, witnessing her master's violent coughing fit, and rushed to his side. Are you all right, master? She placed the medicine on the nightstand, kneeling beside the bed, her eyes filled with concern for her master. Over the years, her master's health had deteriorated significantly. Ever since she entered the Golden Core realm, her master's life force flickered like a candle in the wind, as though it could extinguish at any moment. Jiang Qingyi was unaware of the reasons behind this decline. Her master had claimed that he sustained an injury during a mission, which initially seemed plausible to her. However, as time passed, Jiang Qingyi began to sense something amiss. Regardless of the task her master undertook, even minor ones, he seemed to encounter formidable adversaries that left him injured. Surely, his luck could not be so severely lacking. I am fine, do not worry. Xiao Mo discreetly removed the handkerchief. However, Jiang Qingyi noticed the bloodstains. The young woman pressed her lips together tightly. Master, let me help you with your medicine. She lifted the bowl of medicine. No need, your master has hands. I can manage on my own. Xiao Mo reached for the bowl, but Jiang Qingyi refused to relinquish it. Master, just lie back. Do you remember after the New Blood tournament? I was injured, and you fed me medicine every day. Now that you are unwell, it is only right for me to care for you. Very well. Observing Jiang Qingyi's resolute demi-anno, Xiao Montag relented. After the medicine was administered, Jiang Qingyi assisted Xiao Mo in lying down. Master, please rest well. Trust that you'll be fine. Do not fret. Your master is not on the brink of death yet, and I have yet to see you find a reliable partner. Xiao Mo replied with a smile. Master, please do not jest. I have no need for a partner, Jiang Qingyi teased, casting a playful glance at her master before tucking him in and exiting with a medicine bowl. Just as Jiang Qingyi closed the door, her lovely eyes furrowed in thought as she placed the bowl on the stone table in the yard and flew directly to the medical hall. As soon as Jiang Qingyi departed, a knock echoed at Xiao Mo's door. Is there something you need, Qingyi? Xiao Montag inquirit. The door swung open, revealing a woman. Upon seeing her, Xiao Mo's expression momentarily froze, a hint of murderous intent flashing across his gaze. He recognized her instantly. She was from the Xiao royal family of Liang Kingdom. More precisely, she was Xiao Mo's sword attendant. Since childhood, she had grown alongside him. When Xiao Mo severed ties with the Xiao royal family, he had intended to take her with him, but she had declined. Only then did Xiao Mo comprehend that she was not merely his sword attendant, but rather the sword attendant of the prince of the Xiao family. Xiao-chan, what brings you here? Xiao Mo's brow furrowed, his tone decidedly unfriendly. This was not due to her refusal to accompany him over a decade ago. He could understand her choice. His wariness and animosity stemmed entirely from her allegiance to the Xiao royal family. Perhaps the royal family was plotting something against him. Young master, it has been quite some time. Xiao-chan stepped forward and bowed to Xiao Mo. She remained as she always had, her words and actions devoid of warmth. From the moment Xiao Mo met her, she had been this way, as if nothing could elicit an emotional response from her. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I am no longer the heir to the Xiao royal family. Speak plainly. What has my father sent you to convey? Xiao Montag replied coldly. Is the prince who wishes for you to become a gifted sword cultivator. You have reached the Yuan-Ing realm at the tender age of 18 solely, because the prince provided you with that sword bone. Xiao Montag scoffed. Do you not realize that had I known I was implanted with someone else's sword bone, especially that of a 4-year-old girl, I would have preferred to remain an ordinary person for all my days? Are you aware that that little girl nearly perished from the loss of her sword bone? In your eyes, was the transplantation of a congenital sword bone for my benefit, or was it merely a means to fulfill my father's ambitions? Go and inquire of him. You have not changed at all. Xiao-chan shook her head, letting out a sigh. Young master, you possess many admirable qualities, but you have inherited the queen's kindness. The queen is all well and good, but she has raised you to be too soft. As her words faded, a surge of sword energy sliced through the air, cleanly severing a strand of her hair, which drifted gently to the ground. A slender wound appeared on Xiao-chan's porcelain cheek, blood seeping from the incision. Xiao Mo regarded Xiao-chan with icy disdain. This strike is a courtesy, given our shared upbringing. If you dare to speak ill of my mother again, the next sword strike shall sever your neck. Xiao Mo's patience had worn thin. Although he understood that he was merely experiencing life, the memories of this world belonged to him entirely. His mother was his mother, though she had passed when he was but 7. Her gentleness and teachings remained vividly etched in his heart. He would not permit anyone to speak disparagingly of her. Xiao-chan paid no heed to her wound. her gaze steady upon Xiao Mo as she slowly spoke. In the 3rd year following your departure, a younger brother was born to you, unlike the sword bone you received. The second young master possesses dual pupils, which are by no means inferior to a sword bone. Provided nothing unforeseen occurs, he is destined to reach the realm of immortals, perhaps even ascend to the heavens. The Xiao royal family shall endure forever. The Liang royal family shall remain puppets to the prince for generations to come. Xiao Mo chuckled lightly. Is this why your prince has sent you to find me? I am well aware of my father's intentions. In this world, emperors bear immense karmic burdens. A successful cultivator who ascends to the throne becomes ensnared by karma, impeding their progress and potentially leading to their demise. Conversely, an ordinary person who becomes emperor finds their cultivation path exceedingly difficult, even if they possess extraordinary talent, often achieving little more than the 9th level of chi refinement. Unable to establish a foundation, and living only a few decades longer than an ordinary person, his father sought to have it both ways. He desired the power of a vast nation like Liang, yet wished to evade the consequences of his actions. Thus, he manipulated the court, rendering the current Liang royal family mere puppet emperors. However, such actions would undoubtedly incite dissatisfaction within the court. In such circumstances, he would require formidable power to instill fear. Previously, that power had been Xiao Mo himself. The current force is none other than his half-brother. Although Shi Om has never met this brother of his, he cannot help but feel a sense of pity for him. Naturally not. She shook her head. It seems the young master has yet to grasp my meaning. Indeed, when you left, the prince did feel a tinge of regret, for he needed you. However, your persistent refusals led him to gradually lose hope. It was only after the birth of the second young master that the prince completely abandoned you. You no longer hold any ties to the Shi Wangfu, and I would not have sought you out under normal circumstances. However, your actions over the years compelled the prince to take notice of you once more. He never anticipated that the girl from back then was still alive. Even more astonishing was your ability to find her and guide her in her cultivation. Xiom furrowed his brow. For how long have you been monitoring me? Since you departed from the Wangfu and entered the Enku Nzing. She replied, you may not be aware, but the sect leader of Enku Nzing is a close friend of the prince, sharing mutual interests. Every action you take within the sect is under the prince's scrutiny. As I previously mentioned, after the second young master was born, had you remained compliant, or if Ji Inqi had been unable to cultivate, the prince would have lost interest in you entirely. Yet, you disregarded your own path and lifespan to employ the XTN Ju technique on Ji Inqi, and unexpectedly, it proved successful. Ji Inqi not only can cultivate, but possesses a terrifying talent. Within a mere 15 or 16 years, she has reached the JNDN realm. At this point, the prince can no longer afford to remain indifferent. What are your intentions? Xiom clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. You are well aware of our intentions, young master. The second young master has boundless potential. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he could reach the realm of immortality or even ascend. However, this is predicated on a foundation of no mishaps. Ji Inqi represents that unforeseen variable. You fear her vengeance, hence your desire to eliminate her? Xiom smiled faintly. Do you truly believe you can accomplish that? The most formidable cultivator in Shi Wangfu is that venerable elder, is it not? Or do you intend to call upon the sect leader of Enku Nzing? But they're mere YP realm cultivators, are they not? Do not forget, although I am in the later stages of you Nying, my sword bone is sufficient to slay foes beyond my realm. Do they dare act? You are mistaken. They need not take action. She shook her head. Do you not think that if Ji Inqi were to learn of your connection to her sword bone, and that your father had slain her parents for it, she would not have a reaction? What do you suppose her feelings would be upon discovering the truth? Chapter 11. Any means necessary. Whatever you need, I will do it. Upon arriving at the medical hall, Ji Inqi sought out a female attendant named Nyn. Ji Inqi held no fondness for Nyn. During an outing, her master had saved Nyn, and since then, she frequently visited Nyn Peak. Even a blind person could see that Nyn harbored feelings for her master. Yet she felt helpless, for her master was inherently kind, treating everyone with gentleness. Moreover, Whenever he fell ill and needed treatment, he always sought CHNYN's assistance. Although CHNYN was a competent individual, Ji Ingqi simply could not bring herself to like her, especially as her presence grew closer to her master. Were it not for her desire to dispel her doubts, Ji Ingqi would never have come here. Taking a deep breath, Ji Ingqi stepped into the room where CHNYN was located. Upon opening the door, she found CHNYN taking the pulse of a cultivator. CHNYN looked up, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ji Ingqi. As a woman, how could she not sense the animosity directed toward her? She understood the source of Ji Ingqi's hostility all too well. Fellow cultivator, you have been afflicted by the Su In Ing Palm, while the cold energy has been expelled in time. The Tn Su and X in SH in meridians remain somewhat damaged, though fortunately not severely. I have prepared several prescriptions for you. You may collect the medicine directly from the main hall, CHNYN said. Thank you, Dr. CHN, the man said, rising to bow before exiting with the prescription. Ji Ingqi closed the door, her brows knitted, her expression dark as she approached and sat across from CHNYN. What troubles you, Ji younger sister? Are you unwell? CHNYN inquired with a smile. My health is fine, Ji Ingqi replied coldly. I have come to inquire about my master's condition. CHNYN furrowed her brow. Has Shio's injury worsened? Yes, Ji Ingqi nodded. My master's health is deteriorating. His complexion has turned as pale as paper, and I can feel his life force growing increasingly feeble. Please wait a moment. CHNYN quickly rose and moved to the medicine cabinet, retrieving a vial which she handed to Ji Ingqi. What is this? Ji Ingqi asked, accepting the vial. This vial contains TNL-DN, which I personally concocted. It may alleviate your master's condition somewhat. CHNYN's eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy. Tomorrow morning, I will visit El Ingqian Peak to examine your master again. Yet your medical skills are not the best. If it were truly a matter of his root and bone, my master would surely seek the Hall Master. Why does he always come to you for treatment? Are you hiding something from me? Ji Ingqi gripped the vial tightly, her gaze fixed intently on CHNYN. Your master indeed has reasons beyond mere injuries, but I cannot disclose them. CHNY n'est demi-ano romain calme. Tell me. Ji Ingqi's tone carried a hint of menace. I wish I could tell you, for I believe your master's actions are profoundly irresponsible towards himself. However, I promised your master I would not reveal a word. With a flash, a beam of sword light darted before CHNYN. In an instant, the tip of the Su Inshu Ing sword was poised against her throat. Even if you kill me, it will not matter, CHNYN said, her eyes unwavering. As I stated, I will not tell you, and if you were to learn of this matter, I do not believe you would be able to bear it. Ji Ingqi bit her lip, her sword pressing forward, its sharp point piercing CHNYN's skin, crimson droplets of blood trickling down her neck. Yet, CHNYN remained silent, merely gazing calmly at Ji Ingqi. With a sudden motion, Ji Ingqi swung her sword to the side, causing a medicinal jar to shatter, its dark liquid spreading across the wooden floor. The two exchanged glances for a long while, until Ji Ingqi finally spoke, each word deliberate. How much longer can my master live? 30 years, CHNYN replied. Your master's lifespan is limited to 30 years, perhaps even less. 30 years? How can this be? Ji Ingqi retreated 2 steps, her eyes wavering, her grip on the sword trembling. For mortals, 30 years is not a short span. It may even be considered long. However, for cultivator, what difference is there between 30 years and 3 months? There are countless words left unspoken to her master. Numerous experiences yet to be shared. Impossible. Ji Ingqi suddenly lifted her head, directing her sword once more at CHNYN's brow. Liar. You must be deceiving me. My master is a late-stage Ying cultivator. He is destined for at least 3,000 years of life. He is barely over 30 years old. How can he only have 30 years left? CHNYN met Ji Ingqi's gaze, remaining silent, simply watching her. Ji Ingqi bit her lip harder, breaking the delicate skin, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. After a brief moment, Jiang Qingyi. akin to a deflated balloon, lowered her sword. She realized that Chen Yun had not deceived her. Chen Yun harbored feelings for her master and would never jest with his life. As a practitioner of medicine, she would never entertain such a joke. What on earth had happened to her master? Jiang Qingyi's eyes lost all color, even tinged with a hint of darkness, rendering her as if she were utterly broken. However, as soon as she posed her question, she let out a series of cold, mocking laughs. How foolish of me to ask you, knowing you would reveal nothing, right? My apologies. Observing the young girl before her, Chen Yun felt an immense empathy. She understood the bond between Jiang Qingyi and Xiao Mo. Without Xiao Mo, Jiang Qingyi might have been wandering the streets, unaware of the day she would perish from hunger. It was Xiao Mo who rescued her, guided her in her cultivation, and transformed her into a renowned sword cultivator. To her, Xiao Mo was the most significant person in this world. Is there any way to save my master? Jiang Qingyi raised her head, gazing at Chen Yun with a plea in her eyes. I am willing to do anything. There is no way. Chen Yun shook her head. I have exhausted every possible means. With a sigh, Chen Yun added, Qingyi, you are the most important person in his life. In the days to come, stay by his side. Chapter 12. As long as I am with my master, I fear nothing. Jiang Qingyi could not recall how she exited the medical hall. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of her master's limited time of 30 years. She could not fathom a world devoid of her master. What significance did this world hold without him? Unbeknownst to her, Qianling Peak appeared before her. I cannot face my master with such an expression. It would sadden him. Jiang Qingyi slapped her face lightly, exhaling deeply, forcing a smile as if she knew nothing. The afternoon sun illuminated Xiao Mo's paper-like visage, causing the young girl's heart to ache painfully. If only she could bear the suffering for her master. Master, why are you in the courtyard? You should rest well. Jiang Qingyi hurried towards her master at Lingqian Peak. Xiao Mo smiled. It is not good to stay indoors all the time. It gets too stuffy. I need some fresh air. Then I will accompany you, Jiang Qingyi said, rolling up her sleeves. She poured a cup of tea for her master and, standing behind her, gently massaged Xiao Mo's shoulders with her delicate hands. Qingyi, there is something I wish to discuss with you, seeking your opinion. Just as Jiang Qingyi forced back her chaotic thoughts, Xiao Mo spoke. Master, please speak freely. I will agree to anything you ask, Jiang Qingyi replied with a bright smile. Xiao Mo patted Jiang Qingyi's small hand. I wish to take a stroll outside. Would you like to accompany me? A stroll outside? Jiang Qingyi blinked in confusion at her master. Yes, Xiao Mo nodded. I want to leave the Longquan Sword Sect and see more of this world. Will you accompany me? Qingyi? I will. Jiang Qingyi declared without hesitation. Wherever my master goes, I will always be by her side. Very well. Xiao Mo smiled and nodded. Then prepare yourself. We shall depart tomorrow. Yes, I will pack right away. Jiang Qingyi hurried into her room to gather her belongings. For her, the prospect of journeying with her master to explore the mountains and rivers was exhilarating, far removed from the affairs of the sect. Moreover, what if they encountered some formidable cultivator who could heal her master's wounds? Or perhaps they might stumble upon a fortuitous opportunity that could cure her master's condition. Such possibilities were not far-fetched. After all, it was certainly more hopeful than remaining at the Longquan Sword Sect. The next morning, Xiao Mo and Jiang Qingyi departed from the Longquan Sword Sect without bidding farewell to anyone. Xiao Mo herself was uncertain of their destination, simply guiding Jiang Qingyi northward. They reached a town and purchased a carriage. Jiang Qingyi drove, while Xiao Mo sat within. The two traversed numerous towns, sometimes lodging in inns and at other times camping in caves. Before they knew it, a month had passed. They were unaware of how far they had traveled, but they had certainly left the boundaries of Liang Kingdom. In the second month after leaving the Longquan Sword Sect, as their carriage journeyed along a narrow mountain path, a woman stood before them. Who are you? Jiang Qingyi scrutinized the woman, her sword Xian Shuang firmly in hand. Qingyi, she is an acquaintance of mine, came Xiao Mo's voice from within the carriage. Xiao Mo lifted the curtain and stepped out. Jiang Qingyi quickly assisted her master down from the carriage. Qingyi, please fetch some water, Xiao Mo instructed. But master, Jiang Qingyi glanced at the cold woman, sensing her master's intention to send her away. Yet the woman appeared menacing. It is fine, Xiao Mo reassured her, patting Jiang Qingyi's small hand. I will be all right. Just do as I say. Jiang Qingyi bit her lip, casting one last glance at the woman before turning to fetch the water. I am curious why you wish to help me, Xiao Mo inquired, gazing at Xiachan. 2 months prior, when Xiachan sought out Xiao Mo, she had contemplated eliminating her. If Xiachan truly intended to reveal the truth to Qingyi, she would not have approached her, as it was unnecessary. She could have directly approached Qingyi. Thus, Xiao Mo concluded that Xiachan was merely there to inform her, aiming for her to leave the Longquan Sword Sect with Jiang Qingyi. It was your ladyship who saved me when I was on the brink of starvation that winter, Xiachan replied slowly. Now, the Xiao Wangfu has spared no effort and enlisted the Blood Butterfly Pavilion. The prince originally intended to inform Jiang Qingyi of her origins, inciting hatred towards you to shatter her heart and ruin your years of dedication. However, since the Blood Butterfly Pavilion has taken over, it is no longer necessary. The prince has asked me to convey to you that this is his final act of mercy as a father. Haha, the Blood Butterfly Pavilion, an organization that guarantees death. It is a fight to the bitter end, Xiao Mo chuckled lightly. Let them come and try. She suddenly burst into a fit of violent coughing, spitting out blood. She retrieved a vial from her robe and swallowed a pill. Observing Xiao Mo's frail condition, Xiachan frowned. This innate sword bone was forcibly transplanted onto you. It has nothing to do with you. You only need to focus on your cultivation, and your future is limitless. Yet now, you appear half alive. Do you believe this is worth it? It is not mine. It never was mine, and I do not desire it. I wish to come and go cleanly, just as my mother did, Xiao Mo replied, smiling at Xiachan. Xiachan turned her head, noticing Jiang Qingyi peering at her intently from behind a tree. Your ladyship is a good person, but being good does not guarantee good fortune. With that, Xiachan vanished into the woods. Once Xiachan departed, Jiang Qingyi rushed over. Master, what did that person want from you? She told me someone wants to kill us, and has involved the Blood Butterfly Pavilion. Xiao Mo gently patted Jiang Qingyi's head. So are you afraid? Jiang Qingyi grasped her master's hand tightly, shaking her head vigorously. As long as I am with my master, I fear nothing. Chapter 13. Is there anything special about the Zhou Kingdom? Xiao Mo's consciousness withdrew from the Baishur book. For nearly 2 months, Xiao Mo has been immersed in the pursuit of immortality, scarcely attending to the affairs of the court. Whenever hunger struck, he would summon the imperial kitchen to deliver meals. After all, as the emperor, even a puppet emperor, one is well attended to in matters of sustenance. Xiao Mo mused that even the esteemed Wanshou Di Jun could not rival his seclusion. Wei Sun, Xiao Mo called out. Hearing the summons, Wei Sun quickly entered the palace. Your Majesty. Initially, Wei Sun believed that the emperor's devotion to cultivation was a ruse to distract Yinshan Ao while secretly preparing for something, perhaps akin to a prince of the Chun kingdom who, after being sidelined by a powerful minister, discreetly trained assassins to undermine the authority. Yet, days turned into weeks, and he wondered if Xiao Mo had genuinely relinquished his quest for power. With a sigh of resignation, Wei Sun reflected on the difficulty of eliminating Yin Shan Ao, a practitioner at the Dragon Gate level. Wei Sun, you seem troubled. What is amiss? Xiao Montak in Kviat. Enough with the flattery. Have someone bring me food. I am rather famished, he added. The imperial kitchen has already prepared the meal and is en route, Wei Sun replied, having discerned the emperor's dining schedule since his dedication to cultivation began. I have something to say. Wei Sun hesitated but proceeded. Many ministers expressed discontent regarding your focus on cultivation, believing you should concentrate on state affairs. Xiao Mo chuckled. Are they secretly labeling me a foolish monarch? At this, Wei Sun hurriedly knelt before him. None would dare speak thus about your majesty. Calm yourself. I did not imply it was you, Xiao Mo replied, nonchalantly rise. Thank you, your majesty. Wei Sun stood, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The criticisms from the ministers were largely performative, aimed at showcasing their loyalty. Everyone knew that Yin Taiho and Yin Qingxiang held sway over the court. With his own power diminished, how could he govern effectively? If Yin Shan Ao perceived him as a threat, he might very well replace the emperor. The fate of a deposed emperor was often death. Thus, until he amassed sufficient strength, he must bide his time. Soon, his first experience of life within the Book of Ages would conclude, and he would see what rewards awaited him. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister requests an audience. A palace maid announced from outside the chamber. Quickly, let him in. Xiao Montak instructed. Yes, the maid bowed and opened the door. Prime Minister, please enter. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Yin Shan Ao, clad in a ceremonial sword, entered and bowed. There is no need for such formalities, Prime Minister, Xiao Mo said, hastily descending from his bed, shoeless, to greet him. What brings you here? Yin Shan Ao observed Xiao Mo's Taoist attire. Your majesty has been cultivating for nearly 2 months. I came to inquire about your progress. Haha, it is satisfactory. Xiao Mo replied with a smile. I find court matters too intricate and taxing. Since I began my cultivation, my mind has been clear, though I do appreciate your diligence with state affairs. It is my duty to alleviate your majesty's burdens. Yin Shan Ao replied with another bow. However, in about a month, Elder Huang from the Wandao Sect will visit our state. The Wandao Sect is the premier sword sect in the realm, and your majesty will need to personally receive Elder Huang. That is certainly no problem, Xiao Mo replied. Having only a vague understanding of the cultivation world and having merely heard of the Wandao Sect's renown, he was unaware of its leader's name. Moreover, your majesty is not young. I have selected some young ladies for the palace, all from prestigious families. Notably, there is a talented young lady from my Yin clan, Yin Rushui, who is exceptionally gifted and beautiful. I believe you will take a liking to her. Xiao Mo discerned the underlying message. Yin Shan Ao was nearly explicit in his suggestion for Xiao Mo to select Yin Rushui as a consort, and it would not be long before she became the empress. I have long heard of the talents of the Yin family. I shall keep a close watch. Xiao Mo nodded, clearly acquiescing. Seeing Xiao Mo's compliance, a smirk crept across Yin Shan Ao's face. This is for the best. Replacing the emperor would only complicate matters. Since all is well, I shall take my leave, he concluded. Take care, Prime Minister, and be mindful of your health. Wei Sun, see him off. Yes, your majesty. After Wei Sun escorted Yin Shan Ao away, Xiao Mo's brow furrowed. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Old tortoise, just wait. At Qinghe City, merely 30 li from the borders of the Zhou Kingdom, Elder Huang, flanked by 2 disciples clad in Wandao Sect attire, felt increasingly uneasy during their journey. Though they wore the garb of inner disciples, Huang felt certain that treating them as such would be a grave mistake. One was the sect's leader, the world's foremost Sword Immortal, while the other was the sword attendant, Qiu Yi. Huang could not fathom why the sect leader accompanied him to the Zhou Kingdom, disguising her identity as an inner disciple. What significance did the Zhou Kingdom hold? Chapter 14. Qing Yi becomes a master having departed from Qinghe City. Jiangqing Yi and her companions soared towards the capital of the Zhou Kingdom. For a practitioner of the Ascended Realm, like the leader of the Wandao Sect, reaching the capital would take no more than 3 days. Yet she chose not to rush. This was not merely due to Huang Wei and Qiu Ye's foundation being at the nascent soul stage. It stemmed from a lingering apprehension within her. For 3,000 years, she had searched. Countless times she received hints about him, yet each time she believed she was close, the individual she encountered was not him. The cycle of hope and disappointment had dulled her spirit. This time, it was the city lord of Tianji City who provided the information. The city lord's divination skills were unmatched in the world, yet calculations could still be erroneous. As the sect leader pondered, she spotted a cluster of mountains ahead. Her expression hesitated momentarily before she flew toward them. Upon reaching the mountain's peak, a sea of flowers unfolded before her eyes. The sect leader's gaze flickered, and she gracefully descended. Huang Wei and Qiu Yi exchanged glances, uncertain of the sect leader's thoughts, and followed her descent. The sect leader approached the flower-laden expanse, stepping forward with purpose. This area was encircled by mountains, forming a basin in the center. At the heart of the floral sea lay a sapphire lake. Finally, the sect leader halted before the lake, where a stone stood inscribed with words. However, due to the ravages of time, the inscriptions had become indistinct, and the stone itself had weathered considerably. Master, what significance does this stone tablet hold? Qiu Yue approached the leader of the Wandao Sect with curiosity and inquired, Do you know the name of this place? The sect leader lifted her gaze, and within her transparent eyes, the clear lake was reflected. Qiu Yue glanced at Elder Huang, who shook his head, his expression seemingly conveying that he had no knowledge of this place's name either. This place is called Huayunhai. The leader of Wandao Sect informed her accompanying sword attendant. Huayunhai, Qiu Yue softly repeated, What a lovely name. Did you coin it, sect leader? The leader of Wandao Sect shook her head. It was given by a man. A man? Qiu Yue questioned in confusion. What kind of man could hold such significance in the leader's heart? A man whom I must personally eliminate. The leader's delicate fingers gently caressed the carvings on the stone. Xiao Yue examined the indistinct marks and seemed to discern the character Xiao within them. Master, this place is truly beautiful. In a sea of flowers, Jiang Qingyi flitted about like a butterfly. It was the first time in a year that she encountered such breathtaking scenery. Master, come quickly. Jiang Qingyi called out to her master behind her. Coming, Xiao Mo replied, taking measured steps to catch up with his disciple. Wow, the lake is so blue, Jiang Qingyi exclaimed as she reached the water's edge, perceiving it not as mere water, but as if a celestial being had torn a piece from the azure sky and laid it amidst the floral expanse. Indeed, it is quite blue, Xiao Mo nodded, admiring the splendid view. Master, what do you think about us living here in seclusion? Jiang Qingyi turned around, her hands clasped behind her back, gazing sweetly at her master. This place is surrounded by mountains, and there are no paths leading to the outside world. The Shuodya Pavilion will surely not find us. Fool! Xiao Mo gently tapped Jiang Qingyi's head. She let out a playful sound, cradling her head in her hands. Master, that hurts. I'm not foolish. You say there are no paths to the outside world? Then, may I ask, how do we get here? Of course we flew here. Jiang Qingyi replied joyfully. After being pursued, they had abandoned their carriage weeks prior, as it was too slow. You do realize we flew here, Xiao Mo smiled. So tell me, do you think the cultivators of Shuodya Pavilion cannot fly? Jiang Qingyi pouted. That wretched Shuodya Pavilion is like a stubborn plaster. They still want to catch us while we seek seclusion. All right, let us watch a bit longer before we depart. The people from Shuodya Pavilion will soon be upon us. Master, wait. Let's give this place a name. Jiang Qingyi cheerfully suggested. What is there to name? Just one name, Master, please. This place is so beautiful. Fine. Xiao Mo contemplated for a moment and casually suggested, let us call it Huayunhai. Huayunhai. Yes, let it be Huayunhai. Jiang Qingyi exclaimed, drawing her Xuan sword and carving the word upon a stone by the lakeside. Huayunhai, visited by Master Xiao Mo and disciple Jiang Qingyi. After finishing, she clapped her hands together. Master, from this day forward, this place shall be our secret hideout, known only to us. In reincarnation, everything is forgotten. If one day I am reincarnated, or you are, and we stumble upon this place, we must remember each other. At that time, I shall still be your disciple. Perhaps not. Xiao Mo shook his head. Huh? Jiang Qingyi grasped her master's arm. Master, why not? Do you not wish to remember Qingyi? Not that. I merely find being your master a bit exhausting. Xiao Mo lightly flicked her forehead. In my next life, I want to take it easy. Oh, that is fine then. Jiang Qingyi snuggled against Xiao Mo's shoulder. If that day comes, Master need not be a master anymore. I shall be your master. Very well. Xiao Mo affectionately ruffled her hair. In the next life, you must take good care of me and ensure that no other disciples bully me. There will be no other disciples, Master. Why? Because in this life, you have only me as your disciple. Jiang Qingyi's eyes sparkled with joy. Thus, in the next life, it shall be just you and me. Chapter 15. It is your master who has taken your life. The first form of the grass character's sword technique, spring buds breaking ground. As Jiang Qingyi's sword tip flickered with a cold gleam, it resembled tender sprouts breaking through the frozen earth of early spring. The long sword in the maiden's hand contained boundless vitality and piercing sharpness. Break! With a light command, Jiang Qingyi condensed her sword energy into a single point, moving with incredible speed, green grass illusions swirling around the sword tip. The formation set by the disciples of Shuodya Pavilion was directly shattered by Jiang Qingyi. A flash of cold light crossed her opponent's eyes. By the time he reacted, he felt the world spin, and his head fell to the ground. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qingyi wiped the sweat from her forehead. In the past 10 days, this was the third cultivator from Shuodya Pavilion she had encountered, and the intervals between these encounters had been decreasing. This indicated that Shuodya Pavilion had likely grasped her location and was narrowing their search. Jiang Qingyi sheathed her sword and hurried into a cave. Inside, Xiao Mo slowly opened his eyes, the first sight greeting him being his disciple rushing towards him. Master, are you all right? Jiang Qingyi expressed her concern. No major issues. Xiao Mo shook his head. I'm sorry. It seems my body is becoming less helpful to you. During the recent ambush by Shuodya Pavilion, Xiao Mo had been regulating his spiritual meridian and was unable to intervene, forcing Jiang Qingyi to lead the enemy away and confront them alone. Master, please do not speak like that. Jiang Qingyi shook her head. If you hadn't T-blocked a nascent soul assassin 3 days ago, I would have been in grave danger. Xiao Mo smiled. It is only natural for a master to protect their disciple, is it not? Jiang Qingyi's eyes sparkled. Then it is also only right for a disciple to protect their master in critical moments, is it not? Xiao Mo sighed softly. As long as you do not consider me a burden. Jiang Qingyi pouted. Master, if you keep saying such things, I will truly be angry. All right. I won't say it anymore. Xiao Mo stood up. Let us continue. More disciples from Shuidia Pavilion will soon arrive. Yes, master. Jiang Qingyi helped him to his feet as they exited the cave. Outside, a wild Lu Shu horse awaited them. Jiang Qingyi had tamed this horse 10 days prior, making it a suitable mount for her ailing master. Although the Lu Shu horse could not fly as fast as a golden core cultivator, the terrain also affected its speed. However, there was no other choice. Xiao Mo's injuries had worsened, making long flights impossible. Giddy up. After helping her master onto the Lu Shu horse, Jiang Qingyi mounted behind him, holding the reins while cradling her frail master. Initially, riding together brought her joy, but it also made her slightly shy, filled with various thoughts. All she wanted was to lead her master away from pursuit. Currently, the 10,000 Laws realm was certainly not safe. So Jiang Qingyi aimed to escape to the Wanyao Kingdom. If they reached Wanyao Kingdom, even Shuidia Pavilion would be unable to pursue them. Jiang Qingyi was quite confident in their escape to Wanyao Kingdom, yet Xiao Mo was less optimistic. Shuidia Pavilion was not foolish. They would certainly anticipate her destination. Furthermore, after enduring several fierce battles, particularly with the Yuaning level cultivator, my physical condition has deteriorated significantly. Each strike I make, each wound I sustain, feels like a hammer striking my already battered body. 30 years have passed, and if this continues, I fear I may not survive another year. How many more times can I act? I pondered, realizing that my plan must be hastened. 2 months later, the number of assassins that Xie Mo and Jiang Qingyi encountered increased dramatically. The Blood Butterfly Pavilion had completely grasped their whereabouts. Not only was my physical state worsening, but Jiang Qingyi had also sustained considerable injuries. The distance remaining to the borders of Wanfeigia and Wanyao Kingdom was no more than 30 days at most. Hope shone in Jiang Qingyi's eyes, but CMO was acutely aware of his own frailty. The only reason I'm still alive is that I have yet to complete my last task, clinging to my final breath. With the Wanyao Kingdom drawing nearer, it seems my life is nearing its end. At the foot of Haifeng Mountain, Jiang Qingyi urged her master forward along a shortcut to the Wanyao Kingdom's border. Suddenly, both Jiang Qingyi and Xie Mo felt a surge of alertness, leaping into action simultaneously. In the next instant, a spear descended like a shooting star. The Lu Shu horse was abruptly pinned to the ground, its life extinguished. A man adorned with a tiger mask and exuding the aura of a Yuaning level cultivator stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the spear shaft, his robe fluttering in the breeze, embroidered with a blood-red butterfly. Immediately, 7 cultivators from the Blood Butterfly Pavilion charged forth, comprising 3 at the Longmin level and 4 at the Jindan level. Young master, it has been a long time, remarked a man clad in a green shirt, holding a fan, appearing scholarly and refined. Yet, to CMO, he was merely a pretentious, morally bankrupt individual. This man, Sun Jin, was an advisor to the Prince of Liang Kingdom, employing underhanded schemes and lacking any semblance of literary integrity, a fact that Xie Mo despised. Have you come here to seek death? Xie Mo inquired. Upon hearing this, Sun Jin glanced at Jiang Qingyi. I never imagined that the girl from back then would not only blossom into such elegance, but also reach this formidable level. All credit goes to the young master. Cough, cough, enough with the pleasantries. If you wish to kill me, then do so directly. CMO coughed a few times, his sword emitting a resonant hum. Kill, commanded the masked man with a wave of his hand. The assassins from the Blood Butterfly Pavilion vanished in an instant. As they reappeared, cold light already glimmered before Jiang Qingyi. CMO stepped forward, intent on aiding his disciple, but the masked man lunged forward with his spear aimed at CMO. CMO unleashed the grass character's sword technique, transforming into 9 streams of sword energy that struck at the opponent's vital points. However, the masked man effortlessly dispersed CMO's sword energy each time. CMO soared into the air, with the masked man pursuing closely. The grass character sword technique unleashed a torrent of sword energy, shattering the clouds overhead and coalescing into numerous swords. Descend, he commanded, as hundreds of swords formed from the clouds descended upon the masked man. CMO also closed in, wielding his sword with astonishing speed and density. Reminiscent of a sudden downpour striking banana leaves, producing a series of crisp, resonant sounds. Your swordsmanship is commendable, your sword energy fierce, and your intent profound. You may yet ascend to the realm of immortals, but what a pity! How did your foundation become so grievously damaged? The masked man lamented. In the next moment, his silver spear lunged straight for CMO's heart. CMO's focus sharpened as he crossed his sword to block. The tremendous force collided with CMO's sword, sending it crashing against his chest. With the impact akin to a cannonball, CMO was propelled toward the summit of a mountain, shattering the peak and sending boulders tumbling down. Master, Jiang Qingyi exclaimed, frantic to assist her teacher, but was obstructed by other disciples from the Blood Butterfly Pavilion. Stand Azida. Jiang Qingyi gripped her sword tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury. Stand aside? Sun Jin chuckled. Miss Jiang, today you shall die here. Perhaps this is for the best. Dying without knowing anything is the prince's final mercy toward you and the young master. What nonsense, she retorted, stepping forward as her Xian Shuang sword's essence fused with her sword energy, encasing a 1-mile radius around her in frost. With a single thrust, her sword pierced the heart of a Longman-level disciple from the Blood Butterfly Pavilion, her sword intent infused with the sharpness of the grass character sword technique. On another part of the battlefield, the masked man realized that CMO had not perished. He descended with his spear poised to strike. CMO rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His sword momentum surged like a gale sweeping across the grasslands, seemingly gentle yet brimming with resilience, redirecting force and striking back, creating an ethereal illusion of swaying grass. After sending the masked man flying with a single strike, CMO's sword was embedded deep into the earth, carving a 100-meter-long mark until the masked man's back crashed against a tree, halting his momentum. The mask on his face lay shattered. The masked man discarded the remnants of his mask, spitting out blood. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail cultivator possessed such prowess. He was indeed formidable. However, today, he must die here. In the next moment, the masked man's spiritual energy surged, and the spear in his hand radiated a chilling light. This was his final move. With a thrust, the spear transformed into a dragon, roaring as it lunged at Xiao. CMO observed the spear calmly, inhaling deeply as he activated his spiritual veins with his sword bones. He slashed forth, and the sword energy materialized into a sword monument standing before him. The spear struck the monument, failing to advance an inch. In the next instant, the masked man felt a shadow pass before him. As he looked down, he found a gaping wound in his heart. CMO stood behind the masked man, nonchalantly flicking the blood from his sword onto a tree. The masked man toppled forward. Silentia zagravi. CMO coughed violently, his complexion growing increasingly pale as he gasped for breath. Qingyi, he called, wiping his mouth as he flew toward his disciple. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyi swung her sword, decapitating the last disciple of the Blood Butterfly Pavilion. Sun Jin's expression darkened, feeling the dire situation. He had believed Jiang Qingyi was doomed. Yet to his astonishment, her strength was extraordinary, rendering her invincible among her peers. Even a Yuaning-level cultivator would find it challenging to defeat her. Sans signe danger. Sun Jin attempted to flee. However, Jiang Qingyi would not allow him to escape. She channeled her sword technique, and the small patches of grass on the ground shattered into ice sculptures, transforming into chains of profound ice that ensnared Sun Jin. With a pull, Jiang Qingyi sent Sun Jin crashing to the ground. In desperation, he tossed his fan, which unleashed 2 dark tigers. While the tigers momentarily distracted her, Sun Jin attempted to make his escape. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, the 2 tigers were pierced by icy spikes, dissolving into pools of ink upon the ground. Jiang Qingyi lunged forward, her sword aimed at his back. Sun Jin turned, attempting to deflect the sword tip with his fan. He skidded like a stone across the icy surface before crashing into a tree. When he rose, Jiang Qingyi's sword was already poised at his throat. Gazing in her cold eyes, Sun Jin hastily pleaded for mercy. Spare me, immortal. I swear to tell you everything. I will hold nothing back. His face turned pale, entirely forgetting his previous arrogance. Disgusted by his very presence, Jiang Qingyi felt that killing him would tarnish her sword. Who sought to kill my master? She inquired coolly. Jiang Qingyi had always been curious about whom her master had offended, leading to relentless pursuits against him to the ends of the earth. She had inquired before, but her master always remained silent. Sun Jin's expression was troubled, hesitating to speak. Speak, Jiang Qingyi demanded, severing one of his arms with her sword. Sun Jin cried out in agony, clutching his severed limb. I will tell you. It is Prince Xiao who seeks to kill your master. What Prince Xiao? What grievance does he have against my master? Prince Xiao refers to the Prince of Liang, Xiao Jing, and your master is his son. In truth, the prince desires not only the death of Xiao Mo, but also yours. Do you remember when you were 4 and your parents were murdered, and you're taken to a room? That incident was orchestrated by the prince, because you possess innate sword bones. He had you taken to transplant those bones into Xiao Mo. Your parents resisted, and thus they were killed without hesitation. What? Jiang Qingyi felt as if struck by lightning, her face paling, her pupils trembling, and the sword in her hand clattering to the ground. Sun Jin, concealing a hidden weapon behind his back, continued, You heard correctly. It was your master's father who killed your parents. You could have become a renowned sword immortal, but your master took your sword bones. Your master's ability to reach the Yuan-Ing realm at 18 is entirely due to your sword bones. It was these two that shattered your family and robbed you of your life. Chapter 16. Master, you deceived me. You deceived me too, did you not? It was these two that shattered your family and robbed you of your life. Impossible, impossible. Jiang Qingyi retreated repeatedly, her complexion drained of color. You must be lying. You must be lying. It cannot be true. Jiang Qingyi's mind was in turmoil, unable to believe what she had just heard. She could not accept that her master was the son of her family's adversary. At that moment, Sun Jin seized an opportunity and hurled the concealed weapon at her. However, Jiang Qingyi merely turned her head, the projectile grazing her hair. Almost simultaneously, she gathered her fingers, using them as a sword, and slashed towards his neck. Ugh! Sun Jin clutched his throat as blood spurted between his fingers. Help! Sun Jin extended his hand toward Jiang Qingyi, his pupils dilating. Jiang Qingyi's gaze was as still as stagnant water, devoid of any emotion. Moments later, Sun Jin's hand fell limply to the ground, his eyes wide open, blood staining the earth. Qingyi, are you all right? Xiao Mo finally arrived on the scene. Upon seeing his disciple unscathed and surrounded by the corpses of the Blood Butterfly Pavilion's cultivators, Xiao Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing her master's voice, Jiang Qingyi trembled, slowly turning around. When Xiao Mo met her gaze, his steps faltered. He had never seen such a look in his disciple's eyes. Her eyes bore no luster, as if her very essence had perished. Qingyi, what has happened? Xiao Mo stepped forward, but Jiang Qingyi unleashed a gust of sword energy, slicing before him. Master, do you know? Jiang Qingyi began slowly, her voice emerging from the depths of despair. When I was very young, I could remember events from the time I was just 1. I remember I had a happy family. My father was a moderately wealthy merchant, and though my mother was ordinary, she was gentle and loved me dearly, as well as my father. When I was 2, my mother gave birth to a brother. He was adorable. A year and a half, his first clear word was sister. From the moment of my birth, I knew no worries. But when I turned 4, everything changed. Several individuals burst into our home, mercilessly slaughtering all. The guards, the servants, even the maid who cared for me, all perished. The cobblestone path ran red with blood, and the courtyard pond turned crimson. My parents shoved my brother and me into a cupboard, urging us to remain silent, no matter what transpired outside. Inside that cupboard, I held my brother tightly, covering his eyes and ears. Soon, I heard commotion outside. Through a crack in the cupboard, I witnessed my parents being murdered. They ultimately found us and killed my brother right before my eyes. Master, do you understand the feeling of watching your family die, powerless to plead for mercy? They did not even spare my 2-year-old brother. Master, do you comprehend this despair? Xiao Mo, upon hearing Jiang Qingyi recount these events, realized she had come to know the truth. My entire family perished. There were no survivors. I was taken to a courtyard where I encountered many individuals. They bound me to a bed, cut open my back, and extracted one of my bones. It hurt so much, truly unbearable. I fainted from the pain. When I awoke, I was surrounded by corpses. Later, I learned that this place was called the mass grave. I did not know how my wounds healed or how I survived. Perhaps heaven took pity on me, and a passing immortal healed me. But I know I survived. At that moment, I vowed to live well, to avenge my parents and brother. They killed my entire family, so I shall annihilate theirs. Regardless of whether the families of my enemies are innocent, I will not spare them. I will slay their son, their daughter, and then deliver them the most excruciating deaths. Everyone must die. Jiang Qingyi raised her head, her eyes filled with boundless hatred. Over the years, she had been secretly investigating the identity of those who had murdered her family, yet she had found no leads. The house from that time had turned to ashes. But Master, just now when I killed that man, he said, Master, your father is the enemy who slaughtered my family, seeking to transplant my bone to you. Is it true, Master? Did he speak the truth? Xiao Mo replied, Master, is what he said false? Is he deceiving me? Jiang Qingyi's tears blurred her vision as she gripped her Xian Shuang sword tightly, nearly beside herself with despair. Master, speak to me. Xiao Mo sighed, lifting his gaze to meet Jiang Qingyi's. The man you killed was Sun Jin, one of the advisors of the Shao royal household. What he said is all true. It was the Shao royal household that slaughtered your family, and I am the son of Shao Jing. Your sword bones reside within me. Hearing her master's words, Jiang Qingyi shook her head in disbelief. No, none of this could be true. It cannot be true. Master, you have deceived me. And you have deceived me as well, have you not? Qingyi, this is the truth. Because I owe you, Xiao Mo replied calmly. I reached the Yuan Ying realm at 18, believing it was due to my extraordinary talent, only to discover it was because I had transplanted the bones of a young girl. One day, a woman told me that the girl had not perished. So I left the Shao household to seek you, to make amends. Make amends? For the son of the man who killed my entire family, saved me, taught me swordsmanship, and raised me? You might as well kill me. Jiang Qingyi shouted vehemently. Xiao slowly closed his eyes and uttered, Kill me, fulfill your vow. This is what I owe you. Gazing at the man before her, Ji Ingyi felt her hand tremble as she held the long sword, tears cascading down her cheeks. In the end, Xiao merely sensed a gust of sword wind sweeping past him. He gradually opened his eyes, witnessing the piece of skirt that the girl had severed fluttering upwards before him. With her sword in hand, she turned to leave, her voice echoing behind her. From this day forth, we shall have no further ties. Chapter 17 Yet, Ji Ingyi was ultimately my disciple. At the foot of the mountain, the bodies of the disciples from the Blood Butterfly Pavilion lay scattered on the ground. Xiao sat upon a stone, his head bowed, clutching a piece of fabric, lost in contemplation. After an indeterminate period, he finally spoke. Have you come to witness my misfortune? Chen stepped forward, halting 3 meters from Xiao, tilting her head quizzically. Is it amusing? With a smile, Xiao shook his head. Indeed, it is not. Chen surveyed the surroundings, her gaze returning to Xiao. Is it worth it? You were once a sword cultivator with boundless potential. You forsook your own path merely to allow her to cultivate, rendering yourself battered and broken. In the end, she learned the truth and severed ties with you. Upon discovering you are the son of her enemy, her heart shattered. Everything you have done over the past decade has come to naught. Is it truly worth it? Xiao raised the fabric in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Who knows? Chen inquired. Where has she gone now? She has flown directly towards the Liang kingdom. Where else would she go? Chen reflected on her former master. Recognizing that Qingyi's path towards the myriad demons kingdom closely followed the border of the Liang kingdom. As a gold core cultivator, she would undoubtedly reach the Jingwang mansion within a day. Coughing violently, Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, leaning on his long sword as he stood and moved forward. Chen turned to watch his retreating figure. It is a miracle that you have survived this long. What can you achieve in your current state, even if you reach the Jingwang mansion? Xiao shook his head, his tone steady and composed. Qingyi is merely a gold core cultivator. Although her cultivation level is decent, the Jingwang mansion is home to nascent soul cultivators and a Yupu realm elder. If she goes, it will be tantamount to seeking death. I cannot allow her to perish in such a manner. Why must you still concern yourself with her? Chen was puzzled. It was the prince who had slaughtered her entire family, not Xiao. Even if he felt responsible, he had saved her, nurtured her, and taught her to cultivate. They were already clear of any debts owed to one another. Indeed, we are clear of any debts, Xiao replied, his voice drifting on the wind as he continued to walk forward. But Ji Ingyi is ultimately my disciple. At the Jingwang mansion, Jing Wang, Shi-O-J-ing, was in the courtyard, amusing himself with birds. Dad, a boy of 13 or 14 hurried into the courtyard, his eyes bearing two pupils. Shi-O-J-ing looked at his son returning home, feeling both surprised and delighted. Recently, HNR had ventured out to train and happened to pass through the capital of the Liang Kingdom, so he thought to visit his father. Look, father. Shi-O-H-N opened his mouth, and a dazzling gold core flew out from his throat. After showcasing it, he swallowed the gold core back into his belly. Good lad, good lad. Jing Wang, Shi-O-J-ing exclaimed with immense joy. I never expected that at 14, you have already reached the gold core stage. Your future is limitless. Once you attain the immortal realm, or even the ascension realm, the world will bow before you. Shi-O-H-N scratched his nose. I'm glad I haven't disappointed you, father. What is disappointment? You are the Qilin child of our Shi-O clan. I see great imperial potential in you. Shi-O-J-ing patted his son's back heartily. Now, go find your mother. I'm sure she will be overjoyed to see you. Let's have a splendid meal together. All right, father. Shi-O-H-N nodded. However, just as Shi-O-J-ing was about to lead his son out of the courtyard, a servant came rushing in, stumbling and nearly crashing into Shi-O-J-ing. With a frown, Shi-O-J-ing kicked the servant aside. Unfazed by the pain, the servant scrambled forward, hurriedly exclaiming, Master, Master, a grave matter has arisen. A grave matter. Shi-O-H-N stepped forward, his voice booming. Speak plainly. What is the matter? The servant quickly recounted. Just now, a woman arrived at our Shi-O-Wang mansion. When the guard, ZH-ing-H-N, approached her to inquire about her purpose, she beheaded him with a single stroke. The woman burst into the mansion, slaying indiscriminately. Several of our cultivators have perished at her hands. A woman? How audacious. Does she believe my Shi-O mansion is devoid of defenders? Shi-O-H-N bowed to his father. Father, allow me to take her head as a tribute to you. There's no need. We shall go together, father and son, Shi-O-J-ing replied with a smile, secretly suspecting who the intruder might be. Spare me, fairy. We hold no grievances. Why do you seek to kill me? Fairy, please. Run. She's a mad woman. This person is insane. Within the Jing Wang mansion, the maids and servants fled in all directions. Inside the mansion, every living woman within sight was doomed. Bodies lay strewn across the courtyard, blood flowing endlessly between the cobblestones, the earth stained crimson, and the pond within the estate turned blood red. Everything echoed the events of the woman as fourth year. How dare you? Who are you to rampage through my Jing Wang mansion? As the woman advanced step by step, Shi-O-H-N followed his father, confronting her with a loud rebuke. Indeed, it is you. At first sight of the woman, Shi-O-J-ing recognized her immediately. After all, he had seen her portrait and had personally delivered it to the Blood Butterfly Pavilion. I have found you. I have finally found you. She would never forget that fateful day in her fourth year, in that courtyard, when her bones were extracted and this man stood nearby, watching her as if she were livestock. How surprising, Jing Wang, that you still remember me. Ji-ing-Q-ing-e sneered, her eyes bloodshot, resembling a beast ready to devour. Of course, I remember, Shi-O-J-ing nodded. Your parents, your brother, and everyone in your household were all killed at my command. Beast. Ji-ing-Q-ing-e completely lost her reason, charging forth with her sword, the chilling sword energy merging with her grass character sword art. She struck down. Chapter 18 Kill them all. Extract their bones for me. Ji-ing-Q-ing-e thrust her sword directly at Shi-O-J-ing's heart. Yedinatst oha and snorted coldly, delivering a punch towards Ji-ing-Q-ing-e's sword tip. The grass character sword art was incredibly sharp, combined with the icy energy of the Su-in-Shu-ing long sword, yet it could not penetrate Shi-O-J-ing's fist. The massive force of the punch sent Ji-ing-Q-ing-e crashing to the ground. As Ji-ing-Q-ing-e wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, Shi-O-H-N's fist came crashing down once more. She could only retreat with a cloud step. Where Ji-ing-Q-ing-e had just stood was now a deep pit. Feeling the might of the opponent's punch, she furrowed her brow, realizing that she could not afford to underestimate him. This golden core cultivator with dual pupils was on par with her, perhaps even slightly stronger, though he lacked experience in combat. After creating some distance, Ji-ing-Q-ing-e twirled her sword, the frost sword energy spreading around her, forming numerous frost long swords. Descend. As Jiang Qingyi issued her command, a flurry of frost swords descended upon Xiao Han like a torrential downpour. Such a trivial trick, daring to cause havoc in my Xiao Wangfu? Xiao Han regarded Jiang Qingyi with utter disdain. Since the onset of his cultivation, he had never deemed anyone worthy of his attention. He had never tasted defeat. His martial art, known as HNSH N, demanded youthful vigor. The more victories he amassed, the more his spirit surged. The greater his spirit, the mightier his punches became. With a powerful strike of HNSH N, he shattered the frost swords into icy shards that danced in the sunlight. Death. Xiaoan unleashed the mighty punch. A golden fist imprint hurtled toward Jiang Qingyi. She deftly sidestepped, her Xian Shuang long sword raised. With a quick cut to her fingertip, she smeared her blood onto the blade. In an instant, Jiang Qingyi reversed her grip on the sword and plummeted from the sky. Boom! The long sword pierced the ground, sending ripples of spiritual energy that radiated outward. Centered around the sword, the front courtyard of Xiao was enveloped in a layer of ice. However, this ice was crimson, resembling crushed red crystals mingling with the profound ice. Red ice spikes erupted from the ground, forcing Xiao Han to retreat continuously. Wherever he stepped, spikes would emerge. Disaster. Suddenly, Xiao Han realized something, but it was too late. Prepared in advance, Jiang Qingyi invoked her incantation, and several ice pillars shot up in an instant, restraining Xiao Han's movements. Meanwhile, Xiao Jing was also ensnared within the confines of the profound ice. Xiao Jing, I want you to witness your son perish before your very eyes. Jiang Qingyi hurled her long sword, transforming it into a streak of white light aimed at Xiao Han's heart. Just at that moment, an elderly man wielding a broad blade deflected Jiang Qingyi's sword, sending it flying, the Xian Shuang long sword embedding itself in the ground with a tremor. With another strike, the elderly man shattered the profound ice cage binding Xiao Jing and Xiao Han. To have cultivated to such a level without a sword bone, you are indeed remarkable, Xiao Jing remarked, approaching his son and brushing the icy dust off him, his tone tinged with emotion. Father, almost died, Xiao Han attempted to explain. But Xiao Jing shook his head, saying, It's all right, you are still young, merely 14 years old. Your experiences in life and death battles are few. Your strength is not inferior to hers. You simply lack experience. Remember today's battle. Never underestimate any opponent, regardless of who they may be. Yes, Father. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. After reassuring his son's resolve, Xiao Jing turned to face Jiang Qingyi. Indeed, it is right to eliminate you. Perhaps I should have acted sooner, but it is not too late now. Elder Yi, I must ask for your assistance. Xiao Jing remained composed throughout. Rest assured, Your Highness. Stepping forward, Elder Yi Sandao, a revered figure in the Yupu realm, left a deep footprint on the ground. Jiang Qingyi barely had time to see his figure before a broad blade swung down toward her. Clang! Jiang Qingyi raised her sword to block. The force of the blow traveled from her palms to her arms and then throughout her body, making her feel as if her bones would shatter. Bang! Jiang Qingyi was sent crashing into a wall, which collapsed violently, debris cascading down. Spitting blood, she staggered to her feet. Is this the strength of a Yupu realm cultivator? Jiang Qingyi felt as though her opponent had not even exerted full force. Little girl, I will grant you a swift end. Elder Yi Sandao swung his blade, the strike akin to cleaving a mountain. Jiang Qingyi furrowed her brow, knowing she could not evade this blow. Channeling all her spiritual energy, she unleashed her strongest sword strike, the final move of the Chao Zi sword technique. Known as Pasu, the sword energy cut through the air, leaving behind phantoms. When the sword energy met the blade's might, a tempest of spiritual power swept through the courtyard. Yet the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. Jiang Qingyi's sword energy merely delayed her opponent for a fleeting moment. The sword energy dissipated, and the blade surged toward her forehead. Jiang Qingyi knew she was about to die. Yet, within her heart, a sense of liberation emerged. Just as she closed her eyes, calmly awaiting her fate, a tremendous sound reverberated nearby. The anticipated pain never arrived. The young woman slowly opened her eyes to see a familiar long sword. At the hilt stood a silhouette she recognized well. Xiao Jing gazed at the descending figure, his eyes widening in disbelief. Elder Yi Sandao chuckled. Young master, it has been a long time. Xiao Mo shook his head. Elder Yi, I'm no longer the young master of Xiao, but it seems you are well. Elder Yi Sandao sighed. Young master, you should discuss this with our prince. My words are of little use to you. Xiao Mo turned to Xiao Jing Wang, bowing respectfully. May I inquire if His Highness could grant me a favor? Xiao Jing regarded the son he had long severed ties with. Xiao Mo, she has slain many of my people. Indeed, Your Highness, over 20 years ago. You also took many lives from Qingyi. Xiao Mo replied calmly. Yes. Xiao Jing nodded. I even killed her parents and her brother. Do you believe she will not seek my life in the future? Xiao must bow full vith. Xiao Jing waved his hand, commanding, Elder Yi, eliminate them all and retrieve the sword bones for me. Your Highness, the young master is in the Yuan Ying realm. The sword bones are fused with his soul. If forcibly extracted, his soul may scatter, Elder Yi cautioned. Xiao Jing cast a dispassionate glance at Elder Yi. And so what? Chapter 19. Qingyi, forgive your master. This is the last time. Young master, since His Highness has spoken, do not blame this old man. Elder Yi Sandao sighed, not surprised. For my prince, sons are plentiful, but only those of value can be called his sons. As Xiao Jing's command resonated, Elder Yi Sandao advanced, aiming his blade at Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo kicked his shoe's long sword into the air, the sword soaring forth, aiming for Elder Yi Sandao's throat. As Elder Yi Sandao tilted his head to evade, Xiao Mo had already reached him, grasping the flying sword's hilt, slicing horizontally toward his head. Elder Yi Sandao blocked with a cunning posture. Bang! Elder Yi Sandao felt an immense force. It was as if he had been struck by a hammer rather than sliced by a sword. He crashed into a decorative rockery, stones scattering everywhere. Let us go. Xiao Mo did not linger, turning to embrace Jiang Qingyi as he made for the exit. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Qingyi, like a headstrong girl, pounded against Xiao Mo's chest. Let me go. I do not need your rescue. Release me. Now that you are here, you shall not leave. Xiao Jing produced a token from his breast, infusing it with spiritual energy. Just as Xiao Mo was about to soar out of Xiao, the protective array activated, enveloping the entire estate, preventing anyone from escaping. Alas, Xiao Mo sighed inwardly, so close yet so far. Step aside. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyi shouted, pushing against Xiao Mo's chest with force, propelling him away. In that instant, a blade struck between them. Elder Yi Sandao charged at Xiao Mo once more. Xiao Mo brandished his sword in defense. The clash of their attacks was so rapid that it was nearly imperceptible. Only the decorative rockeries in the courtyard shattered, and the buildings collapsed. Jiang Qingyi dove downward, her long sword aimed at Xiao Jing, intent on capturing the king by seizing the thief. Indeed, I have underestimated you. Xiao Jing sneered, drawing his sword, and struck Jiang Qingyi. Jiang Qingyi responded with her own strike, the sword energy cleaving the ground behind them into a deep trench. However, as a Yuan Ying realm cultivator, it would not be overly difficult for Xiao Jing to eliminate a wounded Jindan realm opponent like Jiang Qingyi. In the moment of a standoff between two swords, Xiao Jing seized an opportunity to unleash his force, delivering a swift kick to Jiang Qingyi's abdomen. She coughed up blood and rolled on the ground in agony. Taking advantage of her vulnerable state, Xiao Jing lunged forward with his sword, intent on ending her life. Just as he was about to succeed, Xiao Mo arrived at Jiang Qingyi's side and thrust his sword upward. Startled, Xiao Jing quickly defended himself, only to be sent flying 10 meters away. A dying individual. Xiao Jing's brow furrowed as he activated a formation, summoning a fire phoenix that soared towards Jiang Qingyi and Xiao Mo. He harbored no compassion, genuinely wishing to eliminate Xiao Mo. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Mo shielded Jiang Qingyi, enduring the impact. No! Jiang Qingyi cried out. As Xiao Mo fell backward, she clutched her master tightly, sensing the flickering of his life force waning. Hunter, go and kill that woman. Retrieve her sword bone. With the retribution of the two powers, you shall become invincible henceforth. The plan was set. Xiao Jing instructed his son. Yes, father. Xiao Han replied without hesitation, advancing towards them with a dagger. Although he had never met this brother, he harbored immense disdain for him. No matter what Xiao Han did, he was always compared to Xiao Mo, which irked him greatly. Xiao Mo was merely a discarded vessel of sword bone, unworthy of comparison. The absurdity intensified when Xiao Mo, upon discovering the sword bone belonged to another, left the Xiao residence in search of the woman. Ridiculous. Within Jiang Qingyi's embrace, Xiao Mo coughed several times, gently touching the ground with his fingertips. The earth rippled like a lake, emanating concentric circles from the center where Xiao Mo and Jiang Qingyi were situated. Before Xiao Han, the two suddenly vanished. Father. Xiao Han turned abruptly, believing they had escaped. The sword bone is indeed remarkable, allowing a Yuan Ying-level sword cultivator to manifest a realm of sword. Xiao Jing stepped forward, reassuring his son, "Do not worry, they have not fled." He picked up a stone and threw it, which shattered upon colliding with an invisible barrier. This is the realm of sword. Xiao Mo has drawn Jiang Qingyi into it, hence their apparent disappearance. Xiao Jing inquired of Yi Sandao beside him. How long will it take to break his sword realm? Each individual's sword realm is unique. Xiao Mo's realm resembled a pristine lake, reflecting the azure sky and drifting white clouds. Master, you will not die. You will not die. Jiang Qingyi knelt on the lake's surface, ripples emanating outward. Their reflections danced upon the water. Fool, no one is truly immortal. It is merely a matter of time. Leaning against her, Xiao Mo's breath grew increasingly feeble. Yet in the next moment, streams of water surged from the clear lake, coiling around Jiang Qingyi like ropes, lifting her into the air. Master, what are you doing? Jiang Qingyi struggled, but was unable to break free. Xiao Mo painfully stood, approaching her step by step. I am not doing anything. I am merely returning what belongs to you. Jiang Qingyi paused, then vehemently exclaimed, Xiao Mo, have you lost your mind? Let me go. I do not desire that sword bone. I can still seek vengeance without it. Ignoring her protests, Xiao Mo proceeded to her side. Xiao Mo, I warn you. If you give me that sword bone, I will never forgive you in this lifetime or the next. I have vowed to eliminate everything related to Xiao Jing, including you. If your soul is scattered, how can I exact my revenge? I refuse to use something that you have touched. Get away from me. Her voice grew increasingly frantic. Yet, Xiao Mo remained unperturbed, gripping his sword and piercing through her delicate back. Jiang Qingyi's limbs stiffened in pain, a wretched cry escaping her lips. Immediately, Xiao Mo directed his flying sword to pierce his own back, reaching behind to extract the sword bone. Holding the translucent bone, he placed it within her back. Xiao Mo approached Jiang Qingyi, his form dissipating into motes of spiritual light. With a gentle smile, he placed a hand upon her head. Reminiscent of the moment he first brought her to the mountain gates. Qingyi, forgive your master. This is the last time. Chapter 20. I am left with nothing in the royal palace of the Zhou kingdom. Within the Yangxin hall, Xiao Mo slowly opened his eyes. With lowered eyelids, a sense of loss enveloped him, as if his heart were hollow. Despite having spent over a decade within the Hundred Worlds book, he retained all his memories. The inhabitants of the Hundred Worlds book possessed emotions, flesh, and blood. Thus, even though it was mere role-play, Xiao Mo had fully immersed himself, genuinely considering Jiang Qingyi as his disciple. Though she was a figment, a creation of the book, in his heart, she was real. It was akin to reading a novel or watching a television series, especially since the protagonist was one he had nurtured. Sighing, Xiao Mo resolved to focus on reality. He opened the Hundred Worlds book once more. The Hundred Worlds book is currently calculating task rewards, expected to conclude in 1 hour, real time. During this period, the host may enter the book as an observer and witness Jiang Qingyi's subsequent experiences, with no ability to intervene. Does the host wish to enter the Hundred Worlds book? Yes. Without hesitation, Xiao Mo chose to enter the book, eager to see what transpired with Qingyi, even if she were a fabrication. He wished for her to have a favorable conclusion. In a fleeting moment, Xiao Mo's consciousness re-entered the Hundred Worlds book. He found himself standing before the gates of the Xiao residence. However, he soon realized that his form was transparent, akin to a soul, unable to touch anything. A deafening roar erupted from the courtyard of the Xiao residence. Xiao Mo floated inside. Within the courtyard, Yi Sandao had already struck at Xiao Mo's sword realm twice. Just as Yi Sandao delivered his final blow, unexpectedly, Xiao Mo's sword realm shattered. Dust billowed into the air, and a young woman emerged from the haze, wielding the Xian Shuang longsword. Tears stained her cheeks, her eyes devoid of life, as if she were already dead. They're all gone. I have nothing left. She advanced step by step, the sword dragging along the ground, creating sparks against the marble surface. She muttered to herself, her demeanor resembling that of a complete wreck. With each step forward, the sword aura surrounding Jiang Qingyi grew more intense and fierce. Her realm continually ascended. Xiao Jing furrowed his brow. I never expected that, even in disarray, he would return the sword bone to you. It seems Xiao Imo truly values you. Silence. Jiang Qingyi shouted, stepping forward. Yi Sandao attempted to block her path, but she swiftly surpassed him. Zolfust. Cold sweat beaded on Yi Sandao's forehead. Jiang Qingyi's speed was on an entirely different level compared to before. Was this the power she regained with the sword bone? Be careful, your highness. Yi Sandao cried out, but it was too late. In an instant, Jiang Qingyi stood before Xiao Jing, her icy gaze seemingly sealing his very soul. You are unworthy to utter his name. With a swift stroke of her sword, blood erupted from Xiao Jing's left shoulder, and his arm fell to the ground. Father! Xiao Han gasped, rushing to save his father. Do not come any closer, Xiao Jing bellowed. However, it was already too late. Jiang Qingyi turned her head, her gaze as dark as ink and as cold as frost. Casting a glance at Xiao Han. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Han felt as though he had plunged into an abyss. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. By the time Xiao Jing reacted, a frost-covered longsword had already appeared before him. Clang! This time, Yi Sandao had arrived just in time to block the strike. The sword pierced into Yi Sandao's blade, and he felt a weight pressing down on him, as if struck by a great mountain. He was sent crashing backward, collapsing the courtyard wall, and ultimately embedding himself into the defensive array of the Xiao Wangfu. Had it not been for the protective barrier enveloping the Xiao Wangfu like an air wall, Yi Sandao would have been sent flying hundreds of meters away by the force of the sword. He gasped, opening his eyes, feeling as if every bone in his body had been shattered. The sword bone had originally been taken from Jiang Qingyi, making them a perfect fit. Thus, Yi Sandao was not surprised that Jiang Qingyi had reached the Yuan-Ing realm due to the sword bone. However, he was astonished at how terrifying her strength was, having just entered the Yuan-Ing stage. Is this the legendary innate sword bone? No wonder she is hailed as the rarest holy body in a millennium. Alas, dear child, your future is boundless, yet you must perish here. I shall soon send you to meet your master. Yi Sandao raised his long knife, and the manifestation of the law of heaven and earth appeared behind him. Only cultivators at the Yu-Pu realm can wield the law of heaven and earth. Those sword cultivators can also utilize it, albeit at a tremendous cost of spiritual energy. Most sword cultivators choose to unleash their own understanding of sword realms during combat. Yi Sandao's blade momentum continued to coalesce. Simultaneously, Xiao Jing waved his hand, and the protective array of Xiao Wangfu gradually materialized into a phantom of a fire phoenix. This was the last fire phoenix conjured by Xiao Jing, exhausting all the resources of the Xiao Wangfu S array. Both individuals aimed to deliver a fatal blow, regardless of whether the sword bone was destroyed or not. She must not survive. Otherwise, once she grows stronger, all of us will perish. Death! Xiao Jing pressed down, and the fire phoenix screeched, echoing throughout the capital of Liang Kingdom, soaring towards Jiang Qingyi. At the same time, Yi Sandao swung his blade towards her. Yet, Jiang Qingyi remained standing still, seemingly indifferent to everything. She merely lifted her head to gaze at the sky, tears gradually sliding down her cheeks. Master, can you see the sword realm of your disciple? At the moment the girl's tears touched the ground, the solid marble surface rippled with concentric waves. In an instant, the entire Xiao Wangfu was enveloped within the girl's sword realm. The servants and attendants of Xiao Wangfu gazed at their surroundings in awe. Under the twilight of Xiao Mu, the ground transformed into a vast lake. Unlike an ordinary lake, the water was an inky black. Chapter 21. Master Qingyi, I miss you so much. The Xiao Wangfu was annihilated. Not a single soul remained alive within its confines. Xiao Jing was the last to die. Witnessing his once promising son having his hands and feet severed, his eyes gouged out, Xiao Jing watched helplessly as Jiang Qingyi crushed his son's eyes beneath her foot, delivering the final blow that severed his head. He witnessed and heard Jiang Qingyi unleash a massacre within the Xiao residence, sparing no one, just as he had done to the Jiang family before. When only Xiao Jing remained, Jiang Qingyi pulled him outside the Xiao residence, suspending him in air above the capital before methodically slicing away at every piece of flesh on his body before the eyes of the entire city. After Jiang Qingyi departed, all that was left of Xiao Jing was a bloody skeleton. After avenging herself, Jiang Qingyi's long-standing emotional turmoil was resolved, her thoughts clear, and she ascended to the Yu-Pu realm. Following the acquisition of the sword bone, Jiang Qingyi advanced from the Jindan realm to the Yuan Ying realm within a single day, and then from the Yuan Ying realm to the Yupu realm. Whether there would be successors to such feats remained unknown, yet this was undoubtedly an unprecedented miracle. Upon returning to Longquan Sword Sect, Jiang Qingyi continued her rampage. She learned from Yi Sandao's revelations that the Longquan Sword Sect and Xiao Wangfu were colluding to control the entire Liang Kingdom. The fact that Jiang Qingyi possessed the innate sword bone was disclosed to Xiao Jing by the sect master of Longquan Sword Sect. However, this time, Jiang Qingyi did not annihilate the Longquan Sword Sect. She simply left behind a declaration: "Those who follow me shall live. Those who defy me shall die." None of the Longquan Sword Sect cultivators who opposed Jiang Qingyi survived. After slaying the sect master of Longquan Sword Sect, she set a massive fire. Ultimately, Jiang Qingyi sat in the courtyard of Ling Qianfeng, watching the entire Longquan Sword Sect engulfed in flames. Once the fire was extinguished, the Longquan Sword Sect ceased to exist. Only 500 disciples remained loyal to Jiang Qingyi. From this day forward, this place would be known as the Wandao Sect. Addressing these 500 disciples, Jiang Qingyi spoke slowly. Wandao Sect. Xiao Mo recalled that Yin Shan Ao had mentioned a certain elder Huang from Wandao Sect would come to Liang Kingdom, intending to personally greet him. However, Xiao Mo merely considered this a passing thought. In his view, the two sects could not possibly be one and the same. They were likely just sharing a name. With Jiang Qingyi, a formidable being of the Yupu realm, leading the way, Wandao Sect flourished rapidly, soon becoming the foremost sect within Liang Kingdom. Jiang Qingyi's cultivation level continued to rise, and she garnered admiration from an ever-increasing number of people. Moreover, to the disciples of Wandao Sect, their master was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed striking beauty. Her unparalleled appearance even earned her a spot on the list of renowned beauties in Tianji City. Though the list did not rank individuals in order, many believed their master should hold the top position. Yet, this woman who captivated the world had never smiled. Ling Qianfeng, once an ordinary peak of Longquan Sect, had now become the main peak of Wandao Sect. However, Ling Qianfeng housed only 2 wooden houses. An elder of the sect, enamored with Jiang Qingyi, proposed to demolish the wooden houses to build a grand palace to win her favor. As a result, this elder was publicly slain by Jiang Qingyi with a single sword strike. From that moment on, it was well known that Ling Qianfeng was off limits. Not a blade of grass or a single tree could be disturbed. Ling Qianfeng must remain as it was. 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. As an observer, Xiao Mo witnessed Qingyi practicing day after day, relentlessly searching for methods to revive a soul. Yet time after time, Jiang Qingyi returned in disappointment. Besides her training and pursuit of resurrection spells, the most frequent activity she engaged in was staring blankly in the courtyard atop Qianling Peak. She perused one book after another, attempting various methods, all in hopes of bringing one person back to life. One day, she stumbled upon the Su Tianju. At last, she comprehended everything. It turned out that her masteress' injuries were a result of her own actions. Her ability to cultivate stemmed from her master sacrificing her own roots, shortening her lifespan to forcibly extend what was deemed heaven for her. However, her master always concealed her expression whenever she used the Su Tianju on herself. The reason her master only sought treatment from Chunyun was to keep this matter from being known by others. In return for her master's life-saving grace, Chunyun would never disclose it. On this day, the girl tore apart the Su Tianju and with a single stroke of her sword, shattered a mountain peak. The disciples of Wandao Sect were filled with trepidation. They all knew who was responsible, yet dared not speak up. They understood, while the temper of their master had turned foul once more. Just then, a woman arrived at Ling Qianfeng. She was the only person permitted to ascend to the peak. Previously an attendant in the medical hall of Longquan Sword Sect, she was now an elder in the medical hall of Wandao Sect. "What brings you here?" Jiang Qingyi inquired as she sat on a stone bench, tilting her head back to take a sip of wine. In days gone by, she had no fondness for alcohol, yet now she relishes it. Her favorite libation is the osmanthus wine crafted by Aunt Wang in Wanjin Town. As Chunyun entered the courtyard, she beheld this obstinate woman, nearly consumed by madness, and calmly stated, "I wish to retrieve some of his garments." Jiang Qingyi lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp as a blade, seemingly intent on piercing Chunyun. "What do you need his clothes for?" To create a grave for him, Chun Yun replied unabashedly. Just as her words fell, Jiang Qingyi had already positioned her sword, Xian Shuang, against Chun Yun's neck. Jiang Qingyi's eyes blazed crimson. He is not dead. Unfazed, Chun Yun retorted, he has indeed perished. Silence. I say he lives. Jiang Qingyi, nearly deranged, pressed her sword forward, and, as before, blood trickled from a blade. 15 years have passed since you annihilated the entire Shao family. He too has been dead for 15 years. Let him rest in peace. Even if it is just his clothing. Jiang Qingyi's eyes clouded. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Do you know that you are the one I despise the most? I know. Qingyi nodded. In truth, I share that sentiment, but he cherished you above all. With no further words, Chun Yun took a step forward, causing Jiang Qingyi to retract her sword. Chun Yun continued her advance, and Jiang Qingyi's sword followed suit. Ultimately, Jiang Qingyi's hand, gripping the sword, fell limply to her side as Chun Yun brushed past her. Chun Yun entered Xiao Mo's chamber and retrieved several articles of clothing. Before departing, she left behind a letter. This letter was entrusted to me by a girl named Xia Chan, who claimed to have penned it 15 years ago. Chun Yun departed, leaving Jiang Qingyi alone in the desolate courtyard, head bowed, sword hanging low, her dim eyes lost in thought. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Qingyi raised her head to the letter on the table. Like a specter, she approached and unsealed the envelope. Upon reading the letter, her eyes flickered. It bore the handwriting of her master. Foolish disciple, by the time you read this letter, I will have departed, and the sword's essence should have been returned to you. After my passing, I can only surmise you will engage in some foolish acts, perhaps even endeavoring to resurrect me. But foolish one, death is final. Once his soul shatters, it cannot be restored. Qingyi, allow me to impart something. The wish I made upon the last meteor was not for you to become a formidable Sword Immortal. Rather, I hope you can live joyfully, irrespective of the challenges you face. You once vowed to fulfill my wish. Do not deceive me. Master. Jiang Qingyi knelt, clutching the letter, weeping loudly, reminiscent of the girl who had first ascended the mountain at 14. As the countdown echoed in Xiao Mo's mind, he realized the futility of intervening, yet he approached, crouching before her, gently caressing her hair as he had on that fateful night when she was 14. Qingyi, master has departed. In that fleeting moment of his dissolution, Jiang Qingyi heard her master's voice and suddenly lifted her head. Master, is it you? Master, are you still here? Xiao Montak, show yourself. Master, come forth. She called until dusk fell and the stars adorned the sky. The girl, with tears long dried, crouched and embraced herself. A meteor streaked across the heavens. Master, Qingyi misses you dearly. Chapter 22, Assisting Her Transformation. Ugh. Upon extricating himself from the 100 Lives book, Xiao Mo felt a wave of nausea wash over him. His head spinning, he struggled to expel the contents of his stomach, stifling any sounds to avoid alarming Wei Sun, who stood vigil outside. He recognized this as the side effect alluded to by the 100 Lives book. After a lengthy incense stick estheration, he gradually began to feel better. The voice of the 100 Lives book resonated in his mind. At the moment of your departure, Jiang Qingyi's highest realm is the Yuaning stage. System reward settlement. 1 Chaos Emperor Bone. This bone originates from the primordial Chaos era, a time when emperors could cultivate. However, due to the alteration of cosmic laws, emperors became unable to cultivate, lest they suffer from karma. With this bone, even if the host is an emperor, cultivation remains possible, free from the constraints of imperial karma. 2 Grass Character Sword Intent. The Grass Character Sword technique was acquired by Xiao Mo in an ancient ruin. This technique emphasizes lethality and can traverse the Great Path. While the Grass Character Sword Intent embodies the entirety of the Grass Character Sword technique and Xiao Mo's understanding of it. 3 Breath Restraining Technique. Mastering this method will prevent anyone below the upper 3 realms from probing into the host level. Reward Settlement completed. The 100 Lives book will prepare for a duration equivalent to an incense stick. After this time, the host may experience other lives. As the voice of the 100 Lives book faded, Xiao Mo felt an intense heat radiating from one of his vertebrae, akin to being engulfed in flames. He gasped in pain, clutching the pillow tightly against his chest, biting down hard. Sweat poured from his forehead. After 10 minutes, the searing sensation gradually subsided. Lying on the bed, Xiao Mo panted heavily, the sheets and pillow soaked. Yet, he sensed a newfound lightness within himself, a mysterious feeling. Previously, he felt as though his body were bound by invisible shackles, but now, those bonds have been severed. Xiao Mo surmised that these shackles represented karma. With the acquisition of the Emperor Bone, the weight of that karma no longer held sway over him. Suddenly, the entirety of the grass character sword technique and breath-restraining technique flooded his mind. During his previous life experiences, he had sensed the extraordinary nature of the grass character sword technique. Regrettably, upon departing the 100 Lives book, all insights and techniques gleaned would fade from memory. However, now he possessed the grass character sword intent, which encapsulated the grass character sword technique and his comprehension of it. It was as if a master were guiding him in his cultivation, significantly reducing the likelihood of missteps, with the sole distinction being that this master was, in fact, himself. In summary, Xiao Mo was immensely satisfied with this reward, even contemplating how bountiful the rewards would be if Qingyi attained the Yupu realm. Yet, he merely entertained the thought. Yes, without hesitation, Xiao Mo was curious about what the next life experience would be like. Please provide the host with a name. Xiao Mo. He decisively used his true name. I prefer to use my real name online. The host is about to enter the 100 Lives book to experience different lives. Please prepare accordingly. A familiar sense of disorientation enveloped him. When Xiao Mo regained his senses, he found himself in a dilapidated wooden hut. He glanced at his hands. Have I transformed into a child? Task background. You are named Xiao Mo, an ordinary villager from Honghua village, aged 11. When you were 7, your parents passed away, leaving you an orphan. However, the villagers of Honghua are kind-hearted and virtuous, and since your parents were generous during their lifetime, the villagers take turns bringing you meals. You grew up on the kindness of others. After turning 10, you often venture into the mountains to gather herbs for money or tend to the villagers' cattle in gratitude for their meals. While your life is modest, you are not on the brink of starvation. Task assignment. Task 1. You are an ordinary person without spiritual roots, and in this lifetime, you cannot cultivate. However, you possess a remarkable talent for studying. Please strive to attain academic honors and serve in the court. The higher your position, the greater your renown, and the more substantial the rewards will be. Task 2. Today, you ascend the mountain to gather medicinal herbs. You may proceed towards the northern slope, where, by the watering hole where you often graze cattle, there lies an injured white snake. This snake possesses spiritual essence and has fortuitously obtained a drop of true dragon's blood. She harbors the potential to transform into a dragon. Task duration, 2 lifetimes. 1,000 years to become a flood dragon. 10,000 years to transform into a true dragon. Normally, it takes 10,000 years for a snake to metamorphose into a dragon. Although this snake is extraordinarily gifted and has acquired true dragon's blood, she will still require at least several thousand years. Therefore, this life experience is divided into 2 lifetimes, both as an ordinary person incapable of cultivation, with the first lifetime currently underway. After 3,000 years post-mortem, the host will relive the second lifetime, continuing to assist her transformation into a dragon. Upon the conclusion of both lifetimes, this life experience will end, and rewards will be calculated. As the voice of the Bai, Shu faded, Xiao Mo meticulously absorbed its words. It was not difficult to comprehend. The time required for a snake to become a dragon is extensive, and since he would be an ordinary person in both lifetimes, he could not cultivate, and his lifespan was too short. Thus, this life experience is divided into 2 lives. After the first life concludes, the white snake would need to meditate for 3,000 years. Following that, he would live again to assist her in her transformation into a dragon. However, a dilemma arose, even across 2 lifetimes as an ordinary person. What assistance could he provide to this white snake? Xiao Mo sighed. Well, let us first rescue the white snake. He shouldered a bamboo basket, grasped a hoe and sickle, and set forth towards a mountain. Chapter 23. How about I call you by Ru Shui from now on? Hiss, it hurts so much. Hiss, am I dying? Hiss. By the edge of a watering hole, a small white snake lay on the grass. Its back was torn open, leaving the snake in a feeble state. Not long ago, it had merely ventured out to hunt for a few mice to satiate its hunger, but unexpectedly encountered an eagle. Although it had escaped with its life, it bore severe injuries. When would Xiao Qing arrive? Could she find me? The white snake recalled its sister, but soon a shadow of despair flickered in its vertical pupils. Even if she found me, what could she do? Just as the white snake was engulfed in despair, it heard some rustling from the nearby bushes. The white snake lifted its head and saw a young human boy parting the thicket. The white snake was startled and quickly coiled up, burying its head in the grass. "Do not find me, do not find me." "Found you," Xiao Mo exclaimed, his eyes suddenly brightening upon seeing the small white snake. "Oh no!" The white snake sensed the approaching footsteps and realized the boy was coming for it. "Hiss, hiss, hiss." The white snake abruptly raised its head and opened its small mouth toward him. Xiao Mo stumbled back 2 steps, feeling a rush of panic. Logically, this type of white snake should be non-venomous, but in this fantastical world, who could be certain? "You seem injured. Allow me to tend to you." "Do not worry. I mean you no harm." Xiao Mo cautiously approached with his shovel. Seeing the weapon in the human's hand, how could the snake trust him? "Stinking human, even if I die, I will not be made into your soup." The white snake resolved itself and lunged forward to bite. However, in that instant its wound was tugged, sending a wave of excruciating pain throughout its body. Xiao Mo braced himself for evasion, but the white snake lay motionless on the grass, as if it were a slackened spring. Its body convulsed slightly, seeing it appear unconscious and blood flowing profusely. Xiao Mo hurriedly placed it in the bamboo basket and carried it down the mountain. The little white snake was unaware of how long it had been unconscious. When it regained consciousness and slowly awoke, it found itself lying in a grassy nest. This seemed to be a human dwelling. It glanced at its body, which was wrapped in a clean white cloth, faintly scented with herbs. Recalling the events leading to its fainting, could it be that the little boy saved me? As the little white snake pondered, the door opened with a clatter. A small boy entered, carrying a mouse. "You are awake," he said, stepping forward with delight and carefully placing the mouse before it. "Here is something for you to eat." The boy's radiant smile appeared innocent and pure. The little white snake regarded the boy, then the dead mouse before it. It seemed he truly was not a bad person. Famished, the little white snake opened its mouth and slowly swallowed the mouse. After consuming the mouse, it lay quietly in the grassy nest, having shed its earlier aggression. This was a serpent with spiritual essence. Xiao Mo believed she now understood that he meant her no harm. "Little white snake, do you have a name?" "Xiao Montak in Kvilet." The little white snake tilted her head in confusion. "I am Xiao Mo. That is my name." He pointed to himself. "Shall I give you a name as well?" The little white snake paused for a moment, then nodded her head, her eyes filled with anticipation. "You are so white, like snow. How about I call you by Ru Shui from now on?" In the residence of the Minister of Rites, a young woman, appearing no more than 18, was bent over a flower bed. Her delicate hands held a small pair of silver scissors, focused on trimming the excess branches. Dressed in a simple white gown, she resembled freshly fallen snow, accentuating her graceful figure. A gentle morning breeze swept through, causing her skirt to sway like flowing clouds, creating soft ripples. The gown bore no elaborate embroidery, save for a few ethereal lotus leaves outlined in fine silver thread at the collar and sleeve edges. A light moon-white silk sash was loosely tied around her waist, accentuating her slender form, adding an air of elegance akin to willows swaying in the wind. Her eyebrows were exquisitely shaped, resembling distant mountains with delicate willow leaves, gently lifting at the tips, radiating an innate softness. Beneath her brows were bright eyes, clear as autumn waters, currently cast down, with long and lush eyelashes casting faint shadows on her cheeks, fluttering gently with her movements. Her lips were a soft pink, akin to the first bloom of early cherry blossoms, naturally curving upward even when not smiling, exuding a serene and approachable charm. "Daughter, my daughter, good news." As the young woman diligently pruned the flowers, the voice of Minister Yin Zhen echoed from afar. Upon hearing her father's voice, she looked up to see him hurrying into the courtyard. She set down her scissors and poured him a cup of tea, smiling. "Father seems particularly joyful. What good news do you bring?" "Ha ha ha, my daughter, you are unaware?" Yin Zhen took the tea with delight, exclaiming, "You are to become the empress." "Become the empress?" The young woman was puzzled. "Indeed," Yin Zhen nodded. "The emperor has ascended the throne for a year, and the harem remains vacant. It is time to select a consort. Ru Shui, you have been chosen to enter the palace, and as a member of the Yin family, with our current prime minister and the empress dowager, you are destined to be the empress of Dezhou, embodying the virtues of motherhood. Your future children will be the rulers of our nation." The more he spoke, the more exhilarated Yin Jin became. However, your mother is somewhat reluctant about you entering the palace. After all, it is a deep sea. Your mother, as you know, has a strong temperament. After much discussion, we decided to consider your wishes. Ru Shui, do you wish to enter the palace? Yin Ru Shui smiled gently, bowing slightly. I shall abide by father's arrangements. Laughter erupted. Well then, there is little left to say about your mother. I shall inform the clan leader. You, my daughter, simply await good news. All right, father. Yin Jun chuckled heartily as he exited the courtyard. Yin Ru Shui gazed at her father's retreating figure. Those once gentle, dark eyes gradually transformed into golden, majestic vertical slits. Chapter 24. However, sister, you are a serpent. How will you repay your kindness? Crack, crack, crack. Within the courtyard, Xiao Mo tirelessly chopped wood. Beneath the dilapidated eaves of a wooden hut, a small white snake attentively observed the 11-year-old boy. This marked her third day in this place. During these 3 days, the boy, named Xiao Mo, had diligently caught mice for her to eat and tended to her wounds. The small white snake pondered why he treated her with such kindness, for she was merely a snake, while he was a human. Half a month passed. The small white snake felt her injuries had nearly healed. She bit through the fabric that enveloped her body. Her flesh had regrown, though her scales were yet to fully develop, leaving her appearance somewhat unsightly. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The small white snake felt she could not leave without a word. As dusk fell and the sun sank on the horizon, casting a crimson hue over the world, a young boy herding cattle rode his large black bull slowly home. The small white snake descended from the beam and slithered to Xiao Mo's side, flicking her tongue, then turned to reveal her wounds. You've healed, Xiao Mo exclaimed upon seeing the small snake's injury, which, while still lacking scales, was much improved. The small white snake nodded, her gaze drifting towards the distant mountains. Do you wish to leave? Xiao Mo sensed her intent. The small white snake nodded once more. Very well. Xiao Mo's eyes clouded with a hint of sadness as he spoke in the innocent tone of an 11-year-old. Then go, but you must take care not to be harmed again. Hiss, hiss. The small white snake flicked her tongue as if to affirm Xiao Mo's words and slithered out of the courtyard. Outside, the small white snake turned to glance back at the boy. Upon seeing her turn, the boy waved and called out, Xiao Bai, do not get hurt again. Hiss. The small white snake waved her tail, resembling a hand in farewell, before disappearing into the grass. Sigh. After the small white snake departed, Xiao Mo exhaled deeply. How might he assist her in transforming into a dragon? This parting might render their reunion exceedingly difficult. As for forcibly keeping her by his side, that was utterly impossible. To say nothing of the fact that as an ordinary person, he could offer her no fortune. All he could do was fulfill his responsibilities and leave the rest to fate. With matters reaching this point, he resolved to focus on his studies. The village chief, an elderly scholar, would instruct the children in reading and writing. Xiao Mo planned to visit him the next day. Sister, where have you been this past month? Xiao Qing flicked her tongue anxiously as she gazed at her elder sister. Having searched for her for quite some time, worried that something had befallen her. I was catching mice to eat a few days ago, but an eagle spotted me. I narrowly escaped with some injuries, and a human saved me. The small white snake recounted briefly. He even gave me a name. A name? Xiao Qing tilted her head. Indeed, the small white snake nodded. He said I am as white as snow, so he named me by Ru Shui. What do you think? Is it beautiful? One day, I shall take you to meet him so he may bestow upon you a name as well. Sister, humans are no good. They often come to the mountains to catch snakes. Have you forgotten? Xiao Qing replied, exasperated. But Xiao Qing, I believe one cannot generalize. For instance, snakes differ from one another. You are green, I am white. Moreover, humans can also be good or bad. All humans are bad. Yet he saved me. That does not change the fact that he is bad. Xiao Qing exclaimed, her tail thumping against a stone in frustration. All right, the small white snake consoled, gently touching Xiao Qing's tail with her own. Trust me, sister. He is truly a good person, and he saved my life. I wish to repay his kindness. But sister, how can you, a snake, repay him? The small white snake pondered earnestly. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with inspiration. Eureka! From this day forth, I shall diligently train to transform, and then I shall repay my benefactor. You wish to study? In the courtyard, the old village chief Wang regarded Xiao Mo. On the stone table lay the herbs he had gathered that day. Yes, village chief, Xiao Mo replied, his eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. I wish to study. You little rascal, what do you need to study for? Just then, the village chief's wife emerged. What use is studying? Look at my husband. He has read his whole life and still remains a mere scholar. How much money does he have? My uncle works as a blacksmith in town. Next year, I shall send you there to be an apprentice. You will learn a respectable trade and never go hungry. Mother, I too wish to study. A 9-year-old girl chimed in beside her mother. Go away, you little girl. There's no need for you to study. It's proper for you to find a good family to marry. You must not end up like me, marrying a useless scholar, she admonished. The little girl nodded, somewhat understanding. Xiao Mo, recalling the village chief's circumstances, knew that he was 53 years old, and his wife, Chun Hong, was 10 years his junior. They had a daughter, Wang Yin, who was now 9. Although Chen often expressed her disdain for the village chief, she had never left him and managed the household with care. If you can study, then do so. If not, knowing a few characters is still beneficial. The village chief sighed and advised Xiao Mo, do not heed your Aunt Chen's nonsense. Starting tomorrow, you may attend classes at the village's schoolhouse. However, the children from the village and the neighboring 2 villages have all paid fees. I cannot allow you to enter, but you may listen from outside. Is that acceptable? Xiao Mo's heart leapt with joy as he quickly replied, Thank you, village chief. Studying will starve you, Aunt Chen scoffed, leading her daughter back into the house. Do not listen to your Aunt Chen, the village chief whispered. You see, I have not starved yet. Xiao Mo furrowed his brow, yearning to retort that without Aunt Chen, he might have perished long ago. Yet, he nodded seriously. You are right. Village chief. Chapter 25, she said nothing, and he asked nothing. Time passed with the changing seasons. In his second life experience within the realm of Bai Shu, Xiao Mo spent 3 more years. During this time, he herded cattle, gathered herbs, and attended the village schoolhouse to listen to the old village chief's teachings. However, Xiao Mo could only listen from outside the private school. This arrangement turned out to be quite beneficial, allowing him to tend to the cattle as well. Although Xiao Mo was but a child, the soul within him was undeniably that of an adult. Coupled with the universal use of Chinese characters in this world, he saved considerable time in learning to read and progressed rapidly. The village chief was astonished, delighted to discover a promising student. In the village chief's view, if Xiao Mo continued to study diligently, he might truly succeed in the imperial examinations. Should that come to pass, Stonebridge Village would certainly bask in glory. However, the village chief refrained from openly praising Xiao Mo, fearing it might lead to arrogance. Instead, he occasionally lent Xiao Mo a few of his cherished books in private, assuring him that he could seek clarification any time in the courtyard. Xiao Mo was not ungrateful. Each day, he would save a portion of the herbs and wild fruits he collected for the village chief. As such, during his excursions to gather herbs, Xiao Mo would often take a moment to peruse his books. While tending to the cattle, he would sit upon the back of the ox, engrossed in reading. In the evenings, when time permitted and the weather was fair, he would indulge in literature beneath the moonlight. As for the little white snake, it had not graced him with its presence for 3 years, and its whereabouts remained a mystery. With the arrival of spring and the resurgence of life, one early morning, Xiao Mo rose early and led the ox belonging to Elder Lu of the village up the mountain. As was his custom, he tended to the ox while reading. Hey, you there on the ox? A melodious female voice rang out from a distance as Xiao Mo sat atop the ox, engrossed in his book. He looked up to see a young girl, perhaps at the cusp of adolescence, standing nearby with her hands on her hips. She was adorned in a pristine white dress that flowed elegantly down her feet, her long black hair cascading just below her waist. Her skin was fair, glistening softly in the spring sunlight, and beneath long lashes, her peach blossom eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, reminiscent of a cat's tail. As if they encapsulated the essence of spring, below her delicate nose, her soft pink lips wore an innocent, warm smile. The sudden appearance of such a captivating maiden on the mountain, clad in a spotless white dress, was undoubtedly peculiar, and Xiao Mo was no exception to this sentiment. However, he quickly surmised her identity, for a white tail peeked out from beneath her dress. To his astonishment, in just 3 short years, she had transformed. As far as Xiao Mo knew, it typically took at least 20 years for a creature of the demon tribe to achieve such a metamorphosis. No wonder the ancient text proclaimed her extraordinary talent. Perhaps the drop of true dragoness blood she had fortuitously acquired played a significant role as well. Dismounting from the ox, Xiao Mo approached her with a respectful bow, feigning ignorance. "May I ask who the young lady is?" "I am," the girl thought to herself, realizing her predicament as her large, expressive eyes darted around. Today marked her first transformation, and having encountered him while he was riding the ox, she had rushed over without a thought for a proper introduction. "I am here to enjoy the spring. And you?" She countered. "I am a villager from Shiqiao village." "Name Xiao Mo, might I inquire your name?" The girl pointed to herself with a delicate finger, her eyes curving into a crescent shape. "I am Bairushua." "Bairushua." Xiao Mo echoed the name thoughtfully. "What is the matter?" She bent slightly, looking up at him. "Is my name unpleasant?" "It is lovely," he nodded, recalling the time he had rescued a little white snake and given it a name akin to hers. "That is merely a coincidence. I am not a snake. I am a person." "Indeed, a person," Bairushua insisted, her eyes darting before she steadied her gaze. Xiao Mo chuckled. "I never suggested you were a snake. Bairushua, spring has arrived, and with it comes an abundance of wild beasts and serpents in the mountains. It would be wise for you to descend soon." Xiao Mo tactfully shifted the conversation to alleviate the awkwardness. 3 years had passed, and it seemed this little white snake still possessed a hint of naivety. "No need to worry. I know these mountains well." Bairushua waved her hand dismissively. "By the way, your ox appears quite intriguing. May I ride it? As recompense." She produced a piece of silver, which she had found on the mountain. Xiao Mo shook his head. "That is unnecessary. If you wish to ride, simply climb aboard." "Thank you. You are quite kind." Bairushua gracefully approached the ox. Xiao Mo patted the large black ox on the head, and it let out a low grunt before kneeling down. Just as Bairushua was about to mount, her white serpent tail revealed itself. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly dropped her dress, exclaiming, "You must have seen incorrectly. I am not a snake. Look, these are human feet." Once more, she slightly lifted her skirt, revealing dainty feet adorned with embroidered shoes, the delicate ankles hinting at faint veins. "Perhaps I have read too much lately, and my vision is deceiving me." Xiao Mo played along. "Please do mount." "Oh." Bairushua climbed onto the black ox, sitting sideways on its back. Xiao Mo also mounted, sitting before her. As the ox rose to its feet, Bairushua gasped and instinctively grasped the hem of Xiao Mo's clothing. Under the spring sun, the ox ambled up the mountain, grazing here and there. Xiao Mo continued to peruse his text while she inquired, "Are you reading?" "Yes," he nodded. "Is reading enjoyable?" "Not particularly." "Then why do you read?" "Well, it is necessary to attain scholarly merit." "And why pursue scholarly merit?" "Only by achieving it can one enter the court as an official." "What does it mean to enter the court?" On the ox's back, the girl bombarded him with questions until evening, when Xiao Mo finally declared, "I must ascend the mountain now. Where do you reside? I can escort you." However, as the girl ran, her embroidered shoes transformed once more into a white serpent tail. Xiao Montak Chakotsofli. She offered no explanations. He asked no questions. Chapter 26. The answer lies in commitment. After bidding farewell to Xiao Mo, Bairushua hummed a light-hearted tune as she made her way back to her cave. At the cave entrance, Xiao Qing was peering around, her tongue flicking in and out. "Sister." "Xiao Qing." Bairushua quickened her pace to meet her. "Sister, where have you been?" Xiao Qing sighed. She had noticed that aside from hibernation, her sister had developed a penchant for wandering. "I want to see Xiao Mo," Bairushua replied cheerfully. "What?" Xiao Qing gasped. "Sister, how could you go see Xiao Mo? You just learned to transform. What if you expose yourself?" "That won't happen," Bairushua proclaimed proudly, hands on her hips. "I am quite adept at transformation." "Not so much." Xiao Qing felt exasperated. "Sister, just look at your feet." "Huh?" Bairushua looked down to find her feet had reverted to a tail. "Really?" Xiao Qing flicked her tongue. "But sister, you are rather silly." Bairushua pouted. "You are the silly one, Xiao Qing." "I am not silly at all." Xiao Qing continued. "Sister, I must tell you. I secretly slipped a bit of silver into his pocket today." Bairushua's eyes sparkled with delight. "Once I find more silver, I will give it all to him." Humans use silver to buy things. With it, he can procure many treasures. "Sister, will you see him again tomorrow?" Xiao Qing was at a loss for her sister's antics. "Of course. I have yet to repay my debt of gratitude. Your sister is a serpent who knows how to appreciate kindness. And how will you consider your debt repaid?" Xiao Qing felt weary. Bai Ruxue contemplated earnestly for a moment before decisively stating, I'm not sure. Sister, generally, how should a girl repay a life-saving favor? Bai Ruxue inquired of her sister. Sister, I am a snake, not a human. Oh, then it seems you will have to read more. Read? Yes, he was reading today, and although I cannot comprehend it, it appears quite impressive. Perhaps the answers lie within human texts. But sister, can you read? I cannot. But that is of no consequence. I have my ways. With that, Bai Ruxue joyfully darted away. Sister, it is late. Where are you going? Xiao Qin called after her. To gather silver and collect herbs. Bai Ruxue's voice echoed through the woods. Gathering herbs? The following day, after attending the village elder's lecture, Xiao Imo took the opportunity to ask him a few questions from his readings before continuing his journey up the mountain on the ox. He intends to gather more herbs today, exchange them for some silver, and subsequently procure ink and paper. He is aware that it was Xiao Bai who secretly gifted him this. The silver was collected by Xiao Imo and stored in a small pouch. The amount of silver was not substantial, and Xiao Imo had no intention of spending it. Rather, he planned to save it. This was because Xiao Bai mentioned that she would continue to gather silver for him, and Xiao Imo was curious to see how much she could collect. His motivation for doing so was simply for amusement. Upon reaching Shi Mountain, Xiao Imo tended to the cattle while gathering herbs. After filling a small basket, he heard a light and cheerful voice behind him. Turning around, he saw Bai Ruxue smiling at him. Miss Bai, Xiao Imo greeted her with a bow. Come play with me, Bai Ruxue innocently requested, as if she had no worries at all. Xiao Imo shook his head. I fear I have no time today. I must collect some medicinal herbs to sell and purchase ink and paper. There is time. Follow me, Bai Ruxue insisted, taking Xiao Mo's hand and leading him forward. Miss Bai, wait, I need to tend to cattle. Oh, then hurry up. After a short while, the girl brought Xiao Imo to a place abundant with the ziyang grass and qing long flowers he sought. Surprised, Xiao Imo marveled at how there could be so many medicinal herbs here. Squatting down, he picked a flower and noticed the plants were loosely rooted, almost as if they had been buried. Turning his gaze to the girl's hands, he observed that they were slightly dirty and a bit scraped. So that's how it is. Xiao Imo realized she had buried these herbs. Having gathered such a bounty of ziyang grass and qing long flowers, she must have worked tirelessly throughout the night. How about it? Is this enough? You must spend the rest of your time playing with me. Bai Ruxue lifted her delicate chin. It is sufficient, Xiao Imo nodded. What would you like to play? I want to read. Read? Yes, yes, I wish for you to teach me how to read. Is that possible? Bai Ruxue joyfully stepped forward, revealing a fragment of silver. I can pay for the tuition. In the residence of the Minister of Rites of Zhou, the maid Xiao Chun entered the young lady's back courtyard. Every time she stepped into this space, Xiao Chun felt as though she had entered another realm. In this world, there were only two colors, purple, which belonged to the ziyang grass, and blue, representing the qing long flower. In the pavilion of the courtyard, the young lady was engrossed in her reading. Xiao Chun had grown up alongside her. The young lady had always loved books and possessed vast knowledge. Unbeknownst to them, as the young lady matured, she became the most talented woman in the Zhou kingdom. Miss, Xiao Chun approached and bowed respectfully. The palace lady from the Empress Dowager has arrived. She is here to instruct you on the etiquette for entering the palace. Yes, I understand, Yin Ruxue replied, continuing to turn the pages of her book. Once I finish these pages, I shall go. Observing the young lady's profile, Xiao Chun couldn't help but ask, Miss, do you truly wish to enter the palace? The palace is a deep sea. In my view, a woman as beautiful and talented as you should not be confined within its depths. As Xiao Chun pondered, Yin Ruxue stood, gently placing the novel she had been reading atop Xiao Chun's head. It is written within the book. The young lady walked gracefully out of the courtyard, her hands clasped in front of her, as the spring breeze caressed the flowers and grass. The answer is to dedicate oneself. Chapter 27. I will truly wait forever. Xiao Mo. How is this character pronounced? Yao Chiao. And this one? Xiao. Yao Tio Sunu. Yun Si Hao Ki. Xiao Mo, what does this sentence mean? It means that a beautiful and virtuous lady is an excellent match for a gentleman. Then how can I become a virtuous lady? By reading. I am reading. Not enough. You must read more. How much must I read? When you have read sufficiently, you will know. Oh, Bai Ruxue responded, then raised her chin to gaze at the top of Xiao Mo's head. Hey, Xiao Mo, you seem to have grown taller. Really? Indeed. Bai Ruxue stood on her tiptoes to measure. You were once as tall as I, but now you are a head taller. It seems so, Xiao Mo mused, looking at the girl before him. But why haven't you grown? Yes, Bairushui blinked. Why haven't I grown? Perhaps this is your height. Xiao Mo lightly patted her head while leading the cattle and reading simultaneously as they walked forward. That's impossible, Bairushui chased after Xiao Mo's retreating figure, declaring, Xiao Mo, I will grow. I will definitely grow very tall, with long legs. Xiao Mo chuckled. All right, I shall wait for that. Every time Xiao Mo ascended the mountain, he encountered this girl. She never spoke of her origins, and he never inquired about her dwelling. When Xiao Mo rode the cattle and read, the girl would sit sideways behind him, her petite feet swinging beneath her skirt, gazing at the white clouds, the grasslands, and him. Since her arrival, Xiao Mo had spent considerably less time gathering herbs. This was primarily because Bairushui would collect the herbs and bury them in the ground. Each time Xiao Mo visited, she would excitedly pull him deeper into the mountains, exclaiming, I have discovered many more Ziyang grasses and Qinglong flowers. Xiao Mo would teach her to read, and Bairushui would gather fragments of silver to pay for her lessons. However, no matter how fortunate Bairushui was, it was impossible for her to find money every day. On days when she could not find silver, Xiao Mo would console her, saying, It's all right. You can bring me a rabbit or a mountain chicken as tuition another day. Thereafter, every time the girl met Xiao Mo, her delicate hands would carry a rabbit or a mountain chicken. You should have mentioned it. Rabbits and mountain chickens are much easier to find than silver, she would say. Nevertheless, Bairushui continued to search for silver daily. The reason was simple. She had heard Xiao Mo say that reading was expensive, and she wanted to gather money for him to study. In summer, the weather gradually grew warmer. Snakes preferred the shade. Bairushui stood at the mouth of the cave, reluctant to emerge into the glaring sun. She even felt that if she crawled out, her belly would be scorched, turning her into a roasted snake. However, today, Xiao Mo said he would ascend the mountain to tend to the cattle. Checking the time, she realized he must have finished his lunch and was already riding the cattle up the mountain. Xiao Qing, I'm going out. Bairushui mustered her courage to declare. Regardless, my sister will not listen. Moreover, that person seemed rather foolish, as he had yet to realize that she was a creature of the supernatural. Well, I shall take my leave. Bairushui transformed into her human form, making sure to check her little feet. They were indeed not a tail, and she joyfully leaped out of the cave. Sure enough, on the path Xiao Mo frequently took to the mountains, she spotted him with a cow. Xiao Montak. The girl waved her hand with delight. As usual, the two rode the large black cow, swaying between the mountains. However, the sun was truly scorching. Bairushui felt her eyes blur and her head grow dizzy. At that moment, a shadow fell across her face. Looking up, she saw an oiled paper umbrella. Take this, the weather is hot. Don't get heat stroke. Xiao Mo handed the umbrella to the girl. You are kind. Bairushui gratefully accepted the umbrella, resting it on her shoulder and twirling the handle like a child. On the cow's back, the girl sat sideways under the umbrella while the boy read. The sounds of birds and insects in the mountains blended together. A gentle breeze swept by, rustling Xiao Mo's hair. The girl took a deep breath, her eyes comfortably narrowing as she savored the scent of earth mingled with his essence. Perhaps summer was not so detestable after all. As autumn deepened, the weather gradually turned cooler, and the leaves became increasingly withered and yellow. The herbs in the mountains also wilted significantly. Sitting on the stone that lay along the path he must traverse to ascend the mountain, the young girl rested her delicate palm against her chin, appearing somewhat melancholic. Compared to the summer, Bairushui discovered an increasing aversion to autumn, for during this season, he seldom ventured up the mountain to tend to the cattle or gather herbs. Although he would come to visit her every few days, it was evident that he was not as diligent as before. Gazing outwards, day after day, the girl would sit upon that stone, watching the sun rise and set. Unbeknownst to her, evening had fallen once again. In half an hour, the sun would dip below the horizon. Just as she thought he would not arrive today, a familiar figure appeared on that narrow path. Her eyes sparkled with sudden brightness. Xiao Mo, she exclaimed joyfully as she rushed towards him. Why are you so late in coming up the mountain today? I happen to have some free time, so I thought I would come and see you. I wanted to tell you something, and I didn't expect to find you still here. Xiao Mo replied with a smile. I'm going to head down soon. The girl said, her eyes darting around. What did you want to tell me? The village chief said that my studies over the past few years have been satisfactory, and I should be able to pass the childhood examination. I have already registered, and come spring next year, I will participate in the exam. The village chief advised me to prepare well and strive for a good ranking. Since winter is approaching, I likely will not come back up here again. Oh, Bai Ru Shui replied, lowering her head, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing her gaze. Xi o Montak nodded. Then let's make a promise. The girl extended her slender pinky. Xiao Mo mirrored her gesture. Pinky swear, 100 years without change. The two fingers intertwined, and the girl playfully shook them, her light laughter echoing through the mountains. Xiao Mo, come spring, I will be waiting for you here. You mustn't deceive me. She lifted her lovely eyes, gazing wistfully at Xiao Mo. And what if I were to deceive you? Xiao Montak teased it. You must not deceive me, she pouted, because I will truly wait for you indefinitely. Chapter 28. Someone is waiting for Xiao Gugu. Winter has arrived. The air has turned increasingly frigid. Each morning, as Xiao Mo awoke, he would see the branches outside adorned with a thin layer of frost. From dawn until dusk, he would read, taking brief naps before continuing his studies. Xiao Mo felt he had never studied as diligently for his college entrance exams in his past life. As for his daily expenses for ink, paper, and writing tools, he had saved a modest sum of silver, barely sufficient to get by. One morning, as Xiao Mo rose early, he sensed that the chill was far more biting than usual. After dressing, he stepped outside to wash. As he opened the door, a scene of silver-white beauty greeted him. Snowflakes, as large as goose feathers, drifted gracefully from the sky. The biting wind caused him to shiver involuntarily. "Siya ye. I have brought you some food," came the cheerful voice of a little girl from outside the courtyard. The chubby little girl hurried over, carrying a food box. "Xiao Ying, thank you," Xiao Mo said, accepting the food box and ruffling her hair. The girl delivering the meal was Wang Ying, the second daughter of the village chief. Initially, the chief had intended for his eldest daughter, Wang Yin, to deliver the food, but Aunt Shun, wishing to avoid suspicion, had sent the 3-year-old Wang Ying instead. In the village, everyone knew each other, and the two families lived close by, so there was little risk involved. However, Xiao Mo had been quite surprised when he learned 3 years ago that Aunt Shun was pregnant again. Indeed, the village chief was still remarkably vigorous. Xiao Mo handed a bun to Wang Ying, who, unreservedly, accepted the large bun from her elder brother. The two sat on a stone, taking bites of their food. "Xiao Gugu, I noticed that when you eat, you always gaze towards that mountain. Is there something up there?" Wang Ying asked, raising her round little head with curiosity. "Ah, that mountain," Xiao Mo replied, lifting his gaze towards the distant peak blanketed in thick white snow. "There's someone waiting for Xiao Gugu." "Elder sister, eat some more," little Qing urged. "I can't eat anymore," came the reply. "Just one more. I've already eaten so many mice." "Elder sister, just a little bit more. I truly cannot eat anymore." In a cave, little Qing presented 2 dead mice before her elder sister. The 2 serpents, one white and one green, had plump bellies, appearing rounder than usual. Typically, snakes would have already begun their hibernation by now. However, when a serpent clan awakens its intellect and embarks on the path of cultivation, the duration of hibernation diminishes. The higher the realm, the shorter the hibernation. Nonetheless, even 3 days prior, little Qing had begun to feel drowsy. Yet, she remained concerned for her sister, resisting the urge to sleep. "Little Qing, please go to sleep." "I assure you, I'm fine," Bai Ru Shui comforted, watching her sister's head droop as drowsiness overcame her. "But sister, how could I not worry about you? No snake sheds its skin in winter." At that moment, Bai Ru Shui's clear vertical pupils appeared clouded, and the edges of her white scales curled upwards, resembling the cracked patterns of a parched riverbed. The scales on her snout developed fine fissures, akin to dried clay, while a transparent, viscous secretion enveloped her body, reflecting an oily sheen. "It's nothing to worry about. I am a serpent capable of transformation, unlike ordinary snakes. But sister, there's no buts. Quickly sleep, or I shall be angry." Bai Ru Shui feigned annoyance. "I want tea." As little Qing stubbornly refused to sleep, Bai Ru Shui's tail discreetly coiled around a stone, and while her sister was distracted, she delivered a gentle tap from behind. Little Qing's eyes spun, and with a thud, she tumbled down. "Little Qing, see you in spring." Bai Ru Shui's tail tip brushed against her sister's head before she lay down beside her, facing the cave entrance. What's he doing now? He must still be studying, I suppose. Gazing at the snow outside the cave, Bai Ru Shui's thoughts began to drift. and the weight of sleep gradually descended upon her. It has been so long since I last saw him. Would he forget me? She pondered, curling herself into a ball. After shedding my skin, will I grow? I should, right? What kind of expression will he have when he sees me grown? Will I be as tall as he is? As her drowsiness intensified, by Ru Shui's final thought, like a kite severed from its string, slipped away, and she succumbed to the depths of slumber. Within the cave, the two serpents nestled closely together. Outside, the heavy snow swirled through the forest. Time passed, and the wind and snow gradually subsided until the skies cleared. With the arrival of spring, Xiao Mo prepared a journey to Qingshan County for his examination. The nation of which Xiao Mo was a part was called Qigua. Unlike the ancient childhood examinations of Huaxia, the childhood exam in Qigua was held annually, with 3 rounds of testing each month, all conducted in a single location. Passing the first 2 rounds would grant the title of Tongsheng, while succeeding in all 3 rounds would bestow the title of Shoukai. If one failed to achieve Shoukai, they could attempt the exam again the following year without needing to retake the initial rounds. Attaining the title of Shoukai conferred a certain status. Shoukai in Qigua could meet officials without bowing, be exempt from corvée labor, avoid torture, and establish private schools to tutor others, yet they remained liable for land taxes. Moreover, due to the increasing number of Shoukai in Qigua, the competition for tutoring and document writing positions had become fierce. Presently, many impoverished Shoukai existed, including the village chief himself. Village chief, I am setting off. Xiao Mo bid farewell to the village chief's family at the village gate. Take this for your journey, the village chief said, stepping forward to hand Xiao Mo a bundle. Aunt Chen huffed and turned her head away, but said nothing further. Ignoring his wife, the village chief advised Xiao Mo. Study well. There is no need to feel overly pressured. With your talent, you should be able to pass. I await good news from you. Yes. Xiao Mo responded with a respectful bow to the village chief's family before turning to depart. This year's childhood exam was to be held in Qingshan County, fortuitously not too far from Shiqiao village, merely a day's journey away. Upon arriving in Qingshan County, Xiao Mo enjoyed a good night's rest. 2 days later, he participated in the examination, which was open to all ages. In the realm of the examination, there were children of 8 or 9 years of age, as well as elders in their 50s and 60s. These aged individuals had endured numerous years of study, yet remained mere T-ing shing. The competition for the T-ing sh was exceedingly fierce, and one could only imagine the intensity of the subsequent 11ing sh and sh. The aspiration to enter the court as an official, a task of great significance, was indeed a formidable challenge. Would I have to toil my entire life without ever attaining an official position? Pondered Xiom, Chapter 29. Stinky Xiom, I do not recognize you. The format and content of the NQ were reminiscent of the Ming dynasty in ancient Hu 11, yet bore many distinctions. Xiom successfully passed the first 2 examinations and had already attained the status of A. The 3rd round of examinations would occur 15 days later, providing candidates a moment to rest. He decided to remain in Qingshan County to review for the upcoming round. Meanwhile, on the northern slopes of Shqiao village, within a cave, a white serpent slowly opened her eyes. She perceived her vision as hazy and felt discomfort from something clinging to her body. The white serpent rubbed against a nearby stone with great effort, ultimately shedding a portion of her newly formed scales and finally emerged from her skin. I have grown quite long, she mused, estimating her length at around 7 feet, and noting that she was significantly thicker than before. Transforming into human form, the maiden rushed out of the cave to the edge of a pool. Wow, I am so tall and beautiful. She twirled around the pool, her skirt swirling, thoroughly pleased with her new appearance. I must be taller than him now. When he sees me next, he will surely be startled. A gentle joy blossomed in her heart as she envisioned Xiom's astonished face upon their reunion. I hope that little Qiu-ing grows tall too. She softly patted the head of Qiu-ing before leaping out of the cave. The girl settled on the path he would inevitably traverse, sitting once more upon the stone. She rested her chin upon her hands, gazing into the distance, awaiting his return. 1 day passed, then 2, 3, and 4. Bai Su waited patiently, tossing stones repeatedly, having lost count of how many she had thrown. The surrounding grass was unknown how many she had plucked, and the passing mice, how many had been consumed. He wouldn't forget me, would he? 10 more days elapsed, and still, Buyer Su had yet to glimpse his figure. Stinky Shom. If you do not come find me soon, I shall be angry, she declared one day. On the 20th day of waiting, as the sun set, Buyer Su stood atop the stone, her fair hand cupped to her mouth, shouting toward the path below. Stinky Shom. I shall give you one more chance. If you do not come, I truly will be angry. On the 21st day, as the sun dipped below the horizon and night gradually enveloped the sky, the girl remained atop the stone, exclaiming, Shom, I am giving you one last chance. If you do not appear by tomorrow, I will genuinely be angry. On the 22nd day, Shom, I am truly, truly angry. You cannot appease me now. On the 23rd day, Shom, I shall ignore you forever. Days 24 and 25 passed, and each day, Buyer Su sat upon the stone, pondering, Where are you, Shom? On the night of the 26th day, as darkness enveloped the sky, the girl sat on the stone, hugging her knees. Burying her head in her lap, tears glistened and slowly soaked her dress. Above, the night sky sparkled with stars, resembling the Creator scattering luminous grains of sand across the vast expanse. The moonlight cascaded down, casting a soft halo around her. The girl was unaware of when she fell asleep, nor did she realize how many times she had cursed Stinky Shom in her heart. Yet she remained there, resolutely waiting. On the morning of the 27th day, the sky was once again painted white. Birds chirped merrily in the forest, and a lizard crawled to the girl's feet, glancing up before swiftly darting away, sensing some disturbance. On that path appeared the silhouette of a man. Shom advanced step by step. He dared not disregard this opportunity. Consequently, after the examination results were announced, Shom lingered in Qngsh County for a full 6 days. He wondered if she had become anxious waiting. Thinking of the little white serpent, Shom quickened his pace. Upon reaching the mountainside, he looked up to see a girl sitting on a stone, hugging her knees, her small face buried within. The girl appeared to be asleep. Uncertain if it was her Su, he approached and gently called, Miss? Hearing his voice, the girl's shoulders trembled slightly, as if awakening. When she lifted her gaze, Shom was momentarily entranced. Her irises were a clear ink hue, deep with the essence of tranquil waters. Her long, thick lashes fluttered like butterfly wings, casting soft shadows beneath her eyes, accentuating the glimmer of her gaze, imbued with the innocence and purity unique to her. As her eyes sparkled, a natural allure emerged, yet was firmly anchored by her crystalline essence, leaving only a captivating vivacity and tenderness. She blinked drowsily at the man before her. As the girl recognized the figure of the man, her eyes brightened even more. However, her delicate face bore traces of tears, and the corners of her eyes were tinged with the redness of weeping. Are Su? Shom inquired. Buyer Su swallowed, wishing to respond. Yet, in a fit of pique, she turned her head away, pouting in a sulky tone, I am not Buyer Su. Stinky Shom, I do not recognize you. Chapter 30, You big liar. I shall ignore you forever. Stinky Shom, I do not recognize you. Buyer Su turned her head away, huffing. Shom immediately discerned her anger. However, it was understandable. He had promised to see her in spring, neglecting to inform her that the examinations would take a month. Furthermore, the county magistrate had delayed him for a few additional days. It was likely that her Su had been waiting for him to awaken from her winter slumber. Well, it seems I have mistaken my identity, Shom said, retrieving a wooden deer god hairpin from his sleeve. Upon seeing the hairpin, Buyer Su blinked in curiosity. Shom sighed, speaking in a tone of disappointment. I had promised a friend to visit her in spring, but this time participating in the consumed considerable time. Additionally, I was held back by the county magistrate for a meal, which caused further delays. Thus, I carved this hairpin during my leisure, intending to offer it as an apology. But now it appears she no longer awaits me. This hairpin is unnecessary. As he finished speaking, Shom raised his hand, feigning an intention to toss the hairpin away. Who says it's unnecessary? I want it. Buyer Su tiptoed and quickly snatched the hairpin from his hand, gleefully playing with it. She turned to shield the hairpin in her embrace, declaring, I am Buyer Su. But you just said you weren't, he replied. Buyer Su blinked, her T-O-Who-M-U, shimmering with the clarity of a snow spring. Did I ever say I was not Buyer Su? Shom paused, then chuckled, nodding, you indeed did not say so. That is correct. Buyer Su cradled the hairpin, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she implored. "Xiao, help me wear it." "Very well." Xiao accepted the hairpin and delicately nestled it within her flowing hair. The girl's eyes curved with joy. "How do I look?" "You are beautiful, yet this hairpin seems inadequate. Perhaps I should practice further and carve a better one for you," he mused, assessing his handiwork while reaching to remove it. "Do not. I want this one." Bai Ersu clutched her hair, hurriedly retreating. Bai Rushua let out a soft huff and turned her little head. "Considering the gifts you have bestowed upon me, I shall forgive you." In truth, Bai Rushua felt a surge of anger within her. Yet, inexplicably, upon seeing Xiao Mo, her ire diminished significantly. The young man expressed his gratitude for the young lady's magnanimity, performing a courteous bow. "No need for thanks," she replied, standing before him with a beaming smile akin to a blossoming flower. However, after a brief moment, she seemed to recall something, stepping closer to Xiao Mo, rising on her toes, and gesturing toward his head, then to her own. "How can this be?" A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. "Why am I still shorter than you? I have grown so much." Xiao Montak replied, "Miss Bai, do you not think it possible that I have grown as well?" Bai Rushue's eyes sparkled with realization, as if enlightenment dawned upon her. "Oh, so that is it." Xiao Mo found himself momentarily speechless. Although Bai Rushue had matured into a young lady, she still seemed somewhat naive. "By the way, Xiao Mo, how did you fare in your recent examinations?" she inquired, no longer preoccupied with their height difference. In their last encounter, she had been a full head shorter, and now she was merely half a head shorter. Surely, with her next growth spurt, she would catch up to him. "I passed and became a Shiotsi," he replied. "Does that mean you can become an official?" she asked eagerly. "At the very least, one must achieve the Jiren, with the Gongshu being the most secure route." "Will you still have to take exams?" Bai Rushue's head drooped as she contemplated the long interval before they would see each other again. "The next examination is the county test, which is 3 years away." "That is quite a while," she sighed, her mood lifting. She tugged at Xiao Mo's sleeve and urged, "Come, let's ascend the mountain. I wish to show you a place you will surely adore." With that, the two of them climbed the mountain side by side. Before long, Bai Rushua led Xiao Mo to a clearing brimming with Xiang grass and Qinglong flowers. Xiao Mo exclaimed in astonishment, "Why are there so many?" "Indeed, there are many," Bai Rushua replied proudly. "I planted all of these. Once I sow more seeds, the entire mountain will be covered. You can have as many as you desire, without the need for laborious herb gathering." Upon hearing her words, Xiao Mo lowered his head, his expression turning somber. "Xiao Mo, what troubles you?" Bai Rushua asked, her heart tightening with concern. "Rushua, I must share something with you," Xiao Mo said, meeting her gaze. "I may not come to the mountain as often in the future." "What?" Bai Rushua felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her face paling. "Why?" "The new official in Qingshan City is quite agreeable. He mentioned that the government will provide us with financial support each month until the next county examination." Xiao Montak explained it. "Moreover, the village chief has indicated that he has nothing more to teach me, so I will need to travel frequently to pursue my studies. Therefore, my visits to the mountain will be fewer." In truth, Xiao Mo did not wish to part from Bai Rushua, as he still needed to assist her in her transformation. However, he grappled with the reality of being an ordinary person, unsure of how to help her. His current focus was to obtain a degree and ascend to officialdom, not merely as a task to complete, but as a means to gain the power to aid her in the future. As Bai Rushua absorbed his words, she lowered her head further. Xiao Mo waited patiently, allowing her to process her emotions. For her, aside from her sister, he was perhaps her only friend. It was understandable that she found it hard to accept this news. Yet, soon tears began to fall from the corners of her eyes. Her small fist clenched tightly at her sides, her body trembling slightly. "Rushua, do not worry. Whenever I have time," just as Xiao Mo attempted to console her. Bai Rushua abruptly raised her head, her peach blossom eyes glistening with tears, resembling blossoms adorned with dewdrops. "You big liar. I shall no longer pay you any heed. Schapte 31, Xiao Montak. I have come to a realization. You deceitful scoundrel. I will never play with you again. You deceitful scoundrel. Odious trickster. Fraud." As Bai Rushua ran forward, she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes with her small hands. She ran for an indeterminate time before finally stopping to look back, realizing Xiao Mo had been left far behind. "Xiao Montak, you big liar," she shouted back along the path, then turned and dashed toward her cave. Outside the cave by a small pond, a little girl in a blue skirt gazed contentedly at her reflection in the water. This girl, with her 2 braided pigtails and round, smooth face, looked as fresh as a newly shelled egg, radiating a healthy rosy hue akin to the lightest touch of rouge. Beneath a pair of arched brows, 2 dark, glistening almond-shaped eyes sparkled with clarity, their long lashes fluttering like dew-kissed butterfly antennae, the delicate eyeliner hinting at a soft green. Her petite nose turned up slightly at the tip, giving her an endearing appearance. Her petal-like lips, naturally pink, were now pursed, revealing 2 shallow dimples that resembled sweet honey-filled hollows. This little girl was Xiaoqing. That morning, Xiaoqing had also awakened. Noticing her sister was not by her side and only finding her discarded snake skin, she thought little of it, assuming her sister had gone to seek out that human boy once more. Xiaoqing twirled her blue skirt, thoroughly pleased with her human form. Just as she was admiring herself, she heard footsteps approaching. Looking up, she saw a young lady walking toward her. At first, she failed to recognize her, but upon closer inspection, the unmistakable peach blossom eyes confirmed that this was indeed her sister. After shedding her skin, my sister has grown so much. She has truly become a young woman of the human race. It was only natural, for her sister had cultivated for over 30 years. According to human standards, she should have already borne several children. However, the snake clan experienced slow physical development before their transformation. After shedding their skin, growth accelerated significantly. "Sister," Xiaoqing exclaimed, rising on her toes and waving her hands joyfully. Upon hearing her sister's voice, Bairushua lifted her head. Seeing her sister's tearful and dazed expression startled Xiaoqing, prompting her to rush over. "Sister, what is wrong? Who has bullied you? Just watch me bite him to death." "No one has bullied me," Bairushua feigned nonchalance. "By the way, Xiaoqing, you can transform now too? How adorable." "Sister, whether or not I could transform is not important," Xiaoqing said, firmly grasping her sister's delicate wrist. "Is it that Xiao Mo who has made you angry?" Bairushua lowered her head. "Indeed, it is him." Xiaoqing clenched her small fists in anger. "I shall go bite him right now." "Xiaoqing, please don't." Bairushua grasped her sister's hand. "You are a venomous snake. If you bite him, he will die." "Do not worry, sister. I will control the venom," Xiaoqing assured. "At most, he will only be bettered in for 2 days. That is still unacceptable. He would suffer greatly." "But sister, he has bullied you," Xiaoqing cried, her eyes brimming with tears. "What has transpired, dear sister?" Bairushua asked with concern, fearing that perhaps her identity had been discovered and that he had sought help to eliminate the demon. "He said he is going out to study and that he no longer needs to gather herbs. He will be coming to the mountain far less often," Bairushua murmured. "Is that all?" Xiaoqing blinked, her eyes even reflecting a hint of joy. "Isn't that a good thing? Humans and demons lead different paths. If he no longer comes to Shi Mountain, isn't that better?" Bairushua pouted. "Sister, you are ignoring me." Transforming back into her original form, Bairushua slithered into the cave, hiding beneath a stone, quietly mourning her predicament. Xiaoqing transformed into her original form and crawled over, resting beside her elder sister. In truth, Xiaoqing felt quite pleased that her sister no longer sought to meet that man. However, upon witnessing her sister's sorrowful demeanor, her joy dissipated. A thought struck her. Just as Xiaoqing pondered how to comfort her sister, Bairushua lifted her serpent head. As the saying goes, trees are lifeless, while snakes embody vitality. He seldom ventured to the mountains for his studies. Thus, I shall accompany him down the mountain instead. Bairushua transformed and dashed out of the cave, her voice echoing back to the girl. "Xiaoqing, you need not prepare my mice for dinner today." "Sister," Xiaoqing called from the cave's entrance, a sense of sadness and grievance swelling within her. "You have gone off with that human. What about me? I am your sister." Bairushua dashed through the woods toward the flower field they had visited before, her pace quickening. Ouch! After stumbling over a branch, she rose and continued her sprint. Upon reaching the flowering meadow, she exhaled in relief, patting her chest. Thankfully, he was still there. Yet, recalling the harsh words she had spoken to Xiao Mo not long before, she felt embarrassed to face him again. As Bairushua wrestled with her conflicting emotions, Xiao Mo turned and happened to glance at her direction. Startled, she shrank back, quickly hiding behind a tree. "Miss Bai," Xiao Mo called out. Bairushua emerged, hands clasped behind her back, fingers tightly clenched, her head bowed like a little girl seeking forgiveness for a transgression. Why you haven't left yet? Bai Ruxue murmured. Xiao Mo shook his head. I have angered Miss Bai, and thus cannot leave at ease. Bai Ruxue kept her head down, her delicate fingers incessantly fidgeting. Xiao Montak, I have come to a decision. Finally, summoning her courage, she lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Mo's eyes. What? He inquired. I wish to accompany you down the mountain. And no, is that permissible? Bai Ruxue replied, her eyes clouding with disappointment once more. Of course, but Miss Bai, do your parents have any objections? My parents have long since passed. My sister Xiaoqing and I depend on each other. Besides, my sister is more than capable of catching mice. She will not go hungry. Catching mice? Wait, have I mentioned that? I must have misheard. Then it is settled. The maiden's eyes sparkled as she stepped forward, grasping Xiao Mo's large hand and placing a glistening silver scale within his palm. What is this, my lady? He inquired. It is a scale I found from a snake. She looked up, locking her gaze with his, speaking earnestly. I know I am clumsy and often make mistakes, and I can be quite bothersome. But Xiao Mo, you may scold me or strike me, yet you must not cast me away. If one day you can no longer tolerate me, simply place this scale beneath my pillow. The next day, I will act as if I know nothing and will leave quietly. Is that agreeable? Chapter 32. How does your majesty perceive this matter? Your majesty. Wei Sun called from outside the Yangxin Palace. Xiao Mo's consciousness withdrew from the myriad of books, opening his eyes and exhaling deeply. Enter. Yes, your majesty. Wei Sun complied, stepping into the Yangxin Palace and respectfully bowing. This servant pays homage to your majesty. What is it? Xiao Mo inquired, observing the eunuch. Xiao Mo furrowed his brow. Did the Empress Dowager convey any matters of importance? The Empress Dowager did not specify, but we suspect it pertains to the selection of a consort. I understand. Prepare the royal carriage. Xiao Mo was reluctant to venture out, but he had no choice. The Empress Dowager had requested his presence for a meal. Not attending could be viewed as an act of filial disrespect, even though she was not his biological mother, but merely a guardian. We shall prepare the dragon carriage for your majesty. Wait, Xiao Mo called out to Wei Sun. What orders do you have, your majesty? Clear a secluded area within the palace, ensuring it is quiet. Arrange various Taoist implements within, including peach-wood swords and the like. I intend to set up an altar to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and no one is to enter. Do you understand? Xiao Monta commanded. I shall see to it promptly. Go. Yes, your majesty. Wei Sun harbored no suspicions regarding the emperor's actions. Merely thinking that Xiao Mo was deeply engrossed in his spiritual pursuits, even going so far as to set up an altar. Historically, how many emperors had established altars within the palace? In truth, Xiao Mo wished to practice the grass character sword technique, and setting up the altar served merely as a pretext. Although the Yangxin Palace was spacious, practicing the grass character sword technique indoors was impractical. The sword energy could easily cause damage, attracting attention from Yanshan Ao. However, if he claimed to be engaging in spiritual practices daily, Yanshan Ao would not be suspicious. He might even view Xiao Mo's behavior as absurd, thus becoming more trusting of him. Once his cultivation reached a certain level, he would summon Yanshan Ao to the palace and seize an opportunity to eliminate him. Before long, Xiao Mo arrived at Lingxin Palace aboard the dragon carriage. Your son pays respects to mother. I hope you have been well of late. Xiao Mo addressed the Empress Dowager, bowing before her. I'm quite well, thank you. The Empress Dowager smiled and nodded, rising to assist Xiao Mo to a seat beside her, patting his arm. Mo heir, I have heard that you have become quite absorbed in your spiritual practice, and now you even don the attire of a Taoist. This is not acceptable. You must concentrate on state affairs. Mother, you need not worry. Prime Minister Yin is a capable statesman, managing the court with great efficiency. Everyone praises his wisdom and virtue, and I'm not concerned, so you need not fret. Xiao fignet Braisi for the Yang Shao. In reality, the court was rife with corruption, led by Yan Shan Ao, where officials formed cliques, sidelining dissenters, and even selling positions of power. Currently, the kingdom of Zhou was in a dire state. Why was Yan Shan Ao so eager to seek the support of the Wandao Sect? It was because the neighboring Yin kingdom eyed Zhou with greed. And Yan Shan Ao was no fool. He recognized the Yin kingdom's intentions to annex Zhou. You, the Empress Dowager sighed, her tone tinged with resignation. Yet, Xiao Mo sensed a hidden satisfaction within her. Ah, my brother may be lacking, but he possesses some ability. Let the emperor pursue his spiritual practice. The Empress Dowager spoke earnestly. However, while you focus on your cultivation, the foundation of the nation must not be neglected. What do you mean, mother? Previously, Prime Minister Yin has already mentioned this to you. You are not young anymore. It is time to select a consort. Lists of suitable young ladies from various prominent families have been submitted. Mother, I have reviewed them. While those ladies from esteemed families are indeed remarkable, they do not seem to align with my heart's desire. The most suitable candidate remains Yin Rushui from the Yin family. Surely you have heard her name. Naturally, I have heard of her. Xiao Montak nodded. Yin Rushui is the most talented maiden of our Zhou kingdom, well-versed in both ancient and contemporary literature, earning accolades from officials and commoners alike. As he spoke, Xiao Mo realized that he had inadvertently named the small white snake after Yin Rushui, inadvertently aligning with the name of the esteemed maiden. Hearing Xiao Mo commend Yin Rushui, the Empress Dowager's mood brightened, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. According to protocol, we were initially to select 10 noble maidens to enter the palace as consorts, from which you would choose a virtuous one after a year. However, upon reflection, given your current focus on spiritual practice, you may not have the energy to manage so many consorts, which could be detrimental to your health. The nation cannot be without a consort for even a day. Since these regulations are man-made, I propose we allow Rushui to enter the palace to serve you. With Rushui's background and talent, should she become our Zhou kingdom's empress, she would undoubtedly win the hearts of the people. Afterward, Rushui shall assist your majesty in managing the harem, inviting other consorts to enrich the imperial court. I wonder what your majesty thinks of this. Xiao Mo is well aware of the intentions of Empress Dowager Yin. Initially, she likely envisioned selecting a consort for herself, particularly incorporating Yin Rushui from her Yin clan, with the intention of eventually elevating her to empress after a year. However, now she perceives this approach as slow and fraught with risk. What if other women gain favor? What if other consorts become pregnant first? Furthermore, many of the other consorts have considerable backing. What if I conspire with other noble families? Thus, after much contemplation, Empress Dowager Yin has decided to let Yin Rushui enter the palace alone, securing her position as empress swiftly to avoid unforeseen complications. As for her mention of inviting other women to enrich the harem, that would only be considered after Yin Rushui has given birth to a prince. This concern does not stem from Xiao Mo's eagerness for a myriad of beauties in the harem, but rather from the disconcerting feeling of being manipulated and reduced to a mere pawn. It is as if she is a marionette. I have no objections. If Rushui enters the palace, I shall certainly have fewer worries, and she can also reminisce with the Empress Dowager, Xiao Mo respectfully stated. The more Empress Dowager Yin observed Xiao Mo's understanding, the more she cherished him. Now that the elders of the Wandao Sect have arrived within the borders of our state of Zhou, and since Wandao Sect is the foremost sword sect in the realm, we must not be negligent and must extend our utmost hospitality. When the elders of the Wandao Sect arrive, Rushui shall also enter the palace, and we will hold the coronation ceremony. This will allow the elders of the Wandao Sect to partake in the celebration, showcasing our hospitality in the Great Zhou. Xiao Mo bowed his head, responding, I shall defer to the Empress Dowager's wishes. Chapter 33. But he alone, my sister, cannot achieve. Sitting in the courtyard, Xiao Mo retrieved a glimmering, translucent snake scale from within his garments. The scale, now fashioned into a necklace by Rushui, hung around Xiao Mo's neck, a constant companion. Setting his book aside, he raised his gaze towards the direction of Shi Mountain. It was nearly time to fetch her. Yesterday, Rushui mentioned she would pack her belongings and wait for him by the small path at noon the following day. Judging by the time, she should be descending the mountains soon. Sister, are you truly leaving? At the cave's entrance, Xiao Qing looked at her sister, her nose twitching with emotion. Very well. Xiao Qing wiped her tears and added, but do be careful when you descend. Humans can be quite treacherous. Sister, you are so innocent and easily deceived. It will be fine. Rushui confidently lifted her delicate chin, declaring, I am quite clever, and besides, Xiao Mo shall be with me. I fear he might betray you. Xiao Qing sighed inwardly. Sister, once you descend, be sure not to reveal your true form in public. Remember this well. Xiao Qing urged again. Yes, I understand. Rushui nodded, and Xiao Qing, do take care to eat well and look after yourself. I will bring you down as soon as I can. After bidding farewell to her sister, Bai Ru Shui cheerfully made her way down the mountain. Soon, she reached halfway down, where she spotted him by the stones along the small path. Xiao Mo Bai Ru Shui called out, trotting towards him. Xiao Mo turned to see Bai Ru Shui holding a chicken in one hand and a rabbit in the other. What is this? Xiao Montak in Kvilet. This is our lunch for today, Bai Ru Shui replied, shaking her catch. Once we descend, I shall prepare it for you. Excellent. Xiao Montak smeedet. Then it shall depend on Bai Gun Yang's culinary skills. Hehe, I am quite skilled in the kitchen. I believe in you, Bai Gun Yang, Xiao Mo expressed with anticipation. The two descended Shi Mountain together and entered the village. As they walked, Aunt Li and Aunt Wang exclaimed, Mr. Xiao, the lady beside you is truly stunning. What a beautiful maiden. She resembles a fairy, Mr. Xiao. Who is she? Upon entering the village, the villagers could not help but praise Bai Ru Shui. They were not merely flattering. They had never seen such a beautiful woman. This girl was as fair and pure as snow, reminiscent of a celestial being. Xiao Mo addressed the villagers with a pre-prepared explanation. Upon hearing the lamentable background of this girl, the villagers were filled with sympathy, showering Bai Ru Shui with warmth and concern. Before long, the villagers of Shiqiao village learned of the arrival of a flower-like maiden, more beautiful than a fairy. Bai Gunyang, please make yourself comfortable here. If you need anything, just let me know. After returning to the courtyard, Xiao Mo led Bai Ru Shui to a small wooden house nearby. Originally, this house was used for storage, but Xiao Mo had cleared out, replacing the bedding and pillows with new ones. No need to be modest. Bai Ru Shui waved her hand, sitting on her bed, exclaiming, How comfortable! I usually sleep on stones. Xiao Mo replied, My meaning was that my sister and I's bed is quite hard, akin to sleeping on stones. Bai Ru Shui hurriedly clarified, If you like it, that is good. Xiao Mo feigned ignorance. I truly do. Bai Ru Shui thought to herself how easy it was to deceive Xiao Mo. Her sister's concerns were entirely unfounded. Xiao Mo, I will go prepare some food for you. Thank you, Bai Gunyang. No need for pleasantries. Bai Ru Shui cheerfully hopped out of her room, heading to the kitchen. Xiao Mo sat in the courtyard, perusing a book. However, before long, he caught a whiff of thick smoke. Raising his head, he saw a disheveled Bai Ru Shui dashing out of the kitchen in tears, exclaiming, Xiao Mo, there's a fire. The kitchen is ablaze. In the backyard of the Ministry of Rites in the state of Zhou, Yen Ru Shui was busily preparing a meal. The maid Xiao Chun stood by, attempting to assist. Although it was said she was helping, Xiao Chun had no means to do so. Whether chopping vegetables or tending the fire, it was all done by the young lady herself. Observing her sister's adept knife skills and the efficiency with which she tended the fire, Xiao Chun marveled at the perfection of such a woman, capable in both the hall and the kitchen, possessing both beauty and talent. Surely, only one's own lady could be so exceptional. After preparing the meal, Yen Ru Shui instructed Xiao Chun to serve it. In the courtyard sat a girl in a blue dress, a friend of her lady, whose background Xiao Chun had never discerned. She always appeared and disappeared without a trace. However, Xiao Chun did not pry or inquire further. She only knew that the girl's beauty was slightly less than her lady's, and her lady referred to her as Xiao Qing. After placing the meal on the table, Xiao Chun bowed and retreated as usual. Yen Ru Shui sat across from Xiao Qing, gracefully rolling up her sleeves to reveal her fair arms, serving a bowl of chicken soup before her. Xiao Qing, it has been a while since you've tasted your sister's cooking. Come, let us see if my skills have declined. Sister, it is futile. Xiao Qing's tone displayed a hint of anger. Even if sister has found him in his third life, what of it? In this life, he remains an ordinary man, destined for a mere century of existence. He will ultimately turn to dust. Yen Ru Shui remained silent, merely serving her sister rice. Sister, have you forgotten what he said to you before he passed? Xiao Qing abruptly stood, gazing at her sister with a heaving chest. Yen Ru Shui, observing her sister's unwavering dedication for thousands of years, felt Xiao Qing's energy suddenly dissipate. Sister, let it go. Xiao Qing. Yen Ru Shui lifted her gaze, tenderly meeting Xiao Qing's eyes. Sister can relinquish everything, but him, sister cannot. Chapter 34. Then will you marry me? The maiden's first attempt at cooking ended in utter failure, and she nearly set the kitchen ablaze. Fortunately, Xiao Mo reacted promptly and extinguished the fire in the kitchen. In truth, even if there had been no fire, Xiao Mo believed that the dishes prepared by Bai Ru Shui were hardly fit for consumption. In Bai Ru Shui's mind, The notion of cooking merely entailed boiling ingredients until they were cooked through. Her initial plan was simply to bring water to a boil and then toss the rabbit and wild chicken into the pot. However, one does not merely throw live fish into boiling water, as seen in the dish Shui Zhuhuiyu. Yet, witnessing by Ru Xue's self-reproach as she hung her head in guilt, Xiao Mo refrained from scolding her. Instead, he offered gentle encouragement. "It's all right. I will handle the cooking today." Bai Ru Xue, with a hint of remorse, lifted her delicate head, her eyes veiled with mist, as if a mere additional reprimand from Xiao Mo might bring her to tears. Xiao Mo nodded reassuringly. "No rush. Take your time." He retrieved the rabbit and chicken from the pot, beginning to prepare the ingredients. Bai Ru Xue observed closely, eager to assist wherever she could. She watched as Xiao Mo skillfully gutted and cleaned the rabbit and chicken, finally chopping them into pieces to saute with ginger, garlic, and scallions. It dawned on her that the art of cooking was indeed quite intricate. From that moment onward, Bai Ru Xue endeavored to learn the culinary arts in the manner of humanity. Her mentor was none other than Aunt Shun, the village chief's wife. The connection between Bai Ru Xue and Aunt Shun came about through the chief's second daughter, Wang Ying. Upon hearing that a celestial sister had come to stay with Xiao Mo and was exceptionally beautiful, Wang Ying decided to pay a visit. Bai Ru Xue, possessing a pure heart, quickly befriended Wang Ying. When Wang Ying learned that the celestial sister wished to learn how to cook, she immediately introduced Bai Ru Xue to her mother. Faced with such a lovely girl's request, Aunt Shun could hardly refuse, and thus Bai Ru Xue became her disciple. Aunt Shun was exceedingly enthusiastic, visiting Xiao Mo's courtyard daily to teach Bai Ru Xue the intricacies of cooking. Initially, Aunt Shun exhibited great patience. Recognizing that Bai Ru Xue's delicate hand suggested she had been raised as a refined young lady, untouched by menial tasks, Aunt Shun had mentally prepared herself, fully aware that this young lady knew little of culinary practice. However, as time passed, Aunt Shun's patience began to wane. No, the fish must be scaled first, and the entrails must be removed. You cannot just throw it into the pot. Forgive me, why are you adding so many chilies? Are you trying to make Xiao Mo suffer? Sorry, stop adding salt. Does salt grow on trees? Are you trying to suffocate Xiao Mo? I didn't mean to. All right, just add the cilantro. Xiao Mo enjoys it. Enough. Cilantro is a seasoning, not a vegetable to be stir-fried like cabbage. Every noon, while Xiao Mo read in the courtyard, the sound of Aunt Shun reprimanding Bai Ru Xue echoed through the air. She would storm off, muttering about Bai Ru Xue's foolishness and vowing never to return. Each time, Bai Ru Xue would cry, but Aunt Shun would return the next day, and Bai Ru Xue would wipe her tears and persistently continue learning to cook. Despite her clumsiness, Bai Ru Xue was charming and earnest in her studies. Furthermore, Aunt Shun, despite her sharp tongue, had a soft heart. Once her anger subsided, she would remember the lovely girl. As days turned into weeks and months, Aunt Shun's scoldings became less frequent. One afternoon, 3 months later, not a single word of reproach escaped Aunt Shun's lips. On that day, as they watched Xiao Mo savoring the food, both women felt a surge of anxiety. Delicious, Xiao Mo nodded after tasting the rabbit meat. Wonderful, Bai Ru Xue exclaimed. Leaping with joy, Aunt Shun could not suppress her tears. She had finally succeeded in her teaching, a hard-earned achievement. In addition to cooking, Bai Ru Xue also took on the task of washing Xiao Mo's clothes. Every morning, she would carry their garments to the river for washing. The village's matronly women were warm and welcoming, teaching her the art of laundry. Over time, Bai Ru Xue became well acquainted with them, even sharing in their more risky jokes, which she, in her innocence, failed to comprehend. The women, observing her naive demeanor, merely chuckled at her queries. Xiao Montak, why did Aunt Wang say that men have 3 legs? But you only have 2. Where's the third one? Show me. Xiao Mo, why did Aunt Shun say that I am good at bearing children and that once I am pregnant, our family will never go hungry? Xiao Mo, Aunt Sun asked me if you sneak into my room at night to do naughty things. What naughty things? Are you coming into my room tonight? In the heat of summer, Bai Ru Xue would fan Xiao Mo, even as she herself became drenched in sweat, merely wiping her brow before continuing her task. During the cold, she would burrow into Xiao Mo's blankets to warm them for him. Despite his protests that it was unnecessary, Bai Ru Xue persisted each time. The expenses for writing materials and books were considerable, so Bai Ru Xue would hunt and give her catch to Aunt Shun, asking her to sell it. Or she learned from Aunt Shun how to raise silkworms and weave silk. As she fed the silkworms, she would murmur, "Silkworms, please spin plenty of silk." As the village chief had little more to teach Xiao Mo, he often sought knowledge elsewhere, attending lectures from other scholars. Education required funding, but fortunately, the local magistrate of Qingshan County sought to endear himself to the local scholars. Therefore, he would provide financial assistance for apprenticeship fees and travel expenses. When Xiao Mo traveled to study, Bai Ruxue accompanied him, hunting for him, cooking, and fetching water. Xiao Mo needed only to focus on his studies. As winter approached, Bai Ruxue began to feel drowsy. Each night, she would retire early, only to awaken when the sun was high, grumbling at Xiao Mo, "Why didn't you wake me? I haven't washed the clothes." Unbeknownst to her, Bai Ruxue had become increasingly adept at washing, cooking, and tidying the household, resembling a dutiful wife. As deep winter settled in, one morning, Bai Ruxue awoke to find her skin covered in a translucent layer akin to serpentine scales. Startled, she rushed to the mirror. Discovering her face bore the same white scales, her eyes clouded. "Oh no, I'm about to shed my skin. What should I do?" Finally, Bai Ruxue resolved with determination. "It seems I must flee." Transforming into a serpent, she swiftly slithered out the window and ascended the mountain. Ruxue has awakened. As noon passed, and Bai Ruxue remained in slumber, Xiao Mo knocked on her door, only to find the room empty, save for a note and a glistening white serpent skin on the floor. Upon reaching the mountain, Bai Ruxue quickly entered her cave. Her sister had long since gone into hibernation, and Bai Ruxue nestled beside her, gazing out at the heavy snowfall, anxiety creeping into her heart. Without me to cook for him, will he go hungry? Who will wash his clothes? And without anyone to warm his bed, will he become unaccustomed to it? As these thoughts consumed her, Bai Ruxue's head grew heavy, and she succumbed to slumber. With the arrival of spring, Bai Ruxue opened her eyes, shedding her skin once more. Upon observing her form, she was taken aback. She had grown to an impressive length of 15 feet and a girth of 1 foot. The knowledge ingrained in her very essence revealed that she was no longer merely a snake, but had transformed into a python. Transformed into human form, Bai Ruxue gazed down, only to find her toes obscured from view. Approaching the edge of a water pool, she beheld her reflection. The figure before her was graceful and enchanting, with slender shoulders leading to full, rounded peaks, accentuated by a cinched waist that created breathtaking curves. Beneath the sheer fabric, her voluptuous silhouette subtly rose and fell with her breath, reminiscent of warm jade exuding fragrance. Her waist was delicately slender, fitting perfectly within a gentle grasp, akin to a fragile willow swaying in the breeze. Below the hem of her skirt, her long, elegant legs stood tall, their beauty discernible even beneath the layers of her flowing attire. "Is this truly me?" Bai Ruxue marveled at her reflection. Turning to view her profile, the curves of the woman in the water undulated like majestic mountains. She acknowledged her beauty, but felt a twinge of discomfort in her shoulders. With a frown, she stretched her arms, contemplating the journey down the mountain. It had been half a year. She wondered if Xiao Mo had been eating well. As she descended to the entrance of Xiao Mo's courtyard, she found him, as usual, engrossed in his reading. "Xiao Mo," she called out to the man in the courtyard. He lifted his gaze, taken aback by the sight of the woman in white, and after a moment of surprise, he stammered, "Miss Bai? Who else could I be?" Bai Ruxue stepped into the courtyard. Yet, wherever she moved, Xiao Mo's gaze followed her. "Why do you keep staring at me? Am I strange?" Bai Ruxue felt a blush creeping over her as she caught his intense gaze. "Compared to before, do I look better or worse?" she playfully inquired, her eyes twinkling as always. "Much better," Xiao Mo replied earnestly. "The Bai Ruxue of your embodied youthful innocence. Now, she has blossomed fully, exuding a blend of purity and subtle allure. Then you should look more," Bai Ruxue teased, her eyes curving like crescent moons. "If it were you, Xiao Mo, I wouldn't mind." "That still seems inappropriate," Xiao Mo chuckled, shaking his head. "What is inappropriate about it?" Bai Ruxue tilted her head. "I look beautiful for you to admire. Si I montak was momentarily speechless." He pondered how to explain that there existed a distinction between men and women, a notion that eluded Bai Ruxue. She did not grasp why such distinctions mattered when it came to her feelings for him. Xiao Mo often held onto peculiar principles. Unbeknownst to them, 2 years slipped by. Each winter, Bai Ruxue would retreat to the mountains for hibernation. Upon awakening, she would notice herself growing thicker and longer, yet her human form remained unchanged. One day, While washing clothes by the riverbank, she overheard the village women gossiping about her during mealtime and while hanging laundry. With nothing better to do, she sat in front of Xiao Mo, watching him. "Miss Bai, is there something on your mind?" Xiao Mo set his book down and sipped his tea. Yes. Bai Rushua nodded. "Xiao Mo, when are you going to marry me?" Xiao Mo choked on his drink. "What did you just say?" "I asked, when will you marry me?" Bai Rushua reiterated. "Why do you ask that?" "Because Aunt Lee told me to," she replied, straightening her posture, her figure casting a shadow on the stone table. "Aunt Lee said, since I am unmarried and you are not either, and since we live together every day as adults, why aren't we married yet?" She mentioned that her son was already a grandfather at your age. Xiao Mo pondered for a moment before explaining. "Miss Bai, a marriage requires mutual affection. But I like you." Bai Rushua blinked. "Don't you like me?" Xiao Mo smiled. "Then what do you consider our relationship to be?" "Friends," Bai Rushua answered instinctively. Xiao Mo shook his head. "But Miss Bai, mere friendship isn't sufficient. What kind of affection is sufficient?" Bai Rushua was bewildered. "Is there a distinction in types of affection?" "Well," Xiao Mo mused, "it's hard to articulate, but if one day you understand, you will know whether you wish to marry me. And if I wait for that day to understand and still desire you to marry me, will you?" Xiao Mo gazed gently into her peach blossom eyes. Momentarily taken aback, "Yes." Chapter 35. The gift for my wife with merely half a month remaining until the provincial examination. Xiao Mo and Bai Rushua stood at the village entrance, each carrying a small bundle. Before them stood the village chief's family. "Are you truly not going to try for the examination?" Xiao Mo inquired of the chief, who, being a scholar himself, was eligible to participate. "Enough is enough," the chief replied, shaking his head. "At 50 years of age, I shall not trouble myself with such endeavors. Even if I were to go, it would merely waste travel expenses. Better to purchase a few fine garments for Inger. Xiao Mo, do your best in the exam. We await your good news. If you don't succeed, fret not. Look at your village chief. After decades of attempts, he has yet to pass. As long as you desire to try, you may continue to do so. If all else fails, you can follow in the village chief's footsteps and open a private school to make a living." Aunt Chen remarked to Xiao Mo. Though Aunt Chen was a woman, she understood that some people spent their whole lives trying without success. For instance, her own husband. Aware of this, Aunt Chen urged Xiao Mo to do his best. Xiao Mo nodded with a smile. "It's good to know. Just don't consider ending it all if you don't do well. You still owe my family a great deal of provisions." Aunt Chen shot him a glare before pulling Bai Rushua aside, seemingly imparting some advice, and then handed her a handkerchief. After a moment of silence, Xiao Mo clasped his hands in farewell and boarded the carriage. Bai Rushua drove the carriage, taking Xiao Mo toward the prefecture. "Did Aunt Chen say anything to you?" Xiao Mo asked as he sat beside Bai Rushua. Aunt Chen said, "I am too beautiful, and there are many young rascals in the county who might cause trouble. So I should be cautious. Once we enter the city, I must wear the handkerchief and never stray far from you," Bai Rushua recounted honestly. "Indeed," Xiao Mo nodded. Aunt Chen's concerns were quite valid. Given his current status as a scholar, he lacked sufficient means to protect her. However, if trouble arose, Bai Rushua would likely be fine. Perhaps she herself was unaware that she had already attained the cultivation level of longman. If she were to progress further, she would form a golden core. Her innate talent for cultivation was as extraordinary as Jiang Qingyi's. Thus, it would be remarkable if any ordinary rascals could pose a threat to her. Yet, Xiao Mo gazed at the profile of the woman beside him. Qingyi was decisive and would not allow herself to be at a disadvantage. However, Bai Rushua, as a spirit, possessed an innate kindness that was both a blessing and a curse. 6 days later, Xiao Mo and Bai Rushua entered the state capital of Jiangnan. "Candied hawthorn. 2 coins for of candied hawthorn. Esteemed guest, please come in. Will you be dining in or staying overnight?" "Young master, we have missed you dearly." Upon entering the state city, the calls of vendors and merchants echoed through the bustling streets, filled with people coming and going. There were scholars dressed in blue robes, sons of wealthy families, and young women leading little girls by the hand. As Bai Rushua took in the sights of the state capital, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Having descended from the mountains, the most frequented place for her had been Shiqiao village, and she had never even entered Qingshan city, let alone the state capital. After storing the carriage, Xiao Mo and Bai Rushua found an inn, then offered special rates for scholars participating in the provincial examination, and the cost was not exorbitant. After setting down their belongings, Xiao Mo led by Rushue through the streets of the state capital, marveling at the prosperity of the human realm. Bai Rushue glanced around, captivated by the novelty of everything in the city. Xiao Mo, I want to eat Tang Hulu, she exclaimed, shaking his wrist with her delicate hand. Xiao Mo handed over 2 coins to purchase a stick of Tang Hulu. Bai Rushue slightly lifted her veil and took a bite, the sweetness awakening her eyes with delight. However, the sourness of the hawthorn made her squint. The old man selling the Tang Hulu was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a beautiful girl. As Bai Rushue walked forward, savoring the hawthorn, she occasionally held the Tang Hulu up to Xiao Mo and urged, Xiao Mo, you should try some too. Xiao Mo shook his head, indicating his disinterest in Tang Hulu. Bai Rushue was puzzled. How could something so delicious not be enjoyed? Baozi for sale. Baozi for sale, called out a vendor from the street. Xiao Mo paused and turned towards the Baozi shop. Do you want to eat Baozi? I can go buy some for you. Bai Rushue offered. No, Xiao Mo replied, shaking his head, lost in thought of someone. Someone? Bai Rushue asked curiously. It's nothing. He smiled and continued walking. Bai Rushue did not dwell on it. As they passed Yinyan Pavilion, Bai Rushue noticed women dressed scantily, pulling men inside, almost pressing against them. Xiao Mo, what is that place? Why are those women dressed so little and pulling men in? She inquired. Xiao Mo glanced over and explained. That is a Qinglu. What is a Qinglu? She asked. It is a place for matters between men and women. Matters between men and women? Can we do that too? Since you are a man and I am a woman? Bai Rushue pressed. Xiao Mo, tell me. Little girls shouldn't ask so much. Xiao Mo gently tapped her forehead. Bai Rushue rubbed her head and pouted. But I'm already a grown girl. Yet she was not upset. She continued walking, tugging at Xiao Mo's wrist. Xiao Mo, what is it? In the future, about those matters between men and women, you must come find me, she declared. Xiao Mo's brow twitched, unsure of how to respond. In the following days, Xiao Mo spent his time reading in their room. Although the streets were bustling, Bai Rushue found it lacking without Xiao Mo's company. Soon, the provincial examination commenced. Xiao Mo, you're going to the examination. Remember, for the next 3 days, you must not wander around, understood? He advised her before leaving. Rest assured, I am very obedient. Xiao Mo, do well in your exam. Even if you do not succeed, Aunt Chen says only those with the literary star can succeed. And you're not that star. Thank you very much, Xiao Mo said, tapping Bai Rushue's head before departing. He turned and entered the examination hall, where he was searched before entry. The attendant scrutinized him thoroughly. Xiao Mo sensed either a lack of seriousness or that the attendant hailed from Chuanshu. What is this? The attendant asked, pointing at the snake scale on Xiao Mo's chest. A talisman, he replied, glancing at the girl outside the courtyard who was gazing intently. It was given to me by my wife. Upon entering the examination room, Xiao Mo awaited the commencement of the exam. The provincial examination in Qi consisted of 3 parts. The first part assessed the classics. Typically, 3 questions were posed from the 4 books, requiring candidates to select sentences from the University, Doctrine of the Mean, Analects, and Mencius for explanation. The 5 classics corresponded to the Book of Songs, Book of Documents, Book of Rites, Book of Changes, and Spring and Autumn, with each providing 1 question from which candidates could choose 5. Qi's history bore similarities to the Huaxia of the Blue Sea Star, sharing a period of spring and autumn, as well as figures like Confucius and Laozi. However, these revered sages were rumored to have transcended to celestial realms. Such possibilities were not unfounded, as this world allowed for cultivation. Founding ancestors may have indeed reached unimaginable heights. After the preliminary examination, there were no strict constraints on the 8-legged essay format, allowing candidates to express freely. Xiao Mo felt uncertain about the first exam. He did not consider himself a genius. His teachers, while somewhat renowned, were limited to a few towns and were not the exceptional masters. Many candidates had the privilege of one-on-one tutoring from esteemed scholars. Therefore, for the first exam, Xiao Mo merely hoped to avoid being a hindrance. The second exam involved writing practical documents such as essays, edicts, proclamations, and memorials. The essay typically required candidates to express their views on a historical event, figure, or political and ethical issue. Each of the edict, proclamation, and memorial had its own question. Xiao Mo felt confident about the second day's exam, as he could draw from various cases he observed on Blue Sea Star, offering insights that surpassed the perspectives of his contemporaries. The third exam focused on strategy and theoretical discussions, generally presenting 5 questions covering a broad range of topics. Candidates were to evaluate historical events, figures gains and losses, and summarize lessons from history. They were also to propose analyses and recommendations regarding current political, economic, taxation, and military issues faced by the nation. The final question examined the candidates' views on the feudal lords of Qi. Looking at this question, Xiao Mo furrowed his brow. He was not oblivious to current affairs. He knew that the emperor's intent to diminish the power of the lords was not a sudden whim, as the call for such reforms echoed strongly among the officials. However, he did not anticipate that the examiners would openly address the lords, indicating the emperor's tacit approval. This was indeed a bold confrontation with the feudal lords. Xiao Mo knew he had to support the reduction of their power. It was politically correct. Yet, how to implement such reductions? After much contemplation, he wrote 3 characters on the exam paper, Tue and Ling. On the 4th day, as the bell rang, candidates ceased writing, and the papers were collected one by one. Scholars streamed out of the examination hall. Some felt certain of their success, while others feared they had failed. Many discussed their opinions on the various questions with their peers. Amidst the crowd, Xiao Mo immediately spotted a veiled girl. Her embroidered shoes tapped on the stones as she scanned the surroundings, searching for someone. When she caught sight of Xiao Mo, her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. Xiao Montak, over here, Bai Rushue exclaimed, jumping down from the stone and rushing towards him. Is the exam over? She asked. The grading of the examination papers at the examination hall takes 5 days. Each set of papers is reviewed 3 times by officials. According to the latest regulations in Qi, if 3 officials deem a paper satisfactory, it is marked with Ilu character for selection as a scholar. If 2 officials find it satisfactory, it is submitted to the chief examiner, who ultimately decides on admission. If only one official finds it acceptable, the candidate must wait 3 years to retake the exam. On the 3rd day of grading, an official named Yang Zifang came across a paper. The writing was commendable, the answers clear, and the thought process refreshingly innovative. Halfway through, Yang Zifang believed this scholar was likely to pass. Lao Feng, stop for a moment and take a look at this paper. He instructed his colleague. What is special about this paper? Feng Yu took the examination paper and observed it closely. The handwriting was commendable. Although the references to the 4 books and 5 classics were somewhat lacking, the subsequent sections were satisfactory, and the essay was particularly well-crafted, warranting acceptance. However, upon reaching the final question, Feng Yu stood up abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment as he read and reread the text. What is the reason for your peculiar behavior? He inquired. Let me see that examination paper. Others in the room paused their reading and approached the 2. Upon viewing the final question, they too were taken aback, scrutinizing it repeatedly. After a moment, Yang Zifang hurried into the chief examiner's chamber, holding the paper. Sir Zhang, I have an examination paper that requires your attention, he said, bowing respectfully. Zhang Qianji, a Hanlin scholar and head of the Hanlin Academy, was a figure of significant standing despite the ceremonial nature of his position. His esteemed reputation and high lineage earned him the emperor's favor, with many current ministers being his disciples. His visit to Jiangnan province as chief examiner was primarily due to a lack of duties in the capital, enabling him to venture out. Leave it be, Zhang Qianji replied nonchalantly. I shall complete my review first. Yang Zifang organized his thoughts, knowing that all 5 of his colleagues had deemed the paper acceptable. Zhang Qianji lifted his gaze. The examination only requires 3 reviewers, yet 6 examiners have examined this paper. Once 3 have approved it, it is unnecessary to present it again. What issue does this paper contain? He queried. There is no issue. However, the candidate's final round of cuts to the fiefdoms has prompted his subordinates to suggest that it merits your review, Yang Zifang replied respectfully. Bring it forth, Zhang Qianji commanded. Yes, sir. He took the paper and read through it without directly addressing the final question. Yet, when he finally reached it, his brow furrowed. He swiftly tore off the anonymous cover sheet, causing Yang Zifang to gasp. Only an individual of Zhang's caliber would dare such an act. Xiao Mo, Zhang murmured, intrigued by this individual. Chapter 37. How about I personally arrange your marriage? In Shiqiao village, in Xiao Mo's courtyard, Bai Rushue still came down from the mountain at noon and evening to cook and do laundry for him. The final question of the essay discusses the princes? The village chief inquired, sipping his tea, astonished. Indeed, Xiao Mo nodded. Currently, the princes wield considerable power and command troops. Although I am merely an old scholar, I have heard that there's a strong voice in the court advocating for the reduction of their powers. While the final question ostensibly discusses the princes, everyone knows that the politically correct stance is to diminish their authority. This final question essentially lays bare the matter regarding the princes, indicating that His Majesty truly intends to take action. Xiao Mo smiled. Among the scholars participating in this provincial examination, who would dare not write about reducing the prince's power? The current emperor likely seeks to exert pressure on those princes through the voices of these scholars. The village chief chuckled. A year ago, His Majesty personally led troops to quell the rebellion of the 7 princes, significantly weakening their power. Coupled with His Majesty's current might, the morale and military strength of the court surpass that of the local princes, making it indeed the opportune moment for such reductions. That is correct, Xiao Mo agreed. He ultimately decided to write about the decree of diminishing fiefdoms, reasoning that while the princes held military power, the emperor had quelled the rebellion, providing the court with a substantial military advantage, and the princes were fearful of the court. Presenting the reduction of fiefdoms explicitly on the examination paper signified the court's intention to confront the princes directly. Otherwise, how could the court allow scholars to openly discuss the princes? In Xiao Mo's view, even if the court feared the princes or found itself in a stalemate with them, suggesting the decree would not be entirely unfeasible. If the central authority lacked strength, it would be evident that the implementation of the decree would be impossible. However, the examiners would not criticize such a proposal. They would merely perceive it as a unique and innovative idea, albeit perhaps underconsidered. Nonetheless, even a somewhat flawed idea would not tarnish the examiner's impression of the scholar. What? Do you truly think a mere scholar, who has never spent a day in officialdom, could govern the realm? The village chief, genuinely curious, asked, "How did you respond to that final question, Xiao Mo?" Village chief. Just as Xiao Mo was about to explain his decree, Hu Hansen rushed in, breathless and unable to complete a coherent sentence. "Do not rush. Speak clearly. What is happening outside?" The village chief, sensing Hu's urgency, grew anxious. Village chief. Outside. The county magistrate. He has arrived. Hu exclaimed excitedly. The county magistrate? The village chief was taken aback. Why has he come to our village? Suddenly, the sound of drums and gongs echoed nearby, accompanied by a dragon and lion dance approaching. Leading the procession was the county magistrate of Qingshan County, beaming with joy, fanning himself energetically while joyfully shouting to those around him. Do not stop. Play on. Dance on. Louder. Make it more festive. The village chief's heart raced as a bold idea formed. The results would be announced tomorrow afternoon. However, today, the county magistrates across Jiangnan would receive the list of successful candidates. In Qi country, once the list is released from the examination hall, it is no longer a secret, allowing magistrates to learn of the successful scholars a day in advance. In Shiqiao village, there was only Xiao Mo participating in the imperial examination. County magistrate. That must be Xiao Ger, and beside him is our village chief, a man pointed out excitedly. County magistrate's son approached Xiao Mo, who, along with the village chief, could not ignore the hint and stepped out of the courtyard. Bowing, we pay our respects to the magistrate. Ha ha, there is no need for such formality, magistrate's son said, lifting Xiao Mo with enthusiasm. Xiao Jiren. No, Xiao Shiyuan. From this day forth, I shall bask in the glory of Xiao Shiyuan. What? Shiyuan? The village chief momentarily lost his bearings, doubting what he had just heard. He believed it was already a tremendous honor for Xiao Mo to achieve success. Yet, it turned out he was the top scholar in Jiangnan's provincial examination. The magistrate is being overly gracious. Were it not for your support, I might have struggled to succeed. Xiao Mo replied, astonished at his achievement. Ha ha ha, Xiao Jiren's victory is entirely due to his own merit. I am merely a fortunate embellishment. Despite his words, Magistrate's son felt immense pride. Initially, he had come to the area merely to win the favor of local scholars and enhance his reputation, never truly believing that those he supported would succeed. Yet now, not only had someone passed, but they had also secured the top position. This was an accomplishment, a shining achievement. Presumably, at the next imperial examination, Xiao Mo would also be able to pass smoothly, and perhaps even aspire to the title of champion. It was remarkable how composed this young man was upon learning of his success. Truly, one could not underestimate the mindset of a top scholar. In contrast, the scholar from the neighboring county, Fan, reportedly went nearly mad with joy upon discovering his success at the age of 60. Magistrate's son regarded Xiao Mo as though he were a long-lost brother, the conversation flowing effortlessly. The village chief, recognizing the moment, excused himself along with the villagers, allowing the magistrate and Xiao Mo to converse freely. Magistrate's son chatted with Xiao Mo about family, preferences, and daily life. When County Magistrate's son learned that Xiao Mo was an orphan, toiling daily as a cowherd and gathering herbs to make ends meet, undeterred by the harshness of the seasons, and traveling great distances to seek a mentor, he held a profound admiration for this disciple who scarcely belonged to even the most humble of backgrounds. Xiao Montak, Magistrate's son said, clasping his hand with a tone full of sentiment, "Your current achievements truly bring me great joy, and I am well aware of the hardships you have endured. I have a daughter, aged 28, who is currently waiting in her boudoir. Should you not find it beneath you, as her father, I would like to personally mediate a betrothal between you." Chapter 38. I do not wish for you to marry her. As Bai Rushua entered the village, a group of matrons quickly surrounded her. "Rushua, congratulations. Your Xiao Mo has passed the imperial examination," they exclaimed. "Rushua, soon you shall be the wife of a scholar. When Xiao Mo becomes a high official, do ensure he does not forget us, his humble kin." The chatter of the matrons filled the air. Bai Rushua's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "Did Xiao Mo truly succeed?" "Indeed, not only has he passed, but he has also achieved the rank of the top scholar, the Jiren. Even the county magistrate has come to pay his respects." They continued to extol Xiao Mo's virtues, proclaiming him as if he were a celestial being descended to earth. Bai Rushua felt a swell of happiness at the thought of Xiao Mo's success, though she was unaware of the significance of his accomplishment. However, she understood that having achieved his goals would surely bring him joy, and in turn, his happiness brought her joy as well. "Oh dear, the magistrate is proposing marriage for Xiao Mo, offering his daughter to him." The matrons fell silent, taken aback. Enchun was the first to recover, turning to Widow Wang. "What nonsense are you spouting? Where did you hear such rumors?" "This is no rumor," Widow Wang asserted, slapping her thigh. "I happened to overhear it while passing by Xiao Mo's courtyard." "Rushua, do not fret. Perhaps Wang may misheard," they comforted her. "Indeed, with how you care for Xiao Mo, he would never forsake you." While they spoke, the reality remained that the magistrate's daughter was indeed a lady of high standing. "If I were Xiao Mo," a woman murmured nearby. Yet, before she could finish her thought, she was silenced by glares from the others. "Aunt Chen, Aunt Wang, I am fine," Bai Rushua smiled faintly. "Xiao Mo has become a Jiren. I should celebrate this with him." With a gentle smile, she stepped forward, but the despondency in her posture was unmistakable. Yet, what did she do? Although Rushua was indeed lovely, she was merely an ordinary girl from a humble family. What man could possibly refuse the daughter of a magistrate? Conflicted emotions swirled within her as she understood the implications of marriage, which meant a union of man and woman, an everlasting bond. If Xiao Mo were to marry another, would she have to part ways with him? Would he accept the magistrate's proposal? Would he forget her? The more she pondered, the more her thoughts spiraled. As Bai Rushua approached the courtyard, she spotted Xiao Mo bidding farewell to a man clad in official robes. She quickly hid behind a stone, her heart racing as she observed their amicable conversation. Had Xiao Mo indeed agreed to marry the magistrate's daughter? "I have wonderful news. I have passed the examination," Xiao Mo declared. "Rushua, what troubles you?" he asked, noticing her downcast demeanor. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just going to cook for you to celebrate," she replied, hastily entering the kitchen. After some time, Bai Rushua emerged with a dish, only for Xiao Mo to take a bite of the delectable-looking chicken and nearly choke. "What's wrong?" she quickly inquired, pouring him a glass of water. "Try this," he offered her a piece. Bai Rushua took a bite, her face paled instantly. "Yuck," she exclaimed, spitting it out. "I accidentally added too much salt. Here, eat this instead." She handed him a piece of green vegetable. After tasting it, Xiao Mo's expression turned conflicted. "Rushua, did you forget to add salt to the greens?" "Huh? Let me try this." She quickly added a piece of rabbit meat. "This meat is far too sour. How much vinegar did you use?" Xiao Mo grimaced, and she rushed back to the kitchen. Her second attempt at cooking was relatively better, Yet, as they dined, Bairushue appeared lost in thought, mechanically shoveling rice in her mouth while neglecting the vegetables. While washing the dishes, she accidentally shattered 2 plates, and while hanging clothes, she repeatedly lifted them only to set them back down in the basin. While sweeping the courtyard, she found herself cleaning the same spot over and over. Xiao Mo, noticing her distracted demeanor, stepped outside, gently tapping her on the head with a book. Startled, Bairushue shot him an annoyed glance. "You scared me. What are you doing? I could ask you the same thing, looking so glum all day. Speak up. What is bothering you?" He inquired with mock seriousness. "I'm fine," Bairushue muttered, turning her head away. "Really? Really? If that's the case. So I thought I held some importance in your heart, that you would share everything with me. It seems I was mistaken." Lowering her gaze, she softly replied, "That is not at all. Then why not tell me?" Bairushue hesitated, her head nearly buried in her chest. "Xiao Mo," she finally mustered the courage to ask, "is it true that the magistrate wishes to marry his daughter to you?" "How did you know?" Xiao Mo was taken aback. "I heard about it." Bairushue's eyes flickered. "Are you going to marry her? Do you think I should?" Bairushue lowered her head in silence, her small hands fiddling with his garment. After a long pause, her voice was as soft as the evening breeze. "I do not wish for you to marry her." "Silly girl," Xiao Mo teased, pinching her delicate cheek. "Then I shall not marry her." Chapter 39. I believe it is time for you to depart. Ever since Bairushue learned that Xiao Mo had no intention of marrying the magistrate's daughter, she had transformed back into a carefree girl, full of life. Each day, she brimmed with joy, even humming while cooking. In truth, Xiao Mo had never intended to wed the magistrate's daughter. He had meant to decline magistrate Sun's good intentions, but was interrupted, and Sun urged him to take his time in considering the proposal. Xiao Mo felt it prudent to visit the magistrate in a few days to express his gratitude for the kindness shown to him. Today, upon arriving at Magistrate Sun's residence, Xiao Mo respectfully declined the proposal. Although the magistrate felt regretful, he understood, as Xiao Mo had indicated he already had someone dear to him. Thus, the discussion of marriage was set aside, and instead, they engaged in a discourse on scholarly pursuits and matters of the court, with the magistrate keen to impart some wisdom about governance. In Magistrate Sun's eyes, it was already a settled matter that Xiao Mo would enter the ranks of officials, because Sun Xianling later learned that Xiao Mo was able to achieve the rank of Jiuan this time due to the appreciation of that esteemed Mr. Zhang. This Mr. Zhang, a person of great virtue and reputation, is known for his literary contributions. Although he is currently a retired official, his influence in the court is immense, and even the current prime minister is his disciple. Xiao Mo, upon your arrival in the capital, you must promptly present a formal greeting to Mr. Zhang's residence. Sun Xianling advised. "Mr. Zhang?" Xiao Mo inquired, perplexed. "It is none other than the venerable Zhang Qianji, now a Hanlin and also a ritual master at the Confucian Academy." Sun Xianling stroked his beard. "This time, your Jiuan status was proposed by Mr. Zhang. Indeed, it is only proper to pay a visit." Xiao Mo nodded. "However, you need not overly seek to cultivate a friendship. Otherwise, it may only provoke Mr. Zhang's displeasure. A simple visit, a cup of tea, and expressing your gratitude for his support will suffice," Sun Xianling remarked. "I understand. Thank you for the guidance, County Magistrate," Xiao Mo replied with a respectful bow. "Ha ha, this hardly qualifies as guidance. In the future, I may still rely on Sir Xiao to guide me." Sun Xianling raised his cup in a toast. Xiao Mo merely smiled slightly and raised his cup in return. Meanwhile, at home, Bairushue was preparing chicken soup for Xiao Mo. After simmering it gently for an hour, she gleefully clapped her hands and covered the pot with a ceramic lid. This ethereal-looking woman, dressed in a Taoist robe and holding a whisk, approached, asking, "Might I trouble you for a bowl of water?" "Of course," Bairushue readily replied, swiftly fetching a bowl of water for the Taoist priestess. As the priestess drank, Bairushue carefully observed her, finding her remarkably beautiful. "Thank you, young lady," the priestess said after finishing the water, returning the earthen bowl while gazing intently at Bairushue. Bairushue blinked and tilted her head, asking, "Is there something on your mind, esteemed one?" "Not particularly," the priestess shook her head. "I am an elder from the Tianxian sect, named Fu Chun. I perceive your exceptional talent and some affinity for the celestial. Would you be inclined to join me in cultivation on the mountain?" "Ah, cultivation? I cannot go." Bairushue quickly waved her hand. "I have someone to care for." If I leave, there will be no one to cook for him. Upon hearing this, the priestess bowed and turned to leave, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Standing at the courtyard gate, Bai Rushue's eyes sparkled. It was her first time witnessing someone fly. Well, I happen to be hungry too, Xiaomo said, sitting at the stone table and savoring a sip of the rich, flavorful chicken soup. I must say, Bai Rushue's culinary skills have truly improved. Is it delicious? Bai Rushue inquired, resting her chin on her hands, her enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed on Xiaomo. Indeed, it is, Xiaomo nodded. And you should have more, Bai Rushue insisted, adding 2 pieces of chicken to his bowl. Tonight, it's only this soup. I didn't prepare anything else, so you must finish the chicken. What about you? Xiaomo asked. I finished the leftovers from lunch. I cannot let them go to waste, Bai Rushue explained matter-of-factly. Hurry and eat. The soup will cool and lose its flavor, she urged, refilling his bowl. You should eat a bit as well. I cannot finish it alone, Xiaomo suggested. Bai Rushue shook her head. I am not hungry. You must have at least a few bites. Otherwise, it will be wasted. Fine, but you have to feed me, she said, opening her mouth to reveal her delicate tongue. Xiaomo had no choice but to place a piece of meat in her mouth. Bai Rushue chewed happily, feeling that the food Xiaomo fed her tasted even better. By the way, Xiaomo, a Daoist priestess came to our courtyard earlier. A Daoist priestess? Yes. Bai Rushue nodded. She said she was from the Tianxian sect, an elder, and mentioned something about my celestial affinity and wanted to take me for cultivation. Oh, Xiaomo was somewhat surprised, having heard of the Tianxian sect. It is the foremost sect within the borders of Qi, a prestigious establishment with a stellar reputation. Known for its inclusivity, anyone with a genuine desire for enlightenment, even from the demon clan, is welcome. It is said that one of the female elders within the sect is an actual Zhuke. Xiaomo suspected that her request for water was merely a pretext. She likely caught sight of Bai Rushue's extraordinary talent and sought to take her as a disciple. Did you agree? Xiaomo lifted his gaze to ask. Of course not. Bai Rushue waved her hand. If I leave, who will take care of you? Xiaomo lowered his head, stirring the oil in his bowl with his spoon. What is wrong, Xiaomo? Why have you stopped eating? There is still plenty left, Bai Rushue noted as he paused. Rushue. Xiaomo raised his head and looked deeply into her eyes. If you did not need to care for me, would you go to the Tianxian sect? Huh? Bai Rushue was momentarily taken aback, her eyes shimmering as she gazed at Xiaomo. Xiaomo, what do you mean? Rushue, celestial opportunities are rare. I believe you should go. Chapter 40. A path without you is not the path I wish to walk. I will not go. Upon hearing Xiaomo suggest she go to the Tianxian sect for cultivation, Bai Rushue immediately stood up. Rushue, you possess the talent for cultivation. You should not be confined to this small place. There's a broader world awaiting you. But I like it here. Rushue, please listen to me. I will not listen. I refuse to listen. The girl covered her ears and shook her head vigorously. Xiao Montak, you are a big, stinky egg. Bai Rushue wiped her tears and dashed out of the courtyard. Rushue, Xiaomo called out, but Bai Rushue had already disappeared into the twilight. Sitting on the stone bench, Xiaomo gazed at the chicken soup on the table and sighed deeply. In his view, having Rushue by his side served little purpose. If she had a master to guide her, it would greatly benefit her cultivation. Furthermore, in the future, when Rushue transforms into a dragon, she will need to traverse rivers and seas, requiring someone to protect her on her path. The Tianxian sect, as one of the 10 major sects in the world, undoubtedly has the capability to safeguard Rushue. Am I the one holding her back? Xiaomo lowered his head, retrieving the pendant from his collar. Staring at the translucent, silvery snake scales around his neck, he tightened his grip. Rising to his feet, Xiaomo entered Bai Rushue's room. Bai Rushue's room was sparsely decorated, containing only a bed, a stool, and a dressing table, a gift from Anshin a year ago. Though the room was simple, it was immaculately clean. Approaching the dressing table, Xiaomo noticed a small stack of Xian paper neatly bound with thread. Upon opening it, he found it filled with meticulous notes. April 1st, 2 pounds of duck, 71. 3 pounds of pork, 61. 2 pounds of tofu, 81. Chili. Today I spent a total of 2 taels on groceries. Oomph. I will never go to the market in Huang Village again. The meat prices have been rising. Tomorrow, I will go up the mountain to catch a wild chicken to nourish Xiaomo and save some money. However, since Xiaomo has the county exam coming up, I need to buy some lamb for him. I heard lamb is good for his health. April 2nd. No need to buy groceries today. There are still leftovers in the cellar for 2 more days. I gathered some herbs on the mountain and caught 2 chickens, one to sell and one for Xiao Mo's soup. Hee hee. That Aunt Huang from Huang Village keeps trying to haggle. It's so annoying, I won't sell for that little. April 3rd. Silkworms, hurry and spin some silk. Once you do, I can weave cloth to sell, and then I can make clothes for Xiao Mo. He is leaving for the prefecture at the end of the month. And I want to make him a nice blue robe. Other scholars have new clothes. My Xiao Mo should have some too. April 4th. A bunch of leeks, 1-1. Rapeseed, 2-1. On April 15th, I created a new outfit for Xiao Mo, eagerly anticipating the day of our departure when I would present it to him. Certain he would appreciate it. On April 24th, Xiao Mo donned the attire I crafted. Indeed, my skills are commendable, as he looked splendid in it. However, Xiao Mo remarked that he had no need for such garments, suggesting it would be better for me to have a dress instead. How vexing. I do not require a new gown. The hip and dress I currently wear suffices. On the first day of May, Xiao Mo and I ventured into the bustling town, a vibrant hub of the human realm. He accompanied me on a shopping spree, treating me to delectable tonghalu, which I found delightful. Today, upon seeing a Baozi stall, Xiao Mo seemed to recall an old acquaintance. I wondered if it might be a woman. He also mentioned brothels, but he never elaborated on the nature of such matters. Regardless, I thought to myself that I would eventually share such experiences with Xiao Mo. By May 7th, Xiao Mo had entered the examination hall, and without him, I felt a profound sense of boredom. The following day echoed the same sentiment. His absence was deeply felt, and I yearned for his return. On May 16th, Xiao Mo successfully passed the imperial examination, earning accolades from all around. It was delightful to witness his brilliance, and though I was unfamiliar with the term wenkuxing, the county magistrate's proposal to wed his daughter to Xiao Mo filled me with discontent. I did not wish to part from him or see him with another woman, and I could not fathom why I felt this way. However, Xiao Mo reassured me that he would not marry the magistrate's daughter and planned to refuse her in the city the next day, which brought me joy. Yet, I resolved to strive diligently to surpass all other women so that Xiao Mo would never part from me or take another bride. Closing the diary, Bai Ruxue glanced at the pillow on the bed. Xiao Mo, you may scold me or strike me, but you cannot cast me away. If there comes a day when you can no longer tolerate me, simply place this piece of snake scale beneath my pillow. The next day, I shall act oblivious and depart quietly. You big stink. You wicked one. I shall ignore you for 2 days. You foul Xiao Mo. On a stone halfway up Shi Mountain, Bai Ruxue picked up small stones and tossed them ahead. I do not wish to see you again. Forever and always, 7 days. Well, perhaps just 3 days. You big stink. Bai Ruxue stood and shouted down the mountain, declaring that she did not wish to see him for the next 3 days. You can go hungry. After her outburst, Bai Ruxue sat down again, wrapping her arms tightly around herself, her head nestled between her thighs. Perhaps after 3 days, I will feel better about seeking you out? Not long after her thoughts settled, Xiao Mo emerged from the night, advancing toward Bai Ruxue. Hearing his voice made her tremble slightly, and she quickly stood up, intending to flee into the woods. Do not run. He caught her delicate wrist just in time. If you run, I truly will not find you. I do not wish for you to find me, Bai Ruxue pouted, hastily wiping away her tears. But without you, who will cook for me? Xiao Montak Chakut. Surely, you do not want to see me starve, do you? Bai Ruxue huffed, lowering her head, muttering, may you starve. You big stink. Xiao Mo smiled, gently gripping her shoulders and turning her to face him, wiping the tears from her eyes. Do not be upset. I truly did not intend to drive you away. Really? Indeed, Xiao Mo nodded. But Ruxue, do you not wish to join Tiangshuamen? Bai Ruxue lifted her tear-filled eyes. If I go, will you accompany me? Xiao Mo shook his head. That may be difficult. I am but a scholar with no aptitude for cultivation. Then I shall not go. She sniffled. Ruxue, entering Tiangshuamen for cultivation is a dream cherished by many. Becoming an immortal is arduous, but you have this opportunity. But Xiao Mo, what does it matter? Bai Ruxue gazed at him with her peach blossom eyes. If I were to become an immortal without you, what significance would it hold? An immortal path devoid of you is not a journey I wish to embark upon. 2 days later, as Bai Ruxue had predicted, the Taoist priest returned. Xiao Mo observed the priestess, who exuded an ethereal quality merely by standing there. Her beauty was undeniable, yet it invoked no impure thoughts. It was as though an insurmountable chasm separated them. Bai Ruxue, upon seeing the priestess, quickly hid behind Xiao Mo, as if fearing she might be taken away. "I am Fu Chun, honored to meet you. Young sir," she bowed respectfully. "Might I inquire if you are this young lady's companion?" "A friend," Xiao Mo replied. Fu Chun nodded, then turned to the timid Bai Ruxue. "Have you given my proposal any thought?" Bai Ruxue timidly peeked from behind Xiao Mo, tightly gripping his clothing. I do not wish to cultivate. I do not want to go with you." Fu Chun looked at Xiao Mo, who sighed in resignation. "I attempted to persuade Ruxue yesterday, but she remains unwilling to leave." Fu Chun regarded Bai Ruxue calmly. "It appears the fates have yet to align." She produced a jade pendant from her robes. Should Ruxue change her mind, she may come to Tiangshuamen and present this token. Bai Ruxue glanced at Xiao Mo, who nodded in encouragement. Cautiously, she extended her hand and accepted the pendant. "I shall take my leave now. Apologies for the intrusion. I will escort the esteemed priestess out of the village," Xiao Mo offered as Fu Chun prepared to depart. Fu Chun turned to meet Xiao Mo's gaze, nodding in agreement. "I appreciate your kindness." Once they were away from the village, Fu Chun inquired, "Is there something you wish to ask me, young sir?" When Xiao Mo offered to accompany her, Fu Chun had sensed he harbored unspoken questions that he preferred Bai Ruxue remain unaware of. "You guessed correctly. I do have some inquiries regarding the transformation of snakes into dragons." Fu Chun's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "So you're already aware. How could I not be?" Xiao Montak chuckled softly. "In my youth, I rescued a small white snake, and 3 years later, a girl in a white dress found me. She was a wanderer, disappearing each winter, and at first, her transformation was clumsy, revealing her serpentine tail on occasion. Perhaps only she was oblivious to the truth. However, since she chose not to disclose it, I refrained from questioning her further. Are you not afraid? She has not harmed anyone. Why should I fear?" "Indeed." Fu Chun regarded Xiao Mo with approval. "You possess a righteous heart, yet alas, lack the innate talent for cultivation. Each person has their own path. If one cannot cultivate, then one may simply live as an ordinary person." Xiao Mo smiled. "I presume you came for Ruxue." "Indeed," Fu Chun admitted without reservation. "While passing through this village, I sensed a certain aura emanating from a courtyard, one that was both enchanting and pure. It indicated she had harmed no one, merely harnessing the energies of heaven and earth for her training. Upon observing Bai Ruxue's exceptional potential, I felt compelled to take her as my disciple. I apologize for my earlier reticence." "Your words are too kind." Xiao Mo's expression held a hint of melancholy. "She ought not to be here. It was I who confined her." Fu Chun smiled gently, saying, "Whether human or demon, each possesses their own karmic destiny. If she wishes to remain by the young master's side, it signifies that he is her path. Thus, how could one speak of being bound?" Xiao Mo pondered. Originally destined for calamity, she was rescued by the young master, and now she had transformed into a white python. That tribulation was behind her. Following this, she would evolve into a python, needing to evade not only the hunters of the mortal realm, but also the practitioners of the Dao. The poor Taoist observed that Miss Ruxue showed signs of ancestral return and possessed the potential to transform into a dragon, making her an easier target for cultivators. The young master must remind Miss Bai to exercise caution. Xiao Mo nodded. "I shall remember." Fu Chun continued. "After transforming into a python, she will become a jiao, which is the most crucial stage for the serpent clan. The transformation into a jiao occurs during torrential rains, when mountains swell and rivers rise. The serpent clan harnesses the immense power of the floods, flowing downstream towards the sea. This journey is perilous, requiring one to break through or circumvent natural obstacles in the waterway, such as giant boulders and mountains, as well as man-made barriers like dragon-slaying swords hanging beneath bridges or bridge piers inscribed with talismans, dams, and dragon-locking chains. During the Jiao transformation, fierce winds and torrential storms accompany the journey, with thunderbolts striking the serpent clan as they traverse the flood path, leading many to meet their demise in the thunder tribulation. Ultimately, the transformation into a dragon follows. Upon entering the sea, they are referred to as Qianjiao, at which point they can focus on their cultivation. With sufficient progress, they will be struck by 9 rays of pure yang gold thunder. Failure results in dissolution and obliteration of the soul, while success leads to becoming a true dragon. Listening to Fu Chen's words, Xiao Mo furrowed his brow. The poor Taoist understood the young master's concerns. As they stepped out of the village, Fu Chun paused, turned to look at Xiao Mo. The young master was worried that the perilous path of dragon transformation might hinder her if she remained by his side. It would be better for her to ascend the mountain with me, where she would have protection. Perhaps the young master even contemplated that although Miss Ru Shui would not accompany me this time, he could gradually persuade her to change her mind in the future. Xiao Mo remained silent. His silence implied agreement. Fu Chun shook her head. Young master, in this world, everyone has their own karmic destiny. Do you believe that if she follows me up the mountain, it would ensure her future transformation into a dragon? You think it would only hinder her great path. But is that truly the case? Fu Chun lifted her head. Though it was daytime, her eyes seemed to shimmer with the brilliance of stars, as if she were deciphering the secrets of a universe. Who says the struggles of the mortal realm are inferior to the tranquility of the mountain? Although the young master is mortal, who says he would accomplish less than us cultivators? Xiao Mo raised his head. What do you mean, fairy? The Taoist maiden smiled at the young man before her. Just follow your heart. You are her fortune, and also her fate. Chapter 42. A return to dust. She ascends the path of immortality. Who says the struggles of the mortal realm are inferior to the tranquility of the mountain? Although the young master is mortal, who says he would accomplish less than us cultivators? Sitting in the courtyard, Xiao Mo gazed at the book in his hands but found it difficult to concentrate. Indeed, he had originally thought that since Ru Shui was unwilling to leave this time, he would gradually guide her, persuading her until they could part with smiles, ensuring she could ascend the mountain with peace of mind instead of leaving behind regrets. However, after hearing Fu Chen's words, his heart began to waver. Did he really not need to hasten Ru Shui's departure? Was this truly for the best? Ru Shui was becoming increasingly dependent on him, yet he was merely a mortal, living but 100 years. After a century, when Ru Shui witnessed his departure, could her heart endure such a loss? Xiao Montak! Xiao Montak! Hey, Xiao Montak! Just as Xiao Mo was lost in thought, by Ru Shui's small hand waved in front of his eyes. I mentioned before, tomorrow I want to bring my sister down the mountain. Is that truly possible? Bai Ru Shui inquired. Xiao Mo nodded. Of course, that is feasible. Then I shall go fetch her tomorrow. Bai Ru Shui exclaimed joyfully. You will surely like Xiao Qing. Indeed, Xiao Mo smiled faintly, then fell into contemplation. Observing Xiao Mo's demeanor, Bai Ru Shui couldn't help but pout. Xiao Mo, what is wrong? Ever since you sent that Taoist away, you have seemed utterly despondent. As she spoke, Bai Ru Shui's enchanting eyes flashed with curiosity, causing her to take 2 steps back in alarm. You don't fancy her, do you, stinky Xiao Mo? Xiao Mo rolled up the book and gently tapped the girl's head. What are you thinking? Of course not. Really not? Bai Ru Shui bent down, hands behind her back. Gazing up at Xiao Mo inadvertently glimpsed the delicate landscape revealed by her neckline and quickly turned his gaze away. Truly not. That's good. Bai Ru Shui patted her elevated collar. You scare me half to death. But Xiao Mo, why you seem so gloomy? Bai Ru Shui continued to question. Nothing. Xiao Mo shook his head. Do not worry about me. Bai Ru Shui pouted. How could he not cause the serpent to worry? At noon, Bai Ru Shui brought out lamb stew with goji berries from the kitchen. Initially, Xiao Mo was unaware of the reason, but later learned that Aunt Qian had mentioned during a chat with Bai Ru Shui that lamb was good for men, enhancing their vigor after consumption. Consequently, Bai Ru Shui, misunderstanding, believed that eating lamb would boost her reading energy. Xiao Mo felt it unnecessary to correct her. After lunch, Bai Ru Shui finished washing the dishes and stepped outside, finding Xiao Mo still lost in thought in the courtyard. Bai Ru Shui hung out her washed clothes, while Xiao Mo remained absent-minded. As she tidied up the courtyard, she lifted her embroidered shoe and gently stepped on his foot, yet he showed no reaction. After dinner, Xiao Mo continued to be lost in thought. By this time, Bai Ru Shui's cheeks had puffed up. She disliked Xiao Mo's current state. All she desired was to see him cheerful every day. As night fell, Bai Ru Shui seemed to have thought of a way to uplift Xiao Mo's spirits, eagerly grasping his hand. Xiao Mo, come with me. Where to? Xiao Mo asked. To a place that will make you happy. Without waiting for Xiao Mo to refuse, Bai Ru Shui pulled him up and led him outside the courtyard. Bai Ru Shui guided Xiao Mo up the mountain, continuing their ascent. Uncertain how long they walked, Bai Ru Shui finally brought Xiao Mo to the peak. At this point, the sky was adorned with countless stars. due to the mountain's height. Xiao Mo felt as though he was surrounded by the stars, immersed in an entire galaxy. It seemed that if one reached out, they could grasp the myriad stars in their hands. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Bai Ru Shui stood with her hands on her hips, a small smirk of pride adorning her face. It is indeed beautiful. Xiao Mo nodded. But why did you bring me here? Because you're feeling down? Bai Ru Shui pouted. Before I came down the mountain with you, whenever I encountered something unhappy, I would come here. Just shouting it out would instantly lift my spirits. However, since I came down with you, I rarely come anymore. Why? Because it takes over an hour for me to walk from the village to the peak, which is exhausting. So, I usually cry on that rock while scolding you, just like last time. Xiao Mo replied, all right, let's hurry and try it out. Bai Ru Shui pulled Xiao Mo forward, insisting, you must shout out loud. Isn't that inappropriate? Xiao Mo felt somewhat embarrassed. What is inappropriate about it? No one will hear you. Just watch me. Bai Ru Shui stepped forward, turning her back to Xiao Mo, and, facing the mountains, she shouted, Xiao Mo, you big stinky egg, don't you dare complain about my cooking. Xiao Montak, stop studying. Come play with me. Xiao Mo, you must not scold me, or else I will ignore you. Xiao Montak, you must not marry another girl. Did you hear that? Xiao Montak, you need to feel better, or else I will be unhappy too. Listening to her voice, seeing her silhouette, every word she spoke carried his name. It was in this manner that Bai Ru Shui turned to gaze at Xiao Mo, remarking on its utility. Xiao Mo smiled faintly and inquired, setting aside its usefulness. Why do you always scold me? Bai Ru Shui cast him a sidelong glance, retorting, you big fool, because you are the only one in my world. Xiao Mo's expression faltered, an indescribable sensation blossoming from within his heart. Just go with the flow, he mused. His eyes gradually became clearer, as if he had come to a realization. Indeed, if she did not wish to depart, why did I always want her to leave? Even after a century, what would it matter if I were to pass away? At least for that century, I could remain by her side. After a century, I would return to dust while she ascends to immortality. Come, try it. It truly works, Bai Ru Shui urged, grasping Xiao Mo's wrist. Must I really shout? Indeed, you must shout. Very well, he thought, gazing at the rugged mountains under the moonlight, overcoming his own embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, 100 years is quite short. Huh? Bai Ru Shui blinked, then laughed joyfully, her voice ringing like silver bells. Xiao Mo, what kind of worry is that? She stepped closer, standing beside him, and shouted in unison, 100 years is hardly short. 100 years is a long time. Fool! Xiao Mo turned to smile at the girl beside him. To a human, 100 years is indeed a long time. Yet for you it is truly fleeting. Chapter 43. So, you have taken a liking to him. The next morning, as Xiao Mo was reading in the courtyard, he noticed Bai Ru Shui approaching with a girl clad in a flowing azure gown. Bai Ru Shui's fair face radiated happiness, while the girl she held by the hand kept her head down, displaying signs of nervousness and apparent reluctance. Upon seeing Xiao Mo, Bai Ru Shui quickened her pace, leading the girl into the courtyard. Xiao Mo, this is my younger sister, Bai Qinglu. She has just come of age this year. I usually call her Xiao Qing, so you can call her that too. Both sisters possessed striking beauty, albeit with differing styles. I have met Xiao Qing, Xiao Mo said as he rose and performed a polite bow. Oomph. Xiao Qing lifted her chin defiantly. You are the scoundrel who has stolen my sister away. Because of you, I can only see her once or twice a month. Every night, I sleep alone like a snake. If it weren't for my fondness for her, and the utter boredom of being a solitary snake, I wouldn't have descended the mountain at all. Observing her sister's pouting expression, Bai Ru Shui discreetly transformed, playfully swatting Xiao Qing's behind with the tip of her white tail. Xiao Qing winced slightly, biting her lip before performing a curtsy. As she had been taught by her sister, Xiao Qing pays her respects to the young master. I hope to not disturb you too much in the future. You flatter me, young lady. It is your sister who has been caring for me, Xiao Mo replied with a smile. However, my room may be a bit cramped, so it seems I must trouble you to share a space with your sister. Not a trouble at all. Bai Ru Shui quickly interjected on her sister's behalf. We have always slept together since we were little. We are quite accustomed to it. Xiao Qing nodded in agreement. I enjoy sleeping with my sister. That is good, Xiao Mo said with a smile. Young lady, consider this your home. We shall all be like family from now on. Who says we are family? Xiao Qing muttered under her breath, just as Bai Ru Shui's tail swatted her again. Xiao Qing's eyes glimmered with tears, feeling as though her sister had reddened her behind. Xiao Mo, you continue your reading. I will take my sister to familiarize her with the room. With that, Bai Ruxue pulled Xiao Qing inside and shut the door with a thud. Observing the closed door, Xiao Mo chuckled softly. It seems Xiao Qing has some reservations about me. Inside the room, Bai Ruxue stood with her hands on her hips, pouting as she addressed Xiao Qing. Do you remember the promises you made to your sister? I do, Xiao Qing replied while rubbing her sore behind. Then tell me what those promises were. The first promise is to never reveal your true identity. Yes, Xiao Qing nodded. And the second promise is to treat Xiao Mo as you would treat me, without causing him any trouble. Bai Ruxue leaned forward. Therefore, you must listen well, not only to what I say, but also to what Xiao Mo says, understand? I understand, sister, Xiao Qing replied reluctantly. Xiao Qing, Bai Ruxue gently ruffled her sister's hair. Xiao Mo is a very good person. But sister, we are demons, and he is a human. How can demons and humans live together? What if he discovers our true nature? Do not worry, Bai Ruxue straightened her back and patted her sister's shoulder. He is rather foolish. A bookworm who would not recognize it. Look at me. I have been here for so long without revealing anything. Xiao Qing observed her sister's proud demeanor, wanted to voice her concerns, but unsure where to begin. Indeed, how has sister managed to go undetected? Could it be that Xiao Mo is even more foolish? Ultimately, as long as you do not reveal your tale and eat mice discreetly, you will not be discovered. Do you understand? Bai Ruxue reiterated. I understand, sister. Xiao Qing sighed internally. Come now, sister will take you to buy vegetables. In the afternoon, I will teach you how to cook and wash clothes. There are many intricate details involved. Bai Ruxue led her sister out of the room. Approximately half an hour later, Bai Ruxue and Xiao Qing, each carrying a basket, arrived at Huang Village. Villagers from neighboring areas often gathered to set up stalls here. I usually buy vegetables here, but some vendors may try to cheat you. So you must haggle, sister, observe closely. Bai Ruxue turned to an elderly vendor, calling out, Granny Li, how much for this crucian carp? What, 33 won? I know this fish is quite plump, weighing about 3 pounds, but that is far too expensive. 25 won, and I will take it. That won't do. 28 won is still too high. Just 25 won. Oh, come now, Granny Li, please sell it to me. Look at how pitiful this fish is. If it is not eaten soon, it will suffer greatly. Bai Ruxue pleaded, shaking Granny Li's arm. All right then. Thank you, Granny Li. Bai Ruxue joyfully handed over 25 copper coins, lifted the fish, and placed it in the bamboo basket. Did you see that? That is how you haggle, she said proudly, looking at her sister. Xiao Qing felt a mix of emotions. Although she had little experience with humans, was this truly how haggling was done? Sister, it doesn't seem that difficult, Xiao Qing remarked. Who said it was easy? It is quite challenging. However, since Xiao Mo passed the imperial examination, haggling has indeed become easier. Everyone around here treats him well, Bai Ruxue explained. Then sister, do you sweet-talk other male vendors as well? Of course not. Bai Ruxue shot her sister a glance. They can sell if they want. If they refuse, I simply go to another vendor. I only sweet-talk one man. Who is that? Xiao Qing asked curiously. You fool. Bai Ruxue lightly tapped her sister on the forehead. Is Xiao Mo, of course. With that, Bai Ruxue cheerfully moved forward to continue her shopping. Just as she had mentioned, she only sweet-talked the elderly women in the market. As for male vendors, she typically quoted a price, and if they agreed, she would buy. If not, she would turn and leave. Xiao Qing recognized that her sister was rather foolish. However, seeing how adept Bai Ruxue was at cooking, it was evident that she had practiced many times and endured a fair share of hardship. During lunchtime, Bai Ruxue would deliberately save the meat for Xiao Mo, not touching it herself until he had finished eating. Only after he set down his chopsticks would she then eat the remaining meat. Yet Xiao Qing also noticed that this human man would intentionally leave behind a good portion of the dishes that her sister favored. In the afternoon, Xiao Qing began to assist her sister in tidying the courtyard, meticulously cleaning from the room to the yard. After finishing, Bai Ruxue would take a book and sit outside with Xiao Mo, sharing in the reading. However, Xiao Qing noticed that although her elder sister was engrossed in her studies, her thoughts were consistently occupied by Xiao Mo. Whenever Xiao Mo extended his hand, her sister would promptly pour him a cup of tea. When he twisted his neck, she would rise to massage his shoulders. It seemed that her sister was attuned to every motion of Xiao Mo, understanding his unspoken needs. As dusk approached, Xiao Qing was once again set to accompany her sister to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After their evening meal, her sister rolled up her sleeves to heat water for Xiao Mo's bath. These tasks appeared trivial to Xiaoqing, who found the monotony and hassle of it all rather dull. "Sister, do you not find this routine tedious?" she inquired after spending 7 days in Shiqiao village, as they shared a bath in a tub. "Tedious? Why would it be? I find it quite delightful," Rushiwei replied, blinking her eyes. "What could possibly be delightful about it?" Xiaoqing questioned, unable to comprehend how washing clothes, cooking, tidying the courtyard, and preparing hot water for Xiaomo's bath could evoke joy. Yet, as days turned into weeks, Xiaoqing began to realize that this man was not so bad after all. He possessed a gentle temperament, always adorned with a soft smile, and he patiently taught her whenever she wished to learn characters. 10 days later, Xiaoqing discovered she had even grown accustomed to this way of life. However, on the 17th day of her arrival at Shiqiao village, Rushiwei encountered a mishap while absorbing the essence of the moon. Upon waking the following morning, her complexion was pale, her energy depleted, resembling a mortal afflicted by a chill. "Sister, you should rest today. I will handle the household chores," Xiaoqing said, feeling a pang of concern at her sister's appearance. Fortunately, her sister's condition was not severe, and she would recover with a couple of days of rest. "But Xiaoqing, are you truly capable of managing this?" Rushiwei expressed her worry. "It took me 2 full months to master these household tasks, and you have only had a little over half a month." "I can manage, sister. You must rest, or how can you work like this? What if you reveal your true condition?" "Very well," Rushiwei conceded reluctantly. After tucking her sister in, Xiaoqing exited the room just as Xiao Mo was rising. She informed him that her sister was ill, but assured him it was nothing serious and no doctor was needed. Xiao Mo entered the room to check on Rushiwei, who reassured him that she was indeed fine and would recover swiftly, having experienced similar ailments in the past. Xiao Mo suspected that Rushiwei's cultivation had encountered a slight hiccup, but it was nothing serious. Otherwise, Xiaoqing would be more anxious than he was. After Xiao Mo departed, Rushiwei sat by the window, observing Xiaoqing diligently folding Xiao Mo's clothes, stacking them neatly. Xiaoqing was performing admirably. Yet, a strange feeling stirred within Rushiwei. These were tasks she believed should rightfully be hers. By noon, Rushiwei felt significantly better, yet she was restless, yearning to cook for Xiao Mo. However, Xiaoqing insisted, "Sister, you must rest. I will prepare the meal." Before long, Xiaoqing emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand. "Brother Xiao, sister, my cooking may not be the best, so please don't be disappointed." "Not at all, Xiaoqing. Your food is delicious," he replied. "Really? Then please eat more, Brother Xiao." "Of course, and you should eat more too, sister." "All right." Rushiwei took small bites of the meal, genuinely enjoying Xiaoqing's cooking. It was a positive sign that Xiao Mo appreciated her food. However, Rushiwei felt an unsettling heaviness in her heart as she watched Xiao Mo teaching Xiaoqing to read and write, occasionally praising her intelligence. The more she observed, the more the weight in her chest intensified. Why was this happening? What was wrong with her? Was she becoming more unwell? In the evening, Aunt Shun, having heard of Rushiwei's ailment, specifically came to visit her at Xiao Mo's residence. "You, my dear, usually possess such robust health. How could you fall ill during the summer? I have brewed some medicine for you, which I placed in this gourd. Drink a bowl before bed and warm another bowl in the morning. You'll be well in no time." In the room, Aunt Shun spoke to Rushiwei. "Thank you, Aunt Shun," Rushiwei said with a faint smile as she accepted the gourd. However, she quickly lowered her head, appearing troubled. "Rushiwei, what is the matter?" Aunt Shun inquired. "Nothing, Aunt Shun." Rushiwei quickly shook her head. "I am perfectly fine. Don't be coy." Aunt Shun shot her a knowing glance. "You are inherently naive. I can tell when something is on your mind. Speak up during illness. Worry should not be bottled up, or your recovery will be hindered." Rushiwei bit her lip gently, her eyes reflecting uncertainty, her fingers fidgeting with the blanket. Aunt Shun remained patient, waiting for her to open up. After a while, Rushiwei finally looked up. Today, Xiaoqing took care of Xiao Mo, folded his clothes neatly, prepared delicious meals, and kept the courtyard tidy. I should be pleased, yet why do I feel so empty inside? Sometimes my chest feels tight, and I even struggle to breathe. Aunt Shun, what is wrong with me? Aunt Shun paused, then seemed to understand, a smile creeping onto her lips. Let me guess. Is it when Xiaoqing gets close to Xiao Mo, perhaps showing him more affection, that your chest feels constricted? Yes. When Xiao Mo praises her. You should feel happy for your sister, yet there is also an inexplicable sense of loss within you. Indeed, indeed. Aunt Shun pointed to the rise and fall of her chest. Does it sometimes feel achy here, as if you've swallowed vinegar? Exactly. I never felt this way before. How did you know, Aunt Shun? Silly girl, Aunt Shun sighed, gently tapping her forehead. You have developed feelings for him. Chapter 44, Xi o Montag. I think I might like you the following day. Bai Rushua was nearly recovered. Naturally, Xiao Imo felt relieved at her improvement. However, after her recovery, he sensed a peculiar change in her demeanor. He noticed Bai Rushua often stealing glances at him. Whenever his gaze shifted, she would subtly look his way again. For instance, at that moment, she was hanging clothes to dry. Although Xiao Imo was engrossed in his book, he could feel Bai Rushua's eyes upon him. He lifted his head to meet her gaze. Setting his book aside, he walked over to her. As he approached, Bai Rushua's heart raced. The closer he got, the more anxious she became, hastening her movements as she hung the clothes. Rushua, is something the matter? Xiao Imo asked as he reached her side. Huh? No, nothing at all, Bai Rushua replied, her eyes darting, her delicate hands fidgeting. What could I possibly have? Really? Xiao Montag Polbet. Of course not, she insisted. Her eyes skittishly shifting, her cheeks flushed. Xiao Imo found himself puzzled by her blushing over something as mundane as hanging clothes. Just as he was about to inquire further, a piece of clothing slipped from the drying rack. Reacting instinctively, Xiao Imo reached out to catch it. The soft, silky fabric caused him to momentarily lose his focus. Glancing at his hand, he realized it was a scoundrel. Bai Rushua's cheeks turned as red as strawberries as she swiftly snatched the garment from his grasp. Embracing the dudo, Bai Rushua dashed into the room, shutting the door with a resounding thud. Something felt amiss. Xiao Imo gazed thoughtfully at the firmly closed door. Had Rushua truly begun to experience shyness? It was hard to believe. Previously, when the dudo had blown into Xiao Mo's face, she had laughed heartily, even attempting to playfully stuff it into his mouth. During lunch, Bai Rushua continued her peculiar behavior, taking a bite of her food while stealing glances at Xiao Imo. When Xiao Imo inadvertently brushed against her hand while reaching for the rice bowl, he exchanged a puzzled look with Xiao Qing. Xiao Ge, what is wrong with my sister? Xiao Qing inquired, seizing the opportunity to voice her concern. I'm not sure, Xiao Imo replied, shaking his head. Rushua has been this way since early this morning. Xiao Qing contemplated. If Bai Rushua were an ordinary girl, I might find her behavior unremarkable. Yet, the normally naive Bai Rushua has suddenly developed a sense of modesty overnight, displaying an air of bashfulness that perplexes Xiao Imo. That evening, after bathing, Xiao Imo discovered Bai Rushua was nowhere to be found, leaving only Xiao Qing in the courtyard, tending to the silkworms. Xiao Qing, where is your sister? He inquired. After a moment's reflection, he said, I will go look for her. Can you manage alone at home? Yes, Xiao Qing nodded, a flicker of delight evident in her eyes. Once Xiao Imo departed, Xiao Qing revealed her true form and set off in search of food. Having longed for a taste of her favorite delicacy, the shrew. Leaving the village, Xiao Imo surmised Bai Rushua's whereabouts and headed directly toward Shishan. As expected, he found her perched on a rock, clad in white, hugging her knees while gazing at the stars above. Have you encountered something displeasing? Xiao Imo called out to her. Not really, Bai Rushua replied softly, her head bowed. However, you seem rather unusual today, and it appears you have been avoiding me. Why is that? I'm not. Bai Rushua insisted, turning her face away. Descending from the rock, Bai Rushua walked alongside Xiao Imo down the mountain path. The moonlight cascaded silently like flowing water, filtering through the layers of pine branches, casting dappled shadows upon them. Xiao Imo intentionally slowed his pace, causing Bai Rushua's skirt to gently brush against the tips of the grass, as if to avoid disturbing the slumbering creatures of the mountain night. Their silhouettes flickered in the dim light, sometimes drawing closer, sometimes drifting apart. The ethereal glow of fireflies emerged, dancing gracefully in the low air like tiny stars. One firefly floated near the girl's hair, resembling a wandering star as it paused for a moment before lazily drifting away. She raised her head, observing his profile, and felt a tender stirring within her heart, as if something was about to blossom from her innermost being. It was sweet and sour, a yearning to be known by him, yet a fear of that knowledge. Gathering her courage, Bai Rushua parted her lips, softly calling his name. Xiao Montag responded. It's nothing, she stammered, glancing into his eyes, then hesitating again. I just noticed the fireflies tonight are quite beautiful. They're indeed lovely, he agreed. Bai Ruxue lowered her head, falling into silence, her small hand fiddling with her skirt. But soon, she mustered her courage again. Xiao Moontakum? It's nothing. I just noticed the moon is particularly round tonight. Xiaomo looked up. It's all right, I suppose. Xiaomo? I noticed there are many stars in the sky tonight. Indeed, there are. I discovered that Aunt Wang seems especially happy today. That would be because her son's business is thriving in the county. I realized Xiao Qing dislikes green peppers. I had noticed that long ago. I found out that the big black cow in the village has become quite lazy. That's because it is getting old. I realized that I might be falling for you. In the courtyard, Xiao Qing let out a satisfied burp. Just moments ago, she had indulged herself with a feast. Nearby, a dozen little shrews had all been devoured in one go. Just as Xiao Qing was about to retire comfortably for the night, Bai Ruxue dashed into the room, seemingly fleeing, leaving Xiao Qing in a state of confusion. Sister, what is the matter? And where is Xiao Ge? Wasn't he looking for you? Xiao Qing hurriedly approached. Xiao Ge, what happened with my sister? Did something occur between you two? Xiao Mo pondered for a moment. Indeed, something transpired between your sister and me, but it is nothing to worry about. Ruxue is perfectly fine. You need not fret. All right then. Xiao Qing nodded, reassured by Xiao Mo's words. You should also get some rest. I did it. I actually said it. Bai Ruxue lay on her bed, her ankle taut, her slender legs rhythmically beating against the mattress. She pressed her pillow tightly over her head, leaving only her peach blossom eyes exposed. Recalling her confession to Xiao Mo, she felt an overwhelming rush of embarrassment, causing her legs to thrash even more fervently against the covers. After some time, as her shyness gradually faded, she began to regain her composure. Wait, why am I feeling so shy? And why did I run away on the mountain? Once she calmed down, Bai Ruxue realized she might have acted inappropriately. After uttering that confession, her heart raced with embarrassment, prompting her to flee down the mountain. Yet, there was no need for her to feel ashamed. Liking someone was simply liking them. Nothing more, nothing less. I like Xiao Mo, she affirmed to herself. I merely express my feelings. Bai Ruxue buried her head deeper into her pillow, feeling a twinge of regret. After a moment of grappling with her emotions, she turned over, lying on her back as she stared at the ceiling, clutching her pillow, her mind swirling with thoughts. Does Xiao Mo like me? He must like me, right? He did say that once I understood what true affection was, he would marry me. This must be true affection, wouldn't it? So, will he marry me? Does what he said still hold true? The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. She wanted to seek out Xiao Mo, but was hesitant to ask. Her heart was filled with anticipation for the answer, yet she feared it as well. So frustrating, so very frustrating. Bai Ruxue rolled around on her bed, feeling unlike herself. Sister, what is wrong? Xiao Qing entered the room, witnessing her sister's restless movements. Bai Ruxue clutched her pillow, resembling a flustered duck perched on her bed, her peach blossom eyes darting about. I feel as though I am no longer myself. What should I do? In the room, Xiao Mo sat by candlelight, engrossed in his reading. Previously, he had relied on moonlight to read at night, but since gaining understanding, he no longer needed to do so. Now, even if Ruxue did not tend to the silkworms or hunt game, he would not lack for silver. Nevertheless, she continued to care for the silkworms, occasionally hunting for chickens and rabbits to sell, feeling that every bit of extra money counted. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Mo set down his book, feeling unable to concentrate as his mind was filled with thoughts of Ruxue. Xiao Mo was indeed taken aback by Ruxue's unexpected declaration. Although she had previously expressed her affection, he recognized that this moment was entirely different. Ruxue's feelings for him were genuine, embodying the essence of romantic love. With a gentle smile, Xiao Mo shook his head, extinguishing the candle's flame. It seemed he would need to visit the town the following day. He couldn't keep her waiting too long. The next morning, Xiao Mo awoke and stepped into the courtyard. Ruxue was initially busy wiping the table, but upon noticing him, she scurried into the kitchen like a startled bird. During breakfast, she remained silent, daring not to meet his gaze. Each time Xiao Mo moved closer, she would shyly retreat. Xiao Qing sensed that something had transpired between her sister and Xiao Ge, noting the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. This simply couldn't continue. In the afternoon, Ruxue patted her cheeks, mustering the courage to approach Xiao Mo as she tidied up the courtyard. However, Xiao Mo appeared oblivious, engrossed in his book as if the previous day's events had never occurred. Observing his calm demeanor, Ru Shui puffed out her cheeks in frustration, feeling a twinge of annoyance. She continued to wander near him, attempting to capture his attention, yet Xiao Mo remained unresponsive. She even began to suspect that he had forgotten all about their conversation. Stinky Xi o Montag, you promised to marry me, yet now you say nothing. She fumed. I won't pay you any more attention, you big jerk. In her room, she squeezed a pillow between her legs, pounding it repeatedly with her tiny fists as if striking Xiao Mo's chest. Are you all right, sister? Xiao Qing entered the room, witnessing her sister's antics with the pillow, fearing the stuffing might burst out. I'm fine. Ru Shui huffed, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Is that stinky Xiao Mo still reading? No, he left, Xiao Qing replied, shaking her head. Xiao go into Qing Shantown. On the third day after Xiao Mo departed from Shiqiao village, he arrived at the residence of Sun Si Yuan, the magistrate of Qingshan County. With quick strides, Sun approached Xiao Mo's temporary dwelling. Xiao Mo. Sun Si Yuan entered the courtyard, his face alight with cheer. Master Sun, Xiao Mo set his book aside, standing to bow respectfully. The apprentice of Lei the blacksmith came earlier, stating that the item you requested is ready for collection. Are you prepared to retrieve it? Indeed. Xiao Mo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I apologize for imposing on you these past few days, Master Sunday. I assure you, I shall repay the gold I borrowed. Ha ha ha. There is no need to rush. It's merely a trifling amount of gold. Sun County Magistrate chuckled. 2 days prior, upon arriving in Qingshan City, Xiao Mo had approached the magistrate to borrow some gold for crafting a small item. Initially, Sun Si Yuan had been troubled about what to give Xiao Mo that would not seem cliché yet would strengthen their bond, especially considering that their opportunities to meet would diminish once Xiao Mo entered officialdom. However, after Xiao Mo's successful examination, he was not in need of financial assistance, and Sun observed that Xiao Mo seemed quite indifferent to material possessions. Many wealthy patrons had offered him gifts, which he declined. Thus, when Xiao Mo sought his assistance, Sun could hardly contain his delight. Sun generously presented a gold ingot and introduced Xiao Mo to the finest blacksmith in Qingshan County. Xiao Mo provided the blacksmith with a design. As it was a small item requiring only simple engraving, it could be completed within 2 days. Hence, Xiao Mo intended to remain in Qingshan County. However, Sun would not permit him to stay at an inn. He insisted that Xiao Mo reside in his home until the matter was settled. In truth, Sun harbored hopes that Xiao Mo would never repay the gold, thus creating a sense of indebtedness between them. Such ties often led to deeper friendships. Yet, 2 disappointments lingered in Sun's heart. The first was that the item Xiao Mo wished to create was small and required little gold, limiting the scope of their connection. Although Sun desired to gift him additional gold, Xiao Mo adamantly refused. The second disappointment was that Xiao Mo showed no interest in his daughter. Sun had encouraged Xiao Mo to stay in his residence, not only to foster their friendship, but also to provide his daughter with opportunities to engage with him. Sun was quite confident in his daughter's beauty. Despite Xiao Mo's previous rejections, Sun believed this time could yield a different outcome. During meals, Xiao Mo and Sun's daughter had exchanged glances several times. Sun had strategically sent his daughter to serve tea while Xiao Mo was reading. However, the outcome had been that his daughter had developed feelings for Xiao Mo, yet he continued to overlook her entirely. She even urged her father to devise a means for her to marry him. But what could Sun do? He had conducted his research. Xiao Mo's heart belonged to the girl from Shiqiao village, who, beyond her beauty, had tirelessly cared for him, weaving and foraging for herbs to support his education. It was evident that Xiao Mo and his daughter were not destined to be together. After a while, Xiao Mo and Sun arrive at the entrance of Lei the blacksmith shop. County Magistrate, Mr. Xiao Lei, a burly man with thick eyebrows and wide eyes, emerged from inside, wiping his hands on a towel and bowing in a scholarly manner. Is the item Mr. Xiao requested ready? Sun inquired. Yes, just a moment, Gentleman Lei replied, quickly washing his hands before retrieving a brocade box from the cabinet. Please take a look. Thank you, Master Lei. Xiao Mo accepted the box with both hands and opened it. A golden object gleamed before him, and Sunday Sun leaned closer, nodding in approval. Indeed, the craftsmanship was remarkable, a testament to both Lei's skill and Xiao Mo's exquisite design. Mr. Xiao, are you satisfied? Lei asked, a hint of nervousness evident in his demeanor as he regarded the esteemed scholar. Xiao Montauk nodded, "I am pleased." Relieved, Lei exhaled, "As long as you are satisfied, Mr. Xiao." "Master Lei, you need not worry about the payment," Sun interjected, tossing Lei a small silver coin, eager to ensure Xiao Mo did not pay first. "Thank you, County Magistrate." "Thank you, Mr. Xiao." Lei expressed his gratitude, realizing this was nearly fourfold his usual compensation. "Now that the matter is settled, shall we share a drink?" Xiao Montauk, Sun invited. "Are you in such a hurry?" Sun asked in surprise. "There is someone who has awaited my return for quite some time," Xiao Mo replied, gazing at the brocade box. "I do not wish to keep her waiting any longer." "Sister, have something to eat," Xiao Qing urged. "I'm not hungry," Ru Shui replied defiantly. "But sister, you haven't eaten for 2 or 3 days," Xiao Qing pointed out. "It's fine. I can absorb the spiritual essence of the world and do not need food," Ru Shui insisted. With a sigh, Xiao Qing observed, in a fit of anger, sister tossed all the mice into the river. "Do you think Xiao Mo will dislike me?" Ru Shui asked nervously, grasping her sister's hand. "Sister, it seems to me that Xiao Ge does not harbor any dislike towards you," Xiao Qing reassured her. "Oh," Bai Rushui nodded slightly, still gazing at the path outside the courtyard. Although Xiao Qing had said as much, Bai Rushui felt an overwhelming sense of unease within her heart. Could it be that the words she spoke that night had frightened Xiao Mo? Might he have reconsidered his promise? Or perhaps he found the daughter of County Magistrate's son to be genuinely appealing and chose to marry her in Qingshan County? Various conjectures flooded Bai Rushui's mind, and the more she pondered, the more anxious she became, her beautiful peach blossom eyes gradually misting with tears. "Hey, sister, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Xiao Qing exclaimed, startled. "Sister, please don't cry." Xiao Qing was at a loss for how to comfort her sister. Just then, she noticed a figure approaching from a distance along the path, making its way toward the courtyard. "Hey!" Bai Rushui suddenly lifted her head and looked outside the courtyard. Upon seeing Bai Rushui gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, Xiao Mo hurried his steps, fearing something was amiss. "What happened? Has anything occurred during my absence?" Xiao Mo inquired of the two sisters. Xiao Qing began to speak, but was interrupted as Bai Rushui tugged at her wrist, silencing the latter's words. Xiao Mo's gaze fell upon Bai Rushui, who now lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening with tears, and delicate lashes adorned with droplets. Xiao Mo surmised the cause of her distress. Perhaps she feared he had abandoned her, or was indeed marrying the daughter of Sun Duran in Qingshan County. "Xiao Qing, please take this jug of wine to the village chief. It is a gift from Sun Duran." Xiao Mo handed a small jar of wine to Xiao Qing. "Understood." Xiao Dajie. Xiao Qing accepted the wine, casting a glance at her brother and sister before hastily departing. She understood that Xiao Mo wished to have a moment alone with Bai Rushui and had no objections. In her current state, only Xiao Mo could console her sister. In the courtyard, only Xiao Mo and Bai Rushui remained. Bai Rushui kept her head lowered, clutching her dress tightly, her small, red nose twitching, her pitiable appearance evoking both sympathy and affection. She continued to remain silent. "Would you like to have osmanthus cake?" "Fangji's osmanthus cake is quite delightful. I brought some." Bai Rushui still did not respond. Xiao Mo felt somewhat at a loss. Just as he contemplated how to soothe her, Bai Rushui delicately reached out her slender hand, her jade-like fingers gently grasping the hem of his garment. The gentle summer breeze caressed her skirt, the once loose fabric now clinging to her form, accentuating her graceful curves. A few strands of hair danced softly in the wind, which carried the scents of the forest, grass, and earth, mingled with her light fragrance. "Xiao Mo, I was wrong." Her voice was soft, akin to a butterfly alighting gently on a flower petal. "What did you do wrong?" Xiao Mo queried, puzzled by her apology. I should not have been angry with you in my heart." Her voice trembled slightly. "I should not have been fixated on your response. I certainly should not have secretly called you a big stink egg behind your back, saying your previous words were meaningless." Bai Rushui, she lifted her gaze, her enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with tears, resembling delicate peach blossoms immersed in clear spring water. "I promise to be obedient from now on. I will no longer throw tantrums. I can secretly harbor my feelings for you in my heart. Your past words, I shall pretend I never heard. I no longer require you to marry me. But, Xiao Mo, please do not abandon me again, all right?" As her words echoed in the air, crystalline tears cascaded down her fair cheeks, falling unimpeded to the ground, creating glistening droplets that shimmered in the late summer light, slowly soaking into the earth. Xiao Mo reached out, gently brushing away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Silly girl, you have done nothing wrong. I would never abandon you, and you have already been quite obedient. Moreover," he smiled, "who said my previous words no longer hold weight?" Eh? Bai Ruxue was taken aback. Xiao Mo retrieved a brocade box from his robe, holding Bai Ruxue's small hand and placing it in her palm. "Open it and see." Bai Ruxue, bewildered, opened the brocade box resting in her palm. A golden ring emerged, adorned with intricate patterns resembling a blend of Xiang grass and Qinglong flower. This ring, Bai Ruxue gazed at Xiao Mo in astonishment. "In our hometown, there is a custom that if two individuals share mutual feelings, the man will present a ring to the woman as a proposal. If she consents, he places the ring on her right hand's ring finger, signifying that her heart is already claimed. I traveled to Qingshan town specifically for this ring. Therefore, Ruxue, do you wish to wear this ring and marry me?" "I." Bai Ruxue's gaze fell upon the ring, fresh tears gliding down her cheeks once more. "I do not wish to," she declared, raising her head. I do not wish to at this moment." Bai Ruxue gazed longingly at the man before her. Anshin once mentioned that marriage is quite troublesome, involving banquets and various procedures. But now, as summer wanes, next March, you are to go to the capital for the imperial examinations. You once expressed a desire to hold an official position. This is a critical time for your preparations. How can I allow you to be distracted? Next year, Bai Ruxue clutched the ring tightly to her chest. "You come to marry me, and then I shall wed you." In the Yangxin Hall, Xiao Mo exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes. He had memorized the incantations of the grass character sword technique, although the essence of the sword intent lay within him, allowing him to access it at will. It was essential to recite the technique completely and imprint it word for word upon his soul to practice the grass character sword technique. "Your Majesty," a voice echoed from outside the chamber, belonging to Wei Sun. "Enter," Xiao Mo replied. Wei Sun stepped into the chamber, bowing to Xiao Mo. "Your Majesty, I have completed the tasks you assigned. To the north of the Xinshin Palace, there is a secluded plot of land surrounded by walls, with a large gate obscuring it, rarely traversed by anyone, making it quite tranquil. I have arranged an altar there with talismans, cinnabar, diagrams of the 8 trigrams, yin-yang symbols, and peachwood swords, all prepared for your use. Would your Majesty like to take a look?" "Go ahead," Xiao Mo nodded. "Yes, your Majesty." Wei Sun promptly withdrew to prepare the carriage. After the passage of a considerable time, Xiao Mo arrived at a square north of the Xinshin Palace. Just as Wei Sun had described, the square was enclosed by walls, requiring the opening of a grand gate to enter. The area was roughly the size of a football field, indeed an excellent location, situated in a corner of the imperial city, adjacent to the Xinshin Palace, which was essentially the Cold Palace. All the concubines had been taken to accompany the late emperor in burial after his passing. Since Xiao Mo had yet to take a consort, even the concubines relegated to the Cold Palace were absent. Thus, the Xinshin Palace now stood utterly empty. Furthermore, the palace had a notorious reputation for being a place where concubines often took their own lives, laden with various terrifying legends, causing the eunuchs and maidservants to avoid it. The area surrounding the Xinshin Palace was deserted, with no one passing by. "Your Majesty, are you satisfied with this place?" Wei Sun inquired obsequiously. "Indeed," Xiao Mo nodded. "I am exceedingly pleased. From this day forth, I shall cultivate my Dao here. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter this area. Understood?" Xiao Mo spoke coldly. "Understood," Wei Sun replied. Xiao Mo waved his hand. "Wait outside." "Yes, your Majesty." Wei Sun bowed and exited the square, instructing the guards to close the grand gate. With a loud clang, the gate was firmly shut. Xiao Mo picked up a peachwood sword from the rack and commenced practicing the first form of the Tsaozi sword technique. For a cultivator, the initial stage of training is crucial, as it involves drawing spiritual energy into the body to open the spiritual veins and enter the qi refinement stage. A gifted cultivator may reach the qi refinement stage in merely 1 hour, while those of average talent typically take 1 to 3 days. Those with lesser aptitude often require about a month. At that time, Jiang Qingyi struggled for several months to enter the qi refinement stage due to a deficiency in her sword bone. Being inherently lacking a bone hampered her ability to absorb spiritual energy. However, after Xiao Mo fashioned a false bone for her, even though it was not a sword bone, it compensated for her innate shortcomings. Consequently, her cultivation speed accelerated remarkably, akin to a swift gallop. Xiao Mo believed that although his aptitude was not exceptional, it could be considered moderate, and he aimed to embark on his cultivation journey within 2 days. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Minister of Rites, the elderly Pallas made Huang Shangyi open her mouth and address the woman before her. Proceed. The woman advanced gracefully, her steps light and steady, embodying the essence of elegance as she walked with poise, her gaze unwavering. Stand, Huang Shangyi commanded, and the woman halted, her posture upright, chin slightly lowered, hands folded in front of her, the right hand atop the left, exuding an air of dignified serenity, resembling a finely crafted statue, completely still. Sit, Huang Shangyi instructed once more. The woman took a seat on a nearby chair, her hips resting on the front half of the seat, her back straight, legs together and slightly angled, feet neatly aligned or gently tucked beneath her skirt, hands naturally placed on her lap. Observing this woman, Huang Shangyi nodded, thoroughly satisfied. Following the Empress Dowager's directive, Huang Shangyi had come to instruct this talented young lady from the Zhou Kingdom in court etiquette. Initially, Huang Shangyi harbored some concerns, as the young lady was to enter the palace in just a few days, leaving little time for her to learn the necessary decorum. However, Huang Shangyi soon realized her worries were unfounded. It was evident that the Yin family, being a prominent clan, had long taught their daughters court etiquette in preparation for palace life. Now, her task was merely to make slight corrections. Most importantly, the young lady emanated an unspoken authority in her every movement. Rumors circulated in the court that some officials advised against Yin Ruxue becoming the Empress of Dezhou. Yet who could embody the role better than such a lady? In the court, what are the regulations regarding demeanor? Huang Shangyi inquired. One must maintain a gentle and composed demeanor, with emotions kept in check, exuding grace and restraint, avoiding loud laughter, boisterousness, tears, or displays of anger, Yin Ruxue responded. And regarding one's gaze? Huang Shangyi continued. One's gaze should be lowered or level, avoiding wandering, sidelong glances, or direct stares at the Emperor or Empress Dowager. During conversations, one must maintain a respectful bowed posture, Yin Ruxue replied again. Very well, Huang Shangyi nodded. The young lady has no significant issues with court etiquette, but she must practice diligently to incorporate these manners into her daily life seamlessly. Thank you for your effort, Huang Shangyi. Please enjoy a cup of tea before you depart. Yin Ruxue instructed her maid to serve Huang Shangyi. Thank you, Mississippi. Huang Shangyi, feeling a bit parched, sat on a stone bench sipping her tea, and upon lifting her gaze, she noticed Yin Ruxue delicately polishing a gold ring with a piece of silk. Ever since arriving at the Yin residence, Huang Shangyi had observed this young lady meticulously tending to that golden ring daily, the brocade box containing it appearing somewhat worn. After finishing her tea, Huang Shangyi departed the Yin residence, escorted by Yin Ruxue's maid. Xiao Chun, does the young lady's ring hold any special significance? Huang Shangyi inquired curiously. I am not certain. Xiao Chun shook her head. The young lady gently polishes that ring every day and has not replaced the brocade box in all these years. I once asked her about its significance. And what did she say? She said she is waiting for someone to put on her. Chapter 48. I Cannot Sleep. By Shu, Shiqiao Village. In the early morning, Xiao Qing opened her door to a gust of cold wind. The young girl's fair neck instinctively recoiled into her clothing as she tightened her garment. It was merely early November, yet the morning breeze felt somewhat biting. This winter seemed to arrive earlier than usual. Xiao Qing turned to glance at her sister, still nestled under the covers in slumber. Sister, it's time to wake up, she gently urged, nudging her sister's shoulder. Bai Ruxue lazily responded without opening her eyes, burying her head deeper into the blankets. Sister, aren't you going to market? If you delay, there will be no vegetables left. Xiao Qing thought it peculiar, as her sister appeared to be sleeping more soundly this winter. While hibernation is a trait of the snake clan, her sister had already attained significant cultivation, and logically, she should not be so prone to drowsiness. Sister, are you all right? Xiao Qing asked with concern. Is there a problem with your cultivation? Mifine, Xiao King. I'm just a bit sleepy. I'll get up now, Bai Ruxue replied, summoning her strength to sit up. A strand of hair brushed her cheek, curling upon her heaving chest. Xiao Qing lifted the blanket covering her sister. Cold air rushed in, causing Bai Rushue to shiver. This time, she was truly awake. If there was nothing pressing, Bai Rushue would often serve Xiao MOT or massage his shoulders. Yet, as December approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and Bai Rushue's tendency to sleep grew stronger. As the new year neared, families busied themselves with preparations, particularly Xiao Mo's family. Traditionally, the village chief would write couplets for the villagers, but this year, with a successful scholar emerging from Shiqiao village, everyone hoped Xiao Mo would pen some couplets to bring literary fortune to their homes. Naturally, Xiao Mo did not decline. After all, he had grown up on the generosity of the village and saw no harm in writing a few couplets. However, the villagers did not offer their favors without recompense. They brought him chickens, ducks, fish, and meat. Xiao Mo politely refused several times, but could not withstand the insistence of the village Andes. Rushue, are you all right? On this particular day, while Xiao Mo was writing couplets in the courtyard, he noticed Bai Rushue, who was mending clothes, struggling to stay awake. Her head bobbing like a chick pecking for grains. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes seemed ready to close. Huh. Hearing Xiao Mo's voice, Bai Rushue jolted awake. Oh, what happened to your blue robe? How'd I sew it like this? Xiao Mo chuckled. It's all right if the clothes aren't sewn perfectly. I can see you're about to doze off. Just be careful not to prick your fingers. Rushue, you should take a nap. No. Bai Rushue shook her head. In 8 days, it will be the new year, and I have so much to do. I'm not sleepy. As she spoke, Bai Rushue glanced at the sky. Realizing it was nearly noon, she hurriedly placed her clothes on the table and dashed into the kitchen, saying, Xiao Mo, I will cook first, and I will mend your clothes this afternoon. Observing the woman's retreating figure, Xiao Mo felt a wave of confusion. He understood that snakes required hibernation. Yet Xiao Qing seemed quite spirited, having accompanied Wang Dama to collect eggs that morning. Why was it that Bai Rushue, who was of a higher realm, appeared to be in a less favorable state? In the kitchen, Bai Rushue washed her delicate face repeatedly, with droplets of water trickling down her smooth cheeks. Looking at her reflection in the water jar, she furrowed her brows slightly, pondering, what has been the matter with me these days? Last year, she had succumbed to drowsiness and hibernated in mid-January, awakening after 2 weeks. Yet now, it was merely the end of the 12th month. No, I cannot afford to sleep. Bai Rushue resolutely patted her cheeks. She had an unsettling feeling that this winter's hibernation might be distinctly different from those in the past. Although she could not articulate how it would be different, a profound sense of unease lingered within her. I must endure through this winter. Once spring arrives, I shall no longer desire sleep. Bai Rushue clenched her small fists, motivating herself. In the following days, whenever Bai Rushue felt drowsy, she would chew on a red chili pepper with fervor. Although she detested spicy food, a single bite would instantly invigorate her. On the 26th day of the 12th month, only 3 days remained until the new year. A letter arrived in the capital, personally delivered by County Magistrate's son to Shiqiao village. The letter was from the esteemed Hamlin scholar, the venerable Mr. Zhang Qinji. After reading Mr. Zhang's letter, Xiao Mo's expression revealed a hint of helplessness. Xiao Mo, did Mr. Zhang say anything? County Magistrate's son inquired. Noticing Xiao Mo's complex demeanor, Xiao Mo tucked the envelope away, replying, Mr. Zhang hopes I will depart for the capital after the new year, intending to meet me before mid-February. That's wonderful, County Magistrate's son exclaimed with delight. I have heard that Mr. Zhang will assume the position of governor of Beihai State after the new year, likely around mid-February. His desire to meet you before taking office indicates his high regard for you. But why do you appear conflicted, Xiao Mo? Xiao Montag smedet faintly. I wish to spend more time with my family. Ah, Xiao Mo, being loyal and affectionate is commendable, but Mr. Zhang's request is a dream cherished by scholars in the Qi. You are still young. There will be ample time to be with your family. Furthermore, the imperial examination is in early March, and you would only be leaving half a month earlier. Do not be foolish. Xiao Mo performed a respectful bow. I understand. Good. As long as you know, County Magistrate's son patted Xiao Mo's shoulder. Once you pass, riding a crimson horse with a red flower tied to your chest, the 10-mile bridal procession will fill the city with lanterns. You and the talented ladies will become the talk of Jiangnan. Chapter 49. Sister, Xiao Gu has already left. Xiao Gu, it's crooked, shift it to the left a bit. That's not right either. Xiao Gu, move it to the right. That doesn't seem quite right. Maybe lower it a bit. No, wait, let's raise it a little. Yes, that's the spot. Then I shall fix it now. As Xiao Mo stood on the stairs, He smoothed the couplet, trying to eliminate any creases. However, just as he descended the stairs, Xiao Qing stroked her chin and remarked, "It still seems a bit crooked. It should be shifted a little more to the left." Ugh. Xiao Mo playfully tapped Xiao Qing on the head. "You only mention this now that it's all done? Next." "Okay." Xiao Mo and Xiao Qing changed the door's couplet. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Bai Ruxue was busy preparing dishes. Today was New Year's Eve. According to the customs of the Qi Kingdom, the new couplets must be posted, and the family would enjoy the reunion dinner at noon. As noon approached, families in Shiqiao village began igniting firecrackers. Each time a household set off firecrackers, it signified the commencement of their New Year's feast. At that moment, Bai Ruxue brought the dishes to the table and calmly announced, "Xiao Mo, Xiao Qing, the food is ready." "Sister, wait a moment, we're almost done sticking these up." Xiao Qing replied, continuing to direct Xiao Ge. "Xiao Ge, a bit to the left, yes, that's it." "Xiao Ge, they've already started their feast. We need to hurry." No rush, Xiao Mo chuckled. "The couplets must be even for peace and safety, you know?" Once the couplets were affixed, Xiao Mo positioned firecrackers on the pillar at the entrance, lighting the fuse with a match. Bai Ruxue and Xiao Qing quickly covered their ears as the firecrackers erupted with a series of pops. The duo watched with a mix of fear and anticipation as the smoke from the firecrackers billowed outside, with sparks occasionally bursting forth from the white smoke. With the last few pops of the firecrackers fading away, the smoke gradually dissipated. By the stone table, Xiao Mo raised his cup and stood, proclaiming, "On this New Year's Eve, as we bid farewell to the old and welcome the new, I wish both of you good health, and may all your wishes come true." Bai Ruxue's eyes sparkled as she lifted her cup, embodying the role of the hostess with a hint of playfulness in her voice. "May you achieve great success in the coming spring, Mr. Xiao. May you achieve great success too." Xiao Ge, Xiao Qing echoed her blessing. The cups clinked together, causing the liquid within to ripple gently. "Let us eat. If we don't, the food will get cold," Xiao Mo urged, quickly taking his seat. Bai Ruxue opened the rice container to serve food for Xiao Mo and her sister, while Xiao Qing continued pouring wine. After Xiao Mo took the first bite, Bai Ruxue and Xiao Qing finally picked up their chopsticks. The wine was a gentle Qingmi wine gifted by County Magistrate Sunday. Considering that Xiao Mo did not often drink and that there were two ladies in the house, the wine was mild and smooth. After the New Year's dinner, Bai Ruxue and her sister tidied up the dishes. Xiao Mo offered to help, but Bai Ruxue insisted it was a task for the girls. With a sigh, Xiao Mo settled in the courtyard, observing the busy figure of Bai Ruxue in the kitchen, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, it had been nearly 8 years since he saved her. The little white snake had truly grown into a young lady. "Xiao Ge, why are you staring at sister?" Xiao Qing joked from the kitchen. Xiao Mo chuckled. "Your sister is quite beautiful." In contrast to the open-hearted Xiao Mo, Bai Ruxue blushed, gently pulling her sister's arm. "Let him look. We need to continue washing the dishes." Xiao Qing giggled at her sister's bashfulness, resembling a hen in the yard. She observed that her sister had become increasingly like a mortal woman since descending the mountain, especially recently, after understanding her feelings for Xiao Ge. Her occasional shyness made her even more enchanting. In the afternoon, Xiao Mo entertained the sisters with a ring toss game. He scattered some copper coins and silver fragments on the ground, using a wooden hoop to toss. Whoever succeeded would claim the coins, while those who missed would have to wear a paper on their face. By the end of the game, Xiao Mo's face was adorned with numerous red papers, obscuring his view. The sisters could not help but laugh aloud. As night fell, the sky was adorned with stars, scattered like fine sand across the dark canvas. The winter stars appeared to shine even brighter than those of summer. Bai Ruxue brought hot water to wash Xiao Mo's feet. Though he intended to decline, Bai Ruxue, blushing, remarked that such tasks would be necessary after they were married. Xiao Mo hesitated, captivated by her shy and gentle demeanor, and thus refrained from refusing. "All right, I will step outside. Take care of yourself," Bai Ruxue said, drying Xiao Mo's feet before preparing to leave the room. "Ruxue," Xiao Mo called her name. Bai Ruxue tilted her head in confusion. Xiao Mo gathered his thoughts. "Ruxue, I may depart for the capital the day after tomorrow." "The day after tomorrow?" Bai Ruxue blinked in surprise. Why was everything happening so swiftly? The esteemed Mr. Zhang from the court was set to depart from Beijing for Beihai Prefecture in mid-February, and he wished to meet me before he left. Consequently, I may need to prepare to leave 2 weeks earlier than anticipated. As she spoke, the young woman's gaze lowered gently, and Xiao Mo could distinctly perceive the flicker of disappointment in her peach blossom-like eyes. Rising to his feet, Xiao Mo said, "Ruxue, I apologize." "It is nothing," Ruxue replied, shaking her head and lifting her delicate chin to smile. "I have also heard of Mr. Zhang. He is a venerable elder, highly regarded and seemingly favored by His Majesty. Xiao Mo, is it true that your success in the imperial examinations is attributed to his guidance?" "Indeed," Xiao Mo nodded. "Then you should go," Ruxue said, setting aside the basin. Gently grasping Xiao Mo's hand, she added, "Although I am merely a woman with little education, is it not your dream to serve in the court? It is only a matter of a fortnight. It is nothing to worry about." "Ruxue, please do not say you are sorry anymore," she continued with a smile. "I genuinely do not mind." Anshin once said that the most important quality of a wife is to understand her husband. As she spoke, a soft blush crept up her cheeks and enveloped her ears. With a shy and gentle tone, she added, "Even though we are not yet married, I shall begin to learn." "Very well, I shall wait for you." Though Ruxue wished to spend more time with Xiao Mo, she reassured herself that there would be many days ahead. His departure was merely 2 weeks early. It was inconsequential. That evening, Ruxue diligently prepared a fragrant sachet for Xiao Mo, along with a new garment, hoping he would wear it upon arriving in the capital. The candlelight flickered in the room. Should she feel drowsy, Ruxue planned to nibble on some spicy peppers or splash her face with cold water. Why not finish this garment tomorrow? Xiaoqing observed her sister's exhaustion, yet her determination not to sleep, and said compassionately, "It is truly difficult to resist sleep during winter." "It is nothing," Ruxue shook her head, her delicate needle continuing to sew. This garment had to be completed tonight so that Xiao Mo could try it on tomorrow. If it did not fit, there would still be time to make adjustments. Seeing her sister's resolve, Xiaoqing understood that her words would fall on deaf ears. Whenever matters concerning Xiao Ge were involved, her sister became particularly obstinate. "Then I shall assist you," Xiaoqing declared, rising from her bed and approaching her sister's side. "You should go to sleep," Ruxue insisted. "No, if you do not sleep, then neither will I," Xiaoqing insisted. "Sister, is there anything I can help you with?" "Very well," Ruxue mused. "Could you stitch these 2 pieces of fabric together and embroider a bamboo design? I want to make an inner pocket for him." "Of course, sister." Xiaoqing eagerly took the needle and thread from the table and began sewing with great care. However, before half an hour had passed, she felt her eyelids growing heavy. An hour later, she had fallen asleep on the table, drooling slightly. "I knew you could not endure," Ruxue said with a teasing smile, gently tapping her sister's nose. Under the flickering candlelight, she continued to sew the garment for her beloved with unwavering focus. The next morning, with the crowing of the rooster, Ruxue finally lifted her head and massaged her shoulders. The garment she had crafted was now complete. Once Xiao Mo awoke, she hastily urged him to try it on. Seeing it fit him well, she let out a sigh of relief. "Is it comfortable?" she inquired. "Is there anything that needs adjusting?" "It is quite comfortable," Xiao Mo replied, examining the garment. "There is nothing that requires alteration. It fits perfectly." "Xiao fits well, but sister has not slept a wink. If it had not fit, I fear she would be up all day making changes," Xiaoqing chimed in from the side. "Must you always speak?" Ruxue playfully smacked her sister's hand. "In truth, Ruxue, you need not make your own clothes anymore. We're no longer lacking in funds." Xiao Mo suggested. "It matters not." Ruxue stepped closer, adjusting his sleeves, waist, and collar. "Clothes made by others will always feel different. I cannot bear to entrust that to anyone else." Xiao Mo swallowed hard, wanting to say something, but all his thoughts coalesced into a single sentiment. "Ruxue, you truly work hard for me." Ruxue's eyes sparkled. "Between us, there is no need to speak of hardship." Xiao Mo gazed tenderly into her eyes, well aware that this was merely a fleeting experience in a lifetime of stories. Yet, if he were to truly gain such a wife, what more could he desire? "When shall you leave?" Ruxue inquired. "Tomorrow at dawn. County Magistrate's son will send a carriage for me," Xiao Mo replied. "Is there anyone to escort you on your journey to the capital?" "County Magistrate's son assured me he would arrange for it." "You need not worry, Ruxue." "That is good." Ruxue nodded. "Tomorrow, I will prepare your bundle for you. There may be quite a bit, but do not complain. Everything is essential." "Very well." Each time Ruxue sent Xiao Mo on a journey, she prepared an abundance of necessities, even including sachets to ward off mosquitoes. Seeing Xiao Mo's agreement, Ruxue smiled softly and took Xiaoqing to the kitchen to prepare a meal. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Bai Rushua went about her household chores as usual. During mealtime, she wore a smile, intentionally concealing her reluctance from Xiao Mo. However, she was not one to easily hide her emotions. Both Xiao Mo and Xiao Qing could discern the melancholy within her heart. The following morning, Bai Rushua rose early to prepare breakfast for Xiao Mo. Before long, a carriage arrived outside the courtyard, accompanied by several mounted constables. This was the carriage sent to fetch Xiao Mo. After finishing breakfast, Bai Rushua walked alongside Xiao Mo as he made his way out of the village. This time, he was leaving in haste, and very few were aware, so the village chief did not come to bid farewell. The constables, displaying their understanding, walked ahead, granting the couple a moment of privacy. Once you arrive in the capital, make sure to enjoy the food. Do not take it lightly, Bai Rushua advised. I understand. The weather is growing colder. Be sure to wear enough clothing. Do not worry. The winter garments you made are quite thick. Take these 2 jars of honey with you. Though they are not worth much, they carry my sentiment. When you meet Mr. Zhang, do not go empty-handed. Rest assured. Also, do not visit any brothels. I will not. If you do not perform well on the examinations, it is all right. Do not be disheartened. I will be waiting for you at home. Understood. Xiao Montag heitet. Turning to face the young woman before him. Rushua, let this be the end of our parting. Bai Rushua bit her lip gently. I shall see you off a little further. Xiao Mo shook his head. You have already seen me off for 5 miles. With her head lowered, her fingers tightly clenched. Her elegantly arched eyelashes quivered ever so slightly. Xiao Mo took 2 steps back, standing before her, adjusting his collar and bowing respectfully. Standing upright, he refrained from saying more. Excessive words would only deepen his reluctance. He turned and walked towards the carriage. Drive, with the protection of the constables. The carriage carrying Xiao Mo gradually rolled into the fields. Bai Rushua instinctively took a step forward but ultimately held her ground. The carriage grew smaller in the distance, until it became a mere disappearing from her view. Do not worry, I shall keep watching. But Xiao Ji's figure has already vanished. It is nothing. The young woman clutched her skirt tightly, still gazing into the distance. I will continue to watch. Chapter 50. This slumber may last a lifetime. On the afternoon of the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, within the courtyard of Shiqiao village, 2 sisters were sharing a meal. Perhaps due to Xiao Mo's departure and the solitude of just the 2 sisters, the dining table felt somewhat desolate. Moreover, in the past, Bai Rushua would often devise different dishes, considering that Xiao Mo worked hard at his studies. After Xiao Mo departed, the 2 sisters resorted to a simpler diet, typically consisting of 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable. Sister, allow me to wash the dishes, Xiao Qing offered after their lunch. It's quite all right, I can manage it. As I have little else to attend to, Bai Rushua replied with a gentle smile, carrying her bowl into the kitchen. However, moments later, the sound of a bowl shattering echoed from the kitchen. Xiao Qing hurried in to find the clay bowl shattered on the floor, with her sister leaning against the countertop, looking as though she might collapse at any moment. Sister, are you all right? Xiao Qing asked, supporting her sister, her eyes filled with concern. I am fine. Bai Rushua shook her head. Sister, you hardly appear fine. Xiao Qing sighed. Let me handle this. You should sit down for a moment. Bai Rushua wanted to clean up the broken bowl herself, yet Xiao Qing insisted on guiding her outside to sit in the courtyard. After Xiao Qing finished cleaning up, she stepped out of the kitchen to find her sister seated in the yard, gazing intently at the narrow path leading out. Unlike the last time when Xiao Gu had only been gone for a few days, this time felt different. Xiao Qing observed her sister's head drooping slightly, her eyelids half closed, as if she were on the verge of falling asleep. Yet, whenever Bai Rushua seemed about to doze off, she would startle awake, shaking her head and resuming her watch over the path. Xiao Qing, I wish to wait a little longer. This winter slumber feels distinct, Bai Rushua remarked. In what way does it feel different? Xiao Qing inquired, puzzled. Bai Rushua shook her head. I'm not certain. But it seems to me that this winter slumber will last for a considerably long time, and I cannot tell when I will awaken. Oh dear, sister, you are overthinking. How long can our snake clan truly sleep? At most, we will awaken by May, Xiao Qing advised. Yet, Bai Rushua maintained her gentle smile. It's nothing but a single winter without sleep. I can endure. However, Xiao Qing, you should prepare for your own hibernation. You have been looking rather drowsy lately. But sister, you haven't slept. Xiao Qing exclaimed helplessly. In the following days, Bai Rushua would sit in the courtyard after completing her chores. Xiao Qing noticed her sister growing more fatigued, Yet Bai Ruxue refused to enter hibernation. By the 10th day, concerned that falling asleep would lead her into hibernation, Bai Ruxue even refrained from sleeping at night. With Bai Ruxue awake, Xiaoqing felt uneasy and forced herself to stay awake as well. One day, while Bai Ruxue was washing clothes, a woman dressed in a Taoist robe approached the courtyard. "May I inquire whom the Taoist seeks?" Xiaoqing asked warily, concerned that their identities might be revealed and that the visitor had come to exorcise them. "There is no need to be so tense, young lady. I am acquainted with Bai Ruxue and Xiao Mo. I have come to discuss a matter with her. Is Bai Ruxue available? Moreover, it is already deep winter. Haven't you begun your hibernation yet?" The woman spoke with an amiable demeanor. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoqing's heart raced, her eyes transforming into serpentine slits. Ready to strike first, the Taoist merely extended her fingertip, a stream of spiritual energy piercing Xiaoqing's brow. In an instant, she felt immobilized. "What do you intend to do?" Xiaoqing thought, fear welling within her, yet she did not falter. The Taoist's finger flicked again, releasing another burst of light into Xiaoqing's brow, breaking the spell. Gazing at the Taoist, Xiaoqing remained vigilant but sensed no malice. Otherwise, with the Taoist prowess, she could easily act against both her and her sister without needing to speak. "What business do you have with my sister?" Xiaoqing inquired. "I chanced upon a divination a few days ago and learned that Bai Ruxue has reached a pivotal juncture. She needs to undergo a retreat to transform into a python. Upon her emergence, she will be able to traverse the waters as a dragon. However, it appears that Bai Ruxue is reluctant to hibernate this time. I came to inquire about the reason. Might there be anything troubling her?" The Taoist elaborated. "I see." Xiaoqing acknowledged, realizing this was Bai Ruxue's tribulation. "What do you mean by tribulation?" Xiaoqing asked anxiously. "How can my sister have such a tribulation?" The Taoist explained. "When a member of the snake clan reaches a certain level, they must undergo a transformation into a python, which entails a significant metamorphosis requiring several years. If your sister does not hibernate, she will be unable to shed her skin and transform, and her current body cannot withstand the ancestral bloodline awakening within her. If she continues to resist hibernation, not only will she jeopardize her foundation, but she may also face life-threatening dangers." Listening to the Taoist's words, Xiaoqing felt anger surge within her. "You Taoist speak nonsense." The Taoist remained calm. "I do not speak without basis. Has Bai Ruxue not appeared increasingly pale, as fragile as paper?" Reflecting on her sister's appearance in recent days, Xiaoqing's mouth fell open, her eyes trembling, as she murmured to herself. "What should we do?" "Fate and destiny," the Taoist sighed, producing a pill. "If you trust me, give this pill to your sister, and she will enter hibernation to transform. However, I must warn you, this slumber may last a lifetime." Chapter 51. Sister, Xiao Gu has returned. The Taoist departed. Xiaoqing came Bai Ruxue's voice from outside the courtyard. "What is the matter?" Bai Ruxue noticed her sister seemed unusual. "Nothing." Xiaoqing shook her head. "I came to help you hang the clothes." Stepping forward, she took the basin from Bai Ruxue's hands and assisted in hanging the garments on the bamboo pole. "Sister." Xiaoqing glanced at Bai Ruxue's profile and softly called out. A Taoist named Fu Chun visited earlier, Xiaoqing asked, eager to ascertain whether her sister truly recognized Fu Chun. "Did Fu Chun come by?" Bai Ruxue replied, surprised. "Do you know her?" "Yes. Fu Chun came previously to seek me as a disciple, but I declined. Xiao Mo mentioned she's quite a good Taoist. Later, I learned from Xiao Mo that there is an elder in Tianxian sect whose true form is a vermilion bird, named Fu Chun. It must be her." "I see." Xiaoqing nodded, her lips pressed together, feeling reassured about Fu Chun's identity. "Did Fu Chun say anything to you, Xiaoqing?" Bai Ruxue inquired. Well, Xiaoqing met her sister's gaze. "Sister, Fu Chun said you must hurry and hibernate. After this hibernation, you will transform into a python. If you resist, not only will it harm your foundation, but it may also threaten your life." Then, Xiaoqing, did the Taoist mention how long I would be asleep during this transformation? Bai Ruxue asked. Xiaoqing lowered her head, her expression conflicted. Observing her sister's demeanor, Bai Ruxue could intuitively grasp the answer. It was indeed as she had feared. This winter slumber would likely be prolonged. "Sister, this concerns your life." Xiaoqing's eyes brimmed with tears. Bai Ruxue smiled gently and shook her head, but Xiao Mo is more important than my life. "All right." Xiaoqing, do not dwell on such matters. I have always been fortunate. Perhaps nothing will happen to me. As for my cultivation, why should I concern myself? Just as Xiaoqing was about to voice another thought, Bai Rushua gently pressed her delicate fingertip against her sister's lips. Let us not speak of this again. I must prepare dinner. Bai Rushua walked towards the kitchen, holding the pill in her hands. Xiaoqing understood how significant Xiao Mo was to her sister. She also realized that if Bai Rushua succumbed to this sleep, it could mean a lifetime for Xiao Mo. Xiaoqing understood all too well that once her sister awoke, should Xiao Dago be absent, her sister would be engulfed in despair. If it were merely a price to be paid for a higher realm, Xiaoqing would not be so tormented. However, this matter concerned her sister's very life. Recently, her sister's complexion had worsened considerably. If this continued, would her sister truly be able to endure? Now that winter had fully settled in, Xiaoqing felt increasingly weary, nearly at the brink of exhaustion. What if, during her hibernation, her sister encountered misfortune? No, her sister must not face any peril. Gripping the elixir tightly in her hand, her determination grew even stronger. That afternoon, Bai Rushua sat in the courtyard, crafting shoes for Xiao Mo. Xiaoqing ground the elixir into a fine powder, mixing it with water, and approached with a bowl. Sister, please drink some water. Bai Rushua replied, accepting the cup. Under Xiaoqing's anxious gaze, she drained the bowl of warm water. The water had a slightly sweet flavor, but Bai Rushua paid it no heed. She set down the clay bowl and resumed her work on the shoes for Xiao Mo. Xiaoqing sat beside her sister, appearing to read a book, yet she remained tense, closely monitoring her sister's condition. Half an hour passed, and Bai Rushua felt increasingly drowsy. She shook her head, splashed her face with cold water to revive herself, and returned to her seat on the stone bench. Yet soon after, drowsiness overtook her once more. She grabbed a chili pepper from the table and took a bite. Bai Rushua, who typically detested spicy food, grimaced. However, the chili provided only temporary relief. Her fatigue intensified, far more than before. She even sensed that she could scarcely hold on any longer. Despite her attempts to pinch herself awake, her strength was waning. Seeing her sister struggle to remain conscious caused Xiaoqing's heart to ache. Sister, just sleep, she urged, but Bai Rushua insisted, no, I cannot. I have yet to finish his shoes. I cannot fall asleep. I cannot let him down. Her voice grew weaker, her head heavy, consciousness fading like a fraying thread. Observing her sister in such distress, Xiaoqing's heart twisted with pain, holding her sister close. Sister, Xiao Dago would not blame you. It is all my fault. I'm so sorry. Xiaoqing's voice grew fainter in Bai Rushua's ears, recalling their first meeting, their first ride on a cow. The first time he taught her to read and write, and the first time he praised her cooking. Xiao Mo, what does it mean to grow old together? The young girl once asked. To grow old together means to spend a lifetime side by side, the young man replied. Will we grow old together? She continued. He hesitated, then gently stroked her hair, smiling. Yes, I promise we will. As Bai Rushua rested in her sister's embrace, her last words fell softly, and her eyes slowly closed. In her final gaze, she seemed to glimpse his figure. Xiaoqing, momentarily stunned, lifted her head to the empty courtyard outside, tears cascading down her cheeks. Sister, Xiao Dago has returned. Chapter 52. Better not to meet. Xiaoqing transformed into her original form, remaining by her sister's side. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, she suddenly raised her head. She sensed some movement outside the cave. Xiaoqing stepped out in human form, encountering an elder from Tianxianmen named Fu Chun, who bowed to her. Greetings, Miss Xiaoqing. It is not suitable for your sister to lie here in the cave. Fu Chun shook his head. Miss Bai's hibernation will likely attract many beasts drawn by her demonic aura, and any passing cultivators sensing this aura may come to subdue the demons. Xiaoqing furrowed her brow. Then what should we do, Taoist? If you permit me to meddle, I can offer assistance, Fu Chun replied, sweeping his hand. Instantly, 8 flags shot forth, embedding themselves into the ground at the cave entrance. These are the Zhetian flags, capable of concealing demonic energy, preventing others from calculating its presence. And they possess a certain spirit-gathering effect that will aid your sister's transformation. Next, with a flick of his finger, Fu Chun summoned a large stone that crashed down at the cave entrance, sealing it completely. From this day forth, your sister shall remain within. Before she awakens, do not move this stone, otherwise the formation will fail. Why do you hail my sister so, Taoist? Xiao Qing inquired. To her, her sister and Fu Chun seemed unrelated, merely a woman who had offered her a bowl of water. The thought of her harboring any ill intentions was inconceivable, as the disparity in their realms made it effortless for Fu Chun to harm them. Fu Chun raised his gaze, a flicker of reminiscence in his eyes, because I too wish to know if, after her, any from the Serpent Clan can transform into a dragon. Xiao Qing was taken aback by Fu Chen's words, her eyes shimmering with disbelief. So, Xiao De Ge has known all along? Daoist, Fu Chen. Just as Fu Chan prepared to depart from Xi Mountain, Xiao Qing called out, in this world, will my sister and Xiao De Ge truly never meet again? Fu Chan paused in midair, yet uttered not a word before vanishing into the horizon. Fu Chen traversed vast distance in mere moments, arriving at a mountain peak after an unknown journey. MHM, he nodded, entering a room. The floor was inscribed with the 8 formation diagram, composed of tortoise shells and phoenix feathers for calculations. Previously, out of curiosity, Fu Chun had deduced by Rushue's calamity and had immediately gone to Stonebridge Village, leaving the diagram unchanged. Just as Fu Chun was about to put away the items, he noticed the copper coins and phoenix feathers within the diagram had shifted positions. Disciple. Fu Chun called out from outside the room. Master, a small girl rushed in. Did you tamper with this formation? Fu Chen asked. Not all, Master. The girl shook her head. I see. Fu Chen nodded. You may leave now. Okay. The girl exited the room. Fu Chun sat beside the formation, observing the altered arrangement. The so-called fate is not immutable. The so-called calculations merely predict possibilities based on current people and events. Now, the formation predicting by Ru Shue's fate had changed. Fu Chen knelt on the ground, re-evaluating by Ru Shue's destiny, this time incorporating Xiao Mo's birth date. After half an hour, the tortoise shell shattered, and Fu Chen opened his eyes abruptly, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Gazing at the divination on the ground, Fu Chun sighed softly. Alas, better not to meet than to meet. Lifting his head, Fu Chun looked out the window, where heavy snow had begun to fall. Fate and destiny. At Xi Mountain, Xiao Qing sat on the large stone at the cave entrance, vigilantly guarding her sister within. As she hugged her knees, drowsiness began to overtake her when she felt a chill at her neck. Xiao Qing looked up to see snowflakes dancing in the air. She extended her hand, watching the snow melt gradually in her palm. Sister, Xiao De Ge, the first snow of this year has fallen. After a month of travel, Xiao Mo arrived in the capital of Qi Kingdom, now in early February. Xiao Mo found an inn to stay in. Thanks to his status as a jiren, he was able to secure a room at a remarkably low price. Within the inn, there were other jiren, individuals who had also arrived in the imperial capital shortly after the new year, ostensibly to familiarize themselves with their surroundings. After a brief rest, Xiao Mo took 2 jars of honey and made his way to Mr. Zhang's residence. Greetings, I am Xiao Mo from Qingshan, Xia, and Jiangnan. I am honored to accept the invitation from Lord Zhang and have come to pay my respects. Here is my invitation card. I hope you will take a moment to review it. Xiao Mo performed a respectful bow and presented the card. The doorkeeper exchanged glances before one approached and accepted the invitation. Please wait a moment, young master. I will notify the master. Thank you for your trouble. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a young woman dressed in a RU skirt emerged and bowed to Xiao Mo. I am Zhang Shuiqing. As you have traveled a long distance, I apologize for not greeting you properly. My father is awaiting you in his study. Please follow me. My apologies for the inconvenience. You are too kind, young master. Miss Zhang led Xiao Mo into the courtyard. The courtyard of Mr. Zhang was modest and lacked any extravagant flowers or plants, giving it an air of simplicity. At least on the surface, it appeared that the family embodied a refreshing integrity. The steward escorted Xiao Mo to the door of the study and then withdrew. Upon knocking and entering, Xiao Mo was greeted by a sprightly elder who approached him with a smile. Ha! I have long heard of your talents, Xiao Gongzi. Today, seeing you in person, I am impressed by your remarkable bearing. Lord Zhang, you flatter me. Please, simply call me by my name. Xiao Mo opened his bundle and presented the 2 jars of honey. This honey is harvested by my wife. It is but a small token. I hope you do not mind. Oh, Mr. Zhang exclaimed in surprise. You are married? Ha ha ha, splendid. You possess both affection and talent. You are to my liking, Mr. Zhang patted Xiao Mo on the shoulder, displaying a notably straightforward demeanor. Come, have a seat. My humble apologies for any rudeness. Xiao Mo took his place before Mr. Zhang, who poured him a cup of tea. Thank you, Lord. Xiao Mo quickly raised the teacup with both hands. I am not one for beating around the bush, Mr. Zhang stated, setting down the teapot. I am very interested in the proposal you wrote during the provincial examination. The influence of this proposal is significant, yet there are aspects I do not comprehend. Could you enlighten me? I shall speak candidly without reservation, Xiao Mo replied. Mr. Zhang nodded in agreement. Xiao Mo elaborated on the proposal, focusing on strategies to divide and conquer, minimize resistance, and address certain taxation issues. When it came to matters of the court, Mr. Zhang listened intently, increasingly convinced of the young man's potential for greatness. As the discussion progressed, Mr. Zhang not only inquired about the proposal, but also delved into affairs of the court, posing questions that served as a test of Xiao Mo's acumen. With your talents, provided you do not exhibit the impulsiveness of an old man like me, you shall surely achieve remarkable feats in the court. Mr. Zhang stroked his chin with satisfaction. During the upcoming palace examination, when you face His Majesty, present yourself as you are now. It has been ages since our Qi kingdom has seen a student achieve the top 3 honors. Xiao Mo felt a twinge of surprise. My knowledge is limited. Your praise is unwarranted. With your abilities, there is no doubt, Mr. Zhang replied with a smile, growing increasingly fond of the young man, seeing in him a reflection of his own youthful vigor. Having asked you so much, do you have any inquiries for me? As long as it is not something I cannot disclose, feel free. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Mo responded, Indeed, I have a few matters I would like to seek your guidance on. I wish to inquire about the art of governance. Mr. Zhang's interest piqued. The so-called art of governance relies upon the fortune of the dynasty. The fortune of the dynasty? Xiao Mo pressed for clarification. Precisely, Mr. Zhang affirmed. The fortune has 2 aspects. First, the higher your official rank, the greater the fortune you possess. Second, the love and respect of the common people. The more beloved you are by the populace, the more exaggerated your fortune becomes. In a court, there are both cultivators and officials who cannot cultivate. How do those officials protect themselves from untimely demise? It is through this fortune. However, if you are dismissed from your position, your fortune will gradually dissipate within 6 months. With a fortune, one can wield the art of governance. This art merely substitutes the fortune for the spiritual powers of a cultivator. If you're a Confucian scholar, you can use this fortune to perform Confucian techniques. If you're a martial cultivator, you can employ it to execute martial strategies. The limit of this fortune is tied to the strength of the dynasty and the individual's innate talent. The strength aspect refers to the fact that the fortune of an ordinary human dynasty is limited. Even a prime minister may only reach the realm of a longman-level cultivator. The talent aspect highlights that some may lack spiritual roots and cannot utilize spiritual powers or embark on the path of cultivation. Yet this does not imply their potential for cultivation is inferior. Thus, those with greater talent can utilize the same level of fortune more effectively. Our Qi kingdom is one of the 3 major human dynasties. If one ascends to the rank of prime minister and is loved by the people, their power may even rival that of an immortal. Yet the art of governance has its limitations. Firstly, His Majesty cannot employ this art. It is ineffective for the common people. Mr. Zhang articulated each word carefully, as Xiao Mo listened intently. To be frank, after understanding the art of governance, Xiao Mo found it somewhat peculiar. As the sovereign of a nation, how could the emperor not utilize this art? Was this not somewhat absurd? He pondered whether the concept of the art of governance was unique to the world of fantasy and whether it existed in reality. In the real world, Xiao Mo had never encountered the term art of governance. He had learned of it only through Lord Sunday. He resolved to investigate further upon leaving the realm of fantasy. Do you have any further questions? Mr. Zhang inquired after sipping his tea. Xiao Mo posed a few more inquiries regarding court affairs. Upon hearing these questions, Mr. Zhang became animated, eager to share his knowledge, as if he truly regarded Xiao Mo as his student. In truth, when Mr. Zhang referred to Xiao Mo as a GUN, they had already formed a mentor-student relationship. Mr. Zhang himself could not quite comprehend why he was so fond of this young man. Yet he felt certain that this young man would not disappoint him when he entered the court to serve. Lord Zhang, I have one more request, Xiao Mo said as he prepared to depart, contemplating his words. Speak freely, Mr. Zhang replied generously. Xiao Mo bowed slightly. I wish to obtain a topographical map of the rivers of Qi Kingdom. A topographical map of the rivers? Mr. Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Although he was unsure of Xiao Mo's intentions for the map, he nonetheless retrieved several scrolls from his bookshelf, illustrating the great rivers of the Qi. You may take these with you. Thank you, Lord Zhang. Si I montak both deeply in gratitude. Before departing, Mr. Zhang offered a few last pieces of advice, then instructed his daughter to escort Xiao Mo out of the estate. Just as the two stepped outside, a flurry of snowflakes, soft as goose feathers, descended before Xiao Mo's eyes. He looked up to see the sky blanketed in snow, drifting down onto rooftops, bricks, tree branches, and the shoulders of passers-by. It's snowing, exclaimed Miss Zhang with delight. Indeed, Xiao Mo replied, adjusting his sleeves. It is snowing. In Chapter 53, the top scholar would likely not arrive in the capital anytime soon. The snowfall in the imperial capital was heavy, and by the following day, the entire city was cloaked in a blanket of white. As I stroll along the streets of the imperial city, the white mist emanating from the breaths of the common people is palpable. Beyond escorting Zhang Darren out of the capital, Xiao Mo has devoted his time to studying in the inn. Unbeknownst to him, the weather has gradually warmed, and it is now early March. On this day, the street vendors have been cleared from Xuanwu Street, which leads to the Gongyuan. It is the day of the imperial examination. After checking himself, Xiao Mo enters the examination hall and arrives at his assigned room. The examination is divided into 3 sessions, with 1 session each day. The first session on the first day focuses on poetry and prose. Candidates are required to compose a poem and a prose piece, marking the most significant examination into Qi, as it directly determines their eligibility for the title of Jinshi. The topics for poetry are generally more flexible, while the subjects for prose often draw from Confucian classics, historical texts, or imperial edicts. This examination evaluates literary talent, metrics, and parallelism. The poetry prompt is Bright Moon, and Xiao Mo pens a piece entitled Shui Jiao Gutu. When will the bright moon appear? The prose topic is the rise and fall of a nation, and he emulates Ifang Gong Pian, crafting Chun Li Gong Fu, finding ample references within the rich history of this world with its numerous dynasties. In this first session, the priority is to secure his qualification as a Jinshi. The second session involves an essay. Akin to the argumentative essays Xiao Mo encountered in his past life as college entrance examination, where he will elaborate on a historical event, governance philosophy, or a philosophical proposition. This tests the candidate's insights, logical reasoning, and writing skills. The third session consists of 5 policy questions, assessing practical governance abilities across political, economic, military, legal, and social issues. Upon completing the 3 days of examinations, Xiao Mo emerges from the hall, feeling as though he has traversed realms. He holds a fair amount of confidence in his chances of success. As long as he passes the imperial examination, the palace examination will be manageable. Indachi, achieving Jinshi status, regardless of one's pedigree, still presents disparities in opportunities. However, the most critical factor remains the experience gained through navigating the political landscape thereafter. On the morning 10 days later, as the bells of Xuanwu Street toll, not far from the palace entrance, Minister Fong, under the protection of soldiers, personally hangs the spring list. Candidates gather beneath the list, eagerly craning their necks. I made it. I did too. Young master, what did you score? I ranked 50th. Ha ha ha. Quick, seize him. I didn't make it. I didn't make it. Ha ha. I ranked 22nd. Laughter fills the air as the results of the imperial examination are announced, and already some are attempting to catch prospective suitors. Seeing himself ranked first, Xiao Mo refrains from boasting, fearing he might be seized and coerced in a marriage, and discreetly departs. However, while he may evade immediate attention, in Qi, the inns where candidates reside must be registered. How could someone of Xiao Mo as caliber possibly remain hidden? It is not long before the nobles of the imperial city storm into the inn where Xiao Mo is staying. Fortunately, Zhang Qianji had foreseen this and had made preparations prior to leaving the capital. Miss Zhang stationed guards at Xiao Mo's door, forbidding any disturbances. Unlike other young ladies of noble birth, Ms. Zhang often ventures out, gaining a measure of fame in the capital, and many recognize her. Upon her arrival, the others naturally refrain from causing a ruckus. Thank you, Ms. Zhang, Xiao Mo bows respectfully. No need for such formalities, Xiao Hui Yuan, Zhang Shuiqing replies with a smile. However, today, with my entourage present, it seems the entire court now knows you are my father's prodigy. Xiao Mo replies calmly, that is already well known. Since I was nominated as the top scholar, I have belonged to Zhang Darren, and further, I have also paid a visit to Mr. Zhang. Yet Xiao Mo is mentally prepared. In the court, how could one not choose sides? Presently, he stands with Zhang Darren, aligning himself with Prime Minister Fong. Zhang Shuiqing nods and smiles, choosing not to elaborate further. 10 days later, the palace examination takes place. Scholars reside in the outer palace, awaiting their audience with the emperor, a process that generally lasts 2 to 3 days. The order of audience is determined by a draw. Xiao Mo has the misfortune of drawing the last position. On the third day, he enters the Grand Hall, where the sovereign of Qi, Prime Minister Fong, and the secretaries of the 6 ministries are seated. Everyone is aware of Xiao Mo's connection with Zhang Qianji and that he authored the Shui Diao Gutu and Chun Li Gongfu. As Xiao Mo enters, nearly all eyes turn toward the prime minister seated beside the emperor. Xiao Mo is now regarded as Zhang Qianji's pupil, and thus Fong Ling S. Jr. Upon Xiao Mo's entrance, Fong Ling closes his eyes, remaining silent and unseeing. Student Xiao Mo, I pay my respects to your majesty and to all esteemed officials. Xiao Mo solemnly bows. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to inquire of the azure sky. I know not of the celestial palaces. What year this evening may be? The ruler of Qi gazes at Xiao Mo with a smile, admiring the eloquent and dignified young man before him. Esteemed ministers, hold your words for the moment, for I shall first test him. Typically, candidates have but the time of an incense stick for the palace examination. Yet Xiao Mo remains in the grand hall for a full half hour. After Xiao Mo departs, the ruler of Qi turns to those beside him and says, I trust there are no objections regarding this session's top scholar. In mid-April, at the residence of the magistrate of Qingshan County, Magistrate's son is enjoying tea and amusing himself with his pet bird. Master, master, just as Magistrate's son replenishes water for the parrot in its cage, a servant rushes in, startling the bird into a flurry of flapping. What is the meaning of this? Such recklessness has frightened my bird. Magistrate's son admonishes. Master, someone from the imperial city has come. Someone from the imperial city. Someone from the imperial city? What is the matter? Magistrate's son is taken aback, pondering whether he has been accused of corruption. Master, the envoy from the imperial city has come to commend you. Your candidate, Xiao Mo, has achieved the top 3 positions. What? The magistrate of Qingshan County bursts with joy. Excellent. Excellent. Quickly, let us meet the envoy from the imperial city. However, halfway through his excitement, he suddenly remembers. Quickly prepare the grand red horse and the red flower for the procession in honor of the top scholar. But, master, the top scholar has not come to the county. Not come to the county? Where has the top scholar gone? Master, I shall send someone to fetch him right away. No need. The magistrate of Qingshan County adjusts his sleeves, gazing towards the direction of Shi Mountain. The top scholar, I believe, will not be arriving in these days. Chapter 54. Like snow, I have returned. Has Mo Gu passed the examination for the Gongshi? Aunt Neo expresses her limited understanding of such titles, merely aware that passing the examination allows one to become an official. I did pass, but the appointment from the imperial city takes 2 months to finalize. Truly? Remarkable. Remarkable indeed. Our Shiqiao village is about to produce a high official. Aunt Wang exclaims with delight. With Ru Shui taken away by the immortals, and you becoming an official, our Shiqiao village has truly become a treasure land. Aunt Wang, did you say Ru Shui was taken by the immortals? Xiao Mo questions, uncertain if he has misheard. Has Xiao Qing not written to you? Not at all. Xiao Mo lowers his head, a contemplative expression crossing his face. As Xiao Mo walks away, Grandma Qian scolds Aunt Wang, you talk too much. How could this be talking too much? Aunt Wang replies, her face showing concern. A living person has vanished. How could a Mogur not notice? At least let it be prepared. Aunt's son steps forward, though it is fortunate that Ru Shui has become an immortal. I have heard that there is a divide between the celestial and mortal realms. Even if Mo Gu becomes a high official, it may not mean they can meet again. Alas, Grandma Qian sighs, there's nothing to be done. Fortunately, Miss Bai has a sister. I believe Xiao Qing will. Grandma Qian glares at Aunt Qing. Do not speak of this frivolously. In the courtyard, a girl dressed in a green skirt rolls up her sleeves, hanging out clothes and bedding. Yet that white silhouette is nowhere to be seen. Xiao Qing, Xiao Mo calls softly. Xiao Mo nodded and entered the courtyard with a smile, inquiring, where is your sister? Has she gone to buy groceries? Shao Qing, with her captivating eyes, replied. A celestial elder said my sister possesses great talent and took her away for cultivation. That immortal mentioned he is the elder of the dust whisk of Tian Xianmin, whom you, Xiao Gu, are acquainted with. That cannot be. Xiao Mo stepped forward, shaking his head. Your sister would never leave. Shao Qing pressed on. Just tell the truth. Did something happen to my sister? Xiao Mo asked calmly. The young girl lowered her head, her fingers tightly clenched. Shao Qing need not hide from him or deceive him. Xiao Mo has long known that Bai Gunyang is of the demon clan. A voice echoed in her mind. Taking a deep breath, Shao Qing raised her gaze to Xiao Mo, saying, Xiao Gu, let us ascend the mountain. Xiao Mo hesitated for a moment, then nodded, all right. Securing the door, the two departed the courtyard, making their way up the mountain. Xiao Gu, you know that my sister and I tend to feel drowsy in winter, right? Shao Qing said nervously, stealing glances at Xiao Mo's profile. Yes, I have known for a long time, ever since your sister was a young girl. Shao Qing lowered her head. Indeed, Xiao Gu knows about my sister and me. What you and your sister are is of no consequence. To me, you are both my kin, Xiao Mo replied, stopping to look earnestly into Shao Qing's eyes. Thus, Shao Qing, regardless of the circumstances, I hope you will speak to me openly. Shao Qing pressed her lips tightly together. After a lengthy silence, she finally spoke. In early November last year, my sister began to feel drowsy. Her realm is higher than mine, yet I do not feel sleepy, which is abnormal. I urge her to rest, but she said this winter slumber feels different, and she fears she may not awaken. Thus, she has been enduring it. It was only a few days after you left that a female Taoist came, named Dust Whisk. As they walked further up the mountain, the young girl spoke while he listened quietly. When Shao Qing finished her last sentence, they arrived before the cave, obscured by a massive stone. My sister is sleeping inside, Shao Qing said, her head bowed, her eyes filled with loneliness and despair. Indeed, Xiao Mo gazed at the boulder at the cave entrance. Shao Qing, observing Xiao Ji's expression, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Though Xiao Gu was merely a few paces from her sister, they could not meet. Xiao Gu, it's not that my sister is unwilling to wait for you. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be me, Shao Qing said, lifting her head. There is no blame here, Shao Qing. If I were in your position, I would do the same, Xiao Mo reassured her, gently patting Shao Qing's head. You acted rightly. Shao Qing lowered her head, fists clenched, tears brimming in her eyes. Xiao Mo understood that for the past few months, Shao Qing had undoubtedly been tormented by guilt for making decisions on her sister's behalf, thus disrupting the agreement between her sister and him. Did Elder Dust Whisk mention when Shui might awaken? Xiao Mo shifted the topic. Shao Qing shook her head. Elder Dust Whisk said it could be in 30 to 40 years, or perhaps even my entire lifetime. Shao Qing, could you gather some Qing Long flowers and Xiang grass for me? Xiao Mo asked gently. Of course, Xiao Gu. Shao Qing wiped her tears and hurried off to find the herbs. As Xiao Mo stared at the stone before him, his thoughts began to drift. No wonder you, who usually avoid spicy food, often nibble on chilies, insisting that your palate is lacking flavor. No wonder you, who typically fear the cold, frequently wash your face with ice water. No wonder during those days, you never allowed yourself to rest, claiming that idleness would make you drowsy. Silly girl, why must you endure this? The spring breeze caressed Xiao Mo's blue robe, a garment stitched by her, imbued with the scent of earth and grass, along with the fragrance of Qing Long flowers. Shui, you need not wait any longer. Xiao Mo reached out, caressing the stone. Chapter 55, Mother, does the top scholar truly smile? County Magistrate Sun saw it, Xiao Mo returning in glory, yet the most important person was absent. Whenever he thought of this, he could not help but sigh for Xiao Mo. Thus, for several days, Magistrate Sun refrained from intruding. On the fifth day, believing Xiao Mo's emotions might have settled, he cautiously inquired about the procession for the top scholar. Naturally, he did not mention by Ru Shui. Xiao Mo understood that the procession was a long-standing custom in Qi, and declining would disrespect the county magistrate, significantly impacting his future political career. Hence, Xiao Mo agreed. You need not prepare anything. Leave everything to me, and I will ensure you shine brilliantly. Initially, Magistrate Sun thought there might be no hope. In truth, even if Xiao Mo did not participate in the procession, Magistrate Sun would not blame him, as he knew well the depth of Xiao Mo's feelings for Bai Gunyang. However, upon hearing Xiao Mo's agreement, Magistrate Sun was overjoyed. On the morning of the day after next, the procession for the top scholar arrived at the entrance of Shiqiao village. Young girls, dressed in festive attire, entered Xiao Mo's courtyard to adorn him in the ceremonial robe of a top scholar, complete with a bright red flower. The villagers bid farewell to Xiao Mo as he left the village, following closely behind the procession. Every villager donned new clothes, and the old village chief was particularly elated. Influenced by Xiao Mo, village chief Wang had been invited by Magistrate Sun to take on a prominent role. When Xiao Mo reached Qingshan County, the streets were lined with onlookers eager to glimpse the top scholar's grandeur. "Mother, why does the top scholar seem so unhappy?" A little girl perched on her mother's shoulders pointed at Xiao Mo. "Nonsense. The top scholar appears quite cheerful." "Look, he is smiling," her mother replied. "Is that so?" The little girl bit her finger, tilting her head. Is the top scholar truly smiling? In June, an appointment from the imperial capital arrived, designating Xiao Mo as the magistrate of Liangzhou, Luoyang County, effective immediately. For a top scholar, this position was indeed somewhat modest. However, no one doubted Xiao Mo's potential for significant contributions. Quite the contrary, assigning a top scholar to a remote county was viewed as a means of nurturing talent, emphasizing development. "Xiao Qing, do you intend to remain here?" Before departing Shiqiao village, Xiao Mo ascended Qi Mountain and inquired of Xiao Qing. "Yes," she nodded. "That elder dust whisk has imparted some techniques to me, and I wish to cultivate here while waiting for my sister to awaken." "Very well," Xiao Mo nodded. "Should anything arise, seek out Magistrate Sun to inform me. Rest assured, Xiao Ge, nothing will happen," Xiao Qing assured him with a nod. "I must take my leave. I will see you off, Xiao Ge." Xiao Qing accompanied Xiao Mo down the mountain. As Xiao Mo left Shiqiao village, all the villagers and Magistrate Sun came to bid farewell. Magistrate Sun patted Xiao Mo on the shoulder. "Xiao Mo, your appointment as Magistrate of Common County in Liangzhou is at the behest of Elder Zhang." Xiao Mo's eyes widened slightly, then he nodded. "I understand. Do well, and your future is boundless." Magistrate Sun need not elaborate. A wise person comprehends. "Thank you, Magistrate Sun, for your guidance over the years." Xiao Mo expressed his gratitude. "Travel safely. I await your brilliance in the court," Magistrate Sun said, watching the young man with a tinge of reluctance. Xiao Mo bowed deeply before boarding the carriage, embarking on his new role in Jianshui County. "Father, why do you not mention my marriage to him?" After Xiao Mo's departure, Miss Sun approached her father, displeased. "That Baigun Yang has gone off to cultivate. Can I not be the top scholar's wife?" "Do not be foolish." Magistrate Sun gently tapped his daughter's head. Upon reaching Jianshui County, Xiao Mo did not immediately enter the government office, but chose to stay at an inn for a few days. Xiao Mo gathered insights from the local populace regarding the reputation of the previous county magistrate, the presence of local bullies, and the prominent families within the area, along with their respective patriarchs' temperaments. Upon concluding his inquiries, Xiao Mo could only lament the challenges faced by the magistrate of Jianshui County. After sufficient understanding, he proceeded to the Yamen to complete the handover formalities and officially assume his post. Xiao Mo promptly convened the core team of the county office, humbly expressing his reliance on their guidance as a newcomer. The others perceived this young scholar as astute, capable of engaging in financial endeavors alongside them. However, they soon realized their misjudgment. Xiao Mo commenced a thorough review of the household registration records, tax ledgers, criminal case files, and official documents. He began to establish factions both within the Yamen and the county, supporting those who aligned with him. He instituted regulations, dispensed favors, audited finances, reviewed criminal matters, and streamlined expenditures, simultaneously nurturing local families while curtailing their excesses. Through a dual approach of reward and discipline, Xiao Mo swiftly solidified his authority. Within a mere 4 years, the political climate of Jianshui County, while not entirely pristine, at least deterred any brazen misconduct. A children's rhyme proclaimed the arrival of a fortunate star. As the sun shines and clouds drift, county, the blessed star has arrived. Magistrate Xiao, skilled and wise, repairs canals and bridges, drives away wolves, guards the lambs, adjudicates fairly, reduces taxes, and encourages new growth. Granaries are full, and joy abounds. The words are penned, heralding peace. After 5 years in office, Xiao Mo was reassigned from Qinghe County to become the magistrate of Shuiyang County in Qingyang Prefecture. On his departure, the townsfolk saw him off for 10 miles, weeping in heartfelt farewell. The previous magistrate, Sun, had also been promoted, largely due to Xiao Mo's commendations and correspondence with Zhang Qianji. Upon arriving at Shi Mountain, he visited Ru Shui and also checked on Xiao Qing, who had grown considerably and now exhibited the grace of a young lady. However, Xiao Qing's cultivation was not on par with her sister's. She was likely at the long men stage. Xiao Qing had assumed that 5 years had elapsed, and Xiao Gu had surely taken a wife by now, yet he remained unmarried. Had Xiao Gu found someone special during these years? In the courtyard, Xiao Mo and Xiao Qing shared a rare meal together. Shaking his head, Xiao Mo smiled and said, "I am far too occupied with official duties to entertain such thoughts." Lowering her head, Xiao Qing remarked, "If only my sister were here. She would not wish for you to remain alone." Without a word, Xiao Mo added more dishes to her plate, saying, "Eat more. It seems you've grown thinner over these 4 or 5 years." Xiao Qing's lips parted to speak, but she ultimately fell silent. Days later, Xiao Mo commenced his role as the magistrate of Xiuyang County. The county governor treated him with great courtesy. Fully aware of Xiao Mo's status as a disciple of Zhang Qianji, the current chancellor, and his recognition by the emperor, his compositions, "When Will the Bright Moon Appear" and "Spring in the Palace," had spread throughout Qi. It was even rumored that the original draft of the Tuyanling policy was penned by Xiao Mo himself. Not to mention, his rising reputation had become a tale of admiration, with townsfolk accompanying him for miles, a fact known to the emperor as well. The future prospects of Xiao Mo were indeed boundless. In the initial months of his tenure as magistrate, Xiao Mo focused on familiarizing himself with local affairs, forging connections with prominent families, and understanding the personalities of his subordinates and superiors, adopting the principle of listening more and speaking less. Once he felt adequately prepared, he formally took charge. Xiao Mo, known for his humility, typically presented himself as an elegant scholar. However, when it came to executing his duties, he was decisive and assertive, exhibiting an unorthodox style. In the second year of Xiao Mo's magistracy, a mysterious plague swept through Xiuyang County. Infected individuals exhibited fever, nausea, vomiting, and eventually succumbed to severe diarrhea. The county governor, having never encountered such a crisis, was thrown into disarray. Xiao Mo stepped forward to take command, sealing off the afflicted towns, allowing only entry but prohibiting exit. Supplies could only be delivered to the city gates and must be transported inside by the townsfolk. Having foraged herbs since childhood and studied medicine in his youth, Xiao Mo personally assessed the symptoms, identified the causes, and established various health protocols, mandating that water be boiled before consumption. He segregated the infected for treatment and set forth preventive measures. The court-appointed physicians arrived with proposals, yet their prescriptions contained exorbitantly priced herbs, making them unattainable for many. Thus, Xiao Mo diligently sought alternative remedies, experimenting with various herbs himself, knowing that with the physician present, he was unlikely to suffer any harm. Ultimately, he extracted beneficial properties from the Baijian flower, proving effective for the afflicted. For nearly half a year, Xiao Mo endured with less than 2.5 hours of sleep each night, tirelessly tending to the sick. The physician was prepared to treat Xiao Mo, yet he remained healthy. While it was said that he was favored by the fortunes of the land, such luck did not extend to protect officials from illness. It could only be said that he had remarkable fortune. 5.5 months later, the plague dissipated. The townsfolk recognized Xiao Mo's efforts, spontaneously erecting a shrine in his honor. Despite being the deputy magistrate, many had forgotten who the actual head of the county was. As for the county governor, he held no objections, aware that Xiao Mo's destiny lay far beyond local governance. Xiao Mo, however, repeatedly declined the honors, yet the people would not heed his refusals. Thus, shrines sprang up throughout Xiuyang County, depicting a scholar holding a scroll in one hand and herbs in the other. Xiao Mo could distinctly feel the increasing fortuitous energies surrounding him. On one occasion, to test his administrative skills, Xiao Mo set out to slay a ferocious beast terrorizing Xiuyang County. With a recitation of a poem, the heavens parted, revealing an ethereal torrent of a yellow river that obliterated the creature. 2 years later, the former governor of Xiuyang County was reassigned, and Xiao Mo ascended to the role of county governor. During his 3 years in office, governance in Xiuyang County flourished. with households leaving their doors open and no one daring to steal. The citizens hoped Shao governor would remain in his position indefinitely. In Shuiyang County, he was regarded as a celestial figure. However, many were puzzled. At over 20 years of age, Shao governor should have been married by now. Yet he remained solitary. Many local families, including prominent clans, speculated that Shao Mo had yet to find a suitable partner, leading them to introduce their daughters to him. However, he graciously declined all offers. As time passed, stories about Shao Mo circulated among the populace. It was revealed that he hailed from a humble background, not even qualifying as a child of the poor. He had a childhood sweetheart, and the two shared an innocent bond, growing up together and relying on one another. After Shao Mo achieved success through examinations, his childhood companion had departed to pursue a path of cultivation, leaving them worlds apart. The tale of Shao governor grew in embellishment, even inspiring numerous scholars to craft narratives that captivated the public's imagination. Faced with such exaggerated tales, Shao Mo found himself both amused and exasperated. "Master, your osmanthus tea has arrived," announced two maidservants as they entered the courtyard of the Shuiyang County governor's residence, carrying 2 parcels of tea. "Ah, Xiao Montak replied, perusing the pages of his book without looking up. "Did you pay for it?" Wang Yu added. Initially, Manager Li was reluctant to accept, but after much persuasion, "I finally managed to reach an agreement." "Very well, you may leave now." "Yes, master." 2 maidservants bowed respectfully and set down the tea leaves. Yet they did not depart immediately, instead pushing each other playfully. Shao Mo lifted his gaze to Kai Dai and Wang Yu, inquiring, "Do you have any further matters to discuss?" Kai Dai quickly shook her head, stating, "I have nothing of importance, my lord." Shao Mo chuckled and asked, "Then why do you linger?" With a flush of embarrassment, Kai Dai mustered her courage and said, "My lord, may I ask you something?" In truth, it was Kai Dai and Wang Yu's perception of their master as approachable that emboldened them to speak. This did not indicate a lack of respect. On the contrary, they regarded Shao Mo as the finest gentleman in the world. The description of a modest gentleman, warm and gentle as jade, seemed to pale in comparison to him. Shao Mo shook his head. "Such rumors are exaggerated. Most of them are far from the truth." "Then, my lord, why have you not taken a wife?" The 2 maidservants queried, their eyes filled with curiosity. Shao Mo smiled, rolled up his scroll, and tapped his own head lightly. "Because there's a rather foolish girl who is currently asleep. I am waiting for her to awaken." Chapter 56. Clad in a green robe, most appealing in the plaza, as Shao Mo emerged from the depths of the Bai Shu, a string of words materialized in his mind. The host has fully adapted to the time ratio of Bai Shu to the real world, which is 101. The time ratio of Bai Shu and the real world can be increased to 10001. 1,000 years in Bai Shu equates to 1 year in the real world. The host may choose different time ratios based on their own consciousness. Note, the protection offered by Bai Shu is limited. The host should consider their actual circumstances. If the selected time ratio is excessively high, upon exiting Bai Shu, the host may experience a disorienting sensation akin to 1,000 years passing in a single glance, which could severely impact the soul. The words in his mind faded away. Shao Mo felt a surge of joy. The increased time ratio indicated he could obtain rewards more swiftly. Of course, the flow of time within Bai Shu remained constant, akin to daily life. This abrupt shift could indeed impose a significant strain on the soul, potentially driving one to madness. Nevertheless, an elevated time ratio would ultimately benefit him. Taking a deep breath, Shao Mo rose to practice his swordplay. Over the past few days, he had progressed to the first layer of qi cultivation. Although his progress was not particularly rapid, it could not be deemed lacking in talent either. After all, the qi cultivation stage was the easiest to practice. As long as one possessed a spiritual root, most cultivators could attain the 9th layer of qi cultivation. However, advancing to foundation establishment posed a formidable challenge. Foundation establishment was a major hurdle for cultivators. Even with foundation establishment pills, the success rate could only be increased by 2 to 3-fold. Ultimately, it depended on one's own efforts. Furthermore, foundation establishment could only be attempted once. If one failed, the path to attempting it again was not impossible, but exceedingly arduous. To Shao Mo, It was akin to the national football team qualifying for the World Cup in his previous life. After foundation establishment came the opening of the cave dwelling. Chi cultivation, foundation establishment, and cave dwelling were collectively referred to as the lower three realms. Only after the cave dwelling could one reach the Longmen stage. The Longmen realm was the first of the middle three realms and represented another significant barrier. How did Yinshan Ao reach the Longmen realm? Xiao Mo pondered helplessly. He felt that if he were to summon Yinshan Ao to the palace and secretly assassinate him, even with the element of surprise, he would still attain the Longmen realm. Yet, compared to the exceptional ladies Qing, Yi, and Ru Shui, he doubted how many years it would take to match their level of cultivation. Moreover, the art of emperors had vanished from this world. Contemplating this, Xiao Mo sighed deeply. When he departed from Bai Shu, he had perused some ancient texts in the palace library. Legends spoke of a time long ago when emperors, despite being unable to employ official techniques, could utilize the art of emperors. Yet now, even emperors lacked the art of emperors. If that were not merely a legend, and if emperors had indeed been able to wield such power, it must have been due to certain events that altered the laws of heaven and earth, placing restrictions on emperors. However, the official techniques still existed in this world. Emperors could diminish their rivals' fortunes by dismissing their positions. The issue was that Yinshan Ao had reached the Longmen realm through his own cultivation, largely independent of the fortunes of the mountains and rivers. Although the Zhou kingdom claimed to be the Great Zhou, it was merely an ordinary dynasty. When compared to the Qi kingdom in Bai Shu, it was but a minor nation. Not to mention, the fortunes of the Zhou kingdom were on a downward trajectory, resembling a sense of impending doom. Thus, even if Xiao Mo were to appoint a new chancellor, their realm would at most reach the pinnacle of cave dwelling. Moreover, daring to appoint a new chancellor might lead to his own demise at the hands of palace mates the very next day. Enough of these thoughts. He would take it one step at a time, focus on sword practice, and strive to earn more rewards from Bai Shu. Xiao Mo began to concentrate on his sword practice. After an hour, drenched in sweat, he decided to head to the adjacent Qingchuan Palace for a bath. The spring water of Qingchuan Palace was known to alleviate fatigue. Although it paled in comparison to the spiritual springs of various sects, it was still better than nothing. Your Majesty. Just then, a voice called from outside. Come in, Xiao Mo replied, placing his peachwood sword on the rack. Wei Sun entered, taking small steps toward Xiao Mo and bowing. Your Majesty, the Chancellor just visited. He said you were engaged in your cultivation and could not be distracted, so he departed, leaving me to convey a few words to you. What words? Xiao Mo asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a cloth. The Chancellor mentioned that Elder Huang from the Wandao Sect is expected to arrive in our Great Zhou capital in about 10 days. He hopes your Majesty will remember to pause your cultivation in a few days to personally welcome Elder Huang, Wei Sun said cautiously. Understood, Xiao Mo replied. Wei Sun quickly prepared to leave. Wait, Xiao Mo called. Does the Emperor have any commands? Find out what kind of person Elder Huang is, Xiao Mo instructed. Yes, your Majesty. Lingxin Palace. You and I are the same kin. There is no need for excessive formality. Empress Dowager Yin smiled as she approached and helped Yin Ru Shui to her feet, gazing at the long-lost, talented young woman. The Empress Dowager's face radiated affection for her younger kin. When you were little, you barely reached my knee. I never expected that you would grow into such a graceful young lady. The Empress Dowager led Yin Ru Shui to sit beside her, speaking of which, when you were 8 years old, you fell into the Kanglan River. When I learned of it, I nearly fainted from fright. Thankfully, heaven spared you, and you emerged unscathed. Yin Ru Shui nodded and smiled. I cause you worry, your Majesty. Surviving great calamities surely brings later blessings. The Empress Dowager gently patted Yin Ru Shui's hand now. You are the foremost talented woman of our Great Zhou, and in the future, you will be our Great Zhou Empress. And your children will be the emperors of Great Zhou. Yin Ru Shui blushed shyly, her cheeks tinged with a hint of red. Observing the charming demeanor of the young woman before her, the Empress Dowager grew even fonder. What a pity, according to the customs of our Zhou kingdom. You and the Emperor cannot meet before your marriage. Otherwise, I would summon him to see you. He would undoubtedly be captivated by your beauty. He is so engrossed in his cultivation, but I'm certain he is preoccupied with thoughts of you. Yin Ru Shui merely smiled in response, saying little. What do you usually do at home, Ru Shui? The Empress Dowager inquired. I generally read books, occasionally cook something to eat, and tend to the flowers and plants. Yin Rushui replied. The Empress Dowager nodded as she listened. The two engaged in casual conversation about family matters, after which the Empress Dowager began to impart some palace etiquette to Yin Rushui. These were essential lessons on how to manage the inner palace and how to conduct oneself as the future Empress of Great Zhou, knowledge that could only be taught by the Empress Dowager. Initially, the Empress Dowager intended to evaluate Yin Rushui's understanding of court etiquette. However, from the moment Yin Rushui entered Lingxin Palace, every word and action she took confirmed to Empress Yin that Rushui had indeed proven herself worthy. In the end, Empress Yin took Yin Rushui to Chunha courtyard to admire the flowers and fly kites. For Empress Yin, Rushui's entry into the palace not only solidified the Yin family status, but also provided her with a female member of her own clan to converse with from time to time, alleviating the monotony of palace life. Oh no, the kite has broken. While Empress Yin and Yin Rushui were chatting and flying kites in Chunha courtyard, the kite snapped its string and fell into a nearby courtyard. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, the palace maids knelt down. It was my fault, not yours. The Empress glanced towards the direction where the kite had fallen, which seemed to be near Xinxin Palace. Your orders are my command, Yin Rushui said, bowing respectfully before taking her personal maid to retrieve the kite without inquiring further. After Yin Rushui departed, Huang Shangyi quietly remarked to the Empress, Your Majesty, the Emperor is currently meditating near Xinxin Palace. If Miss Yin encounters His Majesty before officially entering the palace, it may not be appropriate. If this were to become known, the corners of the Empress's mouth lifted. I am merely sending Rushui to fetch the kite. I have no intention of arranging for her to meet the Emperor. If they happen to cross paths, it can only be deemed fate. What can the ministers say? Very well, there is no need to worry about this matter. As they conversed, Empress Yin sighed. Rushui is a remarkably sensible young lady. Her entrance into the palace is for the prosperity of our Yin family. When I entered the palace 30 years ago, I was filled with trepidation, unsure of what kind of person the late Emperor was. Now, allowing this child to meet her future husband will at least provide her with some peace of mind when she eventually marries. The Empress's consideration for Miss Yin is indeed a blessing for her. What kind of blessing is this? Empress Yin chuckled. Let them meet if they're destined. Meanwhile, after bathing in Qingchuan Palace, Xiao Mo donned a new Taoist robe and instantly felt refreshed. As for the dragon robe, he had not worn it in ages. One must fully embody their role. One's persona cannot waver. Xiao Mo strolled through the palace alone, not allowing any palace maids to accompany him. He desired solitude for a leisurely walk to clear his mind. However, upon arriving at a garden near Xinxin Palace, he noticed two women standing beneath a tree, gazing upwards. One was dressed as a noble lady, while the other appeared as a maid. Following their gaze, he saw a kite stuck in the tree. Just as Xiao Chun was at a loss, pondering how to retrieve the kite, she turned and spotted Xiao Mo. Excuse me, Taoist, could you assist us in retrieving this kite? Xiao Mo was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was addressing him. At that moment, Yin Rushui also turned to look in Xiao Mo's direction. As Xiao Mo locked eyes with the young lady, his heart involuntarily fluttered. Her oval face was as pale as snow, exquisitely smooth, as if carved from the finest mutton-fat jade. Her delicate nose was petite and refined, and below it were naturally rosy lips, slightly upturned at the corners, exuding a warmth that made her presence enchanting even without a smile. Her long, fair neck resembled that of a swan, and the curve beneath her collar accentuated her figure. However, what truly stirred Xiao Mo's heart was her pair of peach blossom eyes. Those eyes resembled two freshly bloomed peach blossoms, gently floating on spring waters, their corners delicately arched as if painted with care, imbued with a hint of moist blush. Xiao Mo recalled another woman. Their eyes bore a striking resemblance, yet the only difference was that Rushui's peach blossom eyes conveyed a playful innocence amidst their allure, while this woman's gaze seemed to carry the weight of millennia. A single glance evoked a deep sense of compassion, as if she had endured countless days and nights of solitude and despair. Taoist, why do you keep staring at my young lady? It is quite rude. Xiao Chun frowned. I apologize, I have been impolite. Xiao Mo smiled, bowing respectfully. Allow me to assist you in retrieving the kite. He stepped forward, leaping onto a branch to retrieve the kite from the tree. Although Xiao Mo was merely at the qi refining stage, such a task was within his ability. As for exposing his cultivation, It was common for emperors to be at the 9th stage of qi refining. Yin Shan'eo would not take it to heart, for he believed that emperors could never establish a foundation. He handed the kite to them. "Thank you, young sir," Yin Rushue said, nodding and bowing slightly. It was merely a trivial effort. Yin Rushue glanced at Xiao Mo and then turned to leave. Watching the two depart, Xiao Mo could not help but shake his head. Those eyes truly resemble here in the imperial harem. No man may enter without the emperor's permission, even if summoned by his majesty. One cannot act alone and must be accompanied by palace maids. This man walks freely in the harem, and now that his majesty favors the Dao, one must wonder why there is a Daoist in the palace. Xiao Chun halted, stunned as if struck by lightning, her face turning pale. "My lady, I was just disrespectful to his majesty." The maid Xiao Chun stammered, on the verge of tears. "It is nothing," Yin Rushue smiled. "His majesty is not so petty. He will not hold it against you." "Is that true? But how do you know, my lady?" "Of course I know," Yin Rushue replied with a twinkle in her eye, continuing to walk ahead. "I knew long ago." "Oh." Xiao Chun hurried to catch up, walking beside her. "Do you know his majesty well?" "I suppose so," the young lady nodded. "What else do you know about his majesty?" Yin Rushue pondered for a moment. "He does not look good in Daoist robes." Xiao Chun tilted her head. "Then what does his majesty look good in?" "In a blue robe," the young lady replied, her smile radiant. "He looks best in a blue robe." Chapter 57. What if I propose a marriage? In the annals of history, another year has passed. During these years in Shuiyang County, Xiao Mo dedicated himself to improving irrigation, personally farming the fields, and redesigning the plow from a straight beam to a curved one. The curved plow was easier to operate and suitable for both paddy and dry fields. Based on his experiences, Xiao Mo authored Nanbei Nongsu. This book detailed the differences between southern and northern lands, emphasizing meticulous cultivation, the use of 3 plows and 3 harrows, and the timing of sowing and fertilizing. Xiao Mo was the first to promote these methods in Shuiyang County. The following year, the people of Shuiyang County enjoyed a bountiful harvest. Xiao Mo then presented this book to the current emperor, who was greatly pleased. The next day, during the morning court, the king of Qi and the ministers discussed the matter and ultimately decided to publish the book for distribution throughout the realm. Every official was required to study it thoroughly as part of their assessments. The following year, Xiao Mo received an imperial decree. He was not surprised by this promotion. On the day of his departure, the people of Qingyang County sent him off with heartfelt farewells, accompanying him for several miles. Upon returning to the imperial capital, Xiao Mo immediately proceeded to the palace to report to the emperor. When the emperor saw Xiao Mo, he was slightly taken aback. He still remembered the jade-faced scholar from 12 years ago when Xiao Mo first entered the palace. Now, 12 years later, Xiao Mo's skin had darkened, and his physique was stronger, resembling a commoner who labored in the fields. There was a newfound maturity and composure in his demeanor. However, compared to before, the emperor naturally preferred this current version of Xiao Mo. "I, Xiao Mo, pay my respects to your majesty." Xiao Mo performed a bow. "There is no need for such formalities, my loyal minister," the emperor quickly replied, assisting Xiao Mo to rise, his eyes filled with admiration. "It has come to my attention that you personally cultivate the fields and enhance the irrigation systems. Upon witnessing your current demeanor, it is evident that the rumors are indeed true. The esteemed work you have authored, Nanbei Nongsu, has been disseminated throughout the realm, and the citizens of the Qi now affectionately refer to you as the saint of agriculture. Your presence is a remarkable fortune for our nation. Your majesty bestows excessive praise upon me. I merely fulfill my duties. The bountiful harvests are a testament to your majesty's sagacity, and the harmonious governance ensures prosperity even in my absence. Ah, have you taken to flattering me? If you claim to merely fulfill your responsibilities, then every official in the realm is deemed inadequate. Listening to your words fills my heart with joy, for no monarch can resist the appeal of a diligent minister. My dear minister, now that you have reached the age of 30 and remain unmarried, how about I propose a marriage for you?" The sovereign inquired. Quickly rising and bowing deeply, "I express my gratitude. Your majesty's goodwill is a great honor. However, I must confess that I already have someone in mind. I would rather face 1,000 deaths than betray her." Sighing, the sovereign understood the circumstances surrounding Xiao Mo. The realms of mortals and immortals are separated. Why must you wait any longer? Xiao Mo remained silent. Very well, very well. The sovereign waved his hand, acknowledging Xiao Mo's travel fatigue. You have conversed with me for quite some time. Please rest well. Thank you, Your Majesty. I take my leave. After departing the imperial study, a consort approached the sovereign, tenderly massaging his shoulders. This Minister Xiao is truly a man of great loyalty and affection. Indeed, loyalty and affection are commendable. The sovereign nodded, gazing beyond the study. Remaining unmarried may be for the best. 7 days later, a decree arrived, appointing Xiao Mo as the Deputy Minister of Works. For years hence, he ascended to the position of Minister of Works. His rapid rise in rank was akin to soaring through the clouds. At this juncture, Xiao Mo was merely 36 years of age. While many were just beginning their political careers, Xiao Mo had already attained high position. Yet, all within the court were aware that being a Minister of Works would not be the pinnacle of his career. Furthermore, Xiao Mo led an exceptionally disciplined life, avoiding brothels and refusing bribes, spending his days engrossed in literature. The censors found no blemish on Xiao Mo's reputation. In the 8th year of his tenure in the capital, Prime Minister Fong Ling endeavored to reform the system. This reform had been meticulously planned and received the support of the sovereign. However, the reform posed significant challenges as it threatened the interests of noble families, resulting in considerable opposition. Within days, countless memorials of impeachment flew around the court. At this time, Zhang Qianji entered the court. Aligning himself with Fong Ling, Xiao Mo naturally sided with the reformists. Ever since Xiao Mo entered the court, everyone knew of his close relationship with the venerable Zhang. Xiao Mo's swift rise was not solely due to his achievements. A considerable part of it was attributed to the favor of Prime Minister Fong and Zhang Qianji. After all, discussions in the court often revolved around personal connections rather than mere merit. Thus, with the sovereign's backing, the reform, spearheaded by the trio of Zhang Qianji, Fong Ling, and Xiao Mo, commenced. Fortunately, Xiao Mo maintained correspondence with Xiao Qing. However, just as the reform was progressing smoothly, the sovereign fell gravely ill. 6 years later, the sovereign passed away, and the crown prince ascended the throne. The new ruler lacked the determination and resolve of the late emperor, unable to withstand the pressure from the noble families. Ultimately, the reform failed. Zhang Qianji, now in his 90s, had managed to live to such an age and even spearhead the reform, which was an extraordinary feat in itself, sustained only by sheer will. With the reform's failure, his spirit waned, and he submitted his resignation to retire, feeling that he had but a year or two left to live. At over 60, Fong Ling was reassigned away from the capital. Due to his illustrious reputation and his dedicated efforts for the people, the noble families hesitated to unjustly impeach Xiao Mo. Yet, feeling the constant pressure in the capital, Xiao Mo opted to leave voluntarily, accepting a position in Beihai Prefecture. By this time, Xiao Mo was 46 years old, and the strains of his labor had begun to show, with strands of silver peppering his hair. It had been 27 years since he had achieved the highest honor in the imperial examinations, including the Old Village Head and Aunt Shun. Standing before the tombstones of Wang Qian, the village head of Shiqiao Village, and Aunt Shun, Xiao Mo gazed at the closely situated graves with a tranquil expression, though his heart bore an indescribable heaviness. Wang Ying stood beside him, softly speaking. Father passed away 3 years ago, and mother departed 2 months ago. The little girl who once shared buns with Xiao Mo had now grown into a young woman, married into a family in Qingshan City. Even Wang Ying's daughter was already 7 or 8 years old. I did not expect the village head and Aunt Chen's graves to be so close together. Xiao Mo smiled faintly, reminiscing about Aunt Chen's frequent lamentations of having married the wrong man, vowing to distance herself from her dead old man once she passed. Wang Ying smiled in agreement. Indeed, that was how mother was, yet when father left, she was the one who grieved the most. Before she passed, mother specifically instructed me that her grave should be beside father's. Xiao Mo knelt down, placing a jar of wine before the tombstone. Perhaps this is what true companionship means. Wang Ying's daughter, Zhang Qianxian, attempted to tug at Xiao Mo's robe, but her mother pulled her away. Wang Ying rested her hand on her daughter's shoulder, preventing her from moving. Xiao Go, before they left, my parents had some messages for you to convey. Xiao Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Father said that his greatest blessing in this life was to teach someone like you, a top scholar, to read. Unfortunately, his own knowledge was limited. That is not true. The village head imparted many lessons to me. Without him, I would not have been able to pass the preliminary examinations. Xiao Mo shook his head. Did he have anything else to say? Father also mentioned that he was merely a scholar, unable to compare to you. Yet he had one insight. He had consumed several decades more of food than you, and thus had gained a clearer understanding of certain matters. He wanted me to tell you, should you encounter challenges, do not be overly fixated on what is past. In the court, the most vital thing is to protect oneself and not to dwell on temporary gains or losses. To emerge unscathed is the greatest achievement. The village head was indeed wise. Xiao Montak Pizit. Wang Ying glanced at Xiao Mo's profile, biting her lip, her expression hesitant, yet she spoke. My mother, before she left, asked me to tell you not to cling to those who have departed. The realms of mortals and immortals are separate. Once gone, they are gone. You, Xiao Ge, should seek a wife and have children. Otherwise, you will suffer in solitude, and in your later years, there will be no one to care for you. He, Xiao Mo, chuckled softly, indeed echoing Aunt Chen's sentiments. Xiao Ge, Wang Ying hesitated. I also feel that. It is nothing, Xiao Mo interrupted gently. He stood, lightly patting Zhang Qianqian's head, smiling. When you grow up, will you take care of Xiao uncle in his old age? Of course. The little girl nodded eagerly. You see, Xiao Mo turned to the girl's mother. There will still be someone to look after me. Wang Ying replied. As Xiao Mo adjusted his sleeves and began to walk toward Shi Mountain, gradually disappearing into the winding path. Mother, why is Xiao uncle so old and still unmarried? The little girl looked up curiously at her mother. Because Wang Ying gazed at the receding figure of Xiao Mo. In his heart, there is no space for anyone else. After paying respects to the village head, Xiao Mo ascended Shi Mountain, arriving at the enormous rock at the cave's entrance. The clearing before the cave was adorned with blooming ziyang grass and qing long flowers. Not far from the cave, there stood a quaint little cottage, a humble abode crafted by Xiao Qing herself. Over the years, she had resided there, vigilantly caring for her elder sister. As for the old courtyard of Xiao Mo, Xiao Qing would visit every 2 or 3 days to tidy it up. Standing at the cave's entrance, Xiao Mo quietly contemplated the immense boulder that loomed before him. Though he was approaching 50, his stature remained as upright as ever, akin to the ancient pine in the courtyard, seemingly impervious to the fiercest winds that might bend his back. Facing the cave, Xiao Mo spoke softly, as if addressing her within, yet also engaging in a soliloquy. It has been years since I last visited you. Do not hold it against me. I have been overwhelmed with reforms and tasks, and despite my efforts, I have faced failure. However, soon I shall take up my post again. I will be leaving the capital to serve as the governor of Beihai-zhou, a coastal region. You have yet to behold the sea, have you not? Fear not, for when you emerge, I shall take you to witness it. At that moment, as Xiao Mo conversed with Ru Shui, a voice called out from behind him, Xiao Qing. Turning around, he smiled and greeted, Xiao Qing, it has been ages. The sight of Xiao Mo's silver hair and increasingly aged visage stirred an inexplicable sorrow within Xiao Qing. It had only been 5 years since their last meeting, yet he appeared to have aged considerably. Ah, you mean my white hair? The wrinkles on my face are merely a natural consequence of aging, Xiao Mo replied nonchalantly. But you, Xiao Qing, remain unchanged, just as you always were, which is quite reassuring. Xiao Qing remained silent, stepping closer to stand beside Xiao Mo as they gazed at the massive stone before them. Nothing has transpired here. A few wandering cultivators came by a few years ago, but I drove them away, and they have not returned since. However, the village head, Aunt Shun, and several of the Wang sisters have departed. One by one, Xiao Qing recounted the happenings of the village over the years, who had passed away, who had welcomed grandchildren, and who had succeeded in examinations. As Xiao Mo concluded his tales, Xiao Qing turned her head, her small hands tightly clasped. You truly need not wait any longer. It is nothing, Xiao Mo shook his head. But Xiao Mo, you have already waited for 27 years and are nearing 50. That is more than enough. Xiao Qing had urged him countless times to let go. As her words settled in the air, a gentle spring breeze swept through the mountains, caressing the man's white hair and brushing against his slightly yellowed, patched green robe. Xiao Qing, Xiao Mo gazed at the stone before him, his voice resonating softly through the forest. In the past, it was she who awaited me. Now, it is I who must wait for her. Chapter 59. Returning to the homeland after departing from Shi Qiao Cun, Xiao Imo took office in Beihaijiu, a region named for its proximity to the Northern Sea. In his spare time over the years, he diligently studied local records, comparing them with the geographical maps of the Qi, intending to create a navigational chart. Upon Ru Shui's awakening, should she wish to traverse the rivers, the optimal route would commence from Ganyubo, entering Si Minghu, proceeding along Chunsonghe, then passing through Luo Shui and Yinjiang, ultimately reaching the Northern Sea. 3 months later, Xiao Imo arrived at Beihai. Having previously served as governor for several years, Zhang Qianji had garnered considerable acclaim. And as a disciple of Zhang Qianji, Xiao Mo's reputation had already spread throughout Qi. Consequently, the aristocracy and officials of Beihaijiu were exceptionally cooperative regarding Xiao Mo's appointment. However, in the second year of his tenure, Xiao Imo received a letter. Mr. Zhang felt his end was near and requested Xiao Imo to visit, wishing to see him and Fongling one last time. Xiao Imo traveled day and night, arriving at Zhang's residence within half a month. Upon entering, he was met with faces of sorrow. At the entrance of the old gentleman's room, descendants and attendants quietly wiped their tears. Xiao Imo, please go in. The teacher is waiting for you inside, Fongling said as he emerged from the room. Yes, senior brother. Xiao Imo bowed respectfully to Fongling and entered the room. As he approached the bed, Mr. Zhang's aged eyes brightened upon seeing Xiao Imo, you have come. Teacher, Xiao Imo hurried forward, sitting beside Mr. Zhang with a mournful expression. Mr. Zhang chuckled softly. Do you remember when we first met? You were just a lad barely past 20. Now look at you. Your hair has turned white, and you are nearing 50 without a spouse. Xiao Imo shook his head, self-deprecatingly remarking, at this age, I have grown accustomed to being alone. Mr. Zhang sighed. In the past, he had expressed a desire to betroth his daughter to Xiao Imo, but Xiao Imo had gently declined. The late emperor had also attempted to find Xiao Imo a wife on several occasions, but he had consistently refused. A celestial being is ultimately a celestial being, and a mortal is ultimately immortal. The divide between the two is not merely rhetorical. Mr. Zhang held Xiao Mo's hand. Yet, so much time has passed. Speaking of this now is futile. You will not heed it. Xiao Imo lowered his gaze in silence. Mr. Zhang continued, I believe that before long, His Majesty will once again rely on you and Fongling. The current emperor is merely youthful and inexperienced, but if he sets his mind to it, he will not be inferior to the late emperor. He can see the entrenched issues within Qi. You need only focus on your duties, wholeheartedly for the people. Xiao Imo nodded, I understand. Mr. Zhang gazed at the ceiling, his eyes widening gradually. Xiao Imo, a century of life is truly too short. I have lived long enough, yet I still feel there is much unfinished business. Do not follow my footsteps. Continue forward. Be worthy of the common folk. Be worthy of heaven and earth. Be worthy of your own heart. As Mr. Zhang's final words echoed in the air, he released Xiao Mo's hand, letting it fall to the edge of the bed. Father, father, grandfather. Mr. Zhang's children wept inconsolably. Xiao Imo rose, bowing deeply to his teacher. 4 years later, Xiao Imo, now over 50, faced a catastrophic flood in Beihaijiu. He mobilized officials, couriers, and even enlisted fishermen and boatmen familiar with the waters to relay information about the disaster's extent, water levels, dam conditions, rapidly sketching the affected areas, marking danger zones, high grounds, supply points, and critical routes, personally overseeing the relief efforts and resettling the victims, with a strong emphasis on epidemic prevention. This unprecedented flood, occurring once in a decade, saw the swiftest response and minimal impact on the disaster-stricken populace, a first since the founding of the Qi state. Subsequently, Xiao Imo conducted in-depth investigations of the rivers in Beihaijiu, promoting the construction of water conservancy projects and irrigation systems. Regions previously prone to erosion transformed into fertile fields. Xiao Imo authored a treatise titled Qi Guo Water Conservancy Techniques, detailing methods for managing rivers and response measures for floods, even establishing relatively detailed standards. From that moment on, Xiao Mo's reputation among the people reached its zenith. In his 53rd year, Xiao Imo received the devastating news of Fongling's passing in his ancestral home. Clutching the letter sent by his senior brother, Xiao Imo sat in the courtyard, lost in thought for an extended period. The following year, he learned of Sun Xianling's grave illness and set out immediately, but ultimately did not have the chance to see him one last time. In the 12th year of Jianlu, aged over 55, Xiao Mo received an imperial edict. In the 13th year of Jianlu, Xiao Mo was appointed Prime Minister of Qi, initiating reforms once more, with his reputation paving the way. Regardless of the aristocracy or clans, they all had to be cautious of such a benefactor to the realm, a prime minister already renowned as a sage. Additionally, the Qi had not yet succumbed to dire straits. With the emperor's support, Xiao Mo actively recruited like-minded individuals for the reform. Xiao Mo was acutely aware that his remaining days were limited. In this lifetime, he endeavored to accomplish as much as possible, thus honoring the trust bestowed upon him by the late emperor, his mentor, and his senior brother. In the 16th year of Jinla, the new laws of Qi were implemented. By the 20th year, after 4 years of enforcement, the realm exhibited a refreshing transformation, and by then, Xiao Mo had reached the venerable age of 63. In the 24th year of Jinla, at 67, the tumult within the court had subsided. The following year, at 68, Xiao Mo petitioned the emperor for retirement to return home. Despite the emperor's repeated attempts to dissuade him, Xiao Mo's resolve was unwavering. He sensed that his time was running short and yearned for the tranquility of his homeland. Ultimately, the emperor acquiesced. However, Xiao Mo's position as prime minister was not relinquished. It was temporarily assumed by the Minister of Personnel, Zheng Mohan. The reason for retaining Xiao Mo's title was due to the numerous noble families he had offended. Holding the title provided him with the protection of the nation's fortunes, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful old age. On the day when Xiao Mo completed packing his belongings and penned his final memorial to the emperor, he paused in his writing. This venerable elder, nearing 70, felt an inexplicable sensation and gazed toward a distant mountain. At the mountainside, outside a cave adorned with purple yang grass and blue yang flowers, a white python was undergoing a transformation. Ultimately, a woman clad in white lay upon the ground, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Chapter 60. Since it is so hard to forget, why must one remember again? Outside that cave, Xiaoqing sat cross-legged on the ground, practicing her breathing. Although her innate talent paled in comparison to that of her elder sister, her aptitude was by no means insignificant. Over the course of 48 years, Xiaoqing had successfully formed a demon core, akin to a golden core among humans, signifying her attainment of the golden core realm. Her smooth progress in cultivation was largely attributed to the guidance of Fuchen. In the 5th year of Bairu Shui's deep slumber, Xiaoqing sought to better protect her sister, and thus became Fuchen's disciple. However, instead of training at Tianxianmen, Fuchen would occasionally visit to mentor her. As Xiaoqing slowly engaged in her breathing exercises, she suddenly sensed movement within the cave behind stone. She opened her eyes wide in astonishment. Could it be? Her heart raced as she felt the mountain tremble. The flags previously buried at the cave's entrance erupted from the earth, swirling in the air to form a colossal array that enveloped the entire Shi mountain. With a thunderous roar, a surge of demonic energy burst forth, violently breaking through the 3 zhang high stone at the cave entrance. Startled, Xiaoqing quickly dodged aside as the wind and sand surged from the cave's mouth. Xiaoqing raised her hand to shield her face. The massive stone rolled down the mountain path, crashing through countless trees before gradually coming to a halt. Fortunately, the floating array absorbed all the demonic energy, preventing it from spilling out. Otherwise, passing cultivators would undoubtedly have taken note of the overwhelming presence. Xiaoqing felt certain that sects hundreds of miles away could sense it. Should that occur, many would undoubtedly come to subdue the demons. As the wind and sand settled, Xiaoqing lowered her hand. A woman emerged from the cave, clad in a flowing white gown that accentuated her delicate shoulders and slender waist, creating a harmonious silhouette. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, barely brushing her waist. "Sister," Xiaoqing exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy as she beheld her sister approaching, momentarily questioning whether she was dreaming. Countless times had she envisioned her sister awakening, yet each time she awoke to the emptiness of their wooden home, her heart heavy with loss. But this time felt different. The scorching summer sun, the cool mountain breeze, the scent of earth and flowers, all these vivid sensations assured Xiaoqing that she was not dreaming. She joyfully rushed forward, taking her sister's delicate hand. "Sister, you have finally awakened. Xiaoqing has waited for you for so long. Thank goodness you have emerged safely. What happened to you, sister?" "Sister?" Xiaoqing looked at Bai Shui with confusion. In her sister's expression, she saw only bewilderment. As Bai Shui lowered her head, her delicate brows furrowed. Who are you? Who am I? Why am I here? Xiaoqing stared blankly at her sister. Sister, do you not remember anything? I am Xiaoqing, your younger sister. Your name is Bai Shui, and you are here because you entered a deep slumber to transform. Bai Shui? I am Bai Shui. Bai Shui repeated her name, and the more she uttered it, the more pain she felt in her head, as though it might split open, repeatedly striking her forehead with her wrist. Sister, are you all right? Xiaoqing embraced her sister tightly, gripping her wrist. Bai Shui shook her head, raising her gaze. The sorrow and confusion in her peach blossom eyes pained Xiaoqing's heart. I seem to remember nothing. My head is in such disarray. Do not worry, sister. If you cannot recall, then let us not think about it for now. You will remember gradually. Xiaoqing comforted her hastily. However, Bai Shui seemed unable to heed Xiaoqing's words. Her expression grew increasingly pained, her complexion paling. Oh no! Sister's heart is severely shaken. Xiaoqing's heart raced with alarm. Just as she pondered what to do, a fiery red light streaked across the sky. Fu Chun arrived above Shi Mountain. Observing the floating array and the woman in white, Fu Chun quickly descended, hastening to Bai Shui's side. Fu Chun produced a pill and placed it against her lips, then pressed his fingertip against her brow. Soon, Bai Shui's furrowed brow began to relax, and she fell asleep in Xiaoqing's embrace. Master, what has happened to my sister? Xiaoqing anxiously inquired, gazing at Fu Chun. Fu Chun shook his head and spoke slowly. When a member of the serpent clan cultivates, especially during the shedding of skin and deep meditation to purify their bloodline, they must not rush. It requires a gradual approach. However, it seems that during your sister's slumber, her subconscious was preoccupied with waking up quickly. This subconscious influence affected her body, causing her to awaken prematurely at the cost of her spirit being harmed, leading to memory loss. Fortunately, her foundation remains intact. That is a blessing. Xiaoqing clutched her sister's shoulder tightly. Master, will my sister be able to regain her memories? Regaining memories is not an insurmountable challenge, Fu Chun replied calmly. If you wish, I can restore her memories, but Xiaoqing, is it truly a good thing for Shui to regain her memories? Now, Xiao Mo is already 68. He has at most 2 years left. Xiaoqing's eyes momentarily glazed over as she gazed at her sister, her lips pressed tightly together. Take this pill. It is called Yi Handan. If you wish for Shui to regain her memories, wait half a month until her spirit stabilizes and then administer the pill to her. However, Xiaoqing, sometimes remembering is not as good as forgetting. Since it is so hard to forget, why must one remember again? Chapter 61. I cannot forget. I should not forget. Sister, how are you feeling? Xiaoqing hurriedly tucked away the Yi Handan, assisting her sister to sit up against the headboard. Bai Shui furrowed her brow, expressing, I feel as if I have been lost in an interminable dream, yet I cannot recall any detail of it. Xiaoqing grasped Bai Shui's wrist tightly, imploring, Can you tell me what it is that I have forgotten? Actually, there's nothing much. It is merely that the two of us have been cultivating together on a mountain, and then you transformed from a python into a python and slept for many years. It is nothing significant. Xiaoqing smiled, her fingers tightly clasped. Bai Shui, observing her sister's downcast gaze, inquired, Is that truly the case? Indeed, Xiaoqing affirmed, lifting her head, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Sister, all that I have said is the truth. If it is indeed true, then why do you weep? Bai Shui asked gently. Huh, am I? Xiaoqing quickly raised her hand to wipe away her tears, exclaiming, It is simply because you have finally awakened. I am overwhelmed with joy. Xiaoqing nodded vigorously. Then, sister, allow me to fetch you something to eat. Recently, some spiritual flowers and herbs have blossomed on Shishan, and I will bring them to replenish your energy. All right, Bai Shui nodded in agreement. Watching her sister's retreating figure, Bai Shui furrowed her brows, lowering her head slightly and lightly grasping the hem of her skirt. Once Xiaoqing exited the wooden house and closed the door, she collapsed against the wall, feeling as though all her strength had evaporated. She slid down to the floor, curling into a corner, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. For the next 2 days, Xiaoqing devoted herself to caring for her sister. Bai Shui often found herself lost in thought outside the wooden house. gazing at the blooming Qinglong flowers and ziyang grasses. Although they were merely ordinary plants, possessing some medicinal value at most, Bai Ru Shui felt an inexplicable significance attached to them, one that eluded her grasp. Xiao Qing, I wish to descend the mountain for a walk. Bai Ru Shui declared on the 7th day of her awakening. Oh, do you wish to go down the mountain, sister? Xiao Qing was momentarily taken aback. Yes. Bai Ru Shui nodded. Did you not mention a village at the foot of the mountain? I yearn to see it. Very well, Xiao Qing agreed, her eyes darting about. I shall accompany you. The following day, Xiao Qing guided her sister down the mountain to Shiqiao village. Although the village had not undergone significant changes, it was clear that the people had transformed. The average age of the common folk in Qi country was 53. Now, after 48 years, all the adults from before had passed away. As for the children of Shiqiao village from 48 years ago, the eldest among them was now 56. Yet, with the passage of so many years, how could they possibly remember their childhood? The villagers gazed at Bai Ru Shui, pondering who this beautiful fairy might be. As Bai Ru Shui wandered through the village, each house and pathway evoked a sense of familiarity within her. Guided by her instincts, she meandered through the village while Xiao Qing silently followed behind. Eventually, Bai Ru Shui halted before an ordinary farmhouse. Clutching her chest, she felt a heaviness within, as if she were on the verge of uncovering something profoundly significant, yet it felt so distant. Entering the courtyard, Bai Ru Shui gently caressed the stone bench, the ancient parasol tree, and the clothesline suspended from its branches. Xiao Qing, why do I feel such familiarity with this place? Bai Ru Shui inquired. Ah, I see. Bai Ru Shui nodded in realization. Sister, please sit for a moment. Yesterday, I hunted several moon grass rabbits rich in spiritual energy from Tsongshan, and I shall prepare them for you. Fearing her sister might inquire further, Xiao Qing hurried into the kitchen with the wild game. Observing her sister's activity in the kitchen, a sense of déjà vu washed over Bai Ru Shui. She entered the main bedroom, which was devoid of any furnishings beyond wooden furniture. There were no clothes, no bedding. Bai Ru Shui surmised that this room must have belonged to a man, yet she could not recall who he was. Exiting the main bedroom, Bai Ru Shui entered the side room. Its layout was simple, consisting of a bed, a table, a few chairs, and a dressing table. As Bai Ru Shui wandered about the room, a half-incense stick later, she turned to leave when her sleeve accidentally knocked a box off the dressing table, sending it crashing to the floor. Turning back, she found that the box had opened to reveal a wooden deer god hairpin. Sister, dinner is ready. Xiao Qing called from the courtyard, carrying 2 dishes. Wiping her hands, Xiao Qing pushed open the door to the side room, only to find her sister kneeling on the floor, clutching her chest tightly. Sister, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Xiao Qing rushed to her side. Bai Ru Shui looked up, her eyes glistening with tears as she held the hairpin in her palms. What is hairpin? Xiao Qing asked, confused, knowing only that her sister had once cherished it. I do not know. Tears streamed down Bai Ru Shui's cheeks, wetting her lashes and tracing down her face, shattering upon the ground. This hairpin is mine. It was gifted to me by someone. Yet I have forgotten who he is. I should not forget Xiao Qing. Bai Ru Shui grasped her sister's sleeve tightly. Why can I not remember anything? Why? Sister, Xiao Qing's throat tightened, her eyes mirroring her sister's redness. Bai Ru Shui stood, her skirt brushing against Xiao Qing's cheek as she bolted from the room. Sister. Xiao Qing leaped to her feet, calling after her sibling. Where are you going, sister? Sister. Chapter 62. Xiao Mo, I await your return. Bai Ru Shui dashed out of the courtyard, with Xiao Qing in pursuit. Yet, her sister's realm was far too elevated, and she swiftly disappeared from sight. As Bai Ru Shui traversed Shiqiao village, the surroundings grew increasingly familiar. Unbeknownst to her, she arrived at the late village chief's courtyard. Pushing open the picket gate, she stepped inside and brushed her hand along the windowsill, uncovering a thick layer of dust. Exiting the courtyard, Bai Ru Shui wandered aimlessly. After an indeterminate span of time, she found herself before a grave. The grave of Wang Qian, the late village chief of Shiqiao village, and the grave of his wife, Chen Hong. Gazing upon these familiar names, Bai Ru Shui's head throbbed once more, a wave of sorrow washing over her. She recognized them, yet she had forgotten. In fact, she had forgotten a name of utmost importance, one that surpassed her very existence. Turning away, Bai Ru Shui continued on her path. The setting sun melted into gold. Sinking toward the western mountains, painting the skyline in soft hues of orange and deep purple. The twilight spread like a delicate veil, and the enormous sun cast long shadows of the woman onto the ground, resembling a flowing river of ink, silently coursing across the tranquil grass and cold gravestones. Before the gravestone lay a few freshly picked wildflowers that Bairu Shui had gathered. Ascending the mountain, she chose a path that felt familiar to her. Halfway up, Bairu Shui paused. A stone caught her eye. Though it appeared to be an ordinary rock, the longer she gazed, the more her head throbbed. She pressed her forehead, as unfamiliar yet familiar images surged uncontrollably in her mind. "Hey, little scholar, you've come. I've been waiting for you for so long." A girl clad in a white dress stood up joyfully upon seeing the boy riding a large black ox ascend a mountain. "Are you riding the ox again today?" the boy asked with a smile. The boy eagerly expressed his desire to ride the great black ox alongside the girl. With a gentle pat, the boy beckoned the black ox, which promptly knelt before the girl. Climbing onto the creature's back, she settled behind him as he immersed himself in his reading. She playfully dangled her small feet beneath her skirt, listening intently to his voice. "Where are you, you rascal? I shall grant you one last chance. If you fail to appear tomorrow, I shall truly be upset and ignore you forever." On a certain night, the girl awoke and sat upon a stone, awaiting the arrival of Scholar. He had mentioned needing to leave for an examination, thus departing for a while. In my leisure moments, I carved this hairpin, intending to offer it as an apology. Yet now it appears that she has long since given up waiting for me, and this hairpin is no longer needed. Who says it's not needed? I want it. "Miss, this hairpin is meant for Bairu Shui." "I am Bairu Shui," she declared, though moments earlier she had refuted it. "Did I ever say I wasn't Bairu Shui?" A radiant smile graced her face as she extended her hand for the hairpin. "Quickly, help me put it on. I refuse to pursue a path of cultivation." The grown girl glared at the man before her. "Becoming an immortal? What of it?" Her fists were clenched tightly. "Without your immortal path, it is not the road I wish to tread." Who was he? What was his name? Fragments of shattered memories flashed through Bairu Shui's mind. She gazed at the stone before her, her eyes swirling with confusion. The silhouette within those fleeting images felt so familiar. Yet, Bairu Shui could not recall his visage nor his name. After a long while, the headache began to dissipate. She remained seated on that stone, striving to recollect something, but the memories remained elusive. Rising to her feet, she continued her ascent up the mountain. The night had drawn its curtain across the sky. Upon reaching the mountain summit, Bairu Shui beheld the stars twinkling above, as if they were within her grasp. She surveyed the mountains and the distant twinkling lights of countless homes at the foot of the hill, only to be beset once more by a throbbing headache. Visions flickered through her mind again. "Shout, shout. Expressing your feelings will surely lighten your heart. You must uplift your spirits, lest I become disheartened as well." She had brought him to the mountaintop to alleviate his gloom, for she despised his sorrowful demeanor. "Must I truly shout?" he asked, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. "Indeed, you must shout." With newfound courage, he bellowed, "100 years, how fleeting. Eh, is this what troubles you?" She laughed and stepped forward, shouting in the same direction. 100 years is not short at all. 100 years is quite lengthy. Who are you truly? Why can't I recall your face? Why can't I remember your name?" Sitting on the grass, Bairu Shui clasped herself tightly, tears gradually soaking her skirt. Uncertain of how long she wept, she rose only to find a brocade box that had slipped from her sleeve. Picking it up, she opened it to reveal a golden ring adorned with the patterns of Xiang grass and Qinglong flowers. "I traveled to Qingshan town to craft this ring. Ru Shui, will you marry me?" The girl lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering like rippling spring waters. "Come to wed me, and I shall become your bride." "Xiao Mo," she murmured slowly at the mountaintop, repeating the name as if to etch it into her memory. "Xiao Montak, Xiao Montak, Xiao Montak." She recited it repeatedly, fearful of forgetting once more. "Xiao Mo, will you teach me to read and write? Xiao Mo, will you come and play with me tomorrow? Xiao Mo, I wish to descend the mountain with you." With each repetition, the fragments of memory within her mind began to fit together like pieces of a puzzle. "I remember everything now." She turned and dashed down the mountain. "Xiao Mo, the meals I prepare are delicious. Xiao Mo, look, here is your new garment. Xiao Montak, you must eat more lamb to gain strength for your studies." A branch snagged her skirt, yet she paid it no mind, continuing her descent. "Xiao Montak, may I keep this ring with me? Will you keep it?" "Of course I shall keep it," she murmured softly What if you give it to another girl? A branch tripped her, but she quickly regained her footing and hurried on. Xiaomo, what does it mean to hold hands and grow old together? Xiao Montak. Can we grow old together? Chapter 63. This old fellow, have been away for quite some time and must return home. Sister. As Xiao Qing anxiously scanned the area, her sister's silhouette appeared along the nearby path. Xiao Qing's eyes lit up, and she breathed a sigh of relief, rushing over. Sister, you frighten me. What would I do if something happened to you? Xiao Qing appeared on the verge of tears. She had indeed sought her sister, but found her elusive. Although Bai Ruxue had lost her memory, her cultivation level surpassed that of Xiao Qing. Even in her amnesia, remnants of her demon heritage remained, allowing her to conceal her presence and aura, a fundamental ability of the Serpent Clan. Thus, when Bai Ruxue obscured herself, Xiao Qing was unable to locate her. Bai Ruxue, she lifted her gaze, tears shimmering in her distinct eyes. How long have I slept? Xiao Qing stared blankly into her sister's eyes, only to realize that the confusion had vanished. Sister, have you? I remember everything. Tears began to cascade down Bai Ruxue's cheeks. She grasped her sister's wrist firmly. Xiao Qing, how long did I truly sleep? Tell me. Xiao Qing lowered her head. Her eyes filled with melancholy. 48 years. After a long pause, her voice finally reached Bai Ruxue's ears. Sister, you have slept for 48 years. 48 years? Bai Ruxue stepped back, her expression one of disbelief. She understood what 48 years meant to an ordinary person. Xiao Mo, has he? Bai Ruxue stared blankly at her sister. No, he hasn't. Xiao Qing hastily shook her head. Sister, Brother Xiao as well. He is currently serving as an official in the imperial capital. Bai Ruxue's eyes widened with urgency. Xiao Qing, let's prepare at once. We must seek him out. Sister, that isn't feasible. Xiao Qing quickly restrained her sister. You are now a Yuan-Ing realm great demon. If you were of lower cultivation, it might be acceptable, but now, if you approach the imperial city, you will surely attract the attention of the dragon Qi, and before you can even enter, you may be subdued. Moreover, sister, you have just awakened and your spirit is weak. You need to recuperate. Even if you don't enter the city, the closer you get, the more cultivators you will encounter. And, sister, you also possess the bloodline of your ancestors. If discovered, you will certainly be hunted down. What then, Xiao Qing? What shall we do? The girl's tone was tinged with desperation. Bai Ruxue lowered her head, tightly pursing her lips, still wishing to accompany Xiao Qing. Yet she understood that this was not the moment for her emotions to dictate her actions. Ultimately, Bai Ruxue nodded in resignation. That night, she penned a letter, entrusting it to Xiao Qing to deliver to the imperial capital. On the following morning, Bai Ruxue cautioned her sister to travel safely and to be cautious along the way before watching Xiao Qing soar into the distance. On the third day of Xiao Qing's journey to the imperial capital, outside the town of Qingshan, the county magistrate, Qin Xiao, stood at the city gate with his entire office and local gentry, all eagerly awaiting the arrival of their esteemed guest. They have arrived. As all the individuals stood outside the city for 2 hours, a young servant hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "My lord, the chancellor's carriage has arrived." "Excellent, excellent." County Magistrate Qin replied thrice with enthusiasm. "Everyone, please muster your spirits and prepare to welcome our esteemed chancellor home." Soon, a carriage, driven by a coachman, came into view. While the carriage itself was unremarkable, the horse pulling it was magnificent, a prize steed bestowed by the emperor upon Chancellor Xiao. Among the officials, only Chancellor Xiao was privileged enough to be drawn by such an exceptional horse. Light the firecrackers. Play the music. Bang, bang. At Magistrate Qin's command, the sounds of firecrackers, suona, and drums erupted simultaneously. They remained undisturbed, merely snorting lightly as it trod steadily towards the city gate. As the carriage curtain lifted, a venerable old man, his hair as white as snow, slowly descended. There were no maidens or attendants accompanying him. It was said that before leaving the capital, he had generously provided his servants with substantial severance pay, leaving not a single one behind. 48 years prior, he had entered the capital alone as a young scholar for the imperial examination. Now, for decades later, the old man, renowned throughout the realm, returned home in splendid attire. Still alone, yet, during those 48 years, he had performed countless benevolent deeds that blessed future generations. With this in mind, those present perceived not merely an ordinary chancellor, but a sage whose legacy would endure through the ages. The old man stepped forward and performed a respectful bow towards the crowd. The others, taken aback, instinctively stepped aside, parting to create a path. "My lord, please do not say such things. We, the younger generation, are truly humbled," Magistrate Qin quickly interjected, offering his arm to assist the elderly gentleman. However, Qin felt no sense of inferiority. Rather, he regarded it as the highest honor of his life to support such an esteemed elder. "My lord, after your arduous journey, we have arranged accommodations for your rest," he added. "You have my gratitude, Magistrate Qin." The old man smiled, "But I shan't trouble you any further. Here is my household registration. Please assist me in completing the necessary procedures." In the state of Qi, officials returning to their hometowns were required to submit a household registration to the local county, which the magistrate would then report to the emperor, confirming their safe return and proper settlement. "Not at all, not at all," Qin replied, quickly taking the document with both hands and tucking it close to his chest. "But truly, will you not enter the city? The townsfolk have eagerly awaited to welcome you home." "No, no, I shall not trouble the citizens with my arrival," the old man replied, shaking his head with a smile as he gazed toward a nearby village. Chapter 64. An elder with white hair captured the gaze of a young woman in the 3 days since her sister's departure. Bairushue awoke each morning to sit on the stone bench in her courtyard, gazing at the small path outside, just as she had done 48 years ago. In her heart, it felt as though all events had transpired merely yesterday. On the eve of her sister's departure, neither Bairushue nor Shaoqing had slept. Shaoqing shared countless stories with her elder sister. Bairushue knew that after Shaoqing had fed her a special pill, she had fallen into a deep slumber. She was also aware that Daoist Fuchen had given Shaoqing a memory recovery elixir, which could aid in restoring her memories. However, Shaoqing hesitated and did not administer it to her immediately. Bairushue bore no resentment towards her sister. In her eyes, Shaoqing, caught in the middle, was the one who bore the greatest burden of responsibility and guilt. Sometimes, those who must make choices endure greater suffering than those who are chosen. From Shaoqing, Bairushue learned that Xiao Mo had long been aware of their identities as members of the demon clan, but he had chosen to feign ignorance. Hearing that Xiao Mo had yet to marry, even as she listened to Shaoqing's recounting, Bairushue could vividly imagine his solitary existence over the years, which pained her heart. That afternoon, as Bairushue's thoughts wandered, she sensed some activity in the woods outside her courtyard. Turning her head, she spotted 2 young girls and 2 young boys peeking at her. Bairushue rose and entered the kitchen, bringing out some pastries. These delicacies were made the previous day for the 4 mischievous children. Just the day before, she had noticed them secretly watching her, prompting her to purchase ingredients from a neighboring village to prepare the osmanthus cakes. She had hoped that if they returned today, she could offer them pastries and inquire about their curiosity. Bairushue called gently, "Would you like to have some osmanthus cake?" The 4 children jumped in surprise, exchanging glances before shyly emerging from the thicket. "It must have been your fault." "No, it was definitely Hui. She just let out a fart." "You are the one who farted," the girl retorted, her cheeks flushed. The 4 children bickered as they approached the courtyard. "Come, have something to eat," Bairushue smiled warmly. At the sight of this beautiful older sister and the treats on the table, the children shyly entered the courtyard. Initially hesitant, their eyes sparkled with delight as they tasted the first bite of osmanthus cake. "Eat slowly, don't choke," Bairushue cautioned, pouring them each a bowl of water. "Sister, your pastries are truly delicious," said a boy named Qi Ming, looking up at her. "Thank you," Bairushue replied with a smile. "But why were you all watching me?" Qi Ming, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "Hui mentioned that there was a beautiful older sister in the village, like a fairy, so we came to see. Then we noticed you often sitting in the courtyard looking outside. Lily said you must have encountered something sad, and Hui said you were a goddess in meditation," said a boy named Hui. "But we felt too shy to ask you." Hui's face turned red. "Sister, why do you sit in the courtyard all the time?" Qi Ming inquired. "I am waiting for someone," Bairushue replied gently. "Waiting for someone? But you have already waited 3 days. What if they don't come?" asked the 7-year-old girl, her eyes wide with curiosity. Bairushue gently patted the girl's head. "He will come. Even if he doesn't tea, I will continue to wait." "Sister, you are so stubborn," Hui remarked. Bairushue chuckled softly. "This is not stubbornness. The truly stubborn ones have waited for 48 years. "Wow, 48 years. The children exclaimed in unison. Sister, why would someone wait so long? It is a very long story. Would you like to hear it? Yes, we want to hear. Once upon a time, there was a scholar who, one day, climbed a mountain and saved a little white snake. As the afternoon wore on, Xiao Imo approached Shiqiao village. Making his way back to his family's courtyard, clad in a tattered blue robe, he went unrecognized by the villagers, who merely regarded him curiously, wondering who this unfamiliar old man was, as they had never seen him before. Let me tell you, in the residence of our illustrious chancellor, there lives a beautiful lady dressed in white, truly stunning. Living in the residence of Chancellor Xiao, should we drive her away? Hey, I heard a rumor that Chancellor Xiao had a childhood sweetheart who eventually joined the Immortal Sect. Could this lady be her? I too have heard that rumor. It is said that Chancellor Xiao remains unmarried, waiting for her. Do not speak nonsense. These are merely tales from novels. The lady in the white dress must surely be a fellow disciple of Qin Xianzi, merely staying for a few nights. As Xiao Imo passed by the village pond, he overheard several women washing clothes, engaged in casual conversation. Xiao Imo paused momentarily and approached them, offering a respectful greeting. Dear sisters, might you tell me about the lady in the white dress? Farewell, Sister Shinzi. Thank you for treating us to osmanthus cake. Tomorrow, I shall bring some cured meat for you. As the sun began to set, the children waved goodbye to Sister Shinzi. Be careful on your way. Bai Ruxue stood at the gate, smiling as she watched them depart. Just as she took a few steps, she suddenly halted. Her heart raced, fingers tightly gripping her sleeve, her gaze trembling. Turning around, she beheld an elderly man with white hair, his visage reflecting in her eyes. Chapter 65. Husband, you have returned. Bai Ruxue slowly turned around. Not far from her stood the elderly man, his white hair a testament to the years. Gazing at him, Bai Ruxue's lips parted slightly, trembling with emotion. With graceful strides, she approached him, cautious not to hasten, fearing that if she drew too near, he might vanish like an illusion. Even when she stood before him, she questioned whether she was dreaming, doubting the reality of this moment. Ultimately, when she summoned the courage to touch his weathered cheek, the tangible sensation reassured her that this was no dream. He truly stood before her, undeniably real. Bai Ruxue gently caressed his rough face, tracing the wrinkles, the speckles around his eyes, and his full head of white hair. Tears blurred her vision, cascading silently down her cheeks and shattering on the green leaves below. With each attempt to speak, a multitude of words lodged in her throat. Observing her tearful expression, the elderly man reached out, tenderly brushing away her tears. Bai Ruxue gazed at him with an unwavering stare, reluctant to shift her gaze, fearing that he would disappear if she did. Have you seen Zhang Lauren? She inquired, looking into his eyes. The elderly man nodded. I have. How is Mr. Zhang's character? Is he well? Bai Ruxue questioned, like a concerned wife. Did you bring the honey? Did Mr. Zhang find it to his liking? She asked again. The elderly man chuckled. He liked the 2 jars of honey very much, even saying that if I have any more in the future, I should bring him 2 more jars in exchange for fine wine. Bai Ruxue nodded silently. How did you fare in your exams? Were the questions difficult? Well enough. I achieved the highest rank. The elderly man's tone carried a hint of pride, reminiscent of a youthful scholar. But I heard that during the announcement of results, they might try to catch the top scholar. You weren't caught, were you? No, I was quick on my feet. By the time they noticed me, I had already slipped away, the elderly man replied with a smile. Moreover, Mr. Zhang had Miss Zhang stationed people outside my inn to prevent them from capturing me. You should have been caught. Bai Ruxue could no longer contain herself, tightly grasping the elderly man's collar, resting her forehead against his chest. Tears streamed down her face. 48 years, 48 years. Why have you not married? Who has taken care of you during my absence? You always call me foolish. But why are you so foolish as well? Witnessing the woman before him weeping uncontrollably, the elderly man gently patted her back. Silly girl. Because I have been waiting for you. See, I have indeed waited. His words pierced through to the softest part of her heart. Her cries grew louder, her tears soaking his collar and seeping into his inner garments. The elderly man merely continued to pat her back, quietly accompanying her. Listening to his words, Bai Ruxue gradually ceased her sobbing, though her eyes remained red. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve, stepping back to take a deep breath. Her delicate hand emerged from her sleeve, fingers forming a graceful arc, lightly resting at her waist, knees bending with poise. The elderly man, known as Xiao Imo, momentarily froze. a smile gracing his face as if returning home after a long journey. Tian Xianmin, Wan Lihu. Dressed in Taoist robes, a woman stood amidst the water pavilion, observing the koi of various sizes in a lake. As she cast fish feed, the koi crowded together, competing for the morsels. Red, white, and green. More and more koi swam towards her. Master, a girl in her 60s, yet possessing the appearance of a youthful maiden, approached her, bowing respectfully. The master nodded. What is it? The girl paused, her hand suspended mid-air, about to scatter the fish feed. After a long silence, she sighed and released the feed, responding, I understand, Master. Master, I do not comprehend why you believe it is best for Xiao and Mo not to encounter by Rushua, Li Sisi inquired, puzzled. Over 40 years ago, Li Sisi was aware of her master's concern for the white snake of Qi, often consulting divination. She also knew the story between that white snake and the scholar. Once Xiao and Mo returned to the dust, Bai Rushua would also transcend the mortal realm, focusing on her cultivation, free from earthly attachments. Yet, her master consistently felt it better for them not to meet, leaving Li Sisi bewildered. Sisi, have you ever liked someone? The master asked. Li Sisi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, master. I spend my days cultivating on the mountain, encountering few people. How could I have someone I like? The master turned to her, smiling. Since you have never loved another, how can you comprehend the weight of affection? Some loves are simply unattainable. The master looked up at the ethereal clouds, her eyes reflecting the stars and moon. Perhaps this is their fate, she mused. Chapter 66. This is the last thing I can do for Rushua. Xiao Qing intended to deliver a message to Xiao Dege. However, as she flew halfway, she learned that Xiao Dege had already resigned from his official position and returned home. In the courtyard, a white-haired elder was reading, while another woman in a white dress was hanging out clothes to dry. Standing outside the gate, Xiao Qing felt a sense of disorientation. Her sister cared for Xiao Dege, who studied diligently every day to achieve distinction. The only difference was that while Xiao Dege attained great success, he now bore a head of white hair. Xiao Qing could sense that although he appeared healthy, his life force was faint, as if it could extinguish at any moment. No worries, Xiao Dege. Xiao Qing shook her head, relieved that he had returned safely. Hearing their voices, Bai Rushua turned to her sister with a smile. Why have you been standing outside? Come help me with the laundry. I'm coming. Xiao Qing entered the courtyard and joined her sister. At noon, they prepared a meal together in the kitchen. In the afternoon, they tidied the courtyard. Yet, in the following days, Xiao Qing gradually realized that some things had indeed changed. Elder sister prepared meals for Xiao Dege, which were notably easy to chew, having been stewed to a tender perfection. When she massaged Xiao Deji's shoulders, her touch was gentle and restrained. She would sit at the head of the bed, lingering in wakefulness as if lost in thought. In truth, Xiao Qing knew what occupied her sister's mind, and so did Xiao Dege. After all, it was evident to him that Xiao Deji's life force was waning. How could she not perceive it? As a mortal sage endowed with the fortunes of mountains and rivers, how could Xiao Dege be oblivious to his destiny? Yet, none dared to voice this unspoken concern, seemingly avoiding the matter as if something of greater significance occupied her sister's thoughts. Days passed, and the villagers of Shi, Qiao, Siyuan longed to pay their respects to this renowned sage. However, they hesitated, fearing they might disturb Xiao Shengrun, leading most to observe from a distance outside the courtyard. Nevertheless, Xiao Imo frequently ventured out to converse with some villagers. Whenever he did, a radiant maiden, akin to a celestial being, accompanied him. Regardless of their status, Xiao Imo treated everyone with equal warmth. Indeed, there were many who sought to curry favor and showcase themselves before Xiao Imo, for despite his retirement to his hometown, a few words of praise from him could greatly enhance their standing in the court, and some even aspired to become his disciples. However, these individuals were swiftly dismissed by Magistrate Qin. A month later, Xiao Imo proclaimed he would no longer receive guests. Many soon recognized that the enchanting figure in white by his side was none other than the childhood friend rumored to have gone into seclusion for cultivation. For decades and 8 years had passed, and only now had she returned to Xiao Mo's side. Though he was graying, she remained youthful, evoking a sense of wistfulness among onlookers. However, none held the maiden accountable. After all, the realms of immortals and mortals are distinctly separate. For her to remember Xiao Imo and come to bid him farewell was already a remarkable feat half a month later. A certain day arrived when either she concocted broths with the blood and flesh of fierce beasts imbued with spiritual energy for Xiao Mo, or she prepared dishes that he favored. Xiao Mo feigned ignorance, and once he drifted into slumber, Bai Ru Shui would leave the courtyard. Upon awakening, Xiao Mo sat at the head of the bed, gazing out the window, watching as Bai Ru Shui's figure faded into the night. Had she returned to Tian Xianmen? Unbeknownst to him, a woman clad in Taoist robes stood in his room. Indeed, Fu Chan observed the elderly man on the bed. Each night, she would visit the library of Tian Xianmen, seeking methods to prolong his life. Ah, Xiao Mo chuckled softly. To extend one's life? Such elixirs are rare and elusive, especially for one like me, a flickering candle in the wind. Even if found, what use would they serve? Fu Chan shook her head, acknowledging that this was her final act of perseverance. Oh, this foolish girl, Xiao Mo sighed. Had she not known that marrying me could jeopardize her fragile state in the face of the karmic consequences of the Yuaning realm, perhaps she would not have refrained from discussing marriage? Fu Chen replied, regardless, I am grateful to the Celestial Maiden for facilitating Bai Ru Shui's access to your esteemed sect's library. Xiao Mo rose and bowed to Fu Chan. You flatter me. It is but a trivial matter, Fu Chan remarked, gazing at the elderly man whose time was short. But, Xiao Mo, do you truly intend to proceed with this? Fu Chan had come that night because she had received a package sent by the governor of Jiangnan on Xiao Mo's behalf. Ahem, Xiao Mo coughed a few times. Would the Celestial Maiden be willing to assist me with this? Fu Chan furrowed her brow. Have you truly considered this? I have, Xiao Mo smiled. This is the last thing this old man can do for Ru Shui. Chapter 67. Xiao Qing. In the future, your sister will require your utmost care. Regardless, during the day, Bai Ru Shui tended to Xiao Mo, while at night, she would delve into the library at Tian Xianmen, tirelessly doing so for several months. With Xiao Mo's impending fate drawing near, Bai Ru Shui's heart grew increasingly anxious. Under the strain of both mental and physical exhaustion, she appeared somewhat haggard. One morning, as Bai Ru Shui entered the courtyard to prepare breakfast for Xiao Mo, the bedroom door creaked open, and Xiao Mo stepped out. You woke up early today, Bai Ru Shui remarked with a smile, brushing her hair aside. Although she had previously referred to Xiao Mo as husband out of affection, she later felt bashful about it, thinking it improper to address him so before their marriage. Moreover, she wished to avoid others gossiping about their relationship before the official union. Thus, she adjusted her address. While she was indifferent to what others said about her, she was sensitive to comments regarding Xiao Mo. She believed that once they were officially married, she could address him as such then. Lately, I find it difficult to sleep. Instead of lying in bed, I thought it better to get some fresh air and move about. Xiao Mo chuckled. Bai Ru Shui stepped forward to assist him as he sat in the courtyard. Please sit for a moment. I will fetch water for you to wash. Thank you. Xiao Mo nodded. Bai Ru Shui smiled gently. How could we be so formal with each other? Xiao Mo paused, then smiled indeed. Wait a moment. Bai Ru Shui entered the kitchen, skillfully tending to the fire and boiling water. After assisting Xiao Mo with his morning routine, she began preparing breakfast. Before long, Xiao Qing awoke and greeted Xiao Dege before heading off to do laundry. Observing the diligent sisters at work in the courtyard, especially the graceful figure in the kitchen, Xiao Mo lowered his aged gaze, pondering how to proceed. Soon, Bai Ru Shui brought out the porridge, accompanied by buns and pickles, while Xiao Qing washed the chopsticks for Xiao Mo. As the three enjoyed breakfast, conversing about amusing village happenings, Xiao Mo finished his porridge and smiled at the sisters, saying, I have something I wish to gift you both. What is it, Xiao Dege? Xiao Qing asked, intrigued. Please wait a moment, Xiao Mo said, rising and entering the room. When he returned, he held a scroll. Unrolling, it revealed a magnificent depiction of rivers and lakes. What is this, Xiao Dege? Xiao Qing exclaimed, awed by the grandeur of the artwork. This is a navigational map of the rivers I have created for you, Xiao Mo patiently explained. Navigating the rivers transforms into a dragon upon entering the sea. It is said to be essential for your cultivation. Over the years, while I have worked on water conservancy, I have perused the river maps and local records of Qi Kingdom, frequently conducting field studies. I have chosen this particular route for you. When you embark on your journey, enter through Ganyubo, proceed to Ximing Lake, travel along Chunsong River, and pass through Luo Shui, Yunyajiang, finally arriving at Beihai. I have made all necessary arrangements along the way, ensuring minimal resistance, and the Water Conservancy I have established will mitigate disasters, thereby lessening the karmic burdens of your tribulations. But Xiao, I am merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. I do not yet require this journey. Is my sister who? Xiao Qing began, but suddenly comprehended something, turning to her sister. Bai Ru Shui lowered her head, her small hands clutching the hem of her skirt tightly. Xiao Qing understood Xiao Deji's intention. Since her own realm was not yet sufficient, this navigational map was primarily intended for her sister's use. I want to go. After a long pause, the woman lifted her head, her eyes trembling as she gazed at Xiao Mo. In the counties where rivers and lakes flow like snow, many of my students reside. They will, out of respect for this old fellow, afford you a measure of convenience. Moreover, your current state is quite adequate. You possess the favorable alignment of time, place, and people. Such an opportunity is indeed rare, Xiao Mo advised. I shall not go. The young woman insisted stubbornly. If I were to go, what would become of you? Xiao Mo fell momentarily silent. Ru Shui, listen to me. I shall not listen. Fearing that Xiao Mo might persuade her, Bai Ru Shui covered her ears and fled the courtyard, soaring into the distance. Sister, Xiao Qing called from the courtyard. Xiao Ge, I will pursue her, she exclaimed, filled with concern. No need, Xiao Mo shook his head. Rest assured, your sister is fine. She must be heading to Tian Xianmen. Xiao Qing paused in confusion. Xiao Ge, I have long known, Xiao Mo smiled, that your sister visits the library nightly, searching for methods to extend my life. Fear not. This time she will surely traverse the river and transform. Rising, Xiao Mo patted Xiao Qing on the shoulder. From now on, your sister will need your care. What do you intend to do? A sense of foreboding crept into Xiao Qing's heart. Xiao Mo merely smiled faintly, gazing up at the vast sky, remaining silent. There must be a way. Surely there must be. Bai Ru Shui flew towards Tian Xianmen, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes as she hurried into the library. She had not hesitated to inquire directly with Elder Fu Qian about whether there was a way to extend the life of a mortal. However, Fu Qian remained silent, only providing Bai Ru Shui with a token to enter the library and search for herself. Where is it? With so many books, how could there not be a method suitable for Xiao Mo's longevity? Where could it possibly be? On this day, Bai Ru Shui was more anxious than ever. She incessantly flipped through tome after tome. Finally, in the far corner of a shelf on the third floor, she spotted a yellowed ancient book. Initially, she paid it little mind, merely skimming through it hastily. Yet, upon reaching a particular page, her gaze suddenly froze. Long Ting Yi, it read. It is said that when the serpent tribe transforms into a dragon and enters the sea, they can obtain it through the thunder tribulation. Cultivators who acquire this can purify their root bones, while mortals can extend their lifespan. Chapter 68. Do you know that across the vast sea, I seek only this grain from you? When traversing the river to transform into a dragon, the heavens bestow thunder tribulation. This tribulation varies in accordance with the talents, bloodlines, and powers of those undergoing it, divided into 9 ranks. The highest rank is known as the 9 Dragons' Mysterious Thunder. If one can survive this mysterious thunder tribulation, their foundation in the Tao and the purity of their bloodline will strengthen, increasing their chances of transformation into a dragon in the future. It is said that those who pass through the 9 Dragons' Mysterious Thunder will receive the Long Ting Yi. This liquid is a condensation of the Dragon Clan's fate and the mysteries of the Tao. Cultivators who consume it can refine their bones and marrow, enhancing their foundation and extending their lives by 500 years. Mortals who drink it can extend their lives by 50 years. Bai Ru Shui's gaze lingered on those 3 characters, Long Ting Yi. After committing the contents of the book to memory, she hurried to visit Fu Qian's mountain peak. Miss Bai, Li Si, who was practicing swordplay atop Luo Chun Peak, greeted her with a bow upon seeing Bai Ru Shui approach. I have seen the immortal. Bai Ru Shui returned the bow. May I inquire if Elder Fu Qian is available? Apologies, Miss Bai. Li Si shook her head. My master is in seclusion and cannot receive you. Bai Ru Shui lowered her gaze, revealing a hint of disappointment, seeing the pitiable expression on the young woman's face. Even Li Si, despite being a woman herself, felt a stir in her heart. Bai Ru Shui raised her head, her eyes brightening. Please, Si, do tell. My master instructed me to convey to you that the Long Ting Yi indeed exists, but due to the frail fortune of the serpent tribe in this world, countless serpents have perished while attempting to transform into dragons, let alone encountering the 9 dragons' mysterious thunder. Thus, my master is also uncertain about the efficacy of the Long Tingyi. Thank you for relaying this, Immortal. If Elder Fu Chun emerges from seclusion, I would appreciate it if you could convey my gratitude. By Ru Shui bowed once more. Miss is too courteous, Li Cici nodded. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb your cultivation. Miss Bai, travel safely. Bai Ru Shui turned and flew towards Shi Qiao village. After Bai Ru Shui departed, Li Cici turned and entered a cave dwelling. Within, Fu Chan meditated on a stone bed. She had not been in seclusion. Rather, she was merely resting her eyes. Master, Li Cici bowed deeply. Fu Chan slowly opened her eyes. Has Miss Bai left? Yes, Master, Li Cici replied. Then you may resume your cultivation. Fu Chan waved her hand. Master, there is something I do not understand, and I seek your clarification, Li Cici inquired, puzzled. Speak. Master, what a Long Tingyi. I have never heard of it. Does such a thing truly exist in this world? It does exist, Fu Chun sighed, but it is also false. Recalling the words she had spoken that morning, Bai Ru Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet, in the end, she still stepped into the courtyard. The young woman approached Xiao Mo, her head bowed, her delicate fingers fidgeting, the crimson hue on her cheeks creeping to her ears. It appeared she wished to say something to him, but she seemed too shy to speak. Xiao Mo remained patient, smiling gently at the young woman before him, waiting for her to find her voice. After all, it was only natural for her to feel embarrassed after their earlier quarrel. After a long moment, Bai Ru Shui took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Gathering her courage, she lifted her head and earnestly declared to her beloved, Xiao Mo, I have made up my mind. I will go through the river and face the tribulation. Xiao Mo chuckled lightly, a teasing lilt in his voice. Just this morning, you said you wouldn't tea. Bai Ru Shui turned her head away. I have changed my mind. Why the sudden change of heart? Bai Ru Shui curled her fingers shyly. It's nothing. The book said that women are always fickle, but it also mentions that changes in the morning and evening must have significant reasons. Xiao Mo gazed gently at Bai Ru Shui, pondering aloud. Could it be that your change of heart is due to me? The girl, caught off guard by his insight, trembled slightly and lowered her head again. She was not adept at lying. Xiao Mo always saw through her deceptions. Thus, whenever confronted with something she wished to deny, she fell silent. Xiao Mo chuckled inwardly. Did this silly girl not realize that silence could also be a form of admission? Ru Shui, he said, seated on a stone bench and looking up at her enchanting eyes. He spoke earnestly. During this time, you and Xiao Qing have intentionally avoided mentioning my lifespan. I have also refrained from discussing it. My sole desire is to walk this final path in peace, with you both smiling as you bid me farewell. Having you accompany me through these last year or two, I have no regrets in life. But, Xiao Mo, I cannot bear the thought of a day when you leave me. Bai Ru Shui raised her head, her eyes reddened. Without you, Xiao Mo, I cannot fathom the meaning of life. Bai Ru Shui clenched her delicate fists. In recent days, I have often gone to the library at Tianxianmen, perusing various texts to find methods for prolonging life. However, some longevity elixirs are too potent for your body to withstand. Others are effective only for cultivators with spiritual roots. Additionally, some ingredients grow in desolate lands, which would require years for me to obtain. Yet today, I have discovered something. If I can transform while traversing the river, I will face a thunder tribulation. If I can invoke the 9 dragons' mysterious thunder, the Long Tingyi will descend. The Long Tingyi possesses gentle properties, a creation of heaven and earth. It is said that cultivators who consume it can refine their bones and extend their lives by 500 years. Even an ordinary person who drinks it can extend their life by 50 years. But what are the years beyond that? Xiao Mo inquired of Bai Ru Shui. What shall you do in 50 years, Ru Shui? I shall seek other treasures of longevity. I will ensure that you do not perish. Bai Ru Shui asserted resolutely. Ru Shui, there is no point. You need not confine yourself for my sake. Xiao Mo shook his head. I am but an ordinary man. Indeed, over the years, I have ascended to the position of Prime Minister of the Qi Kingdom. I have accomplished certain deeds, fortunate enough to be remembered by the people and referred to as a sage. Yet ultimately, I am merely a commonplace individual whose lifespan does not exceed a century. You and Xiao Qing are different. You possess your own great paths, your lifespans stretching over millennia, even tens of millennia. Xiao Montaxite et Uxua. Your life is akin to the vast ocean, while I am but a grain of sand within it. But Xiao Mo, Bai Shui gazed deeply into Xiao Mo's eyes. Do you not realize that amidst the entire ocean, I only desire you, that grain of sand? Chapter 69. Do we not count as having aged together? The weather gradually turned to winter. Xiao Qing was aware that her sister had resolved to traverse the river to procure the long Ting Yi for Xiao to go. Naturally, Xiao Qing supported her sister's decision, though she was reluctant to see Xiao de Good depart. Over this long period, Xiao Qing had come to regard Xiao Mo as family. However, traversing the river was no simple endeavor. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's annihilation, soul scattering into the void. This included how to contend with items such as the Zhanlong Jian and the Kuanlong Suo. It was not that Xiao Mo did not wish to remove such items. Rather, he was incapable of doing so. The Zhanlong Jian and Kuanlong Suo were established by the Jian Tianxi of the Qi Kingdom, and ordinary individuals could not take them down. Moreover, the Jian Tianxi operates independently from the bureaucratic apparatus of the Qi Kingdom. Although Xiao Mo held the title of Prime Minister, he could not command the Jian Tianxi. Furthermore, to have the Jian Tianxi remove the Zhanlong Jian and Kuanlong Suo, one would need a valid reason. What excuse could be presented? One cannot simply state that his fiancé, he belongs to the Serpent Clan and wishes to traverse the river to transform into a dragon, asking for assistance. While it was true that Xiao Mo held a high position, he had many adversaries in the court. If he were to proceed thus, he feared he would be impeached by the officials the very next day. Nonetheless, Xiao Mo was not entirely unprepared. In his view, the preparations he had made over the past 40 years should suffice. As time passed, Xiao Mo's health deteriorated. Just as winter began, he started to cough. Observing Xiao Mo's pallid complexion, Bai Shui felt increasingly anxious, wishing she could undergo the tribulation the very next day. However, selecting the day for the tribulation required careful consideration. It could not be done haphazardly. This needed to be calculated based on one's birth date and time. Fortunately, not long ago, Xiao Mo had requested Elder Fu Qian to calculate an auspicious day. For Bai Shui, the best day to traverse the river was the 3rd day of the 3rd month next year. As time continued its relentless march, the end of January soon arrived after the new year. Xiao Qing had gone to hibernate in the mountains, but Bai Shui no longer required such slumber. Only Xiao Mo and she remained in the courtyard. At this moment, there was merely 1 month left until Bai Shui would embark on her journey across the river. On the evening of the 28th day of January, a heavy snowfall blanketed Shi Qiao village. This was likely the final snowfall of winter. Xiao Mo could sense that this could also be the last snowfall of his life. The next morning, he awoke as usual. Bai Shui had prepared hot water for him to wash up. Now, Bai Shui looked at the heavy snowfall with concern, but Xiao Mo, the snow is quite heavy. It's all right. Xiao Mo shook his head. I'm merely aging. My body is still quite robust. Bai Shui replied, I truly have no issues, and you wouldn't want to leave me alone, would you? Xiao Mo smiled. No worries. All right. Bai Shui reluctantly agreed. In truth, she was still very much concerned for Xiao Mo's health, but seeing his determination to go outside, she could only accompany him. Then let us go. Wait. I will fetch an umbrella. No need for an umbrella. The snow is too heavy. It's fine. Xiao Mo took Bai Shui by the hand and led her out of the courtyard. After a short while, they arrived by a lake. This lake was named Shui Qinghu. Originally, it bore no name, but on the day Xiao Mo achieved the position of top scholar, County Magistrate's son wished to expand the lake as a memorial. He asked Xiao Mo for a suitable name, to which Xiao Mo suggested this one. Subsequently, Magistrate's son diverted several streams into Shui Qinghu, constructed a dam, erected a pavilion, and planted willow trees. Over the years, the citizens of Shancheng have come to choose this spot for their outings. The two walked along the edge of Shui Qinghu as snowflakes, delicate as willow catkins, drifted down, settling upon their shoulders. As they walked, Bai Shui occasionally brushed the snow from Xiao Mo's shoulders, stealing glances at his profile. They circled around the lake, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. With each step, the snow crunched beneath them. Xiao Mo, are you cold? Bai Shui asked with concern. Xiao Mo shook his head, not cold. Good. As they completed their 3rd lap, Bai Shui looked up again. Xiao Mo, are you tired? I'm not tired. It's nothing. Over 20 years ago, I encountered snow even heavier than this. All right, Bai Ru Shui lowered her head. This truly is the last lap. Xiao Mo continued to walk forward, with Bai Ru Shui following closely by his side. She remained unaware of his reasons for pacing around in circles. Her sole concern was for his health, whether he was weary or if he might catch a chill. Ru Shui, I recall something, Xiao Mo began. What is it? Bai Ru Shui blinked. You once asked me a question, Xiao Mo said with a smile. You asked if we could grow old together. Bai Ru Shui lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I did ask, and you promised me. Indeed, I did promise. Xiao Mo lifted his gaze to the swirling snowflakes. The white snow settled in their hair, dusting it with a silvery hue. Upon reaching the end of their walk, Xiao Mo finally halted. He turned to face the girl with eyes like blooming peach blossoms. Ru Shui, tell me, do we not count as having aged together? Chapter 70. Mr. Xiao, do you have any final words? On the first day of the third month, winter had passed, giving way to spring. Xiao Qing had awakened from her hibernation. At this moment, less than 3 days remained until Bai Ru Shui would undergo her tribulation. She was about to set out for Gan Yu Pe, commencing her journey to transform into a dragon. That morning, Bai Ru Shui rose early to prepare one last breakfast for Xiao Mo. After they finished their meal, she washed the dishes, tidied the courtyard, and laundered Xiao Mo's clothing. Once all the chores were completed, Bai Ru Shui looked at the sky. She knew it was time for her to depart. Xiao Mo nodded when traversing the river. Do not rush. Regardless of what you encounter, simply swim forward, believing in yourself. This journey to transform into a dragon is trivial for you. Understand? Bai Ru Shui affirmed, nodding earnestly. You must take good care of yourself. Xiao Mo smiled. Do not worry, with Xiao Qing here, you should have no concerns about her. Bai Ru Shui raised her gaze, deeply regarding Xiao Mo. Then I shall take my leave. Go, and be cautious on your journey. Xiao Qing felt a twinge of worry for her sister. However, traversing the river to transform into a dragon was ultimately no simple task. Countless members of the Serpent Clan had perished at this very step, particularly when facing the 9-Dragon Thunder Tribulation. Although not every Serpent Clan is deemed worthy to face the 9-Dragon Mysterious Thunder Tribulation, my sister's innate talent is extraordinary, and she possesses the blood of a true dragon, indicating her lineage has returned to its ancestral roots. She's aware of this fact. Despite her seemingly foolish demeanor, she is far from ignorant. She recognizes her own exceptional gifts, understanding that such talents might attract the 9-Dragon Mysterious Thunder Tribulation. Otherwise, she would not have resolved to embark on her journey along the river. Yet, the 9-Dragon Mysterious Thunder Tribulation is indeed a perilous endeavor. Fear not, Xiao Qing, for your sister is formidable. Bai Ru Shui smiled, but Xiao Qing, please take good care, Xiao Mo. During ordinary days, be sure to be attentive. Xiao Qing nodded earnestly, assuring, yes, I will take good care of Brother Xiao. With that, Bai Ru Shui gazed at Xiao Mo and her sister, cautioning her to be careful on her journey. Carrying her bundle, Bai Ru Shui stepped away, gradually moving towards the horizon. Finally, she turned, waving her hand vigorously before stepping forth, soaring into the distance, disappearing beyond the edge of the sky. Brother Xiao, take it slow. After her sister departed, Xiao Qing became even more vigilant in looking after Xiao Mo. Aside from perusing books, Xiao Mo sat in the courtyard, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the stone table as if he were deducing something. In the deep of night, as the hour of the pig approached its zenith, Xiao Mo opened his eyes. Donning a green robe, he pushed open the door and made his way to Xiao Qing's room. His footsteps were light, and with the concealment of the mountains and river's aura, he masked his presence. Moreover, Xiao Qing was entirely unprepared, thus she remained unaware of Brother Zhao's arrival at her bedside. He sat beside her, gently tapping her brow with his finger. Xiao Qing sank deeper into her slumber, unable to awaken even when called, as if in a deep hibernation. You have worked hard these years. Xiao Mo adjusted the quilt for Xiao Qing before exiting the room. Returning to the courtyard to gaze at the tranquil starry sky and listen to the chirping of spring insects, awaiting the dawn's arrival. At the hour of the rabbit, the indigo sky still loomed heavily above, with a few faint stars resembling dying embers. The distant mountains were merely a heavy ink line, faintly stretched across the horizon. Yet, beneath the eastern sky, the cerulean hue of dawn quietly emerged, gradually lightening from deep to pale. Daybreak had arrived. The rosy clouds painted the horizon, casting their glow upon the elder. The time was drawing near. Xiao Mo rose, brushed off the leaves from his garments, took took a broom to tidy the courtyard, and folded the clothes hanging on the bamboo pole. Finally, he donned a pair of shoes crafted by Rushue and slipped on the tattered green robe that had seen many days. Once everything was in order, Xiao Mo continued to wait in the courtyard. Around the hour of the dragon, a woman clad in Taoist robes entered the courtyard. Fu Chun glanced at Xiao Mo and then at the side room, asking, "Is Xiao Qing asleep inside?" "Indeed," Xiao Mo replied, though in Xiao Qing's heart. "Her sister is more important than her own life. I must undertake certain matters that she would surely oppose. So it is best she remains asleep until it is all over." Rising, Xiao Mo bowed respectfully to Fu Chun, saying, "Please take good care of Xiao Qing, fairy." Fu Chun replied calmly, "Xiao Qing is my disciple. It is my duty to care for her." Xiao Mo smiled slightly. "I am somewhat curious, Fairy Fu Chun, as to why you hold Rushue in such high regard. Is it merely due to a fleeting encounter?" Fu Chun shook her head. "Rushue reminds me of a dear friend who bore a striking resemblance to her. After her demise, she left a drop of her essence, which Rushue obtained, thus inheriting her legacy, making her a half-disciple of mine. Assisting her is akin to supporting the descendant of my friend. However, the ensuing events carry immense consequences, and I am unable to intervene further. I hope you understand, Mr. Xiao. You are too kind, fairy. Over the years, your care has been ample. I dare not trouble you further. The matters ahead, I shall handle alone," Xiao Mo replied with a smile. Fu Chen nodded, and as Xiao Mo lifted his gaze to the sky, he remarked, "It is getting late. I must take my leave." Observing the tranquility and openness in Xiao Mo's eyes, Fu Chen could not help but sigh. "Mr. Xiao, do you have any final words?" "Final words?" Xiao Mo gathered his sleeves, surveying the old courtyard, glancing at the ancient locust tree, and then towards the nearby Shi Mountain. To the south of that mountain, there lies a small path. Ascending that path to the halfway point, there is a stone. Shall I be left with a corpse? Let be buried there. Chapter 71. Rushue begins her journey along the river. Xiao Mo did not immediately head towards Ganyuebo and Ganzhou. Instead, he visited the graves of the village chief and Aunt Chun, offering a final cleaning of the weeds at their tombstones, placing fruits and fresh flowers before them, lighting incense, and bowing in respect, saying, "Village chief, Aunt Chun, I am departing. I did not manage to visit you earlier. Please do not hold it against me. It won't be long before I return, and I will personally apologize to you both." After placing the incense at the tombstones, Xiao Mo took a clean cloth and gently wiped away the dust. Having completed this, he slowly exited Shixiao village. "Good morning, Grandpa Xiao." Two young girls greeted him. Their names were Shun Lily and Hong Hui. Previously, Rushue had treated them to osmanthus cake. Xiao Mo smiled and nodded. "Good morning, Grandpa Xiao. Why didn't we see sister by yesterday?" "On vit incroyable de curiosity." "Ah, I see." A flicker of disappointment crossed Hong Hui's eyes as she had hoped to play with Rushue. "Are you going out, Grandpa Xiao?" Shun Lily asked, noticing the bundle on his back. "Yes, your sister might encounter some difficulties alone, so I'm going to assist her." "All right," Xiao Mo ruffled their hair. "Grandpa is off now. Goodbye, Grandpa Xiao. Farewell." After bidding farewell to the two little girls, Xiao Mo exited the village. "I wish to ride the winds and return." Xiao Mo recited a line of poetry as the gentle breeze lifted him, carrying him away into the horizon. Though his lifespan was limited, as one of the chancellors of the 10 great dynasties of the human race, and having received the incense offerings from countless families, Xiao Mo's strength was now comparable to that of ascended beings. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Qingshan City, where he met Wang Ying. Wang Ying had transformed into a frail old woman. Xiao Mo also met Wang Ying's daughter, Zhang Qianqian. Zhang Qianqian was already married, and her children had grown. Wang Ying's grandson, named Zhang Xuemo, was named by Wang Ying herself and was now 12 years old. Xuemo, as his name suggests, was hoped by Wang Ying to emulate brother Xiao in his studies. Xiao Mo assessed this young descendant and found him to indeed possess a scholarly inclination. Before departing, Xiao Mo playfully tapped Zhang Xumo's head 3 times, bestowing upon him a modicum of literary fortune, a small gift for the younger generation. How much he could grasp from this fortune depended solely on himself. "Grandma, won't Grandpa Xiao stay for a meal?" Zhang Xuemo asked Wang Ying. "No." Wang Ying shook her head. "Grandpa Xiao has important matters to attend to." "When will Grandpa Xiao come again?" Though they had only met once, Zhang Xuemo felt a warm affection for him. Wang Ying gazed beyond the courtyard. Grandpa Xiao is headed to a very distant place and will not return. At the Lu Sanyue's official residence in Liuxi County, the county magistrate was enjoying tea and reading. Lu Sanyue was a student of Xiao Mo. A common trait among Xiao Mo students was their fondness for studying water conservancy and engaging in agricultural practices. Initially, Lu Sanyue served as a magistrate in a county in Qingzhou. However, 3 years prior, Xiao Mo had reassigned him to Liuxi County in Yizhou. Although Lu Sanyue was unaware of his teacher's reasons for this decision, he felt indifferent to the matter. Regardless of his location, one is always in command. My lord! My lord! Just as Lu Sanyue was gazing at the Bai He Tu of Lu Sijun, an old servant hurriedly rushed in. My lord, a distinguished guest has arrived. Today is my day of rest, and I shall meet no one. Lu Sanyue replied with a dismissive glance at the servant. My lord, the guest is an elderly gentleman. He claims his name is Xiao Emon. What? Lu Sanyue abruptly stood up. Why didn't you announce it sooner? He thrust the Bai He Tu into the servant's arms and rushed out to greet the guest. Upon reaching the courtyard, he encountered a white-haired elder and quickly approached to pay his respects. I apologize for making you wait, esteemed teacher. Please, punish me as you see fit. You are over 40 years old. Should I still discipline you? Xiao Mo chuckled. Rise. Thank you, teacher. Please, do sit in the courtyard, Lu Sanyue urged, assisting Xiao Mo towards the entrance. Xiao Mo shook his head. No need. I am pressed for time and cannot indulge in tea today. I require your assistance with a pressing matter. Please, speak freely. I shall do my utmost. Lu Sanyue replied earnestly. For the next 5 days, fishing in Siming Lake is strictly prohibited. No one is to approach it. Ensure the local populace is well accommodated during this time. The government will provide compensation to those whose livelihoods are affected. Xiao Mo articulated clearly, word by word. Lu Sanyue listened, perplexed by his teacher's words, sensing an impending disaster. It was not the rainy season. Have you noted all I have said? Xiao Mo inquired. Rest assured, I shall attend to it immediately. Though Lu Sanyue was uncertain of his teacher's intentions, he resolved to follow orders. Do not worry, just prepare well, and all will be fine, Xiao Mo reassured, patting his shoulder. Yes, teacher. At that moment, Lu Sanyue felt a surge of reassurance. His teacher would not deceive him. After imparting a few more instructions, Xiao Mo turned and swiftly departed Lu Sijun. Throughout that day, Xiao Mo harnessed the energy of the mountains and rivers, visiting various county magistrates and prefects, all of whom were his students. Upon hearing their teacher's request, they promptly took action as instructed. In the vicinity of Siming Lake, Chunsong River, Luo Shui, and Yinyajiang, necessary evacuations and precautions were implemented. In truth, based on countless simulations and years of preparation, the impending deluge would have minimal impact on the populace. His actions were primarily a precautionary measure. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month, early in the morning, Xiao Mo arrived at a village 30 miles from Gonyubo simultaneously by a clear, emerald water body. An extraordinarily beautiful woman in a white gown slowly set down her bundle. Transforming, she became a massive six-zhong white serpent and swam into the water. A deep, resonant sound echoed from the sky. Xiao Mo looked up, observing the gathering thunderclouds 30 miles away. The river was beginning to flow. Chapter 72. But can she truly let go? Boom! The thunder rumbled again, reverberating through the skies as if to shatter the heavens. Dark clouds continuously gathered above Gonyubo, threatening to descend at any moment. Daylight was engulfed by the ominous clouds. Each lightning bolt that sliced through the sky resembled a dagger tearing through the night. Another thunderclap resounded through the atmosphere. What? An infant cried in fright, nestled in its mother's embrace. Do not fear, it is all right, the young mother soothed, holding her child close as she gazed through the window towards Gonyubo. Just moments ago, the weather was clear. How had it turned to thunder? Soon, a light drizzle began to fall. Village chief, the weather was fine just a moment ago. Why is it suddenly raining? He had planned to catch a couple of fish, but that would have to wait. The village chief stroked his graying beard, gazing intently at the overcast sky. By the looks of it, a serpent may be crossing the river. Crossing a river? A burly man jumped in surprise. A serpent crossing means heavy rain, and heavy rain means floods. Should we alert the villagers to take cover? No need. The village chief shook his head. Previously, that Minister Xiao came here and constructed some water channels, dredging the rivers. The waters of Ganyubo shall not overflow. Indeed, I have seen the serpent tribe cross before. The village chief leaned on his cane, but this time seems different. The commotion is rather large. Ganzhou Yushinzong. The Yushun sect is an ancient sect located over 700 miles from Ganyubo, presided over by a master in the Yupu realm. On this day, Master Yi of Yushinzong sat in the courtyard, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, he felt a stirring within and opened his eyes wide. In the next instant, he was on the peak of the highest mountain of Yushinzong, his spiritual energy coalescing in his gaze as he looked towards the heavy clouds 700 miles away. Master, there is a serpent tribe crossing the river towards Ganyubo, Elder Long Biao reported, having arrived within moments. Elder Wu Shi stepped forward, frowning under normal circumstances. A serpent tribe just entering the lake should not cause such a disturbance. This serpent is just beginning its crossing, yet the thunder tribulation has already been summoned. This is indeed rare. Another elder spoke up. This serpent must possess ancestral traits. Its entire being is a treasure. Our master is at the pinnacle of Yupu, on the verge of breaking into the immortal realm. This serpent's demon core will surely assist him, exclaimed a one-eyed elder, excitement evident. The others nodded in agreement. If their master ascended to the immortal realm, it would greatly benefit the sect's development. A sect with an immortal at the helm would face no worries for at least 10,000 years. Master Yi chuckled softly. When the serpent tribe crosses to transform, they seize the essence of heaven and earth, inevitably causing floods along their path. Our intervention will be an act of righteousness. However, there is no rush. This serpent has just begun its crossing at the peak of its strength. It would be wise to let some reckless, loose cultivators go first, expend its power, and then we will act. Furthermore, waiting until the serpent reaches the rivers and its bloodline purifies, transforming its demon core into a dragon core, will yield far greater value. Prepare yourselves well. The flesh and blood of this serpent will provide nourishment for you. Yes, master. On the summit of Qing Foam Mountain, merely 50 miles from Ganyubo, two women clad in Taoist robes stood at the peak, gazing in one direction. Master, Li Sisi raised her head, looking at her mentor with concern. Will Bai Jiang truly be able to cross into the sea smoothly? Smoothly? Fu Chun slowly shook her head. For a serpent tribe to transform into a dragon, many perils lie ahead. If it were an easy endeavor, countless demon cultivators would not have perished. Moreover, the recent appearance of such a celestial phenomenon at the onset of the river crossing cannot escape the notice of the various sections. Li Sisi listened intently as Fu Chun continued, according to their beliefs. A serpent tribe crossing the river to undergo tribulation is an act of seizing the essence of heaven and earth, often leading to devastation for the common folk along the way. In truth, this is somewhat exaggerated. What serpent capable of crossing the river is foolish. The paths they choose for crossing are meticulously examined to minimize impact on the mundane populace, ensuring they do not attract unnecessary karmic retribution that could hinder their own tribulation. Therefore, unless some wicked individuals are involved, the majority of serpent crossings will mostly result in financial loss rather than harm to people. Moreover, every situation has its duality. After a serpent crosses, the regions it traverses will experience a decade of favorable weather and bountiful harvests. Those cultivators constantly proclaim their intent to eliminate harm for the common people. In truth, do they ever genuinely care for the ordinary folk? This is merely a pretext. Their concern lies not with the common populace, but solely with their own gains and losses. Yet, Master, although traversing the river is arduous for Bai, hasn't missed her. Xiao prepared for this day for so many years. Upon hearing the Master's words, Li Sisi became increasingly anxious. Indeed, Fu Chun gazed in a certain direction. For 48 years, all he had done was not only for the sake of the world as people, but also for her. Thus, Xiao and Mo, do you believe that in death, time will ultimately allow her to let go? But could she truly let go? In Huaishu village, the rain intensified. At the village entrance, an elder sitting on a stone rose to his feet. He brushed off the dust from his garments, contracted his form, and with a single step, vanished from sight. A child observed the empty stone, blinking his large eyes in curiosity. Where did that old man go? Simultaneously, numerous cultivators sensed the overwhelming demonic aura and terrifying thunder tribulation emanating from Ganyubo, realizing that the serpent clan was undergoing their tribulation. They flocked to hunt, vying for opportunities. Most of these cultivators were solitary practitioners. Now, with such prospects at hand, Even though they were aware of the dangers and the possibility that this serpent might attract the attention of other sects, they could not quell their insatiable greed. What if they could slay this serpent themselves? Thus, many solitary cultivators banded together to hunt this river-crossing serpent. As a group of 20 solitary practitioners approached within 10 miles of Ganyu Bo, an elder clad in a blue robe stood before them. Chapter 73. Mortals with lifespans of mere 100 years. The group of over 20 solitary practitioners had initially sought opportunities in a nearby ruin. However, as they emerged from the cave, they were struck by an overwhelming surge of demonic energy. They gazed toward the stormy clouds, astonished to find that a serpent clan was undergoing tribulation. The very fact that such a celestial phenomenon had occurred indicated that this serpent possessed extraordinary talent, perhaps even a lineage reminiscent of its ancestors. Solitary practitioners, accustomed to the bloodshed of their trade, felt compelled to test their mettle against this tribulation serpent, fully aware of its formidable strength. After all, the entire body of a tribulation serpent was a treasure. If they delayed any longer and drew the attention of others, this serpent might no longer be theirs. Thus, they resolved to hunt this serpent together, planning to divide the spoils amongst themselves. However, unexpectedly, before they reached the lake, an elderly man blocked their path. "Is there something you need, sir?" queried a solitary practitioner named Guoxiudan, a cultivator at the early Yuaning stage. As he stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Xiao Mo, Guoxiudan scrutinized the elder, detecting no flow of spiritual energy within him. Instead, he sensed a profound aura of national fortune. This man was an official of the Qi kingdom, and not one of low rank, Guoxiudan concluded. Yet, he was puzzled as to why this Qi official had set his sights on their group. Xiao Mo returned the bow, saying, "The serpent crossing the river is someone of great importance to me. Might I request that you gentlemen show mercy?" A cultivator named Chunji chuckled. "An esteemed official of the Qi kingdom pleading for a serpent? This hardly aligns with the customs of your kingdom, does it?" Another cultivator interjected. "When it brings calamity and floods, will the people of the Qi kingdom not lament? We're doing you a favor. She possesses a kind heart. She will surely control herself while crossing the river. Furthermore, there are various waterways to manage it, and I have already informed each district and county to prepare in advance. Si I will Montag patiently explain it. Therefore, there is no need for you to intervene." Guoxiudan furrowed his brow, no longer willing to be courteous to this old man. "You know, sir, we solitary practitioners differ from those of large sections. Everything we have is earned through risking our lives. This tribulation serpent represents a tremendous opportunity for us. How can we let it pass? It seems I will not yield." Xiao Mo shook his head. Guoxiudan's expression darkened. "Do you think you can stand in our way?" Xiao Mo sighed softly. "Let us see." In that very moment, as Xiao Mo's words hung in the air, Guoxiudan drew back his bow, golden arrows shimmering on the string. Releasing his fingers, the bowstring twanged, and a cold light shot straight for Xiao Mo's heart. The entire motion was as swift as a startled swan, completed in the blink of an eye. Yet, just as the arrow was a mere inch from Xiao Mo's chest, it suddenly halted, as if colliding with an invisible barrier, suspended in midair. Xiao Mo waved his sleeve, and the arrow fell like a candle extinguished by the wind, disintegrating into motes of spiritual energy, vanishing without a trace. "Please depart," Xiao Mo spoke slowly. "A mere mortal." Guoxiudan fully revealed his disdain for mortals. What the mountain and river's fortune? Ultimately, he was but a commoner with a lifespan of no more than 100 years. Guoxiudan drew his bow once more, layers of radiance suddenly blossoming in the void behind him. Countless golden arrows, glimmering fiercely, emerged from the light, poised to strike. The bowstring sang, and over 100 brilliant golden rainbows tore through the air, hurtling toward Xiao Mo like a meteor shower. Simultaneously, the surrounding solitary practitioners launched their attacks. In an instant, flames roared, ice shards glimmered, and poisonous mist crackled with thunderous energy, all descending with a sense of annihilation. There were no tests, no mercy. Solitary practitioners acted with full force, even if they looked down upon their opponent. This was a lion hunting a rabbit, employing all their strength. "What folly!" Xiao Mo sighed lightly, stepping forward. In that instant, the dark mountain and river's fortune emanated from his feet, spreading like ripples, and then converging like rivers flowing to the sea. In the blink of an eye, a massive dark dragon, composed of pure mountain and river fortune, coiled around him, its scales and claws vivid and lifelike. As soon as the ink dragon took form, it raised its head and roared defiantly at the approaching crowd, unleashing a sound that reverberated through the heavens. After a brief incense sticks time, only Guoxiudan remained of the 20-plus solitary practitioners. He was gravely injured, his tattered clothing soaked in blood. At that moment, Guoxiudan found himself suspended in the air, his chest pierced by the dragon's claw. How is this possible? Guoxiudan lowered his head, staring at the gaping hole in his chest, disbelief filling his eyes. He never imagined that this old man's mountain and river fortune could be so potent, even enhanced by the legacy of humanity. But it was too late for regrets. As Xiao Mo extended his hand to touch his forehead, a cultivator at the Yuan Ing stage instantaneously exploded into a mist of blood. Coughing, Xiao Mo cleared his throat after dispatching the 20 solitary practitioners, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion appearing even more aged. The mountain and river fortune expended in his recent spell would return to the heavens, taking time to replenish. Such is the nature of official arts. An official could exhaust the accumulated mountain and river fortune within a single day. Yet, to fully recover, it could take months or even years. The remaining mountain and river fortune should suffice. Xiao Mo wiped the blood from his lips, taking a deep breath. Thunder rumbled ominously, and the rain poured down, as if the heavens themselves were weeping. Xiao Mo gazed towards Ganyubo, where Rushui had already departed from Ganyubo, flowing downstream along a small creek towards Ximing Lake. As Bai Rushui departed from Ganyuebo, she felt as if she had transformed, her body becoming more robust, her spiritual energy surging with newfound vigor, and the scales upon her skin seemed to be undergoing a metamorphosis. Nevertheless, Bai Rushui remained indifferent to these changes. Her sole desire was to swim forward with all her might, hastening toward the North Sea to endure the tribulation and acquire the Long Tingyi. With the Long Tingyi in her possession, Xiao Mo would have no reason to leave her. Beneath the arch bridge, a bronze-hued long sword hung, suspended. Bai Rushui focused her mind. Xiao Mo had mentioned that this was the Zhanlong Jian. As Bai Rushui drew closer, the sword quivered violently, as if it were about to break free from its bindings and lunge at her. From the Zhanlong Jian, Bai Rushui sensed the blood of her kin, as if the remnants of her ancestors were warning her to stay away. The innate sense of restraint instilled a sense of trepidation within her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. In the past, this timid woman, who would shy away even from thunder, might have retreated. Yet, the image of a man flickered in her mind. Xiao Mo Bai Rushui steadied her resolve and charged toward the arch bridge. With a clang, the Zhanlong Jian seemed to awaken, breaking free from its restraints to slash at Bai Rushui. Chapter 74. What could be wrong? At the summit of Chongqing Mountain in Chongping County, an elderly man opened his eyes. In the mundane realm of the Wangchao dynasty, certain officials possessed the innate ability to cultivate. Among these officials, those who performed numerous good deeds during their lifetime and earned the admiration of the populace could be revered after death, their spirits enshrined in temples, and be conferred the title of deities of mountains and rivers by the emperor. Unless the dynasty were to perish or the landscape to change, these deities could exist indefinitely. Generally, however, most officials would not choose this path. Yet, some were willing to become deities of mountains and rivers, for who could predict the events of the next life? It was entirely possible that they might face annihilation in their subsequent existence. Moreover, some officials genuinely devoted themselves to the welfare of the people, unable to abandon them. The elder, known as Wei Yuan, was the mountain god of Chongqing Mountain in the Qi Kingdom. Wei Yuan cast his gaze toward a nearby stream, where a massive white serpent surged toward the Zhanlong Jian suspended beneath the arch bridge. The sword flew out, striking the serpent's body, leaving several gashes. With a clang, the Zhanlong Jian, seemingly enraged, aimed for the serpent's brow. However, the serpent's long tail flicked, sending the sword flying and embedding it in a stone on the bank. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Rushui quickly crossed the arch bridge, swimming toward the direction of Ximing Lake. This serpent possesses considerable talent, Wei Yuan mused, nodding thoughtfully. Yet, this was merely the first trial. The Zhanlong Jian was not just one sword. As Bai Rushui swam past the arch bridge and glanced back, the Zhanlong Jian indeed did not pursue her. Xiao Mo was correct. She merely needed to navigate through the trials. After swimming past Sihuan Stream, Bai Rushue successfully entered Siming Lake. As she immersed herself in the waters of Siming Lake, she felt her scales gradually heating up and the blood within her surged restlessly. It seemed as though her body was enlarging, with something within her abdomen yearning to emerge. Bai Rushue recalled the lessons Xiao Mo had imparted, understanding that she was reverting to her ancestral form. Upon entering the sea, she would transform into a Jiao, also known as a Qianlong, and at this moment, all that remained was to endure the 9-dragon mystic thunder tribulation to obtain the Long Ting Yi. Taking a deep breath, Bai Rushue traversed Siming Lake and swam in a Chunsong River. Why is this serpent so eager to undergo tribulation? Wei Yuan wondered, surprised. He had encountered serpents undergoing tribulation before, but this was the first time he had seen one so impatient. Alas, it is time for me to intervene, Wei Yuan decided, shaking his head and preparing to confront the white serpent. Indeed, while this serpent appeared docile, unlike other malevolent serpents that wrought calamities and caused suffering to countless beings, if this serpent were slain within his domain, its corpse would nourish the land for miles, far surpassing the benefits of the subsequent dragon rain. Boom! As Bai Rushue entered Chunsong River, torrential raindrops poured down and thunder roared incessantly. The waters of Chunsong River churned violently, immense waves crashing against Bai Rushue's form. Although she was swimming downstream, the river's current surged upward, impeding her progress. In Chunsong town, every household remained shuttered. Everyone gazed at the sky, watching the flashes of lightning and the furious downpour, their hearts filled with dread as if the world had descended into chaos. Mother, why is the rain so heavy today? A little girl with horned braids nestled against her mother's embrace, witnessing such a downpour for the first time in her life. The young mother shook her head in uncertainty, gently patting her daughter's back. Mother, Grandpa Wong said that heavy rain could lead to disasters. Will we be in danger? The little girl asked anxiously. Oh, the little girl nodded. Though she did not fully comprehend her father's words, she knew that the esteemed Xiao Laocong, because of whom Chunsong County had become fertile land, ensured that she would have enough to eat every year. At Chunhao Weir, the county magistrate had brought 2,000 officials and soldiers dispatched from the prefecture, busily transporting bags of earth, preparing for the worst. Truly, these projects left behind by Xiao Laocong are commendable. The magistrate reflected, gazing at the surging waters. Otherwise, this torrential rain would surely wash away his official cap. Look, my lord. At that moment, a county clerk exclaimed. The magistrate raised his head to see a 12-zhang-long white serpent rising from Chunsong River. Lightning illuminated the massive serpent's head. Good heavens! The magistrate was so startled that he fell to the ground. In the next instant, the Zhanlong Jian and the long binding lock flew out from beneath the bridge of Chunsong River. The onlookers beheld the ethereal figures of two old men, their bodies entwined with the aura of mountains, rivers, and the prayers of the people. Each grasped a Zhanlong Jian and a long binding lock, stepping forward toward the gigantic serpent. The two elders were the river god of Chunsong River, Gai Sanxiu, and Wei Yuan, the mountain god of Chongqing Mountain. Vile beast, do not act recklessly. We have come to claim you. Gai Sanxiu and Wei Yuan manifested their 20 zhang forms, charging at Bai Rushue. Just as Bai Rushue prepared to defend herself, the sound of an elderly man's cough reverberated through the heavens and earth. Roar! In an instant, a 30-zhang-long black dragon collided with the river god and mountain god, knocking them to the ground. A figure clad in a green robe appeared in the sky, gazing calmly at the deities of mountains and rivers. Xiaomo, Gai Sanxiu, rising to his feet, recognized the visitor and seethed with anger. As a human saint of the mundane realm, holding the position of prime minister, how dare you aid a vile beast in crossing the river? Xiaomo raised his head, hands clasped behind his back, rain drenching his green robe. In the expanse of heaven and earth, only the old man's calm voice could be heard. What would be wrong with that? Chapter 75, Xi o Montag. Do you no longer care for your reputation? Xiaomo's voice echoed across the skies above Chunsong River. The magistrate of Chunsong County, witnessing the unfolding events, found himself questioning whether he was witnessing an illusion. He could understand a serpent causing rain as it transformed into a dragon. Such occurrences were not unheard of. He could also comprehend the river god of Chunsong River and the mountain god of Chongqing Mountain attempting to thwart the serpent's tribulation. However, he never expected that the renowned Shao Prime Minister would actually assist a serpent in traversing its tribulation, even going so far as to confront the river god and mountain god. Bai Ruxue raised her serpent head, gazing at Xiao Mo, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. She never anticipated that Xiao Mo would follow her. Xiao Mo, do not concern yourself with me. I can manage this on my own, she called out, her gaze filled with worry. Attempt to flee? It shall not be so simple. Gai Sancho scoffed, wielding the Zhanlong sword, which transformed into a golden arc, striking directly at the head of the white serpent. The brilliant sword light illuminated the river surface, cleaving through the tumultuous waves and creating a profound chasm. As water cascaded down like a celestial river, Xiao Mo recited verses, invoking the power of his words. Water droplets gathered in response, swiftly coalescing into a suspended waterfall that thunderously descended, intercepting the lethal sword light. Xiao Mo, as you stand on the brink of death, what connection do you have with this serpent demon? Are you willing to forsake your name? Wei Yuan observed coldly from the side. In truth, Wei Yuan harbored a deep admiration for Xiao Mo. As a minister, he had ascended to the position of prime minister, standing second only to the emperor. His contributions to the common people were significant, with works such as Nanbei Nongshu and Qigua Shui Liao Shu, which would benefit generations to come. Xiao Mo had already been revered as a sage among mortals. How could such a remarkable figure aid the demon race in their transformation? Was he unaware of the long-standing animosity between humanity and demons, a conflict that had reached an irreconcilable point? His life had been unblemished. So why taint his legacy at the moment of his demise? My name? Xiao Mo adjusted his sleeves, resembling an ordinary scholar. Wei Shanshan, compared to my legacy, I value the presence of those before me far more. Very well, Prime Minister Xiao. Do not blame me for my rudeness. Wei Yuan recognized the futility of persuasion and ceased to speak further. Gai Sancho stepped forward, abruptly swinging the binding dragon lock. The chain, like a sentient creature, shot through the river, piercing the surging waves in pursuit of Bai Ruxue's waist. Yet, Xiao Mo had already arrived, his foot seemingly landing casually, but precisely stepping upon the chain. The vicious chain writhed futilely, as if a constricted python, unable to advance further. Simultaneously, Bai Ruxue swam toward Xiao Mo, attempting to assist him. In that instant, the river behind her surged upward, transforming into a crystalline barrier that stood before her. Ruxue, now is your chance. Flee. Xiao Mo transmitted his thoughts to Bai Ruxue. However, she had no intention of departing. Ruxue, have you forgotten what I told you? Xiao must tone his oftent. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Ruxue turned and dove into the river, swimming toward the distance. As the torrent of the river battered her serpent form, all she desired was to go faster, even faster. If she could surpass the Chun Song He, those two river deities would be powerless against her. Then Xiao Mo need not confront them, and he would remain unscathed. Observing Bai Ruxue swim against the current, a smile crept upon Xiao Mo's lips. With a thought, the essence of mountains and rivers, the incense of the people, and the fate of the literary path coalesced into a dark dragon, which clamped down on the binding dragon lock beneath him and forcefully dragged it, sending forth towering waves. Gai Sancho aimed to thwart the white serpent, intending to slay it on the spot. However, the dark dragon burst through the waves, colliding with him, its claws firmly grasping his wrist. Gai Sancho attempted to control the river, conjuring water dragons to assault Bai Ruxue. Yet, she remained unfazed, shattering one water dragon with her long tail and obliterating another as she pressed onward. Although Gai Sancho, as a river deity, could manipulate Chun Song He to a certain extent, there were limitations. Otherwise, the human realm would have long been free of floods and disasters. After exhausting considerable essence of mountains and rivers, Gai Sancho could no longer impede the white serpent and ultimately allowed her to swim away. Xiao Montag, Vai Yuan Zeit. Uncertain whether he lamented the departure of the white serpent or was disheartened by Xiao Mo's association with the demon race, tarnishing his decades-long reputation. Let's leave it to the emperor to decide. Wei Yuan shook his head, gesturing grandly as a decree transformed into golden light, soaring toward the imperial city. After the passage of 2 incense sticks time, Chang Kuei, the head of the monitoring celestial department within the palace, sensed something and looked northward, where a beam of golden light was approaching. He extended his hand, intercepting the glimmer, and a decree landed in his grasp. Not daring to delay, he hurried to the imperial study. Your Majesty, there is a decree from Wei Yuan, the mountain god of Chongqing Mountain. Chong Kuei bowed, presenting the document with both hands. The Qi sovereign signaled to a nearby eunuch. Eunuch Zhao promptly took the decree and presented it to the emperor. As the Qi sovereign unfolded the decree, his brow furrowed slightly, his complex gaze revealing surprise and disbelief. You too, take a look. The Qi sovereign tossed the decree into eunuch Zhao's arms. He quickly caught it, sharing a glance with Chong Kuei as they both examined the document. Upon finishing, their expressions mirrored the emperor's complexity. What are your opinions on this matter? The Qi sovereign inquired. This humble servant dares not speak on state affairs. Eunuch Zhao quickly knelt. Chong Kuei, what do you think? The Qi sovereign turned to the head of the monitoring celestial department. Chong Kuei pondered for a moment. The enmity between humanity and demons is irreconcilable. The old prime minister's actions are indeed questionable. It is truly inappropriate. If I remain inactive, I fear the world and the other 9 great dynasties will voice their concerns. The Qi sovereign nodded. Convey my decree to let Wang Wei, the governor of Qingzhou, Su Shana, the governor of Beihai, and Zhu Guqing, the governor of Jizhou, proceed to eliminate the white serpent. Upon the emperor's command, eunuch Zhao and Chong Kuei exchanged glances. Wang Wei, Su Shanga, and Zhu Guqing were all esteemed disciples of the old prime minister Shao. Your Majesty has commanded them to go. The Qi sovereign sighed, gazing toward the Chun Song He. My father has lived a life of strict self-discipline, pouring his heart and soul into Qi. Now that he is returning to the earth, let him indulge just this once. Moreover, let his 3 most favored disciples accompany him on his final journey. Chapter 76. Is the soul to scatter? Whether scattered or not, it matters not. Bai Ruxue swam across the Chun Song He and entered the Luo Shui. Gai Sanxiu and Wei Yuan indeed ceased their pursuit. As deities of mountains and rivers, they were bound to their territories. Since the white serpent had departed, they could no longer enforce their authority. I apologize for any offense. Xiao Mo waved his large sleeve, dissipating the dark dragon, and bowed to Gai Sanxiu and Wei Yuan. Rising, Gai Sanxiu and Wei Yuan exchanged complex glances with the human sage before them. Xiao Mo, you have amassed a lifetime of incense and the essence of mountains and rivers. Yet in the end, you have devoted it all to this white serpent. Do you truly believe it is worth it? Gai Sanxiu queried. Although he had little interaction with Xiao Mo, having only seen him from a distance upon his arrival at Chun Song, he held profound respect for a man who dedicated his life to the welfare of the people. Xiao Montak smedet. As long as it is for something dear to my heart, then it is indeed worthwhile. You, with the frail body of a mortal, interfere in the demon's transformation. You may stop us now, but what of the future? The more essence you expend, the lower your own cultivation will become. This white serpent possesses extraordinary talent. Countless sects have already set their sights upon her. Once the essence is depleted, can your strength even compare to that of a Yuaning? Can you truly assist her? Do not let it lead to your own demise. Wei Yuan offered his final counsel. Xiao Mo nodded. I understand. Yet even a little help is better than none. After all, I am nearing the end of my days. Ah, Wei Yuan sighed heavily, angrily waving his sleeve as he turned to leave. Gai Zangqiu Kautionet, Xiao Montak. Do not let your soul scatter. At the very least, strive for a next life. Xiao Mo smiled and clasped his hands in a bow. I shall do my utmost. Respectfully bowed to Xiao, ultimately merging into the river. After the 2 deities of mountains and rivers departed, Xiao turned to gaze towards the direction of Lu Shu. With a single step, he ascended into the air above the river. The fortunes of the mountains and rivers should suffice. Thunder rumbled once more above Lu Shu. Another serpent of the river emerged. A torrent of Lu Shu surged into the sky, sculpted as if by the hands of a master craftsman, ultimately taking the form of a woman. Her name was Ingqi Enqian. It was said that she was the sister of the founding ancestor of the Q state. During the establishment of the Q state, beset by internal strife and external threats, Ingqi Enqian was married off to Ing as a means of forging an alliance for temporary growth. In Ing, she garnered the trust of the kingdom's ruler through her exceptional beauty, wisdom, and eloquence. The 2 nations enjoyed a long-lasting peace, with Ingqi Enqian making indelible contributions. However, war eventually erupted anew, and when the forces of Ing invaded Lu Shu, they fell into an ambush set by Q. The informant was none other than Ing Chi and herself. The ruler of Ing perished in Lu Shu, leading to a catastrophic defeat for his forces. Yet, Ing Chi declared that she had fulfilled her loyalty to Q and now owed her duty to her husband. She plunged into Lu Shu, moving the hearts of the people who erected temples in her honor. The ruler of Q conferred upon her the title of Water Goddess of Lu Shu. You possess a commendable lineage. I did not intend to impede your way, but my duty compels me to see if you can pass. The Water Goddess of Lu Shu waved her grand sleeve, unleashing 1,000 swords forged from the river's essence toward Su. Su's long tail swirled into a vortex, her scales emanating a blinding white light, steadfastly withstanding the initial onslaught. The blades grazed her serpentine body, drawing forth droplets of blood. Quite resilient, Ing Chi flicked her fingertip, causing Lu Shu to invert and transform into a prison that ensnared Su. In the next moment, soldiers conjured from the river, wielding long swords, sharp blades, and halberds, charged towards Su. Her pupils contracted suddenly, and 4 bulges beneath her abdomen ruptured. With a hiss, for dragon claws burst forth from her scales. Hiss! Bish's roar shattered the water prison, causing the thousands of soldiers formed from Lu Shu to dissolve into droplets. Not yet transformed into a Jiao and already possessing claws, Ing Chi was taken aback. She could sense that this white serpent's bloodline talent was exceptional, but she had not anticipated it reaching such heights, truly a rarity. Su's body gradually turned pale, a sign of shedding her serpentine skin, beneath which lay new dragon scales. The newly formed dragon scales radiated a brilliant luster, as if carved from gemstones. Roar! Su no longer emitted a serpent's hiss, but instead a dragon's roar. She propelled herself forward, battling against the current of Lu Shu. Layers of serpent skin gradually shed from her body. With a splash, Ing Chi turned, and Lu Shu began to coalesce, restoring her shattered form. She beckoned with her index finger, summoning chains of water to bind Su's limbs, head, and vital points. But Su raised her head and unleashed a torrent of white lightning, obliterating the chains. Water Goddess of Ming, we have arrived. Just as Su was about to break free from Ing Chi's grasp, 3 elders appeared in the sky. Observing their official robes and the abundant aura of mountains and rivers, Ing Chi inclined her body in respect. Thank you, esteemed guardians. No need for such formality. Wi smiled, and then turned to address the white serpent, which had traversed 150 li of Lu Shu, bellowing, "Beasts, surrender at once." Wi's admonition, bolstered by the power of the mountains and rivers, took form, akin to the thunderous decree of deities. A golden character for capture reverberated toward the serpent that had sprouted limbs. Roar! Su turned her head and let out a dragon's roar, shattering the golden character. Not yet at the river's sea, and this serpent is already so domineering. Ing, astonished, urged, let's resolve this swiftly. Agreed. Vengev replied in unison. The 3 cast their official seals simultaneously. 3 jade-green seals manifested as colossal figures, inscribed with the words for the people, standing firmly in heaven and earth. Fall! The seals locked onto the essence of the white serpent, descending like 3 great mountains to suppress her. Recognizing that she could not resist the 3 seals, Su swam forward with all her might. Suddenly, as if a spring breeze had swept through the night, 1,000 pear trees bloomed. Just as the 3 seals were about to subdue Su, a voice from an elder drifted through the air. In an instant, hundreds of pear trees bloomed, holding the 3 seals in place, preventing them from descending further. An elder stood with hands clasped behind his back atop the tallest pear tree, clearing his throat. Upon recognizing the elder's visage, the 3 were taken aback. Master? Chapter 77. I shall accompany you on this final stretch of the journey. When Ing Wi and the others beheld their master standing upon the pear tree, they were momentarily stunned, doubting their own vision. Had the master retired to his hometown? What brought him to Lu Shu? Moreover, Why had he intervened to save this white serpent? Bir Su glanced at Xiom, wishing to assist, but reason dictated that she must hasten to the sea. Otherwise, no matter her persuasion, Xiom would not depart. Remaining here would only hinder him. Observing his most esteemed 3 disciples, Xiom smiled. I did not expect the sovereign would send all 3 of you. Master, what is your intent? Zhg stepped forward to inquire. Protect her until she reaches the sea, Xiom replied calmly. XSHNGO displayed a troubled expression. Master, she is a demon. Xiom nodded. I am aware. The 3 fell silent. The sovereign must have sent you to prevent her from traversing to the river. Did he not? Xiom stroked his graying beard and continued, in that case, fulfill your duties without concern for anything else. The 3 exchanged glances and quickly made a decision, bowing deeply to Xiom. Master, we have offended you. As her words fell, WI and the others' official robes billowed, and the aura of the mountains and rivers coalesced into 3 dark serpents that spiraled skyward. HG took the initiative, unleashing 100 golden edicts from his sleeve, each word sharp as a blade. Those who serve must rectify the wicked. Indeed, Xiom nodded, a look of approval in his eyes. Xiom's frail fingers traced the air, and the pear trees erupted, showering thousands of petals that formed a shield, blocking all the edicts. Amidst the swirling golden fragments of paper and petals, XSHNGO and WW bypassed their master, riding the waves to pursue Bir Su. They harbored no desire to harm their master, only seeking to eliminate the white serpent. Once this serpent was slain, they would have no reason to oppose their master and would subsequently seek his forgiveness. To receive the master's protection along the path is a stroke of immense fortune. Soaring above the white serpent, WW marveled, directing his brush toward Bir Su's head. Concurrently, XSHNGO ascended into the air, manifesting the illusion of the Su Nwu in great bow in his hands. As the bowstring was drawn, the essence of the mountains and rivers condensed into an arrow, aimed directly at the serpent's vital points, the heart and soul of the beast. With a twang, the sound of the bowstring resonated, and the arrow transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Bir Su. In that moment of life and death, Xiom extricated himself from ZHG grasp, positioning himself before WI. He formed his fingers into a sword, touching the right side of WI's brush. WI's soul jolted, his face paling as he retreated several meters. His official boots leaving long trails upon the river's surface, his right hand, holding the brush, rendered numb and incapable of lifting. Following that, Xiom extended his hand, catching the arrow aimed at Bir Su with his bare hand. Boom! The towering waves of Lu Shu surged dozens of meters high, toppling willows on both banks. As the waves subsided, the arrow in Xiom's grasp slowly dissipated, leaving only an elder standing calmly upon the lake's surface, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, sliding down his chin and merging into Lu Shu, gradually dissolving. Cough, cough, cough. I must not be seen by her in this state. Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then concealed his frail life force with the aura of the mountains and rivers before soaring toward Yunyajiang. Aren't the 3 of you chasing after us? Meng Qianqian inquired of the 3 governors. We have but a scant amount of the mountain and river's fortune left. Further pursuit would be futile. Zhu Guqing replied with a shake of his head. Wang Wei bowed respectfully to Meng Qianqian, stating, We have exerted our utmost efforts, and we hope the water deity will bear witness. Rest assured, I shall report to His Majesty and convey your diligence. Meng Qianqian nodded. Su Shana expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, water deity. Initially, the water deity of Luo Shui and Wang Wei had indeed harbored intentions of vanquishing evil. However, once the water deity learned that Wang Wei and the others were disciples of Xiao Mo, the meaning of His Majesty's intentions became clear. Similarly, Wang Wei and his companions understood that the emperor was aware of the white python crossing the river, and with their master safeguarding the path. The emperor had sent them knowing they would not confront their master directly. It seemed His Majesty wished to turn a blind eye, primarily to maintain appearances for the human race and other kingdoms. Additionally, there appeared to be another motive, to allow them to escort their master on his final journey. Indeed, The three of them could afford to show leniency. However, would the cultivators from other sects do the same for their master? This white python exhibited signs of ancestral return, its entire being a treasure, likely having attracted the attention of numerous sects long ago. Their master, in his frail form, had consumed the fortune of the mountains and rivers while protecting this white python, and now he would face those sects. Could he truly survive? Who is this white serpent? Why does our master care so much? Wang Wei pondered aloud. Listening to Zhuge Qing's speculations, the others remained silent. Only Meng Qianqian gazed toward the direction the elder had departed, murmuring, "What a lovesick soul." After crossing Luo Shui, Bai Ruxue entered Yinjiang. Once she reached the North Sea, she would encounter the Thunder Tribulation. If she successfully navigated through it, the python would fully transform into a dragon, solidifying her physique and realm. As she swam with all her might, her heart was heavy with concern for Xiao Mo. Yet, she knew she could not afford a pause. Once the journey on the river commenced, there could be no turning back. She must hasten to the sea, undergo the tribulation, and then carry Xiao Mo away to freedom, using the Long Ting liquid to prolong his life. Ruxue. Just as Bai Ruxue's anxiety peaked, a refined voice of an elder resounded. Filled with joy, Bai Ruxue lifted her head to see her beloved soaring toward her. "Xiao Mo, are you all right?" "I am fine," Xiao Mo responded, seated upon Bai Ruxue's back. "The governor of North Sea Prefecture is my friend, and I have made the necessary arrangements, so there should be no issues. Rest assured, I will obtain the Long Ting liquid. I have a feeling that when we enter the sea, it will be the 9 dragons' profound thunder tribulation," Bai Ruxue declared earnestly. "Then I can extend your life." Xiao Mo smiled gently. "No need." He shook his head. Chapter 78. You must not encounter any mishaps. Zhuangjiaqian. This grand river traversed the entirety of North Sea Prefecture. Upon Bai Ruxue's entry into the river, although it triggered a torrential downpour, the waterways Xiao Mo had meticulously cleared over the years were far from mere decorations, and the grand dikes built in North Sea Prefecture were no trifle. Moreover, Xiao Mo had long informed the governor of North Sea Prefecture, ensuring preparations were in place. Thus, the citizens along the banks would mostly experience mere fright without suffering any significant harm. Xiao Mo perched upon Bai Ruxue's back, observing as her form visibly transformed. Her elongated body coiled and stretched, now measuring an impressive 30 zhang. The silvery scales that covered her glimmered under the faint light like an icy river crystallized from moonlight and starlight. A pair of newly sprouted, translucent silver dragon horns emerged from her forehead, delicately sculpted like jade shoots carved from ice and snow. Still tender, yet already radiating a pure and flawless luster alongside an extraordinary outline. Ordinary dragons lack horns, but Ruxue possessed them, a testament to her pure lineage. Additionally, the new snow-white fur cascading from her neck and spine flowed like tassels, shimmering with a silken sheen. Ruxue's newly formed limbs bore 4 claws. While most dragons typically have only 3, her eyes gradually transformed into golden vertical pupils. Though Ruxue had yet to enter the sea, her form bore no distinction from that of an ordinary dragon. Believing she would face some obstruction, Bai Ruxue found none. Xiao Mo nodded. It is indeed going smoothly. Just as Xiao Mo finished speaking, a sudden focus gripped his mind as if he sensed something. "Ruxue, some friends have arrived. I must meet them. You continue swimming forward without fear. I will always be with you." Xiao Mo smiled. Before Bai Ruxue could respond, Xiao Mo stood up and soared into the sky. Bai Ruxue glanced anxiously at the heavens but soon steadied her heart and swam forward with all her strength. Above the dark clouds, Xiao Mo clenched one fist before him and rested the other behind his back. The fierce wind rustled his azure robe as he awaited the last few individuals, the most troublesome ones. Before long, the leader of the Moon God Sect, Master Yi, and 5 elders approached. Observing the elder blocking their path, Master Yi furrowed his brow. "Are you waiting for us here?" "Not just for you," Xiao Mo replied, looking at the members of the Moon God Sect. "I must ask you all to stay your course and not proceed any further." Master Yi scrutinized Xiao Mo, voicing a question akin to those posed by previous rogue cultivators. "As an official of the Qi Kingdom, why do you protect a white python? When did your Qi Kingdom conspire with the demon race?" "Not so." Xiao Mo shook his head. "Protecting Ruxue is a personal matter, unrelated to the Qi Kingdom." "Arrogant." Master Yi extended his hand, a massive golden palm materializing above Xiao Mo. Suppression. With a downward motion of the golden palm, it bore down upon Xiao Mo. Cc. May I borrow your sword? Xiao Mo reached out and grasped at a location. 20 miles away, on a mountain peak, Li Cc felt her waist-sheathed sword tremble. The next moment, her sword transformed into a stream of light, flying toward Xiao Mo's direction. Just as Xiao Mo grasped the sword, the golden palm was but 3 zhang away from his head. You cultivators always underestimate mortals. With a swing of his sword, the golden palm shattered instantly. Master Yi and the others were alarmed, realizing the gravity of the situation. He was well aware that under the fortune of the mountains and rivers, Xiao Mo's strength rivaled that of the Ascendant Realm. However, after the previous battles, it was logical to assume that the fortune had been considerably depleted, causing his strength to wane. Yet how could he still match that of an immortal? Master Yi sought to negotiate peace, but it was too late. Xiao Mo stepped forward, his ink-colored figure gliding past them. With each swing of his sword, an elder burst into a mist of blood. Master Yi turned to flee. Your sword, young lady. Xiao Mo tossed the sword in his hand, and its sword passed Master Yi's direction. As Master Yi's spirit sought to escape, Xiao Mo flicked his sleeve, extinguishing his soul. However, the Moon God Sect was merely one of many sects coveting Rushue. Under the densely clouded, pitch-black sky, countless sects and over 100 cultivators surged forth. At this moment, Rushue was at her most fatigued, making it the opportune time to strike. Otherwise, once Rushue began her tribulation, they would find it exceedingly difficult to interfere. Should Rushue succeed in her tribulation, mastering her innate divine abilities, her realm would ascend to a new level. At that point, as the dragon entered the sea, pursuing her would become immensely challenging. Xiao Mo conjured 20 clones, charging toward those cultivators. He once again summoned an ink-colored dragon to shield Rushue. Roar. Rushue emitted a resonant dragon's roar, her tail sweeping through the air and reducing a cultivator to a mist of blood. Xiao Mo, you must flee. There is no need to assist me. I can handle these individuals on my own. Rushue gazed at Xiao Mo, who was valiantly protecting her in midair, her heart racing with anxiety as she feared he might encounter peril at any moment. Clenching her dragon claws, she realized Xiao Mo would not heed her words. She turned once more, plunging into the Yunyan River, swimming toward the estuary. Stupong Xiao Montak. You call me obstinate, yet you yourself are just as unyielding. Rushue cursed as she swam, praying that Xiao Mo would remain safe. She was on the verge of reaching the sea. Meanwhile, above in the firmament, cultivators were met with a grim fate as they burst into blood mist. Xiao Mo felt the energy of the mountains and rivers within him rapidly depleting, his strength waning with each passing moment. Fortunately, he had managed to shield over 100 cultivators behind him, creating a significant distance between Rushue and her assailants. In no more than half a stick of incense, Rushue would reach the sea. Xiao Mo faced the 100 cultivators, each of whom stared intently at him, both sides frozen in a tense standoff. The head of the Wandao Sect bellowed, Xiao Mo, do you truly believe you can withstand us all? Blood trickled from the corner of Xiao Mo's mouth as he wiped it away, standing tall and resolute as a pine tree. Let's find out. How audacious for a mere mortal. The Wandao Sect leader seethed, while the other cultivators regarded Xiao Mo with contempt, perceiving him as nothing more than a dead man. They had always looked down upon mortals. Even one imbued with the energy of mountains and rivers was merely a biting ant in their eyes. Yet, this ant dared to be so brazen. Kill him, the female leader of the Huayue sect commanded, as several elders advanced toward Xiao Mo, joined by countless others intent on ensuring this old fool's demise. Initially, his power had been formidable, but now, his reserves of energy had dwindled to the point where he was merely at the Yupu realm. If the battle continued, his strength would further diminish, rendering him as vulnerable as a mere finger could crush him. Yet, in the face of these cultivators, Xiao Mo remained composed. The dark, inky dragon reappeared behind him, roaring defiantly at the throng, showing no hint of fear. Faster! Move faster! I cannot hold on much longer. Rushue, you must hurry. At that moment, Rushue was nearly exhausted, her body moving solely by instinct. She knew she could not stop. If she did, Xiao Mo would surely perish. I must transcend the tribulation. I must complete it swiftly. Xiao Mo had previously mentioned that if she successfully underwent her tribulation, she would emerge renewed, ascending to a higher realm. Then, she could take Xiao Mo away from this place of turmoil, allowing the three of them, herself, Xiao Mo, and Xiao Qing, to live together in harmony. Stop right there. An elder from the Xingqian sect in the Yuanying realm obstructed by Rushue's path, casting out a dragon-catching net and channeling his incantation to expand it rapidly. Although this net was a mere imitation, he believed it sufficient to ensnare an untranscended dragon. Get out of my way! Rushue roared at the man before her, unleashing a blast of white lightning. As the net descended upon her, the lightning tore through it, creating a gaping hole. Rushue surged through the opening, colliding with the man. Not good. The man was jolted, attempting to flee. However, the dragon's might emanating from Rushue firmly ensnared his body. He trembled uncontrollably, unable to move. How could this be? She is merely an untranscended white dragon. With a powerful thrust, Rushue barreled past him. In that fleeting moment, the man glimpsed her golden vertical pupils. Although they reflected his image, it was evident that she held him in utter disregard. As Rushue's dragon horn made contact, he exploded into a mist of crimson. At the estuary of the Yunyan River, with its towering Tinzhong height, Rushue forcefully struck down with her four claws, leaping skyward toward the North Sea. Alarmed, the cultivators engaged with Xiao Mo sensed impending doom. With a resounding splash, the 30-zhang-long white dragon plunged into the sea, sending up 10 zhang of water spray. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead as the long-anticipated lightning tribulation finally descended. A bell tolled, echoing throughout the heavens as though heralding the commencement of the storm. The first bolt of lightning struck down towards Rushue, who bravely met it head-on. The lightning coursed through her body, sending a tingling sensation across her form, yet her determination only intensified. With a roar that echoed across the North Sea, Rushue unleashed her fury into the sky. The cultivators were taken aback. They had never witnessed such a defiant dragon. Typically, dragons would lower themselves in humility during their tribulations, demonstrating reverence toward the heavenly laws. Yet this white dragon was different. Not only did she show no fear of the heavens, but she also challenged them. Fellow cultivators, while this white dragon undergoes her tribulation, let us each set our formations and strike together once she concludes. The spoils, including dragon elixirs and bones, shall be divided afterward. What say you? The leader of the Luqiong sect called out to the other sections. I concur. I shall agree to this plan, came the responses of the others. This white dragon was extraordinary, with a purity of bloodline unmatched in their experience. Should she escape, they would regret it for years to come. Moreover, the dragon clan was known for holding grudges. If she were to attain enlightenment, they would not sleep soundly. With a crack, the second bolt of lightning descended, striking Rushue with threefold the force of the first. Her scales began to shed under the onslaught. The third, fourth, and fifth bolts followed, each more potent than the last. Rushue's once mighty form was battered and broken, her 30-zhang length flailing beneath the storm clouds. Meanwhile, the other cultivators stood 10 li away, each positioned in various directions, establishing small formations, waiting for the moment Rushue as tribulation concluded to strike. However, Xiao Mo would not allow them to have their way. Breaking free from the clutches of his adversaries, he commanded the ink-hued dragon to charge through, aiming to obliterate the cultivators setting their formations. As the night falls, I hear the wind and rain, the iron steeds and icy rivers invade my dreams. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Mo invoked Confucian magic. The wind and rain above coalesced into iron cavalry that surged forth against the cultivators. As Xiao Mo clashed with them, the sixth bolt of lightning descended. The lightning transformed into countless azure birds, tearing at Rushue's body. She endured the searing pain, furiously swatting them away. The seventh bolt arrived, and Rushue's consciousness began to blur. The seventh has come, only two remain. She glanced at Xiao Mo, his blood-stained robes visible in the distance, and her heart raced with urgency. Shaking her head vigorously, she charged upward, confronting the impending lightning. It seemed the heavenly laws sensed Rushue's challenge. The seventh and eighth bolts struck simultaneously. Rushue was hurled into the vast sea. Yet, in less than a breath, she surged from the depths, leaping once more towards the sky. A colossal dragon head emerged from the dark clouds, its visage bright and blue, transformed by the very lightning itself. Even though this thunder tribulation does not concern everyone, the oppressive aura it exudes causes cold sweat to bead on the backs of all present. The Nine Dragons' mystic thunder tribulation? How could this singular white Jiao provoke such a formidable trial? Is her bloodline truly so extraordinary? What fate has she encountered? Many cultivators then realized that the thunder tribulation endured by Rushua was indeed the perilous Nine Dragons' mystic thunder tribulation, a phenomenon that had not manifested for thousands of years. Roar! The thunder dragon's roar reverberated through heaven and earth, shaking the very ground. After weaving through the clouds, the thunder dragon charged directly at Rushua. Undeterred, she soared upward to meet it. As the final bolt of thunder descended, she called out, "Shout, Mo, wait for me." Chapter 80. Her world has already vanished. The collision between Rushua and the thunder dragon unleashed a tempest of thunder and wind, with arcs of lightning cleaving the sea. The deafening sound akin to celestial drums being struck. After a full 10 breaths, the tumultuous waves gradually calmed. The might of the thunder dissipated slowly, and the dark clouds above parted, allowing a ray of sunlight to pierce through and illuminate the form of the white Jiao. The charred flesh began to shed and fall away, replaced at a visible rate by fresh flesh, new scales emerging to cover her body. Her claws became increasingly sharp, and her dragon horns elongated, resembling shimmering silver coral. A celestial melody resonated through the air, and in the heavens above, a deep blue aperture unexpectedly opened. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Blue liquid fell from the sky, imbued with a faint thunderous aura and the fortune of the dragon clan. Dragon Thunder Liquid. Rushua's pupils constricted sharply. Though she had never encountered Dragon Thunder Liquid before, the bloodline within her proclaimed that this was the very essence she had yearned for. She quickly exhaled, enveloping the falling liquid to prevent it from plummeting into the ocean. Without delay, Rushua flew toward the source of the Dragon Thunder Liquid. Attack! With a command from a sect leader, the small formations beneath the feet of the cultivators erupted with light. Bolstered by these formations, each cultivator summoned their own life-bound artifacts to assault Rushua. These sect members had awaited this moment. Though the Jiao had solidified her realm after the tribulation, and her injuries from the ordeal were gradually healing, she remained vulnerable until her flesh fully regenerated. They could not let such an opportunity slip away. However, some cultivators deemed the risk of attacking this Jiao too great. Even if they succeeded in slaying her, their share would be negligible amidst the multitude of sect leaders present. At the very least, they could endanger their own lives. Thus, their eyes were set on the Dragon Thunder Liquid enveloped in dragon breath. Begone! Before these cultivators could reach the Dragon Thunder Liquid, Rushua unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, scattering them in disarray. For Rushua, the Dragon Thunder Liquid was of greater importance than her own life. Yet, in her singular focus on the liquid, she found herself entangled by numerous cultivators. With a swipe of her claw, one cultivator perished instantly. As more approached, Rushua's tail swept across, sending several members of the Sanyue sect flying. Seizing the fleeting moment, Rushua darted toward the Dragon Thunder Liquid. Under her command, the liquid transformed into a brilliant stream, racing toward her. The leader of the Yin-Yang sect discerned Rushua's profound attachment to the Dragon Thunder Liquid. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, he shifted his target, forming a hand seal that summoned a blazing fire Qilin, which lunged at the Dragon Thunder Liquid suspended in midair. Rushua's heart sank. She could not control the Dragon Thunder Liquid in time to evade the fire Qilin and instead position herself as a shield. Boom! The fire Qilin erupted against her back. The newly formed flesh and scales were instantly torn apart, exposing bone beneath. Pain surged through her, and she coughed up blood. Before the droplets could touch the sea, several fish leaped from the waves, hastily consuming them before vanishing into the depths. It's all right, it's all right. Rushua reassured herself as she gazed at the Dragon Thunder Liquid protected in front of her, sighing heavily in relief, unaware of her significant injuries. You fall into my trap, beast. Nowhere left to escape. The leader of the Fashion sect smirked, his hands weaving intricate seals. An array, quietly laid out beforehand, activated, extending ethereal chains that ensnared her neck, limbs, body, and tail. Rushua's heart jolted. She sensed the dire situation. Yet, her first instinct was to wrap the dragon thunder liquid in her spiritual energy, swallowing it to avert any damage. After securing the liquid, she attempted to break free from the binding chains. Roar! The white Jiao roared in fury. The ethereal chains clinked as she struggled against them. However, the spell was clearly designed to restrain Jiao, and Bai Ruxue could not escape in the short term. Go! The crimson-haired sword cultivator pointed, directing a massive sword nearly 4 meters long toward Bai Ruxue's dragon head. Bai Ruxue raised her head and let out a piercing cry, unleashing a brilliant bolt of thunder that shattered the sword. Yet, despite its ferocity, the sword's momentum visibly faltered before ultimately falling short. In the next moment, both sword and wielder were hurled violently against the jagged cliffs at the mouth of the ocean. Just as Bai Ruxue's breath ceased, a muscular cultivator wielding a giant axe charged at her, propelled by gale force. Beast, your life is forfeit. The giant axe erupted with black flames, emanating an aura reminiscent of Pangu, splitting the heavens and the earth. Bound by chains, Bai Ruxue struggled to invoke her dragon clan's innate techniques, but found herself restricted by the runes on the chains. She could only utilize her dragon breath, which she had already expended. At this moment, she could only watch helplessly as the giant axe drew nearer. What should I do? Xiao Mo is still under siege, and I Haven T delivered the dragon thunder liquid to him. She knew she could not withstand this blow. She did not fear death, but she worried that Xiao Mo might perish alongside her. Just as Bai Ruxue strained against the chains, a blood-stained figure in a green robe appeared before her. He was enveloped in the fortune of mountains and rivers, wielding a long sword he had inexplicably acquired. Boom! The giant axe clashed against the long sword. The surrounding sea surged, creating a towering wave that soared to 10 zhong. Xiao Mo followed with a punch. This seemingly casual strike bore the weight of mountains and rivers. Thud! The axe-wielding cultivator plummeted to the seabed like a meteor. Without hesitation, Xiao Mo turned and severed the chains with several sword strokes. We must go. Roar! Bai Ruxue ceased to linger in battle, lifting Xiao Mo on her back as they fled southward. From a book she had read, she recalled that if one continued south, they would reach a land inhabited entirely by demonkind. There, she and Xiao Mo would be safe. However, other cultivators would not allow Bai Ruxue to realize her wish. At this point, everyone understood that the white Jiao must die. Otherwise, they would be releasing a dragon into the sea, destined to face retribution in the future. Cough, cough, cough. Seated upon Bai Ruxue's back, Xiao Mo coughed a few times. Xiao Mo, are you all right? Bai Ruxue inquired with concern upon hearing his cough. Fine. It's nothing, Xiao Mo replied with a smile, shaking his head as he clenched the black blood he had just coughed up in his palm. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his gaze to the sky, feeling the warm embrace of the spring sun upon him. The azure sea below shimmered with glistening light. Xiao Mo slightly loosened his protective spell, allowing the briny sea breeze to gently tousle his hair, carrying with it a hint of the gentle warmth characteristic of spring. Closing his eyes, Xiao Mo turned his focus inward, realizing that the vitality of the mountains and rivers had dwindled significantly. His bodily essence had been entirely expended. Lowering his gaze, he loosened his azure robe, revealing a massive gash that traversed his torso, from which black flames emanated. In truth, under the recent strike, Xiao Mo had sustained grievous injuries, and both his spirit and body should have perished simultaneously. Yet, he clung to life with the last remnants of his vitality, barely sustaining his existence. However, as he gazed at his body, gradually dissipating along with the essence of the mountains and rivers, he understood that his time was limited. Ruxue, how do you feel? Are you all right? Xiao Mo inquired about her injuries. Turning, he glanced at the wound on Bai Ruxue's back. Indeed, the once charred flesh and scales had begun to regenerate. It was evident that Ruxue's innate talent was extraordinary, and the essence of the true dragon played a crucial role. Previously, when she was still a serpent, the essence only manifested in her cultivation. However, now that Ruxue had transformed, that essence had fully integrated into her bloodline. Although she remained a dragon, her bloodline purity far exceeded that of ordinary dragons. One manifestation of her bloodline's purification and ancestral return was her remarkable healing ability. Ruxue, how far have we flown? Xiao Mo asked once more. Bai Ruxue shook her head. I don't know, but perhaps around 700 miles? Indeed, we have traversed 700 miles together, Xiao Mo replied, adjusting his sleeves. It's quite wonderful. But it's not just 700 miles. Bai Ru Shui retorted. In the future, we must journey together across even greater distances, witness sunrises and sunsets, and behold the clouds drifting across the sky, exploring all corners of the world together. What's wrong, Xiao Mo? Are you unwilling? She asked, noticing his silence. Perhaps having evaded their pursuers and obtained the Long Ting liquid had significantly uplifted her spirits. No, I am willing, Xiao Mo smiled. Though his lower legs were already dissipating like stardust, akin to a blank sheet of paper being consumed by flames, turning into mere fragments. Whether you are willing or not, you must accept it. I have acquired the Long Ting liquid, and once I reach the Wan Yao kingdom, I will be completely safe. You can then consume the Long Ting liquid, which will extend your lifespan. Bai Ru Shui said cheerfully, her cheeks flushing slightly as she spoke. By then, we can marry, and I will bear you several children. Sons like you and daughters like me, they will surely be beautiful. Xiao Mo chuckled. As long as they resemble you. It matters not if they look like me, for I am not handsome. Who says you're not handsome? Bai Ru Shui countered. You are quite handsome. Xiao Mo shook his head. You have lived in Chiao village since childhood, having seen only a handful of men. Once you see more, you will no longer think me handsome. That will not be the case. Bai Ru Shui declared confidently. No matter how many men I see, I will only ever think you are the most handsome. Very well. I shall graciously accept your praise, my lady. My lady? Bai Ru Shui playfully chided. We are not yet wed. Xiao Mo remained silent, gazing tenderly at Bai Ru Shui as his thighs began to fade. Xiao Mo, why do I feel you are becoming lighter? Bai Ru Shui asked, puzzled. I am cultivating to heal. The vitality of the mountains and rivers is slowly lifting me. Hence your perception of my lightness. Xiao Mo fabricated an excuse. Oh, Bai Ru Shui believed him. It had always been this way, no matter what Xiao Mo said. She would trust him. Hey, Xiao Mo, does the Long Ting liquid have the ability to heal your wounds? Alas, no. Xiao Mo shook his head. The Long Ting liquid can only prolong life. It is not a miraculous medicine. However, it is fine. My injuries are not severe enough to warrant concern. That won't do. Just bear with it. I will find a small island to rest upon. Then I will check your wounds and quickly locate a town to find a doctor for your treatment. Bai Ru Shui insisted, still worried. She pondered whether her blood could be of any healing use, and if Xiao Mo could endure it. Very well, I shall heed your advice, Xiao Mo acquiesced. At this moment, his waist had vanished entirely. Ru Shui, Xiao Mo called softly. What is it? Bai Ru Shui asked, confused. Nothing. Just stay and talk with me a little longer. What shall we talk about? Anything will do. I am a bit weary and wish to hear your voice. All right. Bai Ru Shui contemplated. When we arrive at the Wan Yao kingdom, I shall claim a mountain as my domain, and then we can bring Shao Qing over. Finally, the three of us will live together forever. And if we have children, you must never call me foolish in front of them. You may only do so behind my back, for as a mother, I must maintain my dignity. Xiao Mo, have you fallen asleep? Not yet. I am listening. Xiao Mo replied with a smile. In truth, you are not foolish at all. I am indeed very clever, Bai Ru Shui said proudly. Ru Shui, Xiao Mo's form had now dissipated to his neck. In the future, be sure to cultivate diligently. Why are you suddenly saying this? Nothing, just wanted to share. Oh, then please continue. In the future, do not act rashly. Think thrice before taking action. Also, do not place too much trust in others. Your kindness is commendable, but always maintain a degree of vigilance. Additionally, listen more to Shao Qing. Though she is younger than you, her temperament is mature. By a uksua complaint, xiao montak. I do not wish to hear this. It makes me feel uneasy. Xiao Mo chuckled. This is the last piece of advice. The girl pouted very well. Xiao Mo's gentle gaze mirrored the gentle spring sea breeze, reflecting her figure. In the future, if I am no longer here, you must take good care of yourself. The path ahead, you must walk it well. Foolish girl, do you hear me? With Xiao Mo's final words, Bai Ru Shui's golden vertical pupils constricted sharply. Silence enveloped her ears. Above the vast sky, the white dragon strained to fly forward, yet her world had vanished entirely. Chapter 81. The heavens seek to take him away. Doi consent. In the skies above the ocean, a white-haired woman clad in a white dress stood upon the azure waters. Her embroidered shoes made contact with the surface, sending ripples spreading outward. The deep sea, originally boundless, now reflected the woman's silhouette, within a radius of several hundred miles. Both ordinary fish and fearsome sea beasts trembled in terror, as if merely raising her delicate foot adorned with cloud-patterned shoes would send them into a state of panic. A mere mile away from the woman in white, a Taoist priestess clad in a robe approached her step by step, accompanied by a trembling disciple who gazed anxiously at the white-haired woman, cold sweat beating upon her forehead. The oppressive aura of the dragon in the silence felt like a mountain, nearly suffocating Li Sisi. Just as the priestess was within 10 meters of the white-haired woman, Li Sisi gently tugged at her master's sleeve, fearfully glancing up at her. The priestess lightly patted her disciple's hand and continued onward. Summoning her courage, Li Sisi followed her master forward. The priestess reached the side of the white-haired woman, observing her profile. The white-haired woman bowed her head, her golden eyes appearing dark and unfathomable. Clutching something unknown to her chest, she remained motionless, resembling a statue upon the sea. He has departed. The white-haired woman finally spoke after a long silence, her voice hoarse, betraying the tears she had shed for an unknown duration. I understand, the priestess replied. Fu Chun nodded apologetically, stating, I am unable to take action. I am aware that behind you lies the uncontentious Tian Xianmen, and as an elder of Tian Xianmen, I cannot intervene. Bai Ruxue gradually opened her palm, revealing a silver-white serpent scale, the only remnant she possessed. Thus, your reluctance to act is entirely understandable, and I have no grounds to demand Elder Fu Chen's intervention. However, a thought suddenly crossed my mind, prompting me to inquire of Elder Fu Chen. Bai Ruxue gently inclined her head, turning to meet Fu Chen's gaze. Elder Fu Chen, in the ancient tome titled Gui Hai, is the depiction of Long Tingyi indeed true? Can Long Tingyi truly extend one's lifespan? Bai Ruxue tightened her small fist. As her words fell, Li Sisi glanced at her master, a silent warning. No. Fu Chen calmly shook his head. The efficacy of Long Tingyi lies in its ability to enhance the spiritual meridians and improve one's foundation after consumption. It cannot directly prolong life. What of ordinary individuals? Bai Ruxue queried. For ordinary folks, it can forcibly create an acquired spiritual meridian, enabling them to cultivate. Yet, even then, such a meridian would be exceedingly fragile, and unless endowed with exceptional talent, establishing a foundation would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, it must be consumed before the age of 10 to yield any effect. Bai Ruxue lowered her head, gazing at the serpent scale in her hand, even though she had long surmised the truth. The confirmation of her suspicions felt as though her heart had plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. Gui Hai returns to the sea. The sea breeze gently lifted Bai Ruxue's hair. I had never laid eyes upon this book until that day, when Xiao Mo presented the Zhou Jiang to me, and serendipitously, I found it during my journey. If I am not mistaken, this tome must have been penned by Xiao Mo, correct? Fu Chen nodded once more, indeed. At that time, Xiao Mo entrusted a package to the governor of Jiangnan Prefecture, which contained a letter in this book, authored by Xiao Mo himself. He was aware that you were seeking methods to extend his lifespan within the Tian Xianmen's library. Yet, he understood more than anyone that your efforts were in vain. Xiao Mo wished to do something for you before his departure, which is why he had me place this book in a location easily discoverable by you. Just as I thought, Bai Ruxue murmured, her head bowed. Everything he did was for me. Miss Bai, Li Sisi finally could not restrain herself and spoke up. You must leave swiftly. Those cultivators have pinpointed your location and are approaching. I believe Mr. Xiao would not wish for you to come to harm and desires your well-being. Have they arrived? Bai Ruxue gazed into the distance. They have indeed come. Li Sisi stepped forward, intending to say more, but was halted by her master. Daoist Fu Chen, you must depart. It is not appropriate for you to remain here. Bai Ruxue spoke slowly, her tone resonating with a sense of resignation. Fu Chen furrowed his brow. Casting a glance at Bai Ruxue before turning away, Sisi, let us leave for now. We must not disturb Miss Bai. It was scarcely half a cup of tea later when over 100 cultivators soared through the sky. Bai Ruxue stepped forward, lowering her head to gather her long hair, which had been blown across her neck as she walked, fastening the silver-white scale around her neck and tucking it into the high collar of her garment. When the crowd beheld Bai Ruxue standing upon the surface of the sea, they were filled with confusion. They had presumed she was too gravely injured to continue. Yet she appeared to be waiting for them. Beast, you have nowhere left to flee. The leader of Sanyang Sect shouted at Bairushiwe. The multitude of cultivators surrounded her from all directions. Bairushiwe raised her head, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. For reasons unknown, everyone felt a shiver run down their spines under her scrutiny. Furthermore, her glance held no trace of panic. Rather, it seemed as if she were marking each of them, determined not to let a single one escape. Everyone is here, Bairushiwe spoke, though it seemed more like a soliloquy than a response to them. Do not waste words with her. Just kill her, commanded the leader of Wandao Sect, charging directly at Bairushiwe. In truth, the leader of Wandao Sect sensed something amiss. The aura of this white dragon felt markedly different than before. The moment she met Bairushiwe's gaze, a sense of retreat began to stir within her. Yet, Wandao Sect understood that this white dragon must perish here. Otherwise, it would become a future calamity. The other cultivators were equally aware of this fact. Slaying her was not merely a matter of opportunity, but tied to their very survival. Moreover, as she had just undergone a tribulation, her body had yet to return to its peak state, and she was grievously injured. Roar! Just as this thought crossed the minds of the multitude, a white shadow streaked before their eyes. By the time they regained their senses, the woman had transformed into her true form and seized one of them. Bairushiwe held the man firmly in her claws, her golden slit eyes gazing down upon him as though he were but an insect. This man was the very cultivator who had once aimed to strike at Xiao Imo, desperately struggling. He found himself utterly incapable of escaping Bairushiwe's grasp. With a powerful squeeze, Bairushiwe reduced him to a mist of blood, subsequently imprisoning his soul within an ice pillar. How is this possible? The leader of Yin-Yang Sect gasped in shock. The man, Ding Ao, was a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Although this white dragon had successfully transcended her tribulation and reached the Jade Pearl stage, she had sustained injuries during the process and should have only possessed the strength of the nascent soul stage due to her wounds. How could she have effortlessly crushed Ding Ao? Wait, her injuries. The leader of Yin-Yang Sect seemed to sense something, directing his gaze towards Bairushiwe's back. It was then he noticed that the wounds on the white dragon's back had healed, new flesh and scales having emerged. Beyond that, all other areas affected by the tribulation had also regenerated. What sort of fortuitous encounter has this white dragon experienced? The leader of Yin-Yang Sect felt a tremor of fear. He had hunted numerous dragons before. Most serpents achieving tribulation would only reach the peak of the nascent soul stage, while there were instances of dragons breaking into the Jade Pearl stage post-tribulation. They were exceedingly rare, and their strength often faltered due to lingering injuries. Yet this white dragon was different. In such a brief span, all her wounds had inexplicably healed. It was utterly absurd. He even had a premonition that this white dragon might truly transcend into a true dragon in the future. Roar! After vanquishing Ding Ao, Bairushiwe surged toward the other cultivators. With each pass through the air, cultivators erupted into blood mists, resembling red fireworks blooming against the sky. However, all their souls were bound within the ice pillars by Bairushiwe. Do not hold back. Quickly slay her, the leader of Sanyang Sect shouted. Some sect leaders and elders contemplated conserving their strength, allowing others to attack first so that they could bear minimal risk and loss. They also feared that after the white dragon's demise, disputes over spoils would erupt, hoping to enhance their own chances. If it were merely a matter of dealing with an ordinary dragon newly emerged from tribulation, it would be manageable. But this dragon was unlike any other. Her dragon might was terrifying. Should everyone hold back, they would all meet their demise here. Upon hearing this, the other cultivators understood, summoning their life-bound artifacts to strike at Bairushiwe. However, to those of the nascent soul stage and below, they were as fragile as paper before Bairushiwe. Beast, seeking death. The leader of Sanyang Sect hurled a fishnet. The fishnet is not meant for catching fish, but rather for ensnaring dragons. The dragon-catching net soared through the air, expanding until it resembled a towering mountain, enveloping Bairushiwe. Suddenly, the mouth of the net constricted, trapping Bairushiwe within. However, she thrashed violently inside the net, causing the leader of the Sanyang Sect to break into a sweat, fearing he might lose control of the net. Fellow cultivators, I beseech you to assist me in vanquishing it. The leader implored the other several Yupu realm cultivators. I shall aid you. I shall too. They would not miss the opportunity to slay this serpent dragon. 10 sect leaders of the Yupu realm flew beside Bairushiwe, converging their swords towards the dragon-catching net. 10 beams of spiritual energy illuminated the net, attempting to extinguish the life of the white serpent in the shortest time possible. Yet in the next moment, the white serpent surged with power, expelling a fierce dragon breath that pierced a large hole in the net. The rippling spiritual energy, accompanied by the might of the dragon, scattered the 10 Yu-Pu realm leaders, causing them to be violently expelled. This is bad. They were truly engulfed in despair at that moment. Bairushiue fought with increasing ferocity, bordering on madness. Her physical form was terrifyingly robust. Though they had never encountered a true dragon, they felt this was the essence of one. Retreat. They recognized the futility of their efforts and had no choice but to flee. Yet, how could Bairushiue allow them to escape unscathed? She circled in the air, unleashing thousands of ice spikes upon them. The seawater surged upward, transforming into a prison of water that ensnared them. For the duration of an incense stick, Bairushiue executed a one-sided massacre. After that time, hundreds of cultivators lay without a single survivor, their souls trapped within the ice pillars. Bairushiue did not depart. She roared toward the heavens. Instantly, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky. In an instant, thick clouds descended, gradually forming an altar. Simultaneously, seawater surged upward, tracing intricate patterns in the air, ultimately forming a magical array. Finally, with a mere thought, Bairushiue commanded the ice pillars, placing the souls of these cultivators upon the altar. From a distance, Li Sisi observed the battlefield, her brow furrowing. What is Bairushiue doing? Sighing, Fu Chun shook his head and said, Xiao Mo's soul is in turmoil. She is attempting to use the Dragon Clan's soul gathering array to condense Xiao Mo's soul, with these cultivator souls as the sacrifices. As Fu Chen spoke, Bairushiue let out a dragon's roar, shattering the souls of all the cultivators, transforming them into motes of light that merged into the altar's magical array. The array activated, and a towering beam of light pierced through the dense clouds. Tiny lights, like fireflies, continuously coalesced above, ultimately forming a luminous sphere. Xiao Mo sensed the familiar essence of the soul, and Bairushiue knew she had succeeded. Thunder rumbled. At that moment, the heavens roared with thunder. A bolt of lightning struck the sphere of Xiao Mo's soul. Bairushiue rushed forward, forcibly blocking the impending tribulation. A second, a third. Multiple bolts of tribulation lightning struck toward Xiao Mo's soul, yet Bairushiue held it tightly to her chest, allowing the lightning to strike her body instead. Fu Chan stepped forward, arriving beneath the altar, gazing up at the 30-zhang long white serpent. Rushiue cease. Your Dragon Clan's soul-gathering array disrupts the balance of heaven. Souls that scatter are truly scattered. What you are doing is against the will of heaven, and it will not permit it. The will of heaven? What of it? Bairushiue looked up at the sky, as thunder began to gather once more, yet the woman charged directly toward the stormy heavens. If heaven seeks to take him, have I consented to it? Chapter 82. Sister Bai, why are you crying? The last bolt of tribulation struck the ground. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated. Rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the surface of the sea like beams of light. Bairushiue walked step by step across the surface of the sea. Her body was covered in wounds. The blood at the corner of her mouth dried, as the true dragon's blood within her began to heal her mangled form, revealing even glimpses of her bones. Fu Chun watched as Bairushiue approached him, sighing inwardly. The price she paid was nearly her own obliteration, her soul on the brink of scattering. When Bairushiue reached Fu Chun, it was as if she did not see him, brushing past him. Fu Chen turned, watching Bairushiue's figure gradually fade away, speaking out, Rushiue, how many years will you spend searching for him? In this vast sea of humanity, will you ever find him? The silver-haired woman halted her steps. Regardless of 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, I will seek him. Fu Chan shook his head. You will search for a very long time. The silver-haired woman took another step forward, her voice trailing from behind. I do not care. Leaving the North Sea, Bairushiue allowed her instincts to guide her forward, her mind a blank slate, oblivious to where she was headed. Bairushiue transformed into human form. At this moment, her external injuries had all healed astonishingly under her regenerative power. While some internal injuries would require time to mend, she appeared no different from the ordinary. However, her once jet black hair had turned a striking silver white. Bairushiue gently descended, standing before the dilapidated old courtyard. She gazed upon this ordinary farmhouse. In her line of sight was a scholar clad in a green robe, seated on a stone bench in the courtyard, engrossed in a book. There was a young woman in a white dress, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her snowy arms, tying her long black hair, and taking garments from a basin, wringing them out vigorously, droplets sliding down her arms and falling to the ground, neatly hanging the clothes on a bamboo pole. A girl in a green dress carried a large basket filled with husks, barnyard grass, and wild peas, energetically feeding the chickens and ducks. Yet, a gust of wind blew through. Everything became desolate. Pushing open the small gate of the courtyard, Bairushu entered. As per usual, she tied up her hair, rolled up her long sleeves, and took a broom to clean the two modest rooms, using a cloth to wipe down the furniture meticulously, even ensuring the stone table in the courtyard was dust-free. After completing everything, Bairushu prepared a meal with the remaining provisions from the cellar, steaming some rice, and eating slowly in the courtyard. However, in contrast to the laughter shared among three during their meals in the past, the courtyard was now graced by only her solitary figure. After finishing her lunch, Bairushu washed the dishes and sat on the stone bench in the courtyard, continuing to gaze down the little path she had come from. She had lost count of how many times she had observed every blade of grass and tree along this path. "Sister Bai," a little girl's voice reached her ears. The woman turned her gaze to see 4 children joyfully running toward the courtyard. "Sister Bai, why has your hair turned white?" Hui asked curiously. "Because sister encountered some events, and thus my hair turned white," Bairushu patiently explained. "Oh," Hui nodded, not pursuing the matter further. As their parents had said, when adults are ambiguous and unwilling to speak, children should not pry. Moreover, Sister Bai's hair, though strange in its silvery hue, seemed to suit her temperament even better. Bairushu's heart fluttered slightly, as if ants were gnawing at it, her eyes wavering at the mention of his name. "Sister Bai, are you all right? Are you unwell?" Chi Ming looked at her with concern. "Oh, I see." The 4 children nodded in unison, their innocent eyes flashing with a trace of disappointment. They hold great affection for the graceful and gentle Bai Jiejie, as well as for the kind-hearted and benevolent Xiao Yiyi. Despite the considerable age difference between Xiao Yiyi and Bai Jiejie, an inexplicable comfort envelopes those around them when they stand together, as if they are 2 halves of a harmonious whole. "Bai Jiejie, are you feeling unwell?" Lily inquired, gazing into Bai Jie's eyes. Bairushu offered a faint smile. "Perhaps just a little." Hui's eyes twinkled with thoughts on how to uplift Bai Jiejie's spirits. Bairushu nodded and encouraged. "All right, then sing for me." "I will sing. But please don't find my voice unpleasant," Hui replied, clearing her throat and singing sweetly like a warbler. The moonlight shines. The scholar rides a white horse across the lotus pond. On the banks of the pond, the chives bloom bright, watching as the koi swim 8 feet long. The family gathers to enjoy the sweet wine, and in the coming year, one shall marry a lovely bride. Hui's melody floated through the courtyard, prompting other children to join in the refrain. However, as the song came to an end, Lily was startled. "Bai Jiejie, why are you crying?" "Am I?" Bairushu quickly wiped away her tears, but they flowed uncontrollably. "I'm not crying," she insisted, shaking her head. "Just a bit of sand has gotten into my eyes." "Are you truly not crying?" Lily pressed. "MHM." Bairushu gently pinched Lily's cheek. "Sisters cannot cry." "Why not?" "Because if he sees it from above, he will worry." Chapter 83. Reporting to His Majesty. The elder of Wandao Sect has arrived. Cough, cough, cough. The moment Xiao Mo detached from the 100 Worlds tome, he felt as though the world was spinning around him. Ugh! Xiao Mo braced himself against the ground, retching but unable to expel anything. "Xiao Mo, I do not wish to cross the river." "Xiao Mo, do you know in this vast ocean I desire only this grain of sand? Rest assured, I shall obtain the Longting liquid. I will not let you depart." "Rushua, do you think we have aged together?" "Xiao Mo, as a mortal sage, do you not care for your reputation?" Memories from years past flooded into Xiao Mo's mind simultaneously. His head throbbed painfully, feeling as though it might burst. After what felt like an eternity, the excruciating sensation began to wane. Xiao Mo lay on the tiles, drenched in sweat, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He realized that the time ratio between the 100 Worlds tome and reality could not be adjusted so hastily again. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he reflected on his reckless decision to attempt an 800-fold time ratio, where 800 days in the tome equated to a single day in reality. The result was nearly disastrous. Fortunately, he considered himself a cultivator now, his spirit having gained a degree of enhancement. Had he remained in the frail body of an ordinary person, he would have surely met his demise. Rising to a seated position, he gazed at the sky, exhaling deeply. A vision of a woman in a white dress appeared in his mind, reminiscent of his first life. Although Xiao Mo understood that it was all an illusion, merely a life experience, the 57 years spent within the tome were undeniably real. Each moment lived through his own eyes. The characters within the tome were vivid and palpable. To claim that this immersive experience lacked impact would be nothing but self-deception. Thinking of his future empress, Xiao Mo could not help but chuckle and shake his head. They both bore the name Rushue, differing only in their surnames. One wondered how the imposed empress would compare to Rushue in temperament. It was a pity for her as well. Being the foremost talent of the Zhou kingdom, she might not have desired to enter the depths of the palace. Perhaps she too was coerced by her family and clan. Life experience of the second generation in the 100 Worlds tome. The first life of Bai Shi has concluded, and the rewards have been calculated. Just as Xiao Mo was lost in thought, a stream of text appeared in his mind. He collected his thoughts, observing the 100 Worlds tome manifesting before him. You were born into a destitute family, your parents having perished early. Yet, you diligently pursued knowledge, participating in the imperial examinations, where you caught the attention of Zhang Qianji, who appointed you as a Jiren, thus setting you on the path of officialdom. Subsequently, you achieved the titles of Huiyuan and Zhuangyuan, excelling in all 3 examinations. The ruler of Qi assigned you to a barren county for practice, where you improved the lives of the people, earning their deep affection. When you were reassigned, the citizens accompanied you for miles. Upon returning to the capital, your mentor Zhang Qianji and senior brother Fong Ling led reforms. Aware of the immense resistance to change, you resolutely stood by their side, even if it meant facing demotion, without a hint of regret. As a friend, you cherished the support of your mentor and senior brother, remaining loyal to them. As a minister, you served 2 monarchs, never wavering in your loyalty, regardless of the power you held. As an official, you were astute and incorruptible, authoring works such as Nanbei, Nong Shu and Chiva, benefiting future generations. After your death, the aristocracy and numerous officials you had suppressed accused you of colluding with demonic entities, branding you as a tyrant. The title bestowed upon you was Li, signifying one who does not repent for past misdeeds, defies authority, and embodies ferocity and rebellion. Subsequently, your students and grateful ministers defended you in court, and the common people, upon hearing the news, were enraged, filling the capital with grievances. Ultimately, the ruler of Qi decreed that your posthumous title would be Wenjing, and you were posthumously honored as Duke of Qingshan, sharing a place in the Hall of Ancestors. Listed among the 24 meritorious ministers of the Great Qi. Task 1 Reward. In your youth, you saved Bai Rushue, assisting her in transforming from a python to a serpent, ultimately aiding her in becoming a dragon, a contribution of great significance. Task 2 Reward. The host, in Bai Rushue's first life, has attained the highest official rank. This task is concluded. Unfinished task. Assist Bai Rushue in transforming into a dragon. As the text faded from his mind, Xiao Mo felt his body buoyed by the collective prayers of countless families and the righteousness of officials. This sensation was indescribably pleasant, as if he were subtly protected by an unseen force. Before him appeared 2 vials of liquid encased in glass. One held the azure Longting liquid, while the other contained the crimson essence of the Jiaolong. Xiao Mo tucked the essence away and consumed the Longting liquid in one swift motion. Gasping, he felt the spiritual meridians and roots within him ablaze with pain. Almost immediately, the spiritual energy surged within him, his cultivation rising steadily. After half a stick of incense, the agony subsided, and he took deep breaths, centering his mind. Excellent. A surge of joy filled Xiao Mo's heart. After drinking the Longting liquid, his cultivation soared to the 5th layer of Qi refinement, and the flow of spiritual energy within his meridians became increasingly smooth. This Longting liquid also enhanced his foundational roots, promising swifter progress in future cultivation. As for the collective prayers and the righteousness of officials, they were not immediately necessary. However, the collective prayers were what Xiao Mo eagerly anticipated. For any calamity, a probability of overcoming it significantly could alter one's fate, let alone a 2-fold chance. Your Majesty, came the voice of Wei Gonggong from outside the grand entrance. Enter. Xiao Mo concealed the aura of his fifth layer of qi refinement. Wei Gonggong pushed the door open and entered briskly. Upon seeing His Majesty, he momentarily froze, sensing that something was slightly amiss, but unable to pinpoint what it was. What is it? Xiao Mo inquired with a tone of indifference. Wei Sun organized his thoughts internally. Elder Huang of Wandao Sect, accompanied by 2 disciples, is merely 30 li from the imperial capital. The Prime Minister and the Ministry of Rights are prepared. We kindly request Your Majesty to grace us with your presence at the city gates to welcome them. Chapter 84. I have found you listening to Wei Sun's report. Xiao Mo realized that it had been another 20 days since Wei Sun last informed him of the progress regarding the elders of Wandao. Xiao Mo furrowed his brow. Why had the elders of Wandao delayed their arrival by an additional 9 days? Understanding the situation, Xiao Mo nodded. Elder Huang truly had a thoughtful disposition. The cultivators of the human race and the demon race were categorized by realms, while fierce beasts were classified by ranks, corresponding to the 9 major realms of cultivators. A rank 4 fierce beast possessed strength comparable to a Yuan-Ing realm cultivator. You may take your leave. I shall bathe and change. Wait for me in Qingquan Palace. Xiao Mo gestured dismissively. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall prepare at once. Wei Sun replied hurriedly, ready to depart. Wait. Xiao Mo suddenly recalled something and called out to Wei Sun. Does Your Majesty have any further commands? Wei Sun inquired, bowing respectfully. What of Wang Can, the deputy censor of the censorate? How fares he? Wang Can had secretly entered the palace to discuss the eradication of traitors, but was discovered by Yin Shan Ao, leading to his demotion to Lingnan. Throughout the ordeal, Wang Can had vehemently berated Yin Shan Ao, never once showing weakness. Truly, he was a loyal minister. Furthermore, Wang Can's name was reminiscent of the old village chief in the Baishir Shu, who had treated Xiao Mo with great kindness, thus fostering a peculiar sense of closeness towards Wang Can. Very well, Xiao Mo nodded, prepare some individuals to secretly travel to Lingnan, ensuring they remain by Wang Can's side day and night. His safety must be guaranteed, understood? Your Majesty need not worry. I shall ensure that Wang Daren's life is safeguarded. Wei Sun assured him. Go then. Xiao Mo waved his hand. Although he considered himself a puppet emperor, it did not imply that he lacked capable individuals. Most of his loyal forces had been reassigned from the capital, yet protecting Wang Can, who resided far in Lingnan, was still within his capabilities. After Wei Sun took his leave, Xiao Mo proceeded to Qingquan Palace for a bath, and then donned a dragon robe with the assistance of his maidens. Upon his emergence, Wei Sun had already arranged the dragon carriage. Let us depart. Exit the palace. At Wei Sun's call, several unique red blood horses harnessed to the dragon carriage advanced forward, followed by 2 rows of maidens. As Xiao Mo exited the imperial palace, the streets of Xianwu were already bustling with the officials maintaining order, while the ministers trailed behind the dragon carriage, with only Yin Shan Ao riding slightly behind it. Upon reaching the northern gate of the imperial city, numerous officials were poised to receive the arrival of the immortal from Wandao. Meanwhile, less than 5 li from the royal capital of Zhou, Jiang Qingyi and her companions had already descended from the skies. In a mortal realm, there existed an unwritten rule. When sect emissaries visited a royal capital, if they were met outside, they must halt 5 li away and proceed on foot as a show of respect. Although, given the status of Wandao as one of the 10 foremost sects, even disregarding this etiquette when meeting a small nation like Zhou would elicit no objection. Wandao had always upheld propriety before swordsmanship. Master, do you wish to personally visit the Zhou kingdom? Elder Huangwei nervously glanced at the veiled sect leader, stumbling over his words. It was primarily because Huangwei could not fathom the leader's intentions. He merely sought to take advantage of a small nation as a vassal for his own benefit. Yet unexpectedly, the leader had accompanied him, disguised behind a veil as an inner sect disciple to experience the world. Do not require it, Jiang Qingyi coldly replied. Altering her voice with spiritual power, the veil served as a magical artifact, rendering her visage concealed from all but those of higher realm cultivation. You shall conduct matters as needed. I am but an ordinary inner disciple. Do not expose my identity, understood? Yes, master. Just as Huangwei was about to bow, he caught sight of the leader's cold, narrowed gaze, causing him to shiver and quickly amend his words, his survival instinct propelling him into character. Rest assured, Jiangro. Xiu Yi, you have been cultivating on the mountain. This descent is an excellent opportunity for you to witness the customs of the mortal realm. Observing Huang Wei's awkward demeanor, Xiu Yi's lips curled into a smile. Jiang Qingyi proceeded forward. Then let us hasten. Understood. Huang Wei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly followed. Approximately a stick of incense later, the trio of Huang Wei appeared within the view of Zhou's officials. Your Majesty, the immortal from Wan Jianzong has arrived. Yan Shan Ao dismounted and respectfully bowed towards the carriage of the emperor. He lowered his stature primarily to maintain appearances before the civil and military officials. Very well. Xiao Mo in the carriage nodded. Then let us welcome the immortal. Yes, Your Majesty. Yan Shan Ao stood upright and, along with the officials, hastened to meet the elder from Wan Jianzong. According to Zhou's customs, it was customary for the chancellor to lead the officials in greeting. Subsequently, the emperor would disembark to meet them. Greetings, Elder Huang. Yan Shan Ao stepped forward, promptly bowing, his obsequious demeanor making the other officials somewhat uncomfortable. It seemed as though Elder Huang were the emperor of Zhou, while Yan Shan Ao resembled a dog wagging its tail before him. Chancellor, you are too courteous. Elder Huang smiled, helping him up. I have arrived a bit late. I hope you do not take offense. How could I dare? It is our fortune that Elder Huang does not disdain our humble Zhou. Yan Shan Ao laughed, then noticed the two maidens behind Elder Huang. Who are these celestial maidens? Oh, these are my inner disciples from Wan Jianzong. They have come down the mountain for training and are here to experience the mortal realm, Elder Huang naturally explained. And the emperor? The emperor has personally come to welcome the elder. Please, Elder Huang. Yan Shan Ao hastily led Elder Huang towards the dragon carriage. Just as they approached, several palace maids pulled aside the carriage curtain, and with Wei Sun's assistance, Xiao Mo slowly emerged. Jiang Qingyi, who had been nonchalantly contemplating the search for her desired individual within Zhou, suddenly froze as the emperor approached her. Chapter 85. What is the name of the woman from the Yin family who is to enter the palace? Montak. From this day forth, I shall be your master. Call me so that I may hear. Master, Qingyi shall become a formidable sword immortal. In our homeland, we have something called a birthday cake. Come, make a wish, and it shall come true. Qingyi, Master wishes to take a stroll outside. Would you like to accompany me to see the world? I would traverse mountains and rivers for you. Montak. Release me. Even without that sore bone, I can still slay them. Forgive me, Qingyi, this is the last time. Scenes from 3,000 years ago flooded the woman's mind. In her ears, his voice echoed. Jiang Qingyi tightly gripped her long sword, her gaze fixated solely on the man before her. The images and voices of others had long since vanished from her perception. After exchanging pleasantries with Elder Huang of Wan Jianzong, Xiao Mo finally took notice of the two female disciples behind Elder Huang. One of the disciples maintained her gaze upon him, unwavering and intense. For some inexplicable reason, Xiao Mo felt an inexplicable familiarity with this disciple. Unfortunately, her face was concealed by a veil, preventing him from discerning her features. Then, I must trouble your majesty, Elder Huang said with a smile. Not at all, please. The three of you, Xiao Mo replied. Your majesty first. After a few more exchanges with Huang Wei, Xiao Mo boarded the dragon carriage. And Elder Huang and the others were also assisted into their carriage. The officials gradually entered the city. Outside the palace, Xiao Mo hosted Elder Huang of the Wandao Sect with an exquisite banquet. Delicacies from land and sea were served, and meticulously selected dancers performed joyously, accompanied by numerous officials. Everything was arranged to the highest standards, a testament to Yan Shan'ao's earnest regard for the Wandao Sect's visit. In light of the current vulnerability of the Zhou kingdom, surrounded by covetous nations eager to devour it, finding a formidable ally was imperative. Should the Zhou kingdom fall, even if Yan Shan'ao were to betray his country for personal gain, his position would never be as secure as it is now. In Xiao Mo's eyes, the Zhou kingdom's subjugation to the Wandao Sect was not particularly concerning, even if Yan's control over the court increased. Xiao Mo believed his own standing would remain relatively unchanged. As for whether Yan Shan'ao would alter his household registration and ascend to the throne himself with the sect's backing, Xiao Mo deemed it improbable. Firstly, aside from any intentions Yan Shan'ao might have, as a regent, if he were to declare himself emperor, he would undoubtedly tarnish the Yan family's reputation irreparably. with the Empress Dowager unlikely to consent. Secondly, as a cultivator of the Longmen realm, possessing a lifespan of several centuries, it would be inconceivable for him to forsake the path of immortality. Lastly, the child born from the union between himself and Yan's talented daughter would inevitably become the future ruler of the Zhou kingdom, ensuring the Yin clan's dominance over the realm. Therefore, there was no need for them to take such a risk. Currently, Xiao Mo could leverage the protection of the Wandao Sect to deter other nations while focusing on his own development. When the time came, eliminating Yin Shan'ao would be a straightforward affair. As for whether the Wandao Sect would concern themselves with Yin Shan'ao's demise, they were indifferent, caring only whether the Zhou dynasty provided offerings to the sect, not who delivered those offerings. The atmosphere at the banquet grew increasingly lively, with officials fawning over Huang Wei, especially Yin Shan'ao, who led the flattery, greatly pleasing Elder Huang. Xiao Mo cast another glance at the veiled woman, who continued to gaze at him, stirring a sense of perplexity within him. Did he know her? Did she harbor a grudge against him? Or was it love at first sight? An hour later, the banquet concluded. Under the arrangements of the Ministry of Rites, the three were accommodated in a guest house affiliated with the Honglu Temple. Once inside the residence, Elder Huang intended to rest, but was summoned to the front courtyard by Jiang Qingyi. Sect leader, what are your instructions? Elder Huang shook off the effects of the wine and approached Jiang Qingyi, bowing respectfully. Jiang Qingyi sat in a pavilion, observing the free-swimming fish in the nearby lake. What do you know of the Zhou kingdom's ruler? Yes, sect leader. Elder Huang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, organizing his thoughts. The ruler of the Zhou kingdom is named Xiao Mo. As soon as Elder Huang spoke, Jiang Qingyi suddenly turned to Huang Wei, her piercing gaze akin to 1,000 swords aimed at him, compelling Huang Wei to kneel. Sect leader, I speak only the truth, I mean no harm. Huang Wei trembled as he stood. He had no desire to kneel, yet Jiang Qingyi's formidable aura was genuinely intimidating. Xiao Mo is, in fact, the descendant of the Prince of Zhongshan. However, since the previous sovereign of the Zhou kingdom left no heirs, a capable person from the royal family needed to be adopted. Yin Shan'ao and his elder sister, the current Empress Dowager, chose Xiao Mo essentially. Xiao Mo is merely a puppet emperor, with Yin Shan'ao wielding true power in the court. Continue, Jiang Qingyi urged. Regarding Xiao Mo, I do not have extensive knowledge, but I have heard that he has come of age and has no consorts in his harem. Yin Shan'ao has selected a talented woman from the Yin clan to enter the palace, intending to establish her as the empress. I hear preparations for the grand ceremony are already underway, and Yin Shan'ao has insisted that we all partake in the celebration. With a crash, the pond before Jiang Qingyi erupted, fish flopping onto the ground, splashing water everywhere. Mercy, sect leader. Huang Wei knelt again. You have done nothing wrong. Why would I wish to kill you? Jiang Qingyi regarded Huang Wei coolly. Subordinate, subordinate. Huang Wei was near tears, bewildered by the situation. But seeing your anger, with this pawn destroyed by your sword intent, I had to kneel and beg for mercy. The Empress's coronation ceremony, Jiang Qingyi stated coldly. What is the name of the Yin woman to enter the palace? Not long ago, Yin Shan'ao had discussed matters with Xiao Mo, rescheduling the coronation ceremony for 4 months later due to Elder Huang's delayed arrival, which caused them to miss the auspicious date. The next suitable date was only 4 months away, although postponing for 4 months seemed excessively long. Both Yin Shan'ao and the Empress Dowager were eager to send their family member to Xiao Mo's chamber immediately. However, they could not afford to be negligent with such significant ceremonies. An auspicious date would foster marital harmony and prosperous offspring, fortifying the realm's stability. Thus, they resolved to wait for a propitious time. For Xiao Mo, the delay was of little consequence. Marriage or not, it was of no difference to him. Moreover, a later marriage would be preferable, as it would spare him the obligation of spending time with the Empress. Should Yin Ruxue ascend as the matriarch of the harem, she could rightfully accompany him, yet every action of his might be scrutinized by her. The third life of Bai Ruxue, the second life of Bai Ruxue, is not yet prepared. Does the host wish to enter the river of time, observing as a spectator the events that unfold after the host's passing? Yes. Without hesitation, Xiao Mo once again transformed into a spectator, stepping into the river of time within the Book of Eternity. Arriving at Shiqiao village, Xiao Mo stood outside a courtyard, watching a woman within tidy the grounds. Her hair had turned silvery white, exuding an intense dragon's might, yet there was a profound emptiness in her golden eyes, as if her heart was on the brink of extinguishment, tethered only by a fragile thread. Sighing softly, Xiao Mo understood the reason all too well. However, as a spectator, he was powerless to intervene, merely observing in silence, hoping that time would dull the imprint he had left upon her heart. "Your internal injuries have healed," Fuchen remarked quietly, gazing at the silver-haired woman before him. "Indeed," Rushua nodded. Her stunning visage radiated an icy clarity, contrasting starkly with the once joyful girl who seemed to have forgotten how to smile. "Is this your last day here?" Fuchen noted the bundle on the table. Rushua lifted her gaze, surveying the courtyard she had inhabited for so long. "I am healed. It is time to depart. He is waiting for me." "Rushua," Fuchen sighed. Before leaving this courtyard, he expressed his wish to be buried beneath the stones along the small path south of Shi Mountain after his death. Though Xiao Mo has vanished in the North Sea, humanity values resting in peace, so let us bury his garments there. Rushua appeared not to hear Fuchen's words. Calling out to her sister, Xiao Qing, "It is time to set off." "Yes, sister." Xiao Qing, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, responded as she opened the door and stepped out. Rushua brushed past Fuchen. "Fuchen Daoist, only the dead require burial. Xiao Mo is not dead." The wind lifted her silver hair, gently brushing against Fuchen's shoulder. When Fuchen turned, Rushua and her sister had vanished into the horizon. In the ensuing years, Rushua and Xiao Qing would tirelessly seek out the reincarnation of Xiao Mo. Rushua traversed the vast expanse of Qi Kingdom alongside her sister. In most of the states and counties of Qi, particularly near certain levees and riverbanks, one could often find shrines dedicated to Xiao Mo. Each time she beheld the statue of the scholarly figure clad in azure within these shrines, Rushua would linger in contemplation. "Old sir, why are the shrines of Prime Minister Xiao predominantly situated by the water's edge?" On one occasion, Xiao Qing inquired of an elderly man who had come to pay his respects. "Ah, you must be from afar, little girl," the old man chuckled. This Prime Minister Xiao, during his lifetime, devoted himself to the improvement of water management and the dredging of rivers, saving countless common folk and cultivating fertile lands. Wherever he was present, no flood was to be feared. Thus, the shrine of the Prime Minister is established here to quell river disasters and bless us. He continued, revealing tales unknown to ordinary folk. The old man grinned, displaying his yellowed teeth. "In my youth, during a great flood, Prime Minister Xiao personally came to aid the afflicted. I was fortunate enough to have met him and even exchanged words. I asked him why he, unlike other nobles who lounged in their mansions indulging in delicacies, would choose to endure such hardship here. Can you guess what he said? He replied that he was unaccustomed to fine delicacies and preferred the coarse rice and wild vegetables of his homeland. Moreover, his efforts to manage the rivers were not only for the populace, but also for a personal desire." Curiously, Rushua remained silent, gazing deeply at the statue of the scholar holding a scroll. Years passed, and Rushua departed from Qi, embarking on a quest across other realms of humanity in search of Xiao Mo's reincarnation. She scaled snow-capped mountains, traversed deserts, and roamed plains, all the while gathering techniques that might pinpoint the reincarnated soul. On several occasions, these techniques indeed responded, yet upon arriving at the indicated locations, she found no trace of him. During a devastating plague in Weigua's Pingchong County, Rushua devoted 3 years to healing the afflicted. Xiaoqing observed her sister's tireless efforts and noted that Rushua seemed to be gradually embodying the essence of her beloved Xiaoge. Thus a millennium passed, and Rushua ascended to the realm of the immortals. In the North Sea, she established a dragon palace. Many believed it a natural course for an immortal demon emperor to expand their influence by founding such a palace. Yet Xiaoqing understood that her sister's true purpose was to enlist more souls to assist in the search for Xiaoge. A century later, a letter arrived from Tiangshuamen, containing a diagram of an array from Fuchun. This array, known as the Sansheng Array, was discovered by Fuchun in a desolate land. Once established, it might allow them to sense Xiao Mo as position should he reincarnate. However, the construction of this array required an abundance of rare materials. Undaunted, Rushua devoted 7 centuries to its completion, yet the array remained unresponsive. Xiaoqing could only witness her sister patiently seated within the array, waiting in silence. One day, Xiaoqing approached her sister. "Sister, what troubles you?" Bai Ruxue lifted her gaze to meet Xiaoqing's. Xiaoqing, what is it? Bai Ruxue inquired. With her fists clenched and an expression of hesitation, Xiaoqing finally summoned her courage to speak. Sister, perhaps it is time to let go. Bai Ruxue tilted her head, questioning. Let go of what? Sister, do not continue searching for Xiao Ge. You have sought him for 2,300 years. If he could have reincarnated, he would have done so by now. 2,300 years have passed. Perhaps his soul has long since. Xiaoqing's voice faltered, her head bowed in sorrow. She too missed Xiao Ge, yet after all these years, hope had waned. She did not wish to see her sister remain in such a state for eternity. Listening to her sister's words, Bai Ruxue embraced her knees, gazing up at the Sansheng array suspended above the Dragon Palace. Xiaoqing, I understand your concerns, but I can feel that Xiao Mo has not perished. His essence endures. But sister, even if Xiao Ji's spirit still exists, how can we find him amidst the vast sea of humanity? Xiaoqing met her sister's gaze directly. You have searched for over 2,000 years. Do you intend to spend your entire life in pursuit of Xiao Ge? As Xiaoqing's voice echoed, silence enveloped the palace once more. The Sansheng array continued its operation above, supported by ethereal pillars and a spirit-gathering formation at its center. After a prolonged pause, a subtle smile graced the woman's lips. Upon witnessing her sister's smile, Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback. After 2,300 years, this was the first time she had seen her sister smile. Xiaoqing, he has waited for me a lifetime, Bai Ruxue declared, rising to stand before her sister, gently caressing her cheek with a tenderness akin to the warmth of spring sunlight upon the sea. Then what harm is there in my dedicating my life to find him? Chapter 87. I am Bai Ruxue. What is your name? Xiaoqing departed, leaving Bai Ruxue to remain seated within the array, her legs drawn up, arms tightly wrapped around her knees, eyes focused intently on the floating Sansheng array. Yet, since its establishment, it had yielded no sign of life. Xiao Mo stood beside Ruxue, observing her demeanor, astonished that after over 2,000 years, she remained so devoted to him. Indeed, time could dull all things, yet for her, it seemed an anomaly. The third life within the Book of 100 Lives, Bai Ruxue's second life, is now prepared. Shall the host enter the Book of 100 Lives for the experience? The words of the Book of 100 Lives materialized in Xiao Mo's mind. Yes, he did not hesitate. Please create a name for this life. After contemplation, Xiao Mo decided to retain his original name. Xiao Mo, countdown to the third life. 19, 18, 17. As the countdown echoed, Xiao Mo approached Bai Ruxue step by step. 5, 4. He crouched down, reaching out to gently stroke the hair of the woman before him. Ruxue, I will wait for you in 700 years. 1. The third life within the Book of 100 Lives has commenced. In an instant, Xiao Mo dissipated into the wind. Xiao Montak, Xiao Montak. Bai Ruxue stood, racing through the palace. Xiao Mo, are you there? Xiao Mo. As she ran, her anxious gaze swept over every flower and tree within the palace. Sister, what is the matter? Upon hearing the commotion, Xiaoqing rushed into the palace, concerned. Bai Ruxue clasped her sister's arm tightly, her eyes misty. I just heard Xiao Mo's voice. He said he would wait for me in 700 years. Sister, Xiaoqing's expression was complex. After 2,000 years, he should have already reincarnated. How could a soul linger in this world for so long? Moreover, her sister was now an immortal demon emperor. What mortal spirit could dare approach her under her formidable presence? Just as Xiaoqing pondered how to comfort her sister, the Sansheng array above the palace began to spin faster, emitting an ethereal blue light. The light gradually coalesced, forming a pillar that shot skyward. Bai Ruxue leaped into action, emerging from the depths of the sea, following the radiance to the surface. The azure glow spread across the sky, rippling like the surface of the ocean. Subsequently, this light formed a colossal array, its patterns shifting fluidly like liquid. Ultimately, as the array stabilized, the light shot forth into the distance. At the far end, there lies a fishing village, with the countdown of the Bai Shu drawing to a close. Xiao Mo felt a dizzying sensation envelop him. However, he was no stranger to such feelings. As he glanced around, he found himself in a dilapidated hut, reminiscent of the shabby courtyard from his previous life. Character background. You are Xiao Mo, born in Huanyu Village, Guanshui County, Sangyin Prefecture, Beihai State. Your parents tragically perished in a tsunami while fishing when you were 5. The villagers of Huanyu village took you in, and you grew up on their kindness. Now, at 7.5 years old, you often venture out to fish or assist in drying fish for the village to make a living. Upon reading this background, Xiao Mo was momentarily at a loss for words. The circumstances of this life bore an uncanny resemblance to those of his first, differing only in birthplace. The previous life was set in a mountain village, while this one unfolded in a fishing village. This life's mission, in your last life, you aided by Ru Shui in her transformation into a dragon. 3,000 years have passed since your departure, and Bai Ru Shui has ascended to the realm of immortals, becoming a demon queen. Please assist Bai Ru Shui in completing her final transformation. However, the Bai Shi Shu has concealed the secrets of destiny from the host. It is imperative that the host adheres to the laws of the great Dao and refrains from disclosing the restoration of his memories to anyone. Otherwise, the secrets of destiny will be revealed, and the heavenly laws will sense it, resulting in a devastating calamity. Furthermore, should the host's identity be exposed, it may attract the attention of the great Dao, posing a significant risk to the host in reality. Please remember this. As the words of the Bai Shi Shu faded away, Xiao Mo furrowed his brow. He understood the necessity of keeping his memory restoration a secret. But what did the text mean by he? Was it referring to the Tao of Heaven? No, it likely was not, for had it been, the Bai Shi Shu would have explicitly mentioned the Tao of Heaven. He must refer to a specific entity, possibly a deity. Nevertheless, he decided to put such thoughts aside and tread carefully. Xiao Mo stepped outside, greeted by a gentle breeze wafting in from the sea, carrying the briny scent of the ocean. He walked into the yard to gather the dried fish he had laid out, intending to deliver it to the uncles and aunts in the village in exchange for some copper coins. As he collected the fish, he pondered how he might seek out Ru Shui. After all, as an ordinary individual, finding a dragon of immortal stature was no simple feat. Hey, little one in the yard. Just then, a soft and familiar voice called out from beyond the courtyard. Xiao Mo's heart skipped a beat as he slowly turned around. Outside the courtyard stood a woman dressed in a flowing white gown with silvery hair, gracefully approaching him. Adorning her hair was a wooden hairpin shaped like a deer god, while her long hair cascaded like fresh snow, reaching just below her waist. Her skin was a delicate shade of cold white, reminiscent of fine jade cloaked in pristine snow, exuding a subtle, unapproachable coolness. The woman was tall and slender, her form exuding elegance, with a simple white dress that accentuated the graceful contours of her figure. Her silvery lashes resembled snowflakes, framing a pair of stunning peach blossom eyes, subtly upturned at the corners, imbued with a natural allure. Hello, little one. The woman stood at the threshold of the courtyard, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she gazed upon the small boy busy collecting fish. My name is Bai Ru Shui. What is yours? Chapter 88. Is that person important to your sister? Little one, what is your name? The woman in the white dress stood outside the courtyard, her hands clasped behind her back, smiling at the boy. Xiao Mo looked at the white-dressed woman in the distance, feeling an indescribable sensation. For him, this second life was but a fleeting moment, yet for Bai Ru Shui, it represented 3 millennia of longing. I am Xiao Mo, he replied slowly. Xiao, as in the rustling sound, and Mo, as in ink. It was the village chief who named me. Upon hearing the boy's name, Bai Ru Shui's eyes flickered slightly, and her delicate hands clenched beneath her flowing sleeves. However, she quickly regained her composure. Xiao Mo, what a lovely name. Thank you, big sister. Is there something you need? Not much, really, Bai Ru Shui shook her head. I was just passing through and felt a bit parched. May I trouble you for a sip of water? Of course, big sister, please wait a moment. Thank you. Little brother. Bai Ru Shui accepted the earthen bowl and took small sips of the clear water. After finishing, she handed the bowl back to Xiao Mo. Little brother, may I sit inside for a while? I have traveled a great distance and have nowhere to rest. Certainly, sister. Xiao Mo opened the fence, allowing Bai Ru Shui to enter the courtyard. Please make yourself comfortable, sister. You must be tired from your long journey. I will fetch you something to eat. Xiao Mo dashed into the kitchen and retrieved the sesame cakes given to him by Aunt Nyo 2 days prior. In the depths of his mind, Xiao Mo harbored a growing suspicion. It was likely due to the San Sheng array that Ru Shui was aware of his reincarnation and had pinpointed his location. Otherwise, how could she have fortuitously arrived at this fishing village and found him so precisely? Moreover, as a demon queen of the immortal realm, What would compel her to ask a mere child for water? This cake is made by Aunt Nyo. It is quite delicious, Xiao Mo said, lifting the sesame cake, still wrapped in oil paper. Thank you, little brother. Bai Ru Shui did not decline. She accepted the sesame cake from the boy's hands, broke it in half, and offered a portion back to him. I cannot eat so much. Let us share. Sure. Xiao Mo sat beside Bai Ru Shui, and the two of them enjoyed the dry cake with cool water. Little brother, do you live here all alone? Bai Ru Shui asked gently, her gaze warm and inviting. Yes, sister, Xiao Mo nodded. And what are your parents? Bai Ru Shui inquired once more. My parents have departed from this world, Xiao Mo replied, lowering his head. When I was 5, they went out to fish but encountered a tsunami. I am sorry to bring up such painful memories, little brother. Bai Ru Shui said with sincere regret in her voice. It is all right, big sister. Xiao Mo raised his head, shaking it resolutely. Aunt Nyo and Uncle Xiao treat me well, and the village chief cares for me. Sometimes I help the uncles and aunts with their tasks, and they reward me. Enough for me to sustain myself. I see. Bai Ru Shui reached out, gently ruffling the boy's hair, her eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. And you, big sister? Where do you come from? And where are you headed? Xiao Mo shifted the conversation, his curiosity piqued. As for me, Bai Ru Shui mused, her hands clutching the dry cake as she gazed up at the vast blue sky. I hail from a very distant place, and as for where I am going, I do not know, for I've been searching for someone all these years. Xiao Mo's eyes flickered with intrigue, but he quickly quelled his emotions, asking innocently, Is that person important to you? Yes, Bai Ru Shui nodded without hesitation. Very important, more so than my own life. Xiao Mo tilted his head. Then, sister, have you found him? Bai Ru Shui turned her gaze toward Xiao Mo, her eyes softening as she gently tapped the tip of his nose with her delicate finger. What do you think? Have you had enough to eat? Bai Ru Shui inquired of Xiao Mo, her enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with an irresistible plea. Wait, big sister, do you wish to stay with me? Xiao Mo asked in surprise. Is it not allowed? Bai Ru Shui's eyes flickered with a hint of melancholy. Sister, I am quite capable. You know, I can wash clothes and cook, and with you here, we can catch an abundance of fish. Xiao Mo's gaze shifted, revealing a trace of hesitation. Bai Ru Shui gently caressed her skirt, crouching down to him with a tone laced with vulnerability. Little brother, I truly have nowhere else to go. Could you possibly take me in? Would you really allow your sister to wander the streets? After a prolonged moment of indecision, Xiao Mo reluctantly acquiesced. Since you have said so, sister shall stay here, but my place is rather shabby, so please do not disdain it. I would never, Bai Ru Shui replied, her heart warmed by his consent. Your willingness to accept me brings me great joy. She reached out again to pat Xiao Mo on the head. From now on, you may call me Bai Jia, and I shall call you Xiao Mo. Please do not find me bothersome. I won't, Xiao Mo assured earnestly, shaking his head. Bai Ru Shui laughed lightly, her voice pure and melodic, reminiscent of a conch shell being blown. Lowering her head, she gathered her silver hair and untied the red string around her neck, gently pulling out a pendant from her deep neckline. She opened Xiao Mo's palm and placed the pendant into his hand, still warm from her body. Xiao Mo, this serpent scale pendant is a gift for you. Please take good care of it and do not let it get lost. The next morning, as Xiao Mo awoke and stepped out of his room, he found Bai Ru Shui busy in the courtyard, wringing out freshly washed clothes and hanging them on a line. The sea breeze tousled her silver hair, and droplets of water glistened on her pale arms like dew on white silk. Watching her, Xiao Mo felt a momentary daze, as if the days of old had never changed. Xiao Mo, you're awake. Wait a moment, I'll fetch some hot water for you to wash up. Bai Ru Shui exclaimed, hurrying into the kitchen. Soon, she emerged with a basin of water, delicately wringing out a cloth to wipe Xiao Mo's face. Boy, I can do it myself, he protested. Nonsense. Let me help you, she insisted, gently pressing down on his small hand as she happily cleaned his face. After washing up, Bai Ru Shui instructed Xiao Mo to sit in the courtyard while she prepared hot porridge for him. Following breakfast, she requested Xiao Mo to accompany her on a stroll through the village to meet the kind-hearted aunts who often cared for him. Xiao Mo, of course, did not refuse. Upon their arrival in the village, the villagers were astonished to see such a beautiful woman with striking silver hair. They observed her every movement, perceiving an air of grace befitting a lady of noble birth. However, some villagers felt uneasy about her staying at Xiao Mo's home. Yet the village chief assuaged their concerns. stating that there was nothing to worry about. After all, Huanyu village was merely an ordinary fishing village, and Xiao Mo was just a typical child. What intentions could she possibly have? Nonetheless, it was customary for long-term residents of Huanyu village to pay respects at the ancestral shrine, lighting incense in honor of their ancestors and seeking their protection. The village chief led Xiao Mo and Bai Ruxue to the shrine. At the forefront stood a scholar clad in a blue robe, one hand holding a scroll while the other rested behind him, gazing into the distance. Xiao Mo was taken aback, realizing that this was indeed a statue of himself. He turned a glance at Bai Ruxue, who momentarily flickered with surprise before regaining her composure. She stepped forward, took the incense from Granny Wang, bowed 3 times, and placed it in the incense burner. "Village chief, is this our ancestor?" Xiao Mo inquired. "Indeed." The village chief replied with a smile. "This is our ancestor, named Xiao Mo, a great sage from 3,000 years ago. Our village was once known as Shiqiao Village. But during the turmoil of the Qi Kingdom 1,500 years ago, our ancestors fled to the coast and established Huanyu Village." As the village chief spoke, he affectionately ruffled Xiao Mo's hair. "Legend has it that our ancestors were able to safely reach this place thanks to a silver dragon that protected them. There was once a dragon statue at the shrine, but the county magistrate ordered its removal due to the increasingly tense relations between humans and demons." Xiao Mo lowered his head, feeling a pang of sorrow upon hearing of the fall of the Qi Kingdom. Yet, he pondered which dynasty could endure forever. The longevity of the Qi dynasty, lasting a millennium, was already a remarkable feat. After Bai Ruxue completed her incense offerings, the simple ritual was concluded. Just as Xiao Mo and Bai Ruxue approached the courtyard, he noticed a woman in a blue dress standing outside. Xiao Qing turned upon hearing footsteps, glancing from her sister to the child she held by the hand, her expression tinged with complexity. "Sister," Xiao Qing softly called out to Bai Ruxue. Xiao Mo nodded before dashing into the house. Bai Ruxue stood, walked to Xiao Qing's side, and calmly suggested, "Let us speak further away." They strolled toward the sea, and after a brief moment, they arrived at the shore. Bai Ruxue, hand clasped before her, inquired, "Xiao Qing, what troubles you?" "The demon realm has sent messengers again," Xiao Qing replied, casting a glance at her sister. "What did they say?" Bai Ruxue pressed. "The envoys claimed that you, sister, being a demon emperor of the immortal realm, should align with them to attack the realm of Wan Fa. Furthermore, they promised that if you sided with them, after the fall of Wan Fa, the territories of the Qi Kingdom would belong to you, extending beyond just the North Sea. However, they warned that if you remained loyal to humanity and betrayed the demon clan." Xiao Qing's voice trailed off, her head bowing in silence. "If I protect humanity, does that make them traitors? Do they intend to destroy my North Sea?" Bai Ruxue completed her sister's thought. Xiao Qing remained silent, her silence a tacit acknowledgement. "I am aware of the situation. Tell the envoys from the demon realm that we, in the North Sea, do not require their guidance," Bai Ruxue declared. Gazing at the tranquil sea, she then handed her sister a list. Xiao Qing took it and immediately understood her sister's intentions. The items listed were all meant to enhance spiritual veins and strengthen one's foundation, aimed at maximizing the efficacy of a certain substance. Bai Ruxue held a blue glass vial, its azure glow reflecting on her exquisite face. "In this lifetime, I shall not allow him to leave again." Unbeknownst to them, a month passed in the realm of the 100 generations. Bai Ruxue had fully settled into Huanyu village, taking on the role of caretaker for Xiao Mo, washing clothes, cooking meals, drying fish, and accompanying him on fishing trips. Every time they venture out to fish, the two invariably return with bountiful catches. Whenever Xiao Mo praises Bai Ruxue by exclaiming, "Sister Bai, you are truly remarkable," her eyes would light up with joy, and at times, she would place her hands on her slender waist, lift her chin with pride, and cheerfully respond, "Your sister Bai is indeed the most accomplished." Bai Ruxue often shares her catch with the villagers. The residents of Huanyu village, known for their simple and honest nature, have grown to trust Bai Ruxue completely after she has gifted them fish several times. In fact, some of the village aunties have even attempted to introduce potential suitors to her, for this young lady is undeniably charming. However, all such offers have been politely declined by Bai Ruxue, who asserts that she already has someone special in her heart. Occasionally, Bai Ruxue would stealthily leave Huanyu village, Although she claimed to be fishing alone, Xiao Mo was aware that she was tending to other matters. It seemed that Bai Rushue was secretly concocting some elixirs. Xiao Montak feignet ignorance. A month passed, and Xiao Mo expressed a desire to pursue his studies. The neighboring fishing village, Longhai Village, like Huanyu Village, traces its roots back to the ancient Qingshan city from 3 millennia ago. Both fishing villages pooled their resources to hire a teacher for their children's education. Xiao Mo wished to attend school, as he aspired to assist Bai Rushue in transforming into a true dragon. Indeed, in this lifetime, Rushue had already attained the status of a celestial being, a demon emperor, even if he were to rise to the highest echelons of power. His assistance would likely be minimal. Moreover, the current state of Dechu resembled that of a crumbling dynasty, utterly deteriorated. The fortunes of Dechu's mountains and rivers were no match for those of the ancient Qi state. Yet, Xiao Mo found himself at a loss for other means to aid Rushue in her transformation. After all, he was merely an ordinary person in this life. Fortunately, he retained the knowledge from his previous life, which, despite the passage of 3 millennia, still provided a foundation. By familiarizing himself with the current curriculum and the rules of the imperial examinations, he believed he could still find a place in the officialdom. Xiao Montak, you intend to pursue your studies? One evening, Bai Rushue expressed her surprise upon hearing Xiao Mo's plans to attend school in the neighboring village. Yes, Xiao Mo nodded. The village chief informed me that I had reached the appropriate age to attend the private school and learn to read and write. Regardless of whether I become a scholar or achieve high office in the future, at the very least, I will be able to recognize a few characters outside the village and avoid being deceived. I see. Bai Rushue lowered her head and took small bites of her meal, seemingly lost in thought. Soon, she lifted her head and proposed, Xiao Mo, why don't I teach you to read and write? Sister Bai, you would teach me? Xiao Mo was momentarily taken aback. Bai Rushue's eyes sparkled as she replied, do not underestimate me, dear sister. I have studied quite a bit, and by teaching you, you won't have to run to the neighboring village every day. Isn't that better? Very well. Then I shall rely on you, Sister Bai. Xiao Mo's gaze held a hint of skepticism. In his previous life, he had been the one teaching Rushue to read and write. The roles had reversed in this life, creating a subtle sense of unease. Let us agree on this. Starting tomorrow, I will buy some books and begin teaching you. Upon hearing Xiao Mo's agreement, Bai Rushue's eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling a young girl. One could only wonder what expressions the demon clan of the North Sea Dragon Palace would wear upon witnessing their sovereign's childlike demeanor. Xiao Mo examined the titles of the books, finding many familiar classics of Confucianism he had read 3,000 years ago, along with some written during the intervening millennia. He even spotted his own works, Ninbei Nong Shu and Qi Guo Shui Liao Shu. From today onward, Sister Bai shall be your teacher. Bai Rushue looked at Xiao Mo with determination, urging him, quickly, call me Teacher Bai so I can hear it. Teacher Bai, Xiao Mo called out. Upon hearing him address her as teacher, a surge of warmth coursed through Bai Rushue, leaving her feeling both exhilarated and comforted. Say it again for me to hear. Bai Rushue seemed to crave the affirmation. Teacher Bai. Once more she insisted. Teacher Bai. Xiao Mo observed Rushue's enchantment with the repetition of the title, shaking his head with a smile. How could she be a demon emperor of over 3,000 years? What difference was there between her and the girl from 3 millennia ago? Yet, seeing the smile on her face, he thought perhaps it was not such a bad thing. Sister Bai, you should teach me now. Xiao Mo tugged at her sleeve. You must call me teacher. She gently flicked Xiao Mo's forehead and added, when learning, you must address me as teacher. Understood? All right, teacher. Such a good boy. Bai Rushue pulled up a chair and sat beside Xiao Mo, her silver hair exuding a faint fragrance. Today, teacher will teach you a few lines of poetry. With her delicate jade fingers, Bai Rushue wrote the first line on rice paper. Now, recite it with me, she instructed, pointing to the elegant characters. Holding your hand, growing old together. Xiao Mo echoed, holding your hand, growing old together. After reciting, he looked up, feigning ignorance, and asked her, Sister Bai, what does this mean? This phrase means. Bai Rushue pondered momentarily, then gently flicked Xiao Mo's forehead and smiled. When you grow up, I will tell you. All right, Xiao Mo continued, blissfully innocent. Then, sister, how do you read the next line? This line of poetry goes, a graceful lady is a good match for a gentleman. A graceful lady is a good match for a gentleman, Xiao Mo repeated. Sister, what does this phrase mean? He paused, recalling how he had explained this line to Ruxue in the past. Yet, Bai Ruxue's brow furrowed slightly as she cautioned. You must remember, the more beautiful a woman is, the more she can deceive. You must never trust the words of pretty girls. Understood? What about you, Sister Bai? Xiao Mo inquired. As for me, I am, of course, the exception. Bai Ruxue gently pinched Xiao Mo's nose. No matter how much time passes, I will never deceive you. Xiao Montak. Therefore, you must always listen to me. Chapter 91. Do not cling any longer in the depths of the North Sea Dragon Abyss. A woman in a white dress stood before a colossal alchemical furnace towering 10 zhang high. Surrounding the furnace, 7 dragon serpents exhaled their breath, meticulously controlling the flame. Fearful of the slightest error, after half an hour, the fragrance of the elixir slowly wafted from the furnace. Bai Ruxue's golden vertical pupil sharpened as she tightly clenched her hands, anxiously observing the alchemical furnace ahead. Increase the fire by 3 parts. Bai Ruxue commanded. With a mighty roar, the 7 dragon serpents wasted no time in intensifying their breath. After a stick of incense had burned, Bai Ruxue opened her mouth and let a drop of her vital blood fall into the furnace. The essence of her blood mingled with the elixir, intensifying the aromatic fragrance. With a sweeping motion of her hand, she opened the furnace. In an instant, the furnace erupted with a brilliance akin to the sun, illuminating the entire dragon abyss. With a thunderous boom, a thick layer of dark clouds gathered above the furnace, crackling with lightning. This was the tribulation of alchemy. Whenever an elixir of first grade or above was birthed, the laws of the great Tao would unleash tribulations, attempting to thwart the emergence of such a creation that could seize the very essence of heaven and earth. Scram! Bai Ruxue uttered a single word, and the dark clouds dissipated instantly, rendering the tribulation ineffective. The fragrance of the elixir spread throughout the dragon abyss, causing numerous beasts and monsters to salivate at the scent, instinctively drawn to the source of the elixir. Yet, the overwhelming dragon aura instilled deep-rooted fear within them. Bai Ruxue extended her hand, and the golden elixir seemed to be magnetically attracted, gently floating into her delicate palm. Congratulations, Your Majesty! You have successfully refined the treasure elixir. The 7 dragon serpents quickly transformed into human form, kneeling on one knee before Bai Ruxue. You have worked hard. Bai Ruxue nodded and said to the little Qing beside her, take them to the treasury to each select a semi-immortal grade spiritual herb, allowing them to recuperate properly. Understood. Elder sister, replied Xiao Qing. The 7 dragon kings displayed expressions of excitement, exclaiming, thank you, Your Majesty. Bai Ruxue concealed the precious pill within her bosom and turned to fly away from Long Yuan. After her departure, they slowly rose, wiping the sweat from their brows. A month prior, the Lord of the North Sea summoned the 7 dragon kings to Long Yuan. They were uncertain about the purpose of this summons, but the emperor's commands were to be followed. Upon arrival, they discovered that it was for alchemy. For the past month, the 7 dragon kings had been engaged in alchemical practices without a moment's respite from Long Yuan. Finally, today, they had succeeded. Otherwise, they felt their throats might truly ignite. The black dragon named Xiaowu stepped forward, curiously inquiring of Xiao Qing, Sister Xiao Qing, for whom is this pill crafted by the emperor intended? Indeed, Sister Xiao Qing. This pill seems to be designed to enhance one's foundation and smooth the spiritual meridians. Moreover, the emperor even utilized a drop of his essence blood. Added the dragon named He Xiao, equally intrigued. They could not fathom who could possess such favor that the entire North Sea would engage in alchemy for them, even utilizing a drop of the emperor's essence blood. Hearing their questions, Xiao Qing shot them a stern glance, prompting the dragons to retreat a few steps. Xiao Qing coldly remarked, do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. What has transpired over this month must remain confidential. Do you understand? Yes. The dragons responded in unison, keeping their mouths shut. Bai Ruxue, holding the elixir, employed a spatial contraction technique and, in a mere moment, arrived at the 10-mile expanse of the sea near Huanyu village. However, a woman appeared before her. Li Sisi from Tiangshumen waved cheerfully upon seeing Bai Ruxue. Bai Ruxue, adorned in cloud-patterned embroidered shoes, stood upon the surface of the sea and smiled. Ah, it is Miss Sisi. It has been quite a while. Indeed, it has been a long time, Li Sisi nodded, stepping forward to say, it must be nearly 1,000 years. How has Daoist Fuchin been of late? Bai Rushu inquired. Given the impending conflict between the human and demon realms, tensions were escalating, and even Fuchin, an exalted being in the realm of myriad laws, faced considerable pressure despite his backing from Tiangshuamen. Li Sisi responded with a smile. My master is well. Thank you for your concern, Miss Bai. That brings me relief. Bai Rushue remarked, observing Li Sisi. Did you come to convey something to me? Li Sisi's previously joyful expression gradually faded, replaced by an air of unease and tension. I assume Master Fuchin sent you to deliver a message? Bai Rushue spoke calmly. Well, I suppose I shall. Li Sisi lifted her head, her tone laced with apprehension. Master has foreseen that you have found Xiao Mo and that you intend to alter his constitution to enable him to cultivate. Thus he has asked me to advise you. Bai Rushue furrowed her brow. What does Master Fuchin wish to advise me on? Li Sisi nervously clasped her hands and gazed intently into Bai Rushue's golden vertical pupils. Master wishes for me to urge you to think carefully. A silence enveloped the surface of the sea. Li Sisi took a deep breath to steady her nerves and spoke earnestly. You are aware, Miss Bai, that every matter possesses dual aspects. The mortal populace, though their lifespans are brief, entails minimal karmic repercussions. Even if someone like Mr. Xiao achieves greatness among mortals, it does not sway the heavenly laws, which pay little heed to mortal affairs. However, cultivators are different. The essence of cultivation is to seize the creation of heaven and earth. Once a person embarks on the path of cultivation, they attract the attention of the heavenly laws. The higher their realm, the more the heavenly laws concern themselves, resulting in greater tribulations. Thus, the more a cultivator strives, the more arduous their journey becomes. For you, Miss Bai, to force Xiao Mo's cultivation using Longting liquid and Yuhua pill is manageable in times of tranquility. However, the impending second war between humans and demons threatens to engulf the entire realm. Countless cultivators will find their fates entangled, and chaos will reign. Any one of them could face untimely demise or even annihilation. If Xiao Mo were to remain in a secluded fishing village, he might evade danger. But should he tread the path of cultivation, all bets are off. Did Master Fuchin foresee something? Bai Rushue inquired earnestly. My master did not disclose that to me. Li Sisi sighed and shook her head. He simply instructed me to convey to you that if you abandon the idea of having Mr. Xiao cultivate, you should take him to a desolate land for a century of peaceful living. If you still wish for him to cultivate, you must consider whether you can bear the intricate karmic entanglements of this chaotic era. Finally, she conveyed her master's parting words, when this life ends, let it end without further attachment. Chapter 92. He guards me with his life, I protect him with mine. Li Sisi's words gradually echoed across the surface of the sea. Bai Rushue stood before Li Sisi, her demeanor remarkably serene. I have finished speaking, Miss Bai. Li Sisi gazed at the ruler of the North Sea. From today onward, my master will journey to the desolate land of Zhu Huashu to strive for ascension, and I shall accompany him. When we meet again, who knows how many years it will be. Please take care of yourself, Miss Bai. Take care, Miss Sisi, and please convey my gratitude to Master Fuchin. Also, wish him success in overcoming his tribulations, Bai Rushue replied, but then her tone shifted, resolute as if she were a steadfast mountain holding the heavens. I cannot bear to watch Xiao Mo depart from this world. What a chaos! What karma! What heavenly laws! I shall shoulder it all for him. In a past life, he guarded me with his entire being. In this life, I shall also protect him with my entire being. Miss Bai? Li Sisi found herself at a loss for words. She understood that her attempts at persuasion were futile. Ultimately, Li Sisi could only sigh and bow to Bai Rushue. Please take care of yourself, Miss Bai. I sincerely wish for both you and Mr. Xiao to find happiness. After bidding farewell to Bai Rushue, Li Sisi turned and soared into the distance. Bai Rushue continued on her path. Spotting the young boy in the courtyard, she hastened into the yard, smiling. It is already the hour of high. Why are you not asleep yet? I apologize, Bai Rushue said with guilt. Today, elder sister was out because I prepared a gift for you. Xiao Mo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What gift? Bai Rushue said proudly. Let us head to the seaside, and as we stroll, elder sister will tell you. All right, Xiao Mo nodded earnestly. Then let us hurry. He tugged at Bai Rushue's hand, and they dashed out of the courtyard. The courtyard where Xiao Mo resided was not far from the beach. After half a stick of incense, they arrived at the sandy shore. On that summer night, Xiao Mo stood barefoot in the water. Bai Ruxue also removed her shoes and stockings, slightly lifting her skirt as her fair feet touched the sandy beach. A gentle sea breeze blew, tousling their hair. The waves caressed Bai Ruxue's delicate ankles, then receded slowly. Her moist ankles glimmered in the moonlight, reflecting a radiant glow. The pair walked along the beach, embraced by the sea breeze, listening to the waves, leaving behind footprints that the surf gently washed away. The moonlight bathed them, adorning them with a faint golden edge, as if time itself had slowed. Elder sister, what surprise awaits? Xiao Mo asked with curiosity. Well, Bai Ruxue replied as they walked. First, Xiao Mo, I must tell you something, but this must remain our little secret and not be shared with anyone in the village. Rest assured, elder sister, I shall never speak of it. Xiao Mo vowed earnestly. That is good. Let me ponder how to express this. Bai Ruxue contemplated for a moment and said, Actually, Xiao Mo, I am a cultivator. A cultivator? Xiao Montak in Kvilet. Perplexed. Sister, what is a cultivator? A cultivator is akin to the deities spoken of by the aunties in our village. They wield magical abilities, can live for many years, and even fly. For instance, observe this. Bai Ruxue turned around and beckoned towards the sea with her finger. In an instant, the water surged back, forming a dragon-like silhouette that spiraled in the air. Xiao Mo feigned surprise and quickly grasped Bai Ruxue's sleeve. Do not be afraid. This is merely a small spell of mine. Bai Ruxue gestured with her fingertips, and the sea dragon danced in accordance with her graceful movements. And behold this. With a flick of her finger, a towering wall of water, stretching 100 meters, suddenly rose from the distance. Finally, Bai Ruxue pointed downwards, causing both the waves and the sea dragon to plunge back into the ocean, as if nothing had transpired, save for the slight increase in the waves lapping at their ankles. What do you think? Is sister impressive? Bai Ruxue placed her hands on her hips, brimming with pride. Xiao Montak nodded earnestly Ypsilon. Sister, you are incredible. Indeed, I am. Bai Ruxue's eyes sparkled. So, Xiao Mo, do you wish to become a cultivator? Can I also become a cultivator? Xiao Mo asked, bewildered. Of course you can. Bai Ruxue produced a feather transformation pill and a dragon thunder elixir. These are gifts I prepared for you. As long as you consume these two items, you will be able to cultivate. Really? Xiao Mo pretended to be skeptical. You will know once you try. Bai Ruxue encouraged, handing the dragon thunder elixir and the feather transformation pill to Xiao Mo. Like taking medicine, Xiao Mo swallowed the feather transformation pill with the dragon thunder elixir. At the moment the elixir and pill entered her stomach, Xiao Mo felt a warm current coursing through her body. In truth, having consumed these items, Xiao Mo was ready to endure the excruciating pain akin to the shattering of meridians. She vividly recalled the agonizing experience of having drunk the dragon thunder elixir before. It had been so intense that she nearly fainted. However, just as the pain began to surge, Xiao Mo felt her small hand being held. In an instant, the agony vanished without a trace, or rather, it was diverted. She saw Ruxue crouched before her, tightly grasping her little hand. Even as she grimaced in pain, her forehead beaded with cold sweat, she continued to smile at Xiao Mo. After a fragrant incense stick's time, Xiao Mo felt the spiritual meridians within her flowing freely, while the pill fortified her meridians and even opened the root bones within her body. All right now, Bai Ruxue gently patted Xiao Mo's head. From this day forth, you shall be a little cultivator, and I will teach you how to cultivate. Rest assured, no matter the challenges you face in the future, I will assist you in overcoming them. Whatever you encounter, I will protect you. As long as I am here, no one will dare to harm you. No. Xiao Mo shook her head. You do not want that? Bai Ruxue's eyes widened with concern. Does Xiao Mo dislike her sister? Not at all. Xiao Mo shook her head vigorously. Because I will strive to cultivate as well. I do not want Sister Bai to always protect me. When I grow up, it will be my turn to protect Sister Bai.